Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 374, The Devil Bows. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Lightning threaded with violet crawled across the burning clouds, warping reality itself as 2 titans carved through the hellish air. The first of the fallen hovered unsteadily now. His once pristine composure had cracked, breath heavier, wings tattered, red eyes burning with both fury and fatigue. Cracks webbed across his form like fractures, leaking hellfire where angelic divinity once lingered. And across from him, Arthur changed. Shadow surged around his body. The armor he wore twisted, plates shifting into something more sinister. Still regal. Still knightly. But the black shadow metal folded into jagged, demonic contours, horn-like crests curved backward from his helm, sleek and sharp, crowned with faint violet sigils that pulsed. Shadows flowed off him like smoke, coiling into spiked pauldrons and a tattered mantle. His eyes, no longer human, narrowed into predatory slits of burning violet. A demon and a reaper's gaze. Power rolled off him in crushing waves. The first of the fallen stared, a strained, breathless laugh escaping him. "So," he rasped, wings twitching, "now you are the demon here." Arthur tilted his head slightly. Behind the helm, his voice rolled out deeper, layered, almost inhuman. "Oh, please," he replied calmly. "We are not the same." Then he vanished. The air snapped as Arthur reappeared in front of him, Thanatos Bronte already mid-swing. The spear carved a crescent of death through the sky. The fallen barely raised his arm in time. The impact detonated outward, shockwaves pulverizing clouds and tearing apart floating ruins. Arthur didn't let up. He pummeled him. A brutal rhythm of motion. A kick that folded space. A punch that cracked divine bone. A spear thrust that split the air. Arthur moved with impossible speed, every strike merciless and brutal. The fallen lashed back with claws of hellfire, his strength still monstrous. One blow almost caught Arthur. "Your strength is impressive," Arthur observed coldly as he surged forward again. He appeared above the fallen, spear crackling with death-bound lightning. Thanatos Bronte came down like a guillotine. The first of the fallen threw his wings wide, trying to retreat. Too slow. The spear cleaved through one wing in a burst of violet lightning. A howl ripped from the fallen's throat. Arthur twisted midair and ripped through the other wing with a savage follow-up strike, severing it cleanly. The fallen staggered, trying to regenerate. But the wound refused to heal. Arthur seized him by the throat with one hand and slammed him through the sky, hurling him into a distant rock formation. The impact obliterated the hellish mountainside. Arthur blurred after him, appearing through the smoke and dust, spear already driving forward. Blow after blow. Strike after strike. A relentless storm of violence. "You relied too heavily on your demonic magic, thinking I would succumb to it," Arthur said as he battered him across the inferno. "On contracts. On souls. On tricks." He drove a knee into the fallen's abdomen, folding him. "Against me." Arthur twisted, spinning Thanatos Bronte and smashing the butt of the spear into his jaw. "You needed pure power." Far away, another battlefield trembled. Hell tightened his grip around Belial's throat, shadowed fingers digging into his flesh. Belial struggled, claws scraping uselessly against the Kryptonian shadow's arm. Then, a pressure washed over them. Something absolute. Hell's eyes narrowed. "My king," he muttered under his breath. Even he, born of shadow, felt it. Fear. Belial felt it too. His struggling slowed. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking as the overwhelming presence crushed down on his senses. That pressure. His thoughts spiraled. What is this? This feeling, it's familiar. Memories flickered. The morning star. Ancient terror. Belial swallowed, voice trembling. "I must flee," he whispered to himself. For the first time in centuries. The demon felt the instinct of prey. Back in the sky, Arthur hurled the first of the fallen downward. The demon crashed into the infernal earth, carving a canyon through molten stone. Arthur descended slowly, shadows spiraling around him like a storm. The fallen forced himself upright, blood, burning, running down his chin. Then he roared, summoning every shred of remaining strength. The demon had once ruled hell. But now, he was fighting death itself. Belial, however, was slammed into the ground like a meteor. Hell descended after him in a blur of shadowed speed, his cape of darkness flaring behind him. Before Belial could rise, Hell drove a brutal punch into his chest hard enough to crater the terrain beneath them. The demon coughed fire. Hell exhaled. A torrent of Kryptonian frost breath, warped by shadow, erupted from his lungs, freezing hellfire mid-burn, crawling over Belial's limbs and torso. Belial snarled, struggling, muscles bulging beneath the encasing frost. Cursed, shadow. He smashed a fist into the ground. Flames tore open, forming a burning gate. Belial wrenched free from the ice with a violent surge of power, shards of frozen hellfire exploding outward. He leapt backward, vanishing into the portal. In his place, demons poured out. Twisted, rabid. Hell didn't even flinch. A blur of heat vision carved through the first wave. A sonic shockwave from his breath pulverized another cluster. His fists tore through the rest with ruthless efficiency, shadows trailing every strike like afterimages of death. Within seconds, the demons were nothing but drifting ash. Silence followed. Hell hovered there, shoulders rising once. "I failed you, my monarch," he said quietly. The demon escaped. A voice answered him. "No, you didn't. Regroup with the others, Hell. I'll take it from here." Hell lowered his head slightly. "Very well, my king." Then he vanished. Elsewhere, the first of the fallen lay embedded in shattered terrain, breathing heavily. Every inhale sounded like broken bellows. His once imposing form was scorched, cracked, bleeding. His severed wings twitched uselessly, unable to regenerate under the lingering curse of Arthur's weapon. He slammed a fist into the ground. "Not again, damn it all," he rasped bitterly. "If only I had my full power." The air shifted. Arthur landed beside him. Silent. He drove Thanatos Bronte straight through the fallen's back, impaling him to the earth in a burst of violet lightning. The fallen snarled in pain, but didn't scream. Arthur's demonic armor loomed over him, horned and regal, shadows writhing. "Stay down," Arthur said coldly. The fallen coughed, laughing weakly. "You are thorough, monarch of shadows." Arthur looked down at him, eyes glowing with predatory violet. "Belial fled," Arthur said evenly. "Beelzebub is dead. That leaves only you." He tilted his head slightly. "And here is my decision." The fallen narrowed his eyes, wary. Arthur continued, voice calm and merciless. "I would rather not kill you." The fallen blinked in surprise. Arthur went on. "Killing demons lesser or not carries no consequence. They are expendable. Replaceable. Forgotten." His gaze hardened. "But you are not." He stepped closer, looming. "You are the Satan. The first fallen angel. The devil before Lucifer. Significantly weaker than him now, yes. But still a being heaven chose to banish, not erase." Arthur's eyes narrowed. "If I kill you, I risk angels appearing. Michael and heaven's attention is not something I desire right now. There will be another war." A pause. "So here is the better option." Arthur lowered himself on one knee, leveling his gaze with the fallen. "You will keep your life, and you will serve me. Much like you once served Lucifer. You will remain a lord of hell, respected, feared, intact." The fallen stared at him, breathing ragged. Arthur's voice dropped, colder. "I will help my friend, and my shadows will bring order to this realm. When hell is stabilized, I will leave it under new management, and ensure its filth does not spill onto earth. That is my true goal." Silence. Then the fallen chuckled darkly. "You seem to know far too much about us," he muttered. Arthur said nothing. The fallen's pride warred with reality. Humiliation burned in his eyes. But defeat was undeniable. Slowly, begrudgingly, he inclined his head. Arthur pulled Thanatos Bronte from his back in a crackle of lightning. "Your wounds will heal," Arthur said, almost mockingly. "You have all the time in existence. You are immortal, after all." The fallen grimaced. "This is my curse," he growled. "To be the first to betray him. To be humiliated by Sam'el. And centuries later, by you." Arthur turned away without a word. The fallen clenched his jaw, then muttered something in a demonic tongue. A sigil burned into the air before dissolving into him. "I will step away from this conflict until order is restored," he declared. "My word is absolute." Arthur glanced back slightly. "Your word," he echoed coolly. The fallen smirked bitterly. "I have gambled every soul in my possession, millennia of collection. If I break my vow, I lose them all." Arthur smiled. "Very well," he said. He turned fully toward the fallen. "Then you have my word in return." Shadows stirred at his feet. "My domain and my shadows will not trespass upon your territories, holdings, or dominion. You will remain untouched. The fallen studied him, red eyes burning. A lord of death who bargains instead of annihilating, he muttered. How ironic. Arthur walked away. Behind him, the first of the fallen watched in silence. A defeated devil. Bowing to death. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 375, The Crown of Horns. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell, City of Dis. The city of Dis, an endless sprawl of spires, cruciform towers, and infernal cathedrals stretched across the horizon, built from black iron, while millions of demons crowded its lower tiers in endless conflict, special kind of commerce, and bloodshed. At its very heart rose the Tower of Dis. A colossal palace spire that pierced hell's sky like a spear aimed at heaven. Its walls were carved with ancient scriptures. Souls were bound into its architecture, faces frozen in silent agony, whispering curses as the structure pulsed with demonic authority. Inside, at the highest sanctum, a throne room. A massive spell circle floated before the throne, showing a vision of a ruined battlefield, hell torn apart by divine violence, lightning, shadow, and annihilation. The aftermath of Arthur's battle. Beelzebub's corpse. The first of the fallen wounded and submitting. Belial retreating. Naren watched in silence. He lounged upon a jagged throne, one clawed hand resting on the armrest, the other loosely curled as hellfire danced around his fingers. Beside him stood a tall demoness draped in elegant crimson and shadow. Lilith. The First Mother. Her eyes glowed with cunning as she observed the projection. That fellow, she murmured, in amusement, is serious trouble. She tilted her head slightly. Fighting the triumvirate head-on, without hesitation. Even we did not dare to be so reckless. And now. Her eyes narrowed with interest. They lie in ruin. Beelzebub is dead. The other 2 are broken. Naren clicked his tongue and cut her off, irritation flickering across his expression. I know, First Mother, he snapped coldly. Fortunately, I have eyes as well. Lilith smiled knowingly. I am merely advising caution, she replied smoothly. His shadows do not resemble ordinary souls. They are not bound the way ours are. They do not behave like contracts or remnants. Naren's gaze hardened as he stared at the vision. I did not think he could defeat the first of the fallen, he muttered darkly. It seems the old fool has grown rusty. His fingers tightened. But no matter. We still hold the advantage. A slow, predatory grin formed. Now I know he wants this throne as well, but we have the numbers. The territory. The infrastructure. The power and something he want to retrieve for that fool. He turned his head slightly. Behind him, upon a raised dais, rested the crown of horns. An ancient artifact, crafted from demonic horns, dripping with raw authority. It radiated dominance. Dominion. The right to rule hell. The symbol of the true ruler. Naren rose from his throne and stepped closer to it. His presence caused the air to tremble. I just don't understand this cursed artifact, he growled quietly. Every time I approach it, it rejects me. He clenched his jaw. If I could wear it, truly claim it. His eyes burned. I would gain power rivaling an archangel. Lilith tilted her head thoughtfully. I do not recall Lucifer ever wearing it either, she mused softly. Could it be? Naren turned sharply. Speak. She smiled faintly. He enchanted it, she said calmly. For someone worthy. Naren's expression darkened. Are you mocking me? Lilith turned away slightly, smirk widening. I would never, she replied lightly. I am merely suggesting that you allow me to examine it. She glanced back at him, eyes glinting. You focus on crushing the lesser demon lords who dare to crawl toward your throne. I will discover why the crown resists you. Naren's eyes narrowed, suspicion written in his gaze. Don't try anything foolish, he warned. The crown is mine. Lilith met his stare without flinching. Do you not trust me? Naren scoffed darkly. I don't trust anyone, he said flatly. Sometimes, not even myself. Her smile softened. That is good, she murmured. She turned to leave, heels clicking faintly against the floor. I will uncover what is wrong with the crown, she said over her shoulder. Our agreement still stands. Naren said nothing, only watched her walk away. When she vanished beyond the towering doors, his expression tightened. She is hiding something, he muttered to himself. But I have no proof of it, yet. He exhaled slowly, hellfire igniting in his breath. TCH, enough politics. A cruel grin split his face. I'll go slaughter a few rebellious demons. To clear my thoughts. Darkness folded around him. And Naren vanished, leaving the tower of Dis bathed in whispering flames. Earth, Arctic. A white abyss swallowed the horizon where the Arctic storms howled, winds tearing across endless fields of ice and snow. The Batwing cut through the blizzard. Beside it, Superman flew effortlessly, cape snapping in the gale, eyes glowing faintly as he scanned the frozen wasteland below. Bruce Wayne sat rigid in the cockpit, jaw set, eyes narrowed behind the cowl. You can turn back, Superman said over the comm, voice calm but he was clearly concerned. I've got this handled. Batman didn't look at him. Negative. Superman frowned slightly. Bruce. I need to confirm it personally, Batman replied coolly. Neutralizing a threat is only half the mission. Analysis matters. Identification matters. You don't assess unknown anomalies on instinct alone. Superman huffed a quiet breath. I'm not reckless. I can evaluate a situation and... No, Batman cut in flatly. There was a beat of silence. Snow battered against Superman's shoulders as he glanced sideways at the Batwing. You're impossible sometimes, he muttered. Batman didn't respond. Then Superman's expression sharpened. His eyes narrowed, X-ray vision and enhanced senses peeling back layers of storm, distortion, and electromagnetic interference. There, he said. We've arrived. He descended first, boots touching down on solid ice with a soft crack. The storm roared around him, cape billowing. Moments later, the Batwing angled downward and landed with mechanical grace. The cockpit opened. Batman stepped out, cape snapping violently in the wind, boots crunching against the frostbitten ground. Ahead of them, cutting through the blizzard, hovered a massive anomaly. A portal. It pulsed with unstable energy, violet and blue, arcs of power crawling along its edges. The air around it warped, snow bending unnaturally toward its core as if pulled by invisible gravity. Even in the storm, it was impossible to miss. Batman stared at it, eyes narrowing. Arthur wasn't joking around. Superman stepped closer, cautious but curious. So this is the source, he murmured. A gate like he described. He reached out, touching the glowing surface. Instead of passing through, his hand met resistance. His brow furrowed. It's solid. I expected it to behave like energy. Or a spatial tear. Batman already had a device in his hand. It was compact, angular, alien in design. The screen flickered with shifting runes, numbers, and energy signatures. The device analyzed the portal. Superman glanced at it. What is that? A detector, Batman replied, eyes fixed on the readings. Designed by Arthur's Shadows. It measures magical saturation, spatial distortion, and threat magnitude. The device beeped once. Then again. Batman continued, tone clinical. They classify these phenomena into 5 tiers. He tilted the screen slightly, reading aloud. Minor threat gate. The wind howled. Major threat gate. Lightning crackled faintly inside the portal's core. Catastrophe class gate. Marshal class gate. Superman raised a brow. Marshal. Batman's jaw tightened. Monarch class gate. Silence fell between them, broken only by the blizzard. Superman folded his arms. All right. Where does this one fall? Batman stared at the final reading. Then he shut the device off. He looked at Superman directly. Catastrophe class. Superman exhaled slowly. Sounds bad. It is. Batman responded. But, Superman added, thoughtful, why is Marshal class ranked higher than Catastrophe? Shouldn't Catastrophe be worse? Batman's gaze drifted back to the portal. That's Arthur's terminology, he said quietly. Marshal is what he calls his highest tier shadows. Entities capable of leveling cities, if not an entire planet. Collapsing armies. Rewriting battlefields. His voice lowered. Catastrophe, in his words, is an understatement. Superman watched the portal in silence, the weight of that settling in. So this thing could unleash monsters, he muttered. Or worse. Batman nodded once. The gate will open soon. The energy began to surge, pulsing harder, warping the air with visible distortion. The ice beneath their feet vibrated faintly, hairline cracks spiderwebbing outward. Batman turned slightly, cape snapping like a blade in the wind. Be ready. Superman rolled his shoulders, eyes flaring red with power. Always am. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And You can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 376, The First Gate. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The gate shuddered, its surface rippling like a storm-torn sea. The air around it screamed an unnatural sound layered over the Arctic gale, before the anomaly split wider with a violent surge of power. Then the cold poured out. Not ordinary cold. A crawling, invasive frost spilled from the rift, rolling across the ice. The Arctic climate embraced it, amplifying it, but this chill carried something alien. The air crystallized as it spread, moisture freezing mid-flight. Snowflakes hardened into needle-sharp shards before reaching the ground. The temperature plummeted in seconds. Batman's cape snapped as he braced, eyes locked on the expanding breach. Superman narrowed his gaze. "Careful, Bruce," he muttered. "This looks like environmental terraforming." The portal flared. And something massive forced its way through. A colossal ice bear emerged first, each step cracking the glacier beneath it. Its body was sculpted from packed frost and enchanted permafrost, breath steaming. Seated atop its back stood an ice elf, tall, gaunt, armored in glimmering frozen plate. A weird crown rested on his head, and in his hand gleamed a curved blade of pure enchanted ice. He threw his head back and laughed. The sound was sharp, mocking, and utterly inhuman. Behind him, the gate disgorged more figures, ranks of ice elves pouring into the storm, pale eyes glowing with predatory malice. Ice wolves slithered through the snow at their flanks, low and silent, breath fogging like smoke. Batman scanned the numbers in an instant. That's a lot of hostiles. Superman's jaw tightened. And if Arthur's intel is accurate, this is just a very small force. Scouts, he called them. The ice elves didn't hesitate or waste time. Bows snapped up in perfect unison. A volley of arrows tore through the storm. Batman moved first. He blurred sideways, cape whipping around him as arrows sliced through the space he'd occupied moments before. Several clanged off the ice behind him, others shattered midair. Superman didn't bother dodging. Arrows struck his chest and shoulders, exploding into frost-laced fragments. Enchanted shafts detonated into bursts of ice magic, clinging to him in freezing tendrils. For a split second, ice crawled over his suit. Superman flexed. The frost fractured and fell away, shattered by sheer force and body heat. "Cute," he muttered, eyes burning brighter with heat vision. Then he launched forward. The battlefield erupted. Superman tore through the front lines like a living comet, shattering ice wolves with single strikes, sending ice elves flying with controlled but devastating blows. Each punch cracked armor and scattered bodies across the snow. Blades flashed toward him. He caught one mid-swing, snapped it in half, and sent its wielder crashing into a frozen ridge. Batman wove through the chaos. He disarmed one elf with a wrist lock, crushed another's sternum with a brutal elbow, and kicked a third into the path of Superman's shockwave. Explosive pellets detonated at his feet, scattering enemies in bursts of fire and concussive force. But these weren't ordinary creatures. One ice elf moved faster than expected, stronger, denser than the others. It lunged from the storm, drawing a frost-laced arrow and firing at point-blank range. Batman twisted. Too late. The arrow punched into his suit, piercing layered armor. Ice magic surged instantly, freezing the impacted plating, crawling outward like a spreading infection. Batman hissed, momentarily slowed. The elf advanced, raising another arrow. A red and blue blur slammed between them. Superman seized the attacker by the collar and hurled him into the ice hard enough to crater it. "You all right?" Superman asked, glancing back. Batman ripped the frozen arrow free, frost cracking off his armor. Operational. But his jaw was tight. He remembered Arthur's voice. Kill or be killed. These things are not here to play villain or hero. They are here to murder and destroy. They are beings born of primordial darkness. This is their purpose. Batman exhaled slowly through his nose. "We don't have a choice," he muttered to himself. The laughter from earlier echoed again. Batman looked up. The mounted ice elf, the apparent commander, raised his sword, barking some strange commands. The giant ice bear roared, pawing at the ice, sending fissures spiderwebbing outward. Superman's gaze locked onto him. "That's the leader," he said. "I'll handle it." He rocketed forward. The ice bear charged, massive claws carving trenches through the frozen ground. The elf swung his blade in a wide arc, sending a crescent of razor-sharp ice screaming toward Superman. Superman dodged upward, letting it carve a canyon through the ice behind him. The elf leapt from his mount with shocking agility, landing in front of Superman, sword flashing in a flurry of disciplined, lethal strikes. The blade scraped across Superman's suit, biting with enchanted force. Superman grunted, pushed back a step. "Not bad, this magic, he admitted. The elf snarled and swung again. Superman caught the blade barehanded. Frost exploded outward, ice crawling over his fingers. The elf twisted, trying to wrench the sword free. Superman's eyes flared. Twin beams of heat vision ignited, lancing straight across the weapon and the elf's grip. The ice sword softened, then melted, dripping away in sizzling rivulets. The elf screamed, stumbling back, clutching his scorched hand. Superman closed the distance instantly. One punch caved in the elf's chest plate. A second sent him flying backward into the ice bear. Both crashed in a violent heap. Before they could rise, Superman drove down with a final, decisive blow. The leader fell still. The moment he died, the gate flickered. Its surface warped, contracted, then collapsed inward with a thunderous implosion. Energy surged back into itself, sealing the breach as if it had never existed. The remaining ice elves froze. Then panic took them. Some fled into the blizzard. Others dropped weapons, screeching in fear. Batman straightened, watching them scatter. He turned to Superman. "We should capture one." Superman nodded. "Agreed. Dead enemies don't answer questions, as for the others we can't let them go." Together, they moved predators in a frozen battlefield, closing in on a fleeing survivor. Hell, Arthur's Shadow Fortress. A vertical violet gash split the air with a thunderless scream, space folding inward as a portal bloomed into existence in front of the fortress. Shadows poured from it first, writhing like living smoke. Arthur stepped through. The rift snapped shut behind him with a violent ripple. He looked nothing like the men who had entered this war. His armor had become something darker, regal and monstrous. Plates of shadow-forged metal layered his frame. Horn contours curved from his helm, sharp and predatory, framing a visor from which two slit-like violet eyes burned. Above, the sky answered him. A colossal silhouette cut through it. Kamish roared. The draconic shadow soared in a wide arc over the fortress. And circling lower, faster, and leaner, Kaisel, the wyvern, screamed through the air. The two beasts soared in the sky, orbiting their monarch's fortress. At the fortress gates, ranks of shadow demon knights and giants stood at attention. Humanoid, armored, intelligent, each one a veteran of death, war, and rebirth. Their armor gleamed with dark metal and spectral edges, eyes glowing faintly within their helms. Arthur approached. Without a word spoken, the knights reacted as one. They stepped aside, forming a perfect corridor. Then they knelt. As soldiers before a king. Their voices rolled out in a unified, reverent growl. "Monarch." Arthur passed between them, cape of living shadow trailing behind him. The fortress gates loomed open, mechanisms unlocking with low, echoing booms. Inside, the stronghold pulsed with dark industry, shadows moving with purpose, elite knights stationed at elevated platforms, war tables etched with maps of hell and beyond. A certain shadow turned as he entered, as if he was waiting. Igris. The shadow marshal, one hand resting upon the hilt of his demon king longsword. His gaze locked onto Arthur. Then Igris stepped forward and knelt, lowering his head in perfect discipline. "Welcome back, Monarch," he said, voice calm and full of reverence. "You return victorious." Arthur stopped before him, shadows curling faintly around his boots. "A temporary one," Arthur replied quietly. "Control is what matters, we have yet to achieve our goal." Igris rose smoothly, turning with a crisp motion and gesturing down the corridor ahead. "This way," he said. "The others await your command." Arthur inclined his head slightly. "Let's go. We have much to discuss. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 377, The War Chamber of Shadows. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. The doors to the war chamber within the fortress opened. Shadow rippled along the walls as Arthur stepped inside, Igris walking half a pace behind him, silent and composed, the demon king longsword resting at his side. The room itself felt less like a hall and more like a command sanctum. A massive circular table dominated the center, carved from black stone veined with glowing violet lines. Above it hovered a 3-dimensional projection of hell, shifting territories, burning dominions. The shadow banners of Arthur lined the walls, some depicting battles long past. And gathered within: Kara, John Constantine, Zatanna, Etrigan. Alongside the shadow marshals, Doom stood in the back, violet light simmering within his monstrous form. Ultra stood with arms folded, eyes glowing faintly. Galatea leaned casually against a pillar, posture relaxed. Hell stood near the table, Kryptonian composure tempered by loyalty. Baru hovered nearby, mandibles clicking softly in restrained excitement. The moment Arthur crossed the threshold, Baru snapped upright and bowed deeply. "Welcome back, my liege," he said with barely contained fervor. "Your return bathes this wretched realm in meaning." Before anyone else could react, a blur of red and gold streaked across the chamber. Kara. Arthur barely managed before she crashed into him. She wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace, relief flooding her expression, eyes scanning him from head to toe in rapid microseconds. "You're back," she breathed, then pulled back just enough to stare at him. "You're not hurt, right? We could feel the fight from here." It was insane, Arthur, that power spike. She surged forward again, planting a quick kiss on his lips with a huff of pent-up emotion. Arthur blinked once, then allowed a faint smile. "I don't think I'm injured," he said calmly. "Merely, a bit tired, I guess." John leaned back in his chair, smirk curling lazily. "Merely tired," he says. "Mate, you just went toe-to-toe with a bloody fallen angel and two of hell's worst nightmares. If that's tired, I'd hate to see what you call exhausted." Arthur glanced at him sidelong. "Still alive, Constantine. That means I held back." "Cocky bastard," John muttered, though the grin never quite left his face. Kara scowled, then punched Arthur lightly on the shoulder. "That's for sending me away," she snapped. "I could have fought beside you." Arthur's smile softened. "I know you can," he said gently. "But not here. Not against beings like that." He turned more serious. "Let's say you are stronger, these entities don't just rely on power alone, they corrupt you, twist you, exploit you. Remember Trigon? How he possessed you just to stop me?" Kara's expression tightened. She looked away, jaw clenched. "But," she started, then stopped. A quiet sigh left her. "Yeah. I know." John clapped his hands once. "All things considered, though. Good work, Arthur. Etrigan here nearly had a heart attack when one of the big three kicked the bucket." Etrigan crossed his arms, teeth bared in a scowl. "I did not panic, mortal." Arthur looked at him with mild amusement. "They won't be a threat anymore. Beelzebub is gone. Belial escaped." Hell bowed his head slightly, voice controlled. "That failure rests on me, my king." Arthur shook his head. "No. One of them was bound to flee. Demons like Belial are like that, they slither away, finding different opportunities to stab you in the back. He might even find us first to ally himself with us." Etrigan scoffed. "That is exactly what my stupid father would do." Arthur chuckled quietly. "Seems you've finally given up resisting." Etrigan glared. "You tricked me." Arthur turned, eyes glinting. "Did I?" Etrigan's voice lowered, begrudging. "I am bound now. Forced to serve you." Arthur shrugged lightly. "That's not so terrible. You wanted to be on the winning side, didn't you?" He met Etrigan's gaze evenly. "We're not claiming hell as a home. Once this campaign ends, we leave. You'll be free of those chains." "Humph," Etrigan muttered. "Fine." Baru stepped forward, eyes gleaming. "Do not mind the fool who fails to recognize your brilliance, my liege. Your light alone makes this realm tremble." Arthur sighed under his breath. "Hello to you too, Baru." He finally took a proper look around. The banners. The carvings. The murals depicting past victories, battles with monsters, gods, demons, alien threats. His gaze lingered on them. Then he looked back at Baru. "This was your doing, wasn't it?" Baru straightened proudly. "Yes. Though it still fails to reflect your true glory. I am ashamed of its inadequacy." Galatea rolled her eyes with a faint groan. Arthur rubbed his temple. "It's fine. Just, never mind." Zatanna stepped forward, expression thoughtful. "So. Are we certain the triumvirate won't cause further trouble?" Arthur placed a hand on the table, shadows coiling subtly around his fingers. "The first of the fallen is bound to me now," he said evenly. "He cannot betray me without severe consequences. Belial fled. Beelzebub is dead. That's about it." John whistled softly. "That's surprisingly merciful of you, sparing the fallen." Arthur glanced at him. "I know what this realm represents, John. Hell is heaven's distorted reflection. If we slaughter too recklessly, heaven will intervene." He paused. "I'm not interested in drawing the likes of Michael's attention yet." John raised a brow, impressed. "Didn't think I'd hear that level of foresight from you." Arthur arched a brow. "You doubt me?" John smirked. "Not anymore. You're right, though, heaven's already watching." They always are. Zatanna nodded lightly. Their silence means they still believe order exists. Arthur turned toward the hovering projection of hell, cities burning, factions clashing, demons slaughtering one another without restraint. Order, he repeated quietly. His voice hardened. This place is everything except order. Shadows flared faintly behind him as he straightened, his gaze sharp. We will bring order for the sake of our actual home. Arthur shifted his gaze and he said calmly, Belian seems to be nearing his destination. John leaned back in his chair, cigarette glowing between his fingers. You sent that angel of yours somewhere, didn't you? Arthur turned slightly. Yes. To the city of Dis. John's smirk widened, a spark of realization flickering in his eyes. Yeah. I thought so. I think I know what you're up to. Arthur's lips curved into a faint smile. It is obvious. Kara blinked, looking between them. It is? Because I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. John snorted. Figures. He gestured lazily with his cigarette. Think about it, sunshine. A being that looks like an angel. Marching into the capital of hell with soldiers that feel nothing like normal souls. That's psychological warfare. You're basically dropping a divine horror movie trailer right in Naren's backyard, a backyard full of demons who would normally shit themselves at the sight of a regular angel. Kara's eyes widened slightly. Oh. John nodded. Yeah. The presence alone will spook half the demon aristocracy, and probably the bastard himself. Arthur inclined his head. Precisely. Belian is not there to conquer. His eyes darkened slightly. He is an omen. A warning. John hummed. Right, but why not just let him storm the palace and get it over with? Save us the trouble. Arthur glanced at him coolly. Aren't you forgetting something, John? John opened his mouth then froze. Oh. Right, Maya. Arthur's voice remained smooth. I can storm the palace. Naren, however, can also act. And if we escalate too quickly. He looked pointedly at John. You are the liability. John lifted both hands in surrender. Yeah. I get it. Forget I said anything. We go slow. Carefully. Zatanna sighed, shaking her head. One day you'll think before you speak, Constantine. Unlikely, John muttered. Kara chuckled. Etrigan folded his arms, eyes glowing faintly. Coward. John scoffed. Strategist, mate. There's a difference. Arthur ignored the banter, tapping a finger against the table. The projection shifted new sigils flaring across distant regions of hell. We are not remaining idle, he said. I've identified the other major factions. He gestured, and several infernal territories pulsed. Azazel. Satanus and Blaze. Zatanna's brows knit slightly. Heavy names. Arthur nodded. Their locations are far from the city of Dis. They're consolidating power elsewhere, naturally fighting against Naren as well, or more like against each other. His gaze narrowed. But Naren is not alone in Dis. The room grew quieter. There is another presence there, Arthur continued. One I cannot ignore. For reasons I don't yet understand, its power is nearly on Naren's level, and with the little time I spent here, I got to know these demons very well. They would stab each other in the back the first chance they get. A subtle tension rippled through the group. Etrigan's expression darkened, lips curling. I figured. Arthur looked directly at him. You know something. Etrigan hesitated, then exhaled through his teeth. Dis has always hidden more than one monster, he growled. Naren never sits alone at the top. There are old forces there. Ancient ones. His eyes flickered, voice lowering. Some predate even Lucifer's reign. John frowned. You're saying there's another heavyweight lurking behind the throne? Etrigan's grin was humorless. Yes. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 378, The First Mother. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stood at the head of the chamber, arms crossed, gaze fixed on Etrigan. Go on then, Etrigan, tell us what you know. Then Etrigan stepped forward. The demon straightened, fire flickering behind his eyes. Of Naren's court, there is a shade unseen. A whispering power that moves between. When I stood beside Azazel's might. He spoke of strings pulled out of sight. Naren could not rise alone. The Tower of Dis is not easily overthrown. When Lucifer vanished, the crown left dead. He seized the throne when Mazikeen followed his stead. He feared her not for strength or blade, but for the bond the morning star made. To harm her risked celestial flame. Thus Queen became her whispered name. She too had help that skirted death. And now that same unseen hand guides Naren's grip across this land. John let out a low whistle. So, he muttered, we've got a mystery puppet master pulling hell's strings. Fantastic. Zatanna tilted her head. Do we know them? Or is this another nightmare we'll have to name ourselves? Etrigan turned, ember-lit eyes narrowing. Azazel spoke a name once told. A rumor whispered, dark and old. I know not truth, nor can attest. But he believed it more than jest. Kara crossed her arms impatiently. Can you please just say it? You're killing me here. Arthur remained silent, gaze fixed on Etrigan, listening with razor focus. The demon inhaled, fire flaring brighter in his throat. The first mother. Silence fell. John blinked, then muttered, bloody hell. Lilith. Zatanna exhaled sharply. If that's true, then hell isn't just unstable. It's on the brink of a full-scale mythological disaster. John ran a hand through his hair. It's basically the apocalypse down here, isn't it? And if we don't wrap this up fast, I'm calling it now, we're getting a front row seat to angels dropping in. He grimaced. Which is never good. Arthur finally spoke. Lilith. He looked at the others. Any clue why she'd help someone like Naren? John shrugged. Could be personal. Could be politics. Could be a long con spanning centuries. With beings like her, there's always another layer. Etrigan snorted. Her motives coil in endless scheme. Truth and lie in one obscene. I cannot grasp her tangled art. Her mind is labyrinth, her soul is dark. Arthur scanned the room. Kara's concern, John's guarded cynicism, Zatanna's quiet dread, his marshal's silent readiness. Then he spoke. It doesn't matter. His eyes glowed faintly violet. Whether Lilith aids Naren out of ambition, resentment, or some grand design, the result will be the same. The war chamber remained alive with murmurs and quiet strategizing until Kara suddenly stepped forward. She reached for Arthur's wrist. Come with me, she said under her breath. Before anyone could tease or interrupt, she tugged him a few steps away from the table, pulling him toward the darker edge of the chamber. Arthur allowed it, watching her with calm curiosity. Kara turned to face him fully, both hands clasping his. Her grip was firm, blue eyes locked into violet. Arthur, she said, voice softer now, I'm starting to question all of this. He tilted his head slightly. Questioning is healthy. She shook her head. Not like that. I mean, what if we're messing with things we shouldn't mess with? A flicker of emotion crossed her face, concern, thoughtfulness, not fear. Arthur studied her. Are you afraid? No, she answered quickly. It's not fear. It's just. She hesitated, searching for words. The things I've heard about hell. Nothing ends well with places like this. Ever. Look at John, we know he wants his soul back. That's insane if you think about it. Beings that can just take something like that from you. Arthur's gaze briefly flicked toward Constantine before returning to her. It was his mistake to make that bargain, he said evenly. But I believe there was a good reason for it. Something he keeps to himself. He might be an idiot sometimes, but his intentions are usually good, it's just chaotic in nature. Kara frowned. He always does. Then she looked back at Arthur. Should we call extra help? Arthur already knew what she meant. You're talking about Raven. Kara nodded. She understands this kind of thing. Magic, demons, hell, she can. No, Arthur said immediately. His tone wasn't harsh, but it was absolute. She is still recovering. I won't drag her into hell after everything she endured lately, even if she can take it. His eyes narrowed slightly. And there are many of her kin here. Even the demon I fought, Belial, is her half-brother. He pointed subtly toward Etrigan across the room. Which makes her, technically, his aunt. Kara blinked. That is still weird to think about. A faint, amused breath escaped Arthur. Then he stepped closer and drew her into a firm, warm embrace. His voice dropped lower. Worry not. We can handle whatever hell throws at us, without dragging anyone else into it. He rested a hand at her back. The reason I brought you here with me, knowing the risks, is because I trust you. You've learned. You've adapted. You've grown stronger beside me. His tone softened further. Your will, your hope, it moves even me. And even this concern of yours about us, I appreciate it more than you think. Kara's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed. You don't mean that, she muttered, smiling despite herself. Arthur simply smiled. She pulled back slightly, still holding his hands. All right then. She leaned forward, pressing a brief kiss to his lips. I trust you, she said quietly. So let's get this over with so we can return and... Before Kara could finish and Arthur could respond. Sorry to interrupt, lovebirds, but John's voice cut in. Arthur's eyes ignited faintly. He turned sharply toward the exit. Yeah, he murmured, already sensing it. I know, John. His expression sharpened. An army is approaching. John grimaced. Could be Naren's. Etrigan scoffed, folding his arms. Naren wouldn't abandon the city of Dis. It's the heart of hell. He'd rather rule from the center than chase shadows at the edge. Arthur stepped away from Kara and moved back toward the table. Then we'll find out who shortly, he said coldly. He turned toward the chamber doors. Follow me. The sky above the fortress tore open in a silent fracture of shadow. From that rupture, Arthur stepped out as if hell itself were merely a doorway. Ashen white hair stirred in the infernal wind, violet light burning behind his eyes. Behind him, the air distorted again. One by one, his marshals emerged. Galatea descended, cape snapping behind her, eyes sharp and cold. Doom stood in absolute silence, his towering form wrapped in writhing darkness. Ultra hovered a few feet above the ground, arms folded. Igris stepped forward with a knight's grace, hand resting on the Demon King longsword. Baruch clicked his mandibles once, standing tall and proud, antennae twitching as he surveyed the battlefield. Hel appeared last, his long shadow hair and cape of shadow billowing behind him. Behind them, the army assembled. Shadow giants towered over the field, colossal silhouettes wreathed in drifting black mist. Demon knights formed disciplined ranks, armored and silent, eyes burning with hellfire. A smaller formation of heavenly soldiers, those Belian had left behind, stood apart, radiating a cold, otherworldly authority, their presence an unsettling contradiction in hell. Kara floated at Arthur's side, John leaned casually nearby, cigarette unlit between his fingers, eyes sharp. Zatanna stood with her staff in hand. Across the scorched plains, an army answered them. Demons by the tens of thousands stretched across the horizon, winged horrors, horned warlords, colossal beasts dragging chains of bone, legions clad in infernal steel. The sky above them burned red with drifting embers. And from their center, a single figure walked forward. Calm and confident. Arthur narrowed his eyes. That presence. He murmured. Another fallen angel. Etrigan said, eyes blazing with recognition. In ancient days his name was praised. A rebel star in heaven's haze. Cunning, ruthless, draped in flame. I know that walk. Azazel's name. The lone figure stopped within speaking distance. Black wings unfolded behind him, feathers singed with ember light. His features were sharp, regal, and twisted with amusement. A slow, wicked smile curved his lips as he spread his arms. His laughter rolled across the battlefield. Lord of Shadows. Azazel's voice echoing like a verdict. You bring quite the spectacle. His gaze flicked across Arthur's ranks, lingering on the shadow giants, the heavenly soldiers, the marshals. A smirk. But spectacle does not equal permission. His eyes locked onto Arthur, amusement darkening into something colder. You are not welcome in this realm. Shadows around Arthur surged in response. I didn't ask for a welcome. He took a step forward. Kara clenched her fists, hovering closer. John let out a dry chuckle. Fallen angels lining up like it's happy hour at the apocalypse. Zatanna whispered under her breath, eyes glowing faintly. This is going to get very loud. Azazel tilted his head, amused. This realm is already in chaos, Lord of Shadows. You think planting your banners here will bring order? A cruel smile. You are merely another invader. Another contender. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter. Then go ahead and stop me. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 379, Azazel. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell erupted into war. John squinted at the fallen angel across the battlefield, smoke curling from the corner of his mouth. Azazel's got some nerve, he muttered to Zatanna. Showing up like this after Arthur wiped the floor with the triumvirate. He either knows something we don't, or he's suicidal. Zatanna frowned, eyes glowing faintly as she scanned the infernal host. It does feel wrong to me as well, she whispered. Too bold. Like he wants something specific to happen. Before either could say more, Azazel raised one hand. He didn't shout. He simply signaled. The demon army surged forward like a tsunami. Claws, wings, fangs, infernal steel, thousands of hellspawn charging in a roaring tide. Baru's mandibles clicked with savage glee. I shall present you their rotting heads at once, my king. He vanished in a blur like a predator, carving into the demon horde, limbs flying, torsos torn apart, blood spraying in arcs. Galatea shot forward next, fists leaving craters as she plowed through a pack of horned brutes, pulverizing skulls with bone-shattering strength. Ultra streaked overhead like a violet comet, slamming through a winged legion midair, scattering bodies like broken dolls. Doom simply charged. The ground fractured beneath his steps as he seized a colossal demon by the throat and hammered it into the earth, cracking the battlefield. Hell rose into the sky, cape of shadow snapping behind him. A searing blast of heat vision sliced through a charging demon column, cutting them cleanly in half. Then he inhaled. And unleashed a typhoon of frozen breath that flash-froze dozens of hellspawn mid-attack, leaving them brittle statues that shattered on impact. Igris stepped forward with immaculate calm. The Demon King longsword flashed. A blur of shadow, every strike from him was elegant and lethal, heads falling, bodies collapsing before they even realized they'd been cut. The shadow giants advanced. At their forefront, Surgur, bigger than the others, towering and colossal, roared before bringing his massive fist down on a multi-headed behemoth. The impact obliterated it. A shockwave rippled outward, flinging demons through the air like ash. The heavenly soldiers formed a radiant wedge, cutting into the infernal masses with merciless discipline, blades glowing with cold, divine corrupted light by shadow that burned the demons. Zatanna and John joined the fray. Arif Ym Rewap. Zatanna snapped, reversing a spell mid-battle, detonating a swarm of demons in a burst of warped magic. John hurled a talisman, muttering under his breath. Right, lads. Back to hell with you. Oh wait, we are in. A demonic brute lunged toward him. But never reached. Hell intercepted, catching the demon by the skull and crushing it before it could land a blow. Focus, Hell said calmly, already moving to obliterate another threat. John blinked. Cheers, mate. Etrigan tore into a pack of demonic beasts, laughter burning like fire. Come then, fiends of scorched domain. Your blood shall feed my hellish flame. Bound or not, I still shall slay. Your screams will echo far away. Azazel's gaze flicked toward him, lips curling. Fool, he called across the battlefield, voice smooth and disdainful. So you've chained yourself to a new master. But you were waiting for the right moment to betray me, weren't you? Etrigan snarled mid-slay. Betrayal is your favorite game. But now I stand against your name. Kara dove into battle, smashing through a squad of armored demons, heat vision flaring as she vaporized a charging warbeast mid-leap. This is insane, she shouted, ducking under a blade and countering with a devastating uppercut. Zatanna exhaled sharply, eyes wide as she took in the scale of it all. It is. John grimaced, blasting a demon back with a sigil. Yeah. And apparently I'm the idiot who brought us here. Then, quieter. Worth it, though. Through it all. Arthur did not move. He hovered in the sky, arms crossed, cloak of shadow fluttering. His violet eyes locked onto a single figure. Azazel. The fallen angel had not joined the battle. He simply watched. Smiling. Arthur's gaze narrowed. I like that he's straightforward, Arthur murmured calmly. But something is amiss. Kara hovered beside him, wiping blood, demonic, not hers, from her cheek. Maybe he's just confident, she suggested. Maybe he really thinks he can beat us. Arthur didn't answer. His eyes never left Azazel. From across the battlefield, the fallen angel met his stare and his smile widened, slow and knowing. Arthur's thoughts darkened. What are you planning exactly? Azazel only chuckled under his breath. The armies clashed below as ash stormed across the battlefield, mingling with hellfire and the shrieks of dying demons. The air itself ripped open by magic, shadow, Kryptonian heat vision, and the crushing impact of titanic clashes. Demons fell in droves. Shadow giants trampled legions beneath their feet, their colossal forms carving paths of annihilation through the demon ranks. At the heart of the battlefield, Baru slaughtered demons with savage delight, claws ripping, his mandibles flexing. For his glory, for my king. He ripped a demon in half mid-charge, tossing the remains aside as if he was bored. Baru glanced toward Igris. For a brief moment, their eyes met. No words were needed. A shared understanding. Baru clicked his mandibles once. Igris inclined his head slightly. They moved. Together. They carved a path through the demonic army. Baru tore through demons like a guillotine, leaping, impaling, crushing, heads flying everywhere. Igris followed like a silent reaper, blade flickering, decapitating, disarming, dismembering with flawless form of an experienced knight, a knight bred for war. Demons tried to swarm them. They died for it. In moments, they stood before Azazel. The demon lord hovered calmly above the chaos, black wings unfurled, arms behind his back, as though merely observing a performance. Baru struck first. Claws erupted from beneath Azazel, surging upward, aiming to skewer him through the torso. At the same time, Igris appeared at his side, sword flashing, its edge sliding toward Azazel's neck in a perfect execution strike, blue lightning erupting from it. 2 flawless attacks. Perfectly timed. They passed through him. Like mist. The claws tore through empty air. The sword sliced through nothing. Baru froze, mandibles twitching in irritation. What? Igris narrowed his eyes, sword humming as he pulled it back, scanning Azazel with confusion. Azazel simply smiled. A lazy smile. From afar, Arthur watched. His arms remained crossed. His expression calm despite what he just saw. Violet eyes sharp. He lifted 2 fingers slightly. A silent command. Baru was clearly annoyed from his failed attempt, but he nodded. Igris gave a brief bow of acknowledgement. They turned, retreating seamlessly back into the fray, resuming their slaughter without another word. Zatanna stared at Azazel, eyes narrowing. That wasn't real. Constantine exhaled smoke. Projection. Glamour. Astral double. Pick your poison. Arthur murmured under his breath, almost amused. I see now, although his presence saturates this battlefield, his body does not. A faint smile curved his lips. Oh, Azazel. Then he vanished. A shadow burst detonated behind him as he surged forward at blinding speed, space warping from the force of his acceleration. Kara, mid-combat, crushed a demon skull with a punch and glanced up. Can Arthur even hurt him like this, she wondered. Azazel watched Arthur approach, still calm. This is merely a test, he said smoothly. To gauge what you are capable of, Lord of Shadows. You can't. Arthur stopped inches before him. He simply raised his hand. Violet light ignited in his eyes. Shadows exploded outward, swirling around Azazel. Azazel blinked, momentarily confused. The shadows didn't harm him. His confidence returned. See, he scoffed. It's futile. Arthur's voice was cold. Now. I can find your physical form. Azazel's eyes widened. For the first time, something flickered across his composure. Arthur closed his eyes. And then. The shadows surged as a tide. A wave. A flood of darkness erupted from Arthur, racing across the battlefield in every direction, sliding over corpses, crawling across shattered ground, climbing into the burning sky. He became the epicenter of a living abyss. John stared, wide-eyed. What the hell is he doing? Even Kara paused mid-battle, eyes locked on Arthur as the shadows washed past her like a cold storm. Azazel felt it. A shiver crawled through him even as a projection. His gaze snapped toward Arthur. This is enough, Azazel muttered, tension creeping into his tone. I already got what I came for. What you do with these lessers is of no concern to me. His form began to fade. Disperse. Arthur opened his eyes. There you are. His gaze snapped toward a distant point in hell's burning horizon. A slow, dangerous smile formed. Then. Boom. He exploded forward in a comet of shadow, a spear forming in his grasp, violet lightning spiraling along its length as he accelerated toward his prey. The Monarch of Shadows gave chase. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 380, Masek Mavdal. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Kara hovered above a wreckage she just made, her breathing sharp and uneven, a hulking demon clenched in one hand by the throat. Its claws scraped uselessly at her wrist, molten fire dripping from its jaws as it struggled. Her eyes flicked across the battlefield. Arthur, can you? No answer. No presence beside her. Oh right. He just flew off. Her jaw tightened. With a sudden twist, she snapped the demon's neck and let the corpse fall into the inferno below. She turned sharply toward Constantine in the distance. What are we supposed to do now? She called. John wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, hands already forming sigils of magic. We finished the job, he replied dryly. Glad he didn't take his entire shadow circus with him. That'd have been awkward. Zatanna scoffed, though sweat glistened on her brow as she raised her hands, eyes glowing faintly. ECIFO Mrats. At her command. A swarm of winged demons twisted mid-flight, bodies freezing as if time itself rejected them, before bursting into shards of ice. Their numbers are getting smaller, she muttered, scanning the endless tide of enemies. Arthur's shadows are merciless. John smirked. We do love biting off more than we can chew sometimes, but now I do feel sorry for them, almost. Kara launched herself forward, frustration and worry rising in her chest. A serpentine demon lunged for her. She met it head-on, tearing it in half mid-air and hurling the remains into another pack. A towering brute charged, only to have its skull shattered by a single punch. Stay down, she snapped, even as more rushed in. Heat vision flared from her eyes, a brilliant crimson arc cutting through a cluster of fiends and turning them to drifting ash. But her focus kept slipping. Arthur was out there. Chasing Azazel. Alone. Her fists clenched. You better not get yourself in trouble. Near the center of the battlefield, Constantine stood back to back with Zatanna as a demon stitched from screaming faces lunged at them. John raised a hand lazily. Oi. Personal space. Hellfire erupted into chains that wrapped around the creature, dragging it to its knees. Zatanna stepped forward, voice sharp and precise. Kerb. The demon folded inward on itself, screaming as it collapsed into nothing. John glanced sideways. That was terrifying. She smirked faintly. The demon or my magic? You are. Behind them, Arthur's forces tore through the demons. Heavenly soldiers carved radiant arcs through infernal hordes, as if they were made specifically to battle demons and the damned. Demon knights advanced in disciplined formation, blades flashing with ruthless attacks that meant to kill in one strike. Baru rampaged through enemies with manic delight, laughing as he ripped demons apart. Igris moved like a silent executioner, his demon king longsword tracing flawless lethal arcs of lightning. Doom crushed skulls with lazy efficiency, while Ultra streaked through the sky in violet flashes. Hell hovered protectively near Constantine and Zatanna, incinerating anything that looked dangerous and strayed too close. Slowly, the demon army began to collapse. Far from the battlefield, atop a jagged hell mountain, Azazel sat on scorched bones. The real Azazel. Wind tore at his black wings as crimson storms churned overhead. Then his eyes narrowed. A presence locked onto him. Surprise flickered across his expression before turning into a grin. He found me. A low chuckle escaped him as he rose, wings spreading wide. I didn't know you could do that, Lord of Shadows. He gazed toward the farthest edge of hell, toward a place even demons feared to name. The bastard is coming after me. His smile sharpened. Good. I'll lead him somewhere fitting. With a sinister laugh, Azazel launched himself into the sky. At hell's distant boundary yawned a colossal abyss. A pit so vast it swallowed everything. Chains the size of towers lay shattered around its rim. Faces screamed from the stone walls. Pillars leaned inward like they feared to look below. From its depths rose endless sound. Wails. Cries. Whispers. The echo of bones breaking again and again. The place screamed of suffering and torture. A grave and an exile for things that should never return. A streak of violet black tore across hell's sky. Arthur flew like a falling star made of shadow, dark cloak trailing behind him, Thanatos Bronte spear gripped in one hand. He closed the distance with terrifying speed. Azazel glanced back mid-flight, smirking. Come, Shadow, he murmured. Let's see how your dominion handles what waits below. Arthur did not respond. He simply accelerated. And the screaming abyss drew closer. Arthur came to a halt at the rim of the abyss, the pit of hell itself stretching below him. His violet eyes glowed, narrowing as he surveyed the darkness and the screams that rose from it. The pit of hell. He murmured, voice low, reverent. From the far distance, Azazel's figure hovered above the brim of the pit, wings folding neatly, a wicked grin on his face. Masek Mabdal, he called, voice carrying over the screaming wind, the exile, where we send those we don't like to. Arthur's grip on his spear tightened, the shadows along his arms coiling. And you led me here, so you can try and force me inside. Azazel laughed, coldly. I'll try. But even if I cannot. His hand pointed upward. Arthur's gaze followed it. A massive entity circled above the pit, wings wider than the horizon itself, feathers and scales melding into a terrifying amalgam of angelic and demonic form. Its presence alone was ominous, its eyes glowed with a muted crimson, a blind being, but it was surveying the pit below. Another fallen angel. Arthur muttered. How many of you are there? Azazel tilted his head, amused, his voice dripping venom. That one. That is Abaddon. Guardian of the pit, warden of those who trespass. He does not take kindly to visitors, or to those who think of escape. Arthur's violet eyes flicked back to Azazel. And what does that make you? The lesser fool, Azazel replied, wings twitching, who knows how to bait the truly dangerous. His expression hardened as he gestured, a batten will strike, and you will feel the weight of its hospitality. Arthur's voice was calm, almost bored. And yet you sent me here yourself, are you certain it won't attack you as well? Of course, Azazel said, voice low and deadly. I controlled my presence knowing this firsthand. I knew you would come seeking my life, and in doing so, you walk willingly into the jaws of the pit. With a hostile intent in mind. The monstrous form of a batten descended with the inevitability of a storm, circling faster, wings chopping through the hellish winds like blades. Its roar shook the very edge of the pit, a sound both infernal and divine. Arthur exhaled slowly, the faintest smile curling at the edge of his lips. With the speed of thought, he hurled his spear toward Azazel. The weapon streaked through the air, a blur of shadow and steel. It pierced Azazel's shoulder before the fallen angel even had a chance to react. A scream of rage tore from his throat. Curse you! Arthur did not pause. He surged upward, shadow violet flames licking at his form as he rocketed toward a batten, moving with an unnatural, terrifying velocity. Azazel's eyes widened, a rare flicker of surprise cutting across his face. Crazy bastard! He hissed. Does he not know what this being can do? Arthur's voice carried upward over the winds of the pit, calm and lethal. I'm going to find out. The two collided midair. Shadows met wings and claws, the sound like thunder ripping through hell itself. A batten lashed out, striking with a force that could shatter mountains, and Arthur danced through it, spear spinning in a deadly arc. His shadow armor flared, horns glowing faintly in the infernal light. Etrigan secretly followed Arthur and he observed the pit from a distance. Arthur's eyes never left a batten, calculating, analyzing and waiting for attacks. With a sudden burst, he attacked again, shadows erupting outward in a tidal wave of violet energy. The warden faltered, confusion flickering for a fraction of a second. I will not be stopped, not by you, not by anything this realm or this pit can throw at me. Azazel, who kept his distance, laughed, he will learn the folly of his arrogance. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 381, Arthur vs. a Batten. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want, // Arthur and a batten clashed above the pit of Mosek Mavdil. A batten was not a warrior, he was a calamity. A big, corrupted fallen angel beast, he had no eyes, no skin, but it fought like a demonic doomsday. He roared, a sound that split clouds of ash and sent shockwaves through the abyss. Arthur surged forward to meet him. His armor was a regal nightmare shadow-forged plating, violet energy pulsing between plates. His slit-like eyes burned with power and authority, and his spear was glowing with death-bound lightning. A batten was relentless in its attacks. A titanic claw tore through the air, ripping space apart as it descended. Arthur vanished. A flicker of shadows, then he reappeared above the beast, spear crashing downward in a spiraling arc. The impact rang and a batten reeled, wings snapping outward as he countered with a savage backhand. Arthur crossed his arms, shadows forming a shield. The blow launched him backward over the pit. For a moment, he drifted, silent and composed, then he twisted midair, shadows detonating behind him as propulsion, launching him back like a black comet. You guard a prison, Arthur said coldly, closing the distance in a blink. Why not become my soldier instead? He drove the spear forward. A batten howled and clamped his claws around it and eldritch energy surged through it. The force rippled outward, cracking the air itself. Arthur was surprised. His shadows coiled around a batten's arm like chains, tightening, crushing. Violet lightning surged from the spearhead, crawling up the beast's limb. A batten retaliated, biting. Rows of jagged teeth snapped toward Arthur's head. Arthur ducked, twisted, and slammed his knee into the creature's jaw with immeasurable force. Bone cracked. The beast reeled, blood spilling into the abyss below, evaporating before it could fall. Arthur pressed the assault. He spun, carving arcs of void through the air, each strike heavy enough to split mountains. A batten battered him with wings and claws, raw power against calculated annihilation. They spiraled above the pit, exchanging blows that shook the foundations of hell itself. A claw clipped Arthur's side. His armor almost fractured. Shadows surged to repair it instantly. His expression didn't change. What a beast, he muttered. You're not exactly fragile. A batten shrieked, slamming both fists together to crush him. Arthur blurred. He reappeared behind the beast and drove his spear straight through one of its wings, pinning it mid-flight. Deathbound lightning exploded outward. Abaddon screamed in rage and agony and spun violently, tail and wings lashing. Arthur ripped the spear free and flipped backward, eyes flashing. For a fraction of a second, his gaze shifted. Azazel. The fallen angel had already turned to flee, wings flaring as he attempted to escape the chaos. Arthur noticed. He considered pursuing. Then he sensed something else. Another presence, a familiar one. Arthur smiled faintly. Go, he murmured under his breath. Make sure he won't get far. He refocused on Abaddon. Azazel streaked through the hellish sky, cursing under his breath. That shadow-damned human, occupied or not, I won't stay here to be torn apart, he is actually fighting that thing. He accelerated. And flames erupted in front of him. Etrigan materialized in a burst of hellfire, sword blazing, grin feral. Where dost thou flee, O fallen snake? Thy borrowed might shall surely break. This is my hour, my reckoning due. To end old debts, beginning with you. Azazel snarled. Out of my way, Etrigan. You're not even worth my time. Not worth thy time. Etrigan laughed, spinning his blade. Yet here I stand, and here you quake. The one drunk on arrogance is thee. Azazel's eyes burned. You're no match for me, mongrel. Then come, bright fool, and test thy claim. Let hell itself remember this name. They clashed. Azazel attacked first, conjuring burning lances of infernal light, hurling them in a storm. Etrigan spun through them, slashing, flames curling around his limbs as he closed the gap in a blur. Steel met hellfire. Azazel drew a blade of condensed damnation, their weapons colliding in a shower of sparks. He struck fast, centuries of combat experience behind each movement. Etrigan met him blow for blow, laughter echoing even as he fought. Strike and curse, fallen fiend. Azazel kicked him back and unleashed a torrent of dark flames. Etrigan planted his feet, roaring as his own inferno surged outward, the two hellfires colliding violently. You were always a pawn, Azazel spat. A dog chained to stronger masters. Etrigan's eyes burned brighter. A dog perhaps, but teeth remain. And now I snap at Satan's chain. He surged forward, slashing Azazel's wing, drawing a hiss of pain. Azazel retaliated with a brutal elbow, sending Etrigan crashing through jagged rock. Etrigan burst back out, laughing. Yes. Yes. Show thy wrath, fallen star. Let hell decide just who you are. Their battle spiraled away, fire and corruption tearing across the sky. Back over the abyss, Arthur and Abaddon reached a fever pitch. Abaddon gathered eldritch energy into his chest, preparing a cataclysmic roar. Arthur moved first. Shadows erupted from his back like a storm of spears, impaling the beast from multiple angles. He surged forward through them, driving his spear deep into Abaddon's sternum. Fall, Arthur commanded. Violet lightning detonated inside the Guardian. Abaddon roared, convulsing, wings spasming as he began to lose altitude over the pit. Arthur twisted the spear, wrenching it free in a cascade of shadow. Abaddon thrashed through the ashen sky wounded, enraged, yet far from finished. The corrupted fallen angel beast twisted midair, broken wing twitching. Its blind face tilted toward Arthur. Then its chest swelled. Reality warped around its throat. Arthur narrowed his glowing violet eyes. How stubborn. Abaddon unleashed it. A colossal eldritch blast tore from its maw, an impossible fusion of infernal flame, divine rot, and screaming souls compressed into a single annihilating torrent. The beam distorted space itself, dragging echoes of damned voices with it as it surged forward. Arthur raised both arms. Shadows erupted, layering into a massive barrier, improved with ruler's authority as he tried to push the blast away. The blast struck. The impact shattered the sky. A shockwave detonated outward, ripping through distant rock formations and sending fragments tumbling into the pit. Arthur was hurled backward through the air before stabilizing, boots digging into nothingness. His armor cracked. Deep fractures spiderwebbed across the shadow plating, violet energy leaking. He exhaled slowly. Impressive. The corner of his mouth twitched. No wonder the demons fear you, and how you managed to guard this place. Abaddon roared triumphantly and attacked again, claws ripping through the air, trying to finish what its blast had begun. Arthur vanished. A moment later, he reappeared beneath the beast, then he launched upward, spear blazing with deathbound lightning. Abaddon swung. Arthur slipped past the strike, twisting midair and driving the spear through one of its remaining wings, pinning it. Violet lightning exploded, ripping through. The beast screamed raw, animalistic, devoid of reason. There was no speech. No bargain. Only hunger and wrath. Arthur ripped the spear free and spun, slashing across its torso with a crescent of condensed shadow. Abaddon reeled, losing altitude, spiraling above the abyss. Arthur surged after it, his presence crushing Abaddon's soul. "You're not like the others," he muttered coldly. "No mind to reason with. No pride to exploit." He raised his spear. "Then I'll end you like a beast." Abaddon gathered what little power it had left, maw splitting open again, but Arthur was faster. He blurred. In an instant, he was above the fallen guardian, shadows spiraling around him like a storm of blades. He brought the spear down. A single, perfect arc. The spear cleaved through Abaddon's neck in a legendary, decisive strike, shadow and lightning tearing through. The head separated. For a fraction of a second, Abaddon's body twitched in disbelief. Then gravity claimed it. The severed head fell first, tumbling silently into the abyss, followed by the massive, broken body, damaged wings folding uselessly as it plummeted. The pit welcomed it with a chorus of distant screams. Arthur hovered there, watching. His eyes burned violet in the gloom, reflecting the endless fall. He remained silent as the guardian vanished into the darkness of Mosek Mavdal. "I had no choice but to kill this thing, and I didn't even claim it. Though I'm not sure it would work with a fallen angel," he said quietly to himself. Not in regret. In acceptance. Somewhere in the distance, Etrigan's voice echoed faintly through battle and flame. Arthur tightened his grip on his spear and slowly turned his gaze toward Etrigan's direction. He was getting irritated now because of one thing. That Azazel was still breathing. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 382, Sealed in Shadow. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Ash and ember spiraled through the abyssal sky as Azazel staggered backward, blood sizzling where Etrigan's infernal blade had grazed him. The fallen angel's usual smug composure was fractured. Not by Etrigan, but by what he had just felt. A pressure so monstrous, sovereign, and absolute. Azazel's eyes widened as a distant roar echoed through hell, followed by a sudden, suffocating silence. Abaddon's presence vanished. Gone. Dead. His mind reeled. He managed to kill him. He actually killed Abaddon. That beast, warden of the pit. Slain. For the first time in centuries, fear clawed at Azazel's heart. This being is too dangerous. Was he sent by Lucifer? Or, worse, perhaps heaven? Steel clashed again as Etrigan lunged. Where slithers off the serpent proud. Face me now, stand your ground. Azazel snapped back to reality, parrying with a snarl. Out of my way, mutt. This is beyond you. Then a violent crack split the air. A spear, wrapped in violet lightning, pierced Azazel's torso before he could even register it. He screamed as the impact hurled him back, pinning him momentarily to a rock formation. Arthur descended from above like a falling star, cape of living darkness billowing. He landed beside Etrigan with an impact, ground fracturing beneath his boots. "Come." His voice rolled out colder. "You are not leaving, Azazel." He stepped forward. "You will either submit, or die." Azazel tore himself free with a roar, wings flaring wide, pride roaring louder than his fear. "Not in a million years, Shadow Lord." His grin twisted into something feral. "If hell must burn to end you, then so be it." He spread his arms. And the world changed. Reality around them did. The sky split open into writhing layers of flesh and darkness. Walls of pulsating eyes bloomed from the air itself. Maws tore open where stone had been, teeth gnashing in endless hunger. Veins of infernal energy crawled across the ground, and countless distorted faces screamed from within the environment. Everything became Azazel. The battlefield transformed into a living, eldritch nightmare. A domain of corruption. A realm where every surface breathed. Every inch of it hungered. Arthur turned slowly, taking in the spectacle with mild interest. "Some sort of a domain expansion," he muttered. "So that's your trick?" His gaze flicked over the writhing eyes and gnashing fangs. "Quite theatrical. But what exactly do 1,000 eyes and mouths accomplish?" Azazel's voice echoed from everywhere at once, layered, warped, omnipresent. "Arrogant fool." The walls screamed in unison. "This is my dominion. My abyss. My throne of souls." A dozen massive maws snapped in Arthur's direction. "You are trapped within me, Lord of Death. I will devour your very soul, and with it, I will make hell kneel, with me as its one true ruler." Etrigan braced himself, flames flaring brighter as the environment gnawed at his presence. "Your pride shall be your noose. Your boasts a self-made gallows use." He turned to Arthur. "If we tarry in this cursed domain, Its weight shall grind us into pain. He is no fool, the threat is real. Arthur glanced at him sideways. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Relax, Etrigan. He lifted his spear slightly, shadows responding like a tide. I know Azazel's limits. Azazel laughed, an echoing, multi-layered howl that came from 100 throats. Limits? You dare speak of limits here? I swiveled toward Arthur, unblinking. This is my realm. My control. My will. Do you feel it, Lord of Death? The fear? The inevitability. His voice distorted further. You may have crushed the triumvirate, but they were fools. Insects. Beneath me. Maws snapped closer. You are mine now. To consume. To break. To own. Arthur exhaled slowly. He looked around at the writhing hellscape, flesh, eyes, souls, and screaming mouths, living walls. Then he sighed. This is going to be embarrassing. Etrigan blinked, genuinely confused. Embarrassing. Speak plain, Dark King. What jest do you intend to bring? Azazel snarled, irritated. What do you mean? Arthur's violet eyes gleamed. You'll understand shortly. Azazel's domain was like a living nightmare. 1,000 eyes stared. Countless maws stretched wide, drooling infernal hunger. Arthur stood calm to the point of insult. He lifted one hand. A small orb of condensed shadow formed in his palm, dense, and it contained something that felt deeper than just darkness. Then he flicked it upward. The orb shot into the sky at impossible speed, vanishing beyond the writhing canopy of Azazel's eldritch realm. It did not explode nor did it tear reality. It did not even ripple the environment. Azazel laughed a layered, distorted chorus that echoed from every direction. What was that, Lord of Death? His voice slithered through the screaming walls. An attack. A plea. A joke. Eyes narrowed in mockery. It didn't even tickle me. Etrigan glanced sideways at Arthur, brow furrowing. What spell was cast, what card was played? Was this a strike, or just a masquerade? Arthur did not answer. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, posture relaxed, gaze fixed on the warped sky. His violet eyes glowed with a cold focus. Azazel did not waste the moment. The domain attacked, everything did at the same time. Thousands of fanged maws snapped open at once. Barbed tongues lashed like whips. Teeth crashed together like guillotines. A storm of eldritch hunger surged toward Arthur and Etrigan. Claws of reality itself tore through the air. Etrigan raised his flames, bracing. But Arthur did not move. The maws crashed into him. Teeth closed around his shoulders, his arms, his throat. Fangs raked across his armor. Ice screamed inches from his face. Azazel's laughter deepened. Yes. Break, Lord of Shadows. Scream. Struggle. Fade. But something was wrong. Azazel felt it before he understood it. There was no resistance. No flesh being torn, no soul being consumed. No presence at all. The things devouring Arthur felt like they were biting smoke. He attacked harder. More maws. More eyes. More flesh. Still. Nothing. Azazel's laughter faltered. What is going on, where? His voice lost its certainty. Where are you? The domain shuddered. True fear crept into his tone. The eyes around him darted, searching. The mouths hesitated mid-snap. A realization crawled up his spine like ice. This isn't real. This was never real. No, he snarled, panic seeping through his pride. What did you do? The eldritch realm began to fracture. Like shattered glass. Reality peeled away. All of that was an illusion and it collapsed. The true battlefield returned. A ruined stretch of hell's sky, burning embers drifting in the air. Arthur stood exactly where he had been before, untouched, unscathed. In his hand rested the same shadow orb. Except now. Inside it writhed Azazel. Miniaturized. Distorted. Still in his monstrous, eldritch form, but trapped, sealed, clawing uselessly at the inside of his prison. His many eyes flared wide with terror. His voices overlapped in panicked confusion. Arthur regarded the orb with faint amusement. I'm sure he figured it out by now, he said calmly. Unfortunately for him, it's far too late. Etrigan stepped closer, peering at the imprisoned fallen angel. A grin split his demonic face. Well struck, well played, Dark King of Night. To lose so grandly is a pitiful sight. He tilted his head, smirking at Azazel's writhing form. That, dear fallen, was quite the scene. A grand defeat, both sharp and mean. The sealed orb hovered in Arthur's palm, Azazel's presence leaked through it in poisonous whispers. Hatred. Spite. Mockery. Even bound, he refused to be silent. Etrigan the demon took a step forward and asked. Dark Monarch, bearer of night. Apprise you hold of dreadful might. That fallen fiend, in chains so tight. Grant him to me, to fuel my fight. Arthur turned his head slowly. His eyes settled on Etrigan like twin abysses. Know your place, Etrigan, Arthur said calmly, the words heavy enough to crush defiance. I am not blind to your hunger. I know you would devour him to grow in power. Etrigan's grin twitched but the usual bravado faltered. His claws flexed at his sides. For strength I hunger, that much is true. Yet power shared could benefit you. That angel's soul, so torn and scarred. A weapon rare, a potent card. Arthur didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned away. His gaze drifted beyond as if piercing through reality itself, down into the abyss, the pit of hell. I have a better idea, Arthur murmured. He looked back at Etrigan. Follow me. The command was not loud. It did not need to be. And then they vanished. The pit of hell yawned before them. Heat roared. Shadows twisted. Even gravity felt wrong here. Arthur hovered above the edge, cape stirring in the infernal wind. The sealed orb floated beside him, trembling violently now, sensing what awaited. Inside, Azazel's voice surged, no longer whispers, but raw fury. Etrigan appeared beside Arthur in a burst of flame, his expression tight. Think wisely, king of shadowed flame. That soul could serve a greater game. Arthur didn't look at him. His eyes were fixed on the abyss below. The greater game, Arthur repeated quietly, is exactly why I won't let you have him or anyone else. The orb shook violently. A voice burst out from within, venom-laced and shaking with rage. You arrogant wretch. You think chains and shadows make you a god? Release me, Lord of Death. Face me, not a coward hiding behind seals. Arthur lifted his hand. Then he closed his fingers. And hurled the orb downward. Azazel's curses erupted into a storm of hatred, his voice stretching, distorting as the pit swallowed him. You will regret this. Your kingdom will burn. I will. The darkness devoured him. Silence followed. Etrigan exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as if witnessing a tragedy written in fire. Arthur watched the pit for a moment longer. Then he turned. There are fates worse than being used as fuel, he said quietly. Azazel doesn't deserve ascension. He deserves oblivion and he just received it. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 383, A Heavenly Presence. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell, the city of Dis. From the highest balcony of the infernal palace in the Tower of Dis, Naren stood motionless. His expression, usually drenched in smug amusement, was tight. Another presence had just vanished from Hell's tapestry. Another powerful one. He felt it the way kings feel tremors beneath their throne. Abaddon the great warden of the pit of Hell, gone. Azazel. Erased from the board, sealed in the pit. Naren's fingers tightened on the railing until the metal bent. No, he muttered under his breath. This cannot continue. He turned slowly, crimson eyes burning. He defeats Hell's strongest as if swatting flies. Fallen angels. Ancient wardens. Even the likes of Etrigan bend the knee. His jaw flexed. And the first of the fallen will no longer move openly against him. His voice lowered. A direct confrontation may very well end in my defeat. Behind him, a soft laugh echoed through the chamber. Lilith stepped into view, ancient and ageless. My, she purred, it seems you are finally thinking clearly. She circled him slowly. Yes, if one wishes to kill something that slaughters demons and fallen angels like insects, one must choose a different method. Her eyes gleamed. A method that does not involve him, directly. Naren's lips twisted into a thin, sinister smile. Of course. He began pacing. If we assume one of his goals here is to retrieve that fool Constantine's soul from my grasp. He scoffed. And Constantine is merely a friend to him, what lengths would he go to for his own blood? Lilith's smile sharpened. Careful, she said softly. Do not kill them. She stopped in front of him. If you extinguish what he loves, his wrath will not be containable. Use them. Bend them. Pressure him. Naren's eyes flickered with intrigue. I know precisely how far to push. Before he could continue, Lilith's gaze drifted toward the balcony doors. Before you act, she murmured, take a look outside. Naren frowned slightly. Then he stepped onto the balcony. And froze. The hellish sky above the city of Dis was no longer empty. It was filled with dark flying entities. A legion. Winged silhouettes in perfect formation, armor gleaming with cold, violet luminance. They hovered in disciplined ranks, their presence suffocated the demons below. They looked heavenly, radiant, and terrifying. At their forefront, Belian, the Shadow Marshal. His blade rested at his side, wings spread wide, eyes burning with sovereign violet fire. Below, the streets of Dis erupted into chaos. Demons stumbled backward, staring upward in disbelief. Heaven has invaded, one shrieked. No, no, those wings are dark, something is wrong. They are not angels, look at their eyes and wings. Close the gates. Sound the horns. Panic spread like wildfire. Lesser demons dropped weapons. Some fell to their knees, thinking the judgment of heaven had come. From the balcony, Naren's eyes narrowed. Is he attacking us? His gaze sharpened further as he studied them. These soldiers, they are frighteningly familiar. His voice dropped. They are not what I think they are, right? Lilith stepped beside him, peering into the sky. She studied them carefully. Then she laughed. Fear not. She folded her arms. They are not angels. Or at least not the ones I once knew. Her tone carried no deception. No uncertainty. Naren looked at her for a long moment, searching for even a trace of falsehood. He found none. Very well, First Mother. He turned back toward the sky. If he commanded an army of true angels, he would not bother with theatrics. Hell would already kneel. Lilith's smile deepened. I think I know what he is doing. Naren glanced at her. He sent them as a warning. Silence lingered between them. Naren's eyes fixed on Belian. So it seems. High above, Belian's gaze locked onto the palace balcony. His violet eyes narrowed. Without a word, he lifted his blade. And swung. A single arc of condensed shadow and radiant force carved through the sky, vast, razor-sharp, splitting clouds and fire alike as it descended toward the palace. Demons screamed. The arc struck. Naren reacted instantly, summoning a colossal shield of hellfire. Crimson flames spiraled outward, intercepting the attack in a violent explosion that shook the city of Dis. Shockwaves rippled through the towers. The shield cracked, but it held. Smoke cleared. Belian's voice thundered from above. This is your warning, false ruler of hell. Every demon below fell silent. You will submit and surrender to the Shadow Monarch. His blade pointed downward. Restore what you stole. Vacate the throne you claimed falsely. His wings flared, casting vast shadows over the city. And you may live. The air trembled with the next words. I shall not repeat myself. His eyes burned brighter. For when next we come, we shall not speak. Our blades will do so in our stead. The legion shifted as one. Then they ascended, vanishing into the infernal sky like a fading omen. The silence they left behind was heavier than any war sounds. Below, demons whispered in terror. He's challenging Naren. A declaration of war. On the balcony, Naren lowered his hand slowly. His expression was no longer amused. It was thoughtful, dangerously so, anger was clearly written all over his face. Lilith glanced at him. He is not just threatening you, she said softly. He is saying he can kill you whenever he wants. Naren's gaze lingered on the empty sky. Then we shall see, he murmured, voice cold as iron. Whether this monarch of shadows is prepared for what I have in mind. Gotham, Arthur's estate. Sunlight filtered softly through tall arched windows, warming polished floors and the dark wood furniture that lined Arthur's private wing. Outside, the wind stirred the trees in measured rhythm, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding in hell. Inside Arthur's room, Raven sat cross-legged at the center of the chamber, her posture straight, hands resting gently upon her knees. A faint violet aura glowed around her, subtle and controlled, disciplined. Unlike the chaotic pulse of demonic power she once struggled with, this energy flowed in measured currents, calm as a moonlit tide. Her breathing slowed. In. Out. The room responded to her presence. Minutes passed. Then her eyes opened. A soft exhale left her lips. Phew. She murmured quietly. I feel alive. She flexed her fingers, there was strength there now. Stability. No violent backlash. No creeping corruption gnawing at her consciousness. Her gaze drifted toward the window. I wonder how Arthur and Kara are doing right now. She said softly to herself. She closed her eyes briefly, reaching outward with her senses. Nothing. No trace of Arthur's immense shadow aura. No trace of Kara's blazing presence. That could mean only one thing. They were very far away. Or somewhere she could not reach. Her brows knit slightly. I can't sense them anywhere nearby. I mean, I know they are okay, but what is this feeling? She stood slowly, smoothing the fabric of her cloak. Maybe I should visit his mom, she decided aloud. I feel better right now, I should move a bit. The door opened as she stepped into the hallway and nearly collided with George, who had just raised his hand to knock. He froze mid-motion. She noticed the hesitation. George lowered his hand slowly, adjusting his posture with refined composure. Ah. Miss Raven, he said smoothly. I was about to inquire whether you required anything. He glanced past her into the room. However, he added thoughtfully, I observed you were in the midst of meditating. It seemed prudent not to interrupt. He clasped his hands behind his back. I have learned that disturbing individuals during such a process rarely ends favorably. Raven tilted her head slightly. You sensed it. George offered a faint, dignified smile. I may not possess mystical prowess, but even I can recognize when the air begins to feel ominously weird. She gave a small laugh. That's fair. They began walking down the corridor together. If you are inclined, George continued, I have already prepared a meal for you. Something light, yet nourishing. One must not meditate on an empty stomach. Raven paused for a moment. Then she looked at him sincerely. Thank you, George. Truly. For taking care of me lately. There was no sarcasm or guarded tone. Just gratitude. George's expression softened, though he quickly regained his refined composure. It is my duty, child, he said smoothly. And most certainly not because Master Arthur may or may not transform me into a shadow soldier should I prove negligent. His tone remained perfectly serious. Purely professional motivation. Raven stared at him. Then burst into quiet laughter. You know he wouldn't do that. George lifted a brow. Would he not? She smiled warmly. He likes you. George considered that. Then nodded solemnly. I shall accept that as insurance. They reached the foyer. George studied her carefully. Are you feeling well? He asked more seriously now. Well enough to leave the estate. Raven stretched her shoulders slightly, testing her energy. Yes, she replied. If I linger here any longer, I might start losing energy from inactivity. She looked toward the main doors. I'll visit Arthur's family. See how they're doing. A small pause. And check whether Arthur visited them with Kara at some point. There was a faint note of concern beneath her calm tone. George nodded. A sensible course of action. He stepped aside, allowing her passage. Please extend my regards to Miss Blackwynd. Raven smiled faintly. I will. She stepped outside into the daylight, cloak shifting in the breeze. George watched her go then teleport away, hands folded behind his back. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 384, Marked by Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Jump City, Blackwynd Estate. Soft sunlight filtered through tall trees of the gardens of the Blackwynd Estate in Jump City, casting gentle shadows over carefully tended flower beds. A fountain trickled quietly at the center, its sound soothing. Raven sat across from Lady Eleanor Blackwynd at a small wrought iron table, a cup of tea warming her hands. The air smelled faintly of roses and fresh earth. There was no battle. No screaming. No magic pressing against her mind. Just peace and quiet. Lady Blackwynd smiled warmly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as she studied Raven's face. It's good to see you again, she said softly. How have you been feeling lately? Better, Raven admitted. Resting helped more than I expected. I'm glad. Her smile softened further. You've been through a lot. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Lady Eleanor tilted her head slightly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. So? She began gently, why did you come alone? Raven's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. The answer was written plainly across her face. Eleanor noticed immediately. Oh, I see, she said quietly. So you don't know where he is either. Is there something wrong? Raven looked down at her tea. No, she said softly. Nothing's wrong. It's been a while since we haven't gone on a mission together. Eleanor hummed. Adventures, she said with a playful smile. You've told me quite a bit about those. She leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting with mischief. But when are you two going to get serious about? Raven nearly dropped her cup. Miss, she stammered, face flushing instantly. Eleanor laughed. Oh, come on, she teased. You can't blame a woman for wanting grandchildren. Raven turned away so quickly her cloak rustled sharply. That's not. She muttered, ears bright red. The older woman chuckled softly and stood, moving around the table before pulling Raven into a gentle hug. Come here, she said warmly. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Raven hesitated, then relaxed slightly in the embrace. I'm not embarrassed, she murmured quietly. I'm just thinking. Her voice lowered. Can we really have a normal life? People like us, with powers, responsibilities, we're magnets for trouble. It never really ends. How can you start a family like this? Eleanor held her gently, her voice even calmer now. Don't say that, she said softly. Of course you deserve a life. It won't be perfectly normal. Maybe it never can be, but that doesn't mean it can't be good. She pulled back just enough to look Raven in the eyes. Arthur carries a lot. Duties to the world, to people he cares about, that keeps him moving. But even someone like him needs something to come home to. Her smile softened. And I think he wants that. More than he admits. Raven's shoulders eased slightly. Maybe you're right, she said, a faint smile appearing. The garden felt safe. Then. Something shifted. Raven's head snapped upward. Her expression hardened instantly. Magic flared around her, violet light igniting in her eyes. Arthur's mother blinked, startled. What's the matter? Raven stood abruptly, the air around her trembling. Something's here, she said, voice low and focused. And it's hostile. She raised a hand. A translucent violet barrier expanded around Eleanor, glowing softly with protective magic. Use the shadow ring Arthur gave you, Raven said quickly. It reacts to your imagination. It will protect you. Eleanor hesitated only briefly before nodding. He did mention something like that, though I never thought I'd actually need it. She wore the ring. Shadows surged. Dark fabric wrapped around her like flowing silk, reshaping into sleek armor marked by a glowing violet sigil across her chest, the insignia of the Shadow Corps. She looked down, startled but composed. Well, she said softly. That's nice. Raven's gaze swept the garden. Too quiet. The birds had stopped. The wind stilled unnaturally. Even the fountain's sound felt distant. Her magic crackled, searching. The shadows beneath the trees stretched just a little too far. Raven narrowed her glowing eyes. Stay close, she warned quietly. The garden remained peaceful. Then that peace shattered. Shadows beneath the trees split open, and shapes crawled out twisted, half-formed creatures wrapped in smoke and ash. Some were skeletal demons with jagged horns and burning eyes, others were wraith-like entities, their forms flickering between flesh and mist, whispering in voices that sounded like screams. The air dropped several degrees. Eleanor instinctively stepped back, her shadow-forged armor glowing faintly as the ring reacted to her rising fear. Raven moved first. Dark energy erupted from her hands in a violet surge, slamming into the nearest demon and hurling it across the garden. It crashed through a stone statue, dissolving into ash before it hit the ground. More surged forward. Raven's cloak flared as she lifted both hands, magic crackling around her. Azarath. Metrian. Zinthos. A circular sigil blazed beneath her feet. Waves of force exploded outward, flinging wraiths into the air. Their shrieks twisted into panic. One attacked from above. Raven vanished in a flash of darkness and reappeared behind it, her palm pressing into its back. A burst of pure energy disintegrated the creature instantly. She moved like a shadow herself, calm, precise and merciless, much like Arthur. A demon swung a massive claw toward her. Raven caught it mid-strike with telekinesis, crushing the limb until bone snapped. The creature roared. Then froze. Its eyes widened. Fear. Not just pain. Actual fear. Raven noticed. Another wraith recoiled instead of attacking, trembling as if recognition dawned upon it. She narrowed her eyes. Why are they this afraid of me? A cluster of demons rushed her together. Raven clenched her fist. The ground beneath them erupted in violet chains, wrapping around their limbs and dragging them down. She whispered a spell under her breath, and the chains pulsed, obliterating them into drifting fragments of shadow. Within moments, the garden fell quiet again. Only smoke remained and the aftermath of battle. Raven exhaled slowly and extended her hand. The remnants of the creatures swirled together into a dark sphere before she tore open a small portal and cast them into it, sealing it shut. She stared at where they had stood. Demons, she murmured. Her gaze hardened. And they didn't come for me. She turned sharply toward Eleanor, who stood inside the protective barrier, eyes wide. I should take you somewhere else, Raven said quickly. Somewhere safe. Out of reach. Eleanor nodded slowly, still processing what she'd seen. What were those things? She asked quietly. Raven's eyes darkened. I know what they are. I know them far too well. She paused, voice lower now. Demons. From hell. Eleanor's expression shifted to shock. Hell. It's hard to believe, Raven admitted, but yes. Someone sent them here intentionally. She glanced around the garden, sensing lingering traces of infernal energy. This is dangerous. Staying here isn't an option. With a sweep of her hand, Raven opened a portal, a circular doorway of violet light. She stepped toward it and turned back. Please. Follow me, we can't stay here. Eleanor hesitated only a moment before stepping forward. The moment she stepped through the portal, the world changed so completely that Eleanor forgot how to breathe for a second. She stopped where she stood, eyes widening as the unfamiliar horizon unfolded before her. The city stretched endlessly beneath a twilight sky, vast and alive, yet eerily calm. Towers of dark crystal and polished dark metal rose like elegant spears, their surfaces drinking in the light rather than reflecting it. Veins of soft violet luminescence ran along their edges, pulsing rhythmically. At first glance, everything seemed made of shadow. Then she looked up. Figures flew across the sky. Hundreds of them. Shadow lanterns, beings in shadow uniforms wrapped in sleek black plating with violet emblems glowing across their chests. Their movement was effortless, graceful, like silent guardians patrolling their world. Trails of soft shadow followed behind them as they crossed the sky in organized patterns. Among them flew his usual shadow soldiers, some humanoid, others monstrous in form, and they weren't just wandering. They were working. Some carried materials between towers. Others hovered near massive structures that looked like docks or training arenas. Farther in the distance, giant shadow constructs lifted entire platforms into place, building and reshaping the city itself. The place was alive with activity. Everything operated in harmony, like a perfectly synchronized machine. Eleanor noticed the alien shadow lanterns, beings of different forms walking along the pathways. Some looked humanoid, others clearly not, but all moved freely beneath the watchful presence of this city. This. She whispered, almost to herself, this is his. Raven smiled faintly, watching her reaction. Yes. This is the city of Nyx, she said softly. She gestured toward the vast horizon. The home world of Arthur's Shadow Core. Eleanor took a few steps forward, still staring upward as a group of shadow lanterns swept overhead in formation, their violet lights illuminating the dark sky like stars. I thought shadows meant darkness, she said softly. But this. Her voice trailed off. The city didn't feel dark. Even the architecture carried a strange beauty, intimidating at first, but undeniably elegant once she looked closer. It's like a. She murmured in awe. A real civilization. Raven nodded. The Shadow Corps aren't just soldiers, she said quietly. They maintain this universe. Guard it. And protect it much like the Green Lanterns. This is the order he created with the purpose to fight the great evils of this universe. Eleanor smiled faintly, something warm and proud flickering across her expression. He built all this. She said softly. No wonder he doesn't visit often. Her gaze lingered on the sky. She looked around again, this time with less surprise and more understanding. The city felt like Arthur. Calm beneath overwhelming power. It's beautiful. Raven nodded. Yes, it is, she said quietly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 385, Nyx, the Sanctuary of Shadows. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Lady Eleanor stood at the edge of a wide platform overlooking the city's flowing architecture, still absorbing the sight of shadow lanterns flying overhead. Their violet glow reflected gently across her eyes. Raven watched her quietly, giving her time to take it all in. Then a presence approached. A tall figure descended from the sky in a controlled glide, boots touching the platform without a sound. His armor was elegant, wrapped in dark shadows with lines of violet energy tracing his frame. A familiar stern expression sat upon his face, regal even in silence. Shadow Sinestro. He lowered his head respectfully. Welcome, he said, voice resonant, to the Queen, and to the mother of our king. He bowed. Arthur's mother blinked, startled. The Queen, she repeated, glancing at Raven. And King's mother. Raven sighed softly, already anticipating the reaction. Don't mind it, she murmured, a faint flush touching her cheeks. They take titles seriously. Sinestro straightened, respectfully. Titles reflect truth, he said simply. Raven chose not to argue. Instead, she turned toward him, her tone shifting to business. Sinestro, she said quietly, make sure she is well protected and cared for while she's here. Sinestro placed a hand over his chest. I would do so without the order, my queen. Eleanor glanced between them again. Raven turned to her gently. You can stay here for a while, Raven said. Nyx is safe. The Shadow Lanterns will protect you with their lives if anything foolish tries to attack this place. Arthur's mother hesitated only briefly before nodding. Thank you. I'll stay. Her expression softened, though worry still lingered in her eyes. What about? Raven lifted a hand gently, already knowing the question. Adam and George, she said quietly. I know. Her gaze hardened slightly. If those demons came after you, then the reason is clearly Arthur. Which means they could go after them too, or anyone close to him. Eleanor's shoulders tensed. Raven stepped closer, her voice calm but firm. I'll find out why this happened. And don't worry, I'll go back and protect them as well. She paused, considering. If the situation gets worse, I'll bring them here too. Nyx can protect them better than Earth right now. Arthur's mother let out a slow breath, some of the tension easing from her expression. All right, she said softly. Thank you, Raven. Really? Raven's expression softened into a faint, sincere smile. You don't need to thank me, this is all possible thanks to Arthur. Sinestro stepped slightly aside, already signaling nearby Shadow Lanterns who adjusted their patrol routes subtly around the platform. Eleanor noticed and smiled faintly. They're very serious, aren't they? Raven glanced at the city below. They are. A moment of quiet passed between them. Then Raven stepped back, a portal already forming next to her. I'll be back soon, she promised. Eleanor nodded. Be careful, Raven. Raven offered one last reassuring nod, then vanished in a soft pulse of violet light. Sinestro remained nearby, his head lowered, standing like a silent guardian. Eleanor looked out over the city again. This time, the awe felt less overwhelming. Gotham, Arthur's estate. The estate was quiet when Raven returned, too quiet. She stepped through a ripple of violet shadow into the main hallway, cloak settling around her as she looked around quickly, senses stretching outward for any trace of hostile magic or presence. George, she called, her voice sharper than usual. The sound of polished shoes against marble answered her. George appeared from the adjoining corridor. He stopped when he saw her expression. Miss Raven, he greeted smoothly. You returned. Did you forget something? Raven stepped closer, eyes scanning him quickly. Did anything happen here? She asked immediately. Anything strange? Any disturbances? George blinked once, then shook his head. Everything has been perfectly calm since you departed, he replied. No unwelcome guests. No anomalies. Merely a quiet afternoon. He tilted his head slightly. Did something occur during your visit? Raven exhaled slowly, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Don't worry, M.O. She stopped abruptly. A faint flush touched her cheeks before she corrected herself. Miss Blackwynd is fine. George's lips twitched ever so slightly, but he said nothing. Raven continued, more serious now. We were attacked. By demons from hell. She frowned as she said it aloud. I know it sounds awkward. But that's what they were. George's expression remained composed, almost unsurprised. I see, he said thoughtfully. Another afternoon for us. He offered her a gentle smile. I assume your concern is that they may attempt the same here. Raven nodded. Exactly. She relaxed a fraction. At least Miss Blackwynd is safe now. I took her to Nyx. No one will reach her there. George inclined his head approvingly. A wise decision. Raven glanced toward the window. There's still you left, and Arthur's big brother. Adam. George set the tray down carefully. Master Adam should currently be at the Blackwynd Tower in Jump City, he said. His office, if memory serves. Raven's expression tightened again. I need to check on him. Her voice lowered. Arthur would unleash chaos if anything happens to them. George folded his hands behind his back. The lengths we go to protect those we hold dear, he said softly, almost philosophically. Raven nodded absently, then paused. Her eyes narrowed, realization hit her as she connected the dots. Hold on. She turned back toward him. George. He looked at her expectantly. Raven crossed her arms. You don't happen to know where Arthur is right now, do you? George answered without hesitation. Hell. Raven blinked. So you knew all along. His expression remained perfectly calm. I do not possess direct knowledge, he clarified politely. However, it is a reasonable conclusion. He gestured lightly with one hand. Demons from hell attacking his family. Your inability to sense him nearby. And his recent association with Mr. Constantine. Raven stared at him for a moment, then facepalmed. Of course it's Constantine. She muttered. I knew he'd drag Arthur into something insane, sooner or later. She let her hand fall, crossing her arms again. Why didn't he tell me? Her voice carried a hint of hurt beneath the frustration. George's tone softened. I suspect it has something to do with your recovery, he said gently. You were exhausted. And, given your bloodline. Raven sighed. I know, she said quietly. I understand the concern. She looked away. I'm just venting. George nodded once. A perfectly acceptable habit. He straightened slightly. I shall relocate to the underground base for precautionary measures. There is also Blade and Dexter with his new shadow ring along with several shadow demons stationed here. I will be quite safe. Raven studied him for a moment, then smiled faintly. You're handling this way too calmly. George allowed himself a small, refined chuckle. When one works for Master Arthur, Miss Raven, one develops a certain tolerance for the absurd. That earned an actual laugh from her. She stepped back. All right then, George, she said. Stay safe. George bowed his head slightly. As always. Raven's expression sharpened again. I'll go check on Adam. With a pulse of violet light, she vanished. The hallway fell quiet once more. George adjusted his cuffs, glancing toward the windows as distant thunder rolled across the sky. He stood for a moment, then he exhaled softly. Very well, he murmured to himself. Precaution is the better part of continued existence. He turned toward the grand staircase and called out, his voice smooth and refined. Dexter. Silence. Then, from somewhere unseen, came the soft patter of paws. A black cat emerged from behind a sofa as though he had been there all along, tail raised with unmistakable confidence. Dexter paused, looking up at George with steady eyes. George inclined his head slightly. Ah. There you are. Dexter let out a short, unimpressed meow. George smiled faintly. Yes, yes. I am aware I interrupted your nap. He gestured elegantly toward a side corridor where a concealed entrance lay behind a paneled wall. Follow me now, if you please. We are heading underground. Dexter blinked once, then stretched luxuriously, taking his time as though considering whether the request merited cooperation. Finally, he trotted forward, brushing against George's leg as he passed. George sighed quietly. I shall interpret that as agreement. George pressed a hidden mechanism in the wall. Stone shifted silently, revealing a descending staircase illuminated by faint violet lights. He paused at the top, looking down. One cannot be too careful these days, he remarked thoughtfully. Demons from hell attacking. I wonder what Master Arthur is doing there. Dexter flicked his tail. George glanced down at him, eyes narrowing in playful suspicion. Tell me, Dexter, he said conversationally as they descended, do you perchance remember how to fight? The cat stopped mid-step and looked up at him with an expression that seemed insulted by the implication. George lifted a brow. Yes, I thought so. He chuckled softly. You know what? Don't answer. Dexter gave a tiny chirp that sounded suspiciously smug and continued walking ahead, tail swaying. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 386, The Devil Watches. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Jump City, Blackwynd Tower. Raven appeared in a blur of violet shadow as she teleported inside the Blackwynd Tower. The moment she arrived on the upper floor, her heartbeat stuttered. Adam's office was ruined. Walls had been blasted outward, leaving gaps that opened directly into the city air. Glass was gone, scattered like glittering shards across the floor. Furniture lay overturned or shattered, deep scorch marks carving across walls and ceiling alike. Papers drifted lazily through the air like snow, caught in lingering currents of unstable energy. And blood. Dark red stains smeared across the floor and broken desks. Raven stepped forward cautiously, her boots crunching over debris. Signs of battle, she murmured. Her magic senses expanded instinctively and immediately recoiled from lingering demonic residue. Fear tightened in her chest. Am I too late? She moved faster, scanning the destruction. Violence was in the air, with resistance. Something had fought back hard here, maybe a bit too hard. Then, a shadow shifted behind her. Raven spun, magic flaring instinctively to defend herself. And froze. Adam stood there. In a shadow lantern uniform. Black armor wrapped around him seamlessly, the violet sigil glowing across his chest. His eyes burned faintly violet, and on his hand the ring pulsed with controlled darkness. In his other hand, casually dangling, was a severed demon limb. He blinked. Oh. Hey, Raven, he said as though greeting her over coffee. You have no idea what just happened. Raven stared at him, momentarily speechless. Adam scratched the back of his head awkwardly. So, bunch of monsters attacked me. Came out of nowhere throwing fire and, honestly, a lot of screaming. He lifted the glowing ring. I only managed to put this on just in time. Arthur wasn't kidding about it being useful. He glanced around the room and winced. I might have gone a little overboard, though. Raven slowly lowered her hands, still processing. Overboard. Adam laughed nervously. Yeah. I kind of summoned hundreds of floating weapons. He gestured vaguely. Couldn't control them properly. They were supposed to hit the monsters, but I sorta unleashed them on the whole room instead. He looked at the destruction. The monsters ended up being collateral damage. Raven couldn't help it, a soft laugh escaped her. As long as you're okay, she said, relief washing through her voice. You had me worried for a second. Adam chuckled. Did you come because you sensed them? Raven shook her head. No, I knew something like this was going to happen since another group of them attacked the estate first. Adam's expression immediately shifted. What is my MOT? She's fine, Raven interrupted gently. Miss Blackwynd is safe. I took her somewhere secure, out of reach. Adam exhaled deeply, tension leaving his shoulders. Good. Thank you, Raven, truly. She added, you can go there too if you want. Even though you've already proven that you can, well, defend yourself. Adam glanced at the glowing ring again. Yeah, apparently. Almost killed myself in the process though. He smiled faintly. Thanks, Raven. A pause. This has to do with Arthur, doesn't it? Raven hesitated, then nodded. Yeah. Adam laughed softly, shaking his head. Of course, my little brother's stirring trouble somewhere. His tone wasn't bitter, just resigned amusement. But I'm guessing it's for a good reason. He looked at the demon limb in his hand, grimacing. These things weren't exactly diplomatic. They attacked immediately. He paused. Though one of them was holding something strange. Raven's gaze sharpened instantly. What was it? Adam frowned, trying to remember. I didn't get a good look. I panicked and attacked first too. He shrugged. But it looked like shackles. Kind of ghost-like. Transparent almost. It was very weird. Raven's expression changed. Suspicion crept into her eyes. I see. Her mind raced. Demonic attackers. Shackles. Targets close to Arthur. She straightened. This settles it, she said quietly. I need to go to hell. Adam blinked. Wait. Hell. Raven paused, realizing. Right. I didn't mention this. She gestured vaguely. These were demons from hell. Adam held his head with one hand. Good Lord. So that's what those things were. He sighed. And that means Arthur's actually in hell right now. Raven nodded slowly. Yeah, I've already confirmed that. Adam frowned thoughtfully. Shouldn't Arthur already sense this happening here? He told me to get used to the ring because it's the only defense he can provide if his shadows aren't around. Raven considered it. That's possible. He probably took most of his shadows with him for something big. Her gaze softened slightly. He trusted you to handle yourself. Adam gave a short, uncertain laugh. Right. Raven reached into her cloak and took out a small, strange-looking gem. It glowed faintly with a strange light. She placed it in his hand. Keep this. Adam inspected it. What's it do? If you feel any spell trying to take over your mind, or anything your ring can't counter, break it. Her tone turned serious. It'll release a powerful protection spell, enough to repel demonic influence. Adam nodded carefully, closing his hand around it. Thank you. He looked at her, concern flickering beneath his humor. You stay safe too. And when you find Arthur. A grin tugged at his lips. Tell him to take it easy. Demons are invading us after all. Raven actually smiled. I'll let him know. She gave him one last look, alive and standing, unexpectedly capable, but it wasn't that strange considering he was Arthur's brother. Then she vanished in a pulse of violet light. Adam stood alone in the wrecked office, staring at the space she'd left behind. He looked down at the demon limb still in his hand. Yeah, he muttered to himself. Definitely not a normal day. L.A., Lux nightclub. Inside LUX, the club pulsed laughter, clinking glasses, and the intoxicating illusion that nothing truly mattered beneath its glowing lights. Mortals danced without realizing they stood inside the playground of the devil himself. At the bar, removed from the noise like two old predators watching prey from the shadows, Lucifer Morningstar lounged with effortless elegance. A crystal glass spun lazily between his fingers. Across from him sat Mazikeen, her posture relaxed but her sharp eyes always observant even when she smiled. Lucifer took a slow sip, then exhaled with theatrical delight. Well, he said, amusement dripping from every word, I must admit. I didn't expect him to be that capable. Mazikeen raised a brow. Oh really? Lucifer's smile widened. Killing Abaddon, sealing Azazel. Humiliating the triumvirate. He let out a soft laugh. My. I'm almost speechless. Mazikeen smirked knowingly. You're lying. You knew all along that he could do that. Lucifer grinned. Maybe. He leaned back, eyes glinting with fascination. You know what's truly funny, he continued. He can enter hell now whenever he wishes, and leave just as easily. He doesn't need me to keep the path open. The others do, but he does not. He tapped his glass lightly. And instead of simply conquering it with his shadow spawn, he's waging a psychological war against its demon lords. A soft chuckle escaped him. It's brilliant. Honestly. I'm enjoying the show more and more. Mazikeen folded her arms. You're enjoying watching someone else play with your old toys? Lucifer laughed. Oh, darling, they were never toys. More like, incredibly loud pets. He tilted his head. I do wonder, though, if he'll show up there eventually. His smile turned wicked. And whether I'll get blamed for everything once he does. Mazikeen snorted softly, taking a drink. I kept order after you left, she said. But it got boring. Her expression shifted, almost nostalgic. Being Queen of Hell wasn't exactly thrilling. Lucifer's grin softened. You left because you like me more. He lifted his glass in a mock toast. And I do rather need a competent assistant here. So, really, I can't complain. Mazikeen rolled her eyes, though a smile was on her face. I'm asking seriously, she said, leaning forward slightly. Do you really think he can make hell submit the way you did? I doubt that. Lucifer's gaze sharpened. The playful facade thinned just a little. Do I think, he echoed quietly. His smile returned, slower this time. He will. He swirled his drink, eyes reflecting something deeper than amusement. The problem here, my dear, isn't hell itself or the vermin that dwells within it. He pointed lazily upward. The problem is upstairs. Mazikeen followed his gesture and sighed. Right. The party poopers. Lucifer chuckled, but his eyes briefly glowed red. There is someone he should be wary of down there, he murmured thoughtfully. And, it seems that someone just arrived. His expression turned curious, almost intrigued. I wonder what he wants from him. Mazikeen watched him carefully. You're not going to interfere, are you? It wasn't a question. Lucifer shrugged. Why would I ruin such an entertaining performance? He leaned forward, elbows on the bar. Besides, for him to do all this. His voice lowered. To reshape hell, to challenge its lords, attract the attention of heaven, all to prevent a few stray demons from reaching earth and to retrieve a fool's soul. He laughed softly, admiration creeping into the sound. He's very interesting. The music swelled around them. Lucifer's gaze drifted toward the dance floor, though his thoughts were clearly elsewhere. The Shadow Monarch, he murmured. The Lord of Death. Mazikeen studied him. You respect him? Lucifer smiled without looking at her. I respect anyone who turns chaos into art. He lifted his glass one more time, eyes gleaming with anticipation. And I have a feeling, he said quietly, this story is only just beginning. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 387, An Ally in Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And You can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Hell reeked of ash and blood. The landscape stretched out in ruin, broken cliffs, and a battlefield littered with corpses so countless they blurred into a carpet of fallen bodies. Arthur stood at its center. He pulled his spear free from the chest of a massive demon, blood sizzling where it touched the ground. The weapon roared with death-bound lightning, the air around it vibrating with power. All around him, his shadow legion moved with efficiency. Demon knights stood among heaps of slain enemies. Shadow giants stood like statues carved from night. The heavenly soldiers remained motionless, their wings folded, watching for any approaching new enemies. The entire battlefield belonged to him. Arthur glanced over the sea of corpses and spoke one word. Arise. The ground trembled. Shadows flooded across the battlefield like a tide. One by one, then by hundreds, then by thousands fallen demons stirred. Shadows rose, eyes glowing violet as the power of the Shadow Monarch claimed them. They knelt. An endless army bowing in absolute submission. Baruch clicked his mandibles approvingly, stepping beside Arthur. They will behave now, my liege, he hissed at the newly risen shadows. The demons lowered their heads further. Arthur barely looked at them. His gaze drifted across the field, thoughtful. I don't believe they fought because they hated me or anything, and it's not about what they feel or where their loyalty lies, he said quietly. Or because they liked their master. He watched the damned among them, broken souls twisted into soldiers. These belonged to Naren, he continued. He promised them something. A path back to Earth, perhaps freedom. John Constantine stood nearby, coat torn and soot-streaked, cigarette dangling loosely between his fingers. Arthur glanced sideways at him. You think so too, don't you? John exhaled smoke slowly. Sounds exactly like him, he muttered. The bastard loves desperate people. Makes deals with villains back on Earth all the time. Power in exchange for souls, favors, whatever keeps them on the leash. Arthur nodded faintly. It's always the desperate ones making deals with the devil. He walked forward, stepping over fallen horns and broken weapons, then casually sat atop the corpse of a massive demon like it was a throne. I gave him a warning, he said calmly. It's up to him now. His eyes narrowed. Because if we keep fighting these lesser armies, this won't end. It'll drag on endlessly. He wrinkled his nose slightly. And frankly, I'm getting tired of the air here. Kara floated down nearby, wiping demon blood from her knuckles with visible annoyance. Same, she said bluntly. They're good warm-up targets, but I want to get this over with. Zatanna stood beside her, leaning lightly on her staff. I've seen plenty of magical dimensions, she said softly, glancing around at the endless ruin. This place has always been the most troublesome one, it's truly exhausting. John raised an eyebrow. Whoa there, he said, looking at Arthur. Did you forget about? Arthur cut him off calmly. No. I didn't. His gaze locked onto John. And frankly, the only reason I'm being this passive is because of you. John blinked. Arthur continued evenly. Otherwise I would have stormed the city of Dis already instead of sending warnings. Constantine's shoulders dropped slightly, a defeated look crossing his face. Yeah, he muttered. Suppose you're right. Arthur sighed softly. He stood, stepped forward, and placed a hand on John's shoulder. Look. I didn't mean it like that, he said quietly. Don't sound so defeated. His voice lowered. I don't like how demons operate. I don't want a world where their influence spreads everywhere. Preying on weakness, feeding on desperation. He paused. But I'm not doing this because I pity you. John looked up, surprised. I'm doing it as a friend. Arthur's gaze sharpened slightly. And because I want to understand what really happened. What made you do what you did? A faint smirk touched his lips. And I know you had a decent reason. John looked away for a moment, quiet. Zatanna watched them both, her expression softening a bit. Kara folded her arms, smiling. See, she said lightly to John. He's not as heartless as he looks. John said nothing. Arthur released his shoulder and turned back toward the burning horizon. There's another issue. His eyes glowed faintly violet. Inside the city of Dis. I sense more than Naren right now. 3 more presences, he said quietly. As powerful as him, almost. Passive. Waiting. Zatanna frowned. 3 more. Arthur nodded. Hell's politics, he muttered. No wonder the Morningstar abandoned this place, I assume they are there for a backstab as expected from demons, at the best opportune moment. He fell silent. Then suddenly. His posture shifted. The violet glow in his eyes intensified. Something had changed. Arthur turned sharply. Barreau. The ant-like marshal straightened instantly. Return to base, Arthur ordered. You, and the marshals. His gaze shifted to Kara and Zatanna. You're going with them. Kara blinked. What? Why? Arthur looked at her directly. You'll keep my soldiers in check. They listen to you. A faint smirk. You know how some of them are. Kara groaned dramatically. You want me to babysit them? Yes. She sighed, then shrugged. All right then. Zatanna looked between them, concern flickering briefly in her eyes. Be careful you two, she said quietly. Arthur nodded once. Then he turned toward John. His voice dropped slightly. You and I are going somewhere. John narrowed his eyes. Where? Arthur's expression grew unreadable. Someone wants to meet me. Justice League Watchtower. The main briefing chamber massive holographic displays were projecting maps of Earth, highlighted with glowing markers that pulsed ominously across multiple continents. The atmosphere felt tense, with the knowledge that something dangerous had begun moving beneath the surface. League members gathered around the central table. Some stood with arms crossed, others watched silently from elevated consoles. Everyone's attention was fixed on the restrained figure at the center of the room. The prisoner. The creature stood inside a reinforced containment field, tall, pale, armored in jagged crystalline plating with frost even in the controlled temperature of the watchtower. Its silver blue eyes glared with contempt, breath misting in the air around it. An ice elf. Batman stood near the holographic projector, cape hanging like a shadow behind him. Superman remained beside him, calm but visibly alert. A holographic recording flickered to life footage of the Arctic battle. Behind them, Shadow Lex and Shadow Owl stood in silence, their glowing violet eyes fixed on the room as they awaited instruction. Batman spoke first. This entity was captured during the Arctic incident. He gestured toward the prisoner. Our intel came through Arthur's shadow operatives. Specifically, these two shadows. He paused briefly, acknowledging their presence without turning. They identified these beings as ice elves, soldiers originating from what they described as a hostile realm connected through dimensional gates. The room murmured quietly. Flash leaned forward, brow furrowed. So we're talking full-on invasion. Batman nodded once. That's the conclusion, we already discussed that but. He tapped the console, and the display shifted showing classifications. Minor threat gate. Major threat gate. Catastrophe class gate. His voice remained calm. This terminology comes from Arthur's records. It appears these gates represent escalating levels of invasion severity. Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes at the projection. So this was merely a scouting force. Likely, Batman replied. Superman stepped forward, addressing the room with measured optimism. We've detected several more gate signatures forming across multiple continents, he said. Europe, Asia, South America, all low activity for now. His expression hardened slightly. This invasion is starting slowly. That gives us time. He looked around the chamber. And we will stop it. Every gate. Every threat. Green Lantern nodded. Sounds like we're doing crowd control across the globe. Martian Manhunter added quietly, the fear resonance from the prisoner is unusual. It fears something more than us. Batman's gaze flickered briefly toward the captured ice elf. It had gone unnaturally silent whenever it looked at the two shadows behind him. He filed that away. We attempted to contact Arthur, Batman said. A beat of silence passed. His current whereabouts are unknown. There was a slight shift in the room, surprise, unease. Superman glanced sideways at Bruce. But that's not necessarily a problem, he added quickly. We understand what we're facing now. The threat is real, and we're prepared. Batman didn't respond. His eyes remained fixed on the Earth projection, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Arthur. Kara. John. Zatanna. All missing at once. He knew it was not a coincidence. You're together somewhere. He crossed his arms, expression unreadable behind the cowl. What are you up to now, Arthur? Or should I say Constantine? Superman continued outlining deployment strategies, assigning teams to potential gate locations, but Bruce barely heard the details. His mind pieced together patterns. Strange energy signatures. Missing allies. Demonic activity on Earth, both Gotham and Jump City. Batman narrowed his eyes slightly. Whatever Arthur was doing, it was big enough to keep him away from Earth entirely. And that worried him more than the gates themselves. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo Leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 388, Dream Lord. If you like this story, Check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur and Constantine emerged from a portal, and they both stood upon an ancient platform of black stone suspended over a chasm of molten fire. The city of Dis loomed in the distance, towers rising through crimson haze, and even though the city looked close, This place was rather isolated from it. The platform was circular, carved with sigils so old they barely glowed anymore. Chains hung from its edges, descending endlessly into the abyss below. No demons patrolled here. No damned wandered its edges. It was forgotten. Constantine adjusted his coat, glancing around with interest. Well, he muttered, lighting a cigarette despite the sulfur-thick air, this is cozy. His eyes scanned the emptiness. Who's this mysterious person or demon that wants to meet you? He exhaled smoke, squinting at Arthur. And is there a particular reason I'm tagging along for what I assume is another dramatic entrance of someone? Arthur stood at the platform's center, cloak shifting softly in the heated wind. This one is no demon, and I wouldn't call him a person either, he replied calmly. Constantine blinked. That's not reassuring. Arthur's gaze remained fixed on the empty air ahead. This is the first time I'll be meeting him directly. A pause. As for you, I want a witness. He glanced at John briefly. And he may provide information useful to you. Constantine scoffed lightly. Brilliant. Cryptic as always. He took another drag. All right then, where is the bloody? The wind stopped. The flames below seemed to dim just slightly. A presence settled over the platform. And he was simply there. No explosion. No flash. Just, arrival. A tall, pale figure dressed entirely in black stood a short distance away. His hair was dark and untamed, falling carelessly across a face too sharp to be mortal. His eyes were twin pools of endless night. He regarded them both with quiet composure. Welcome, he said softly, his voice carrying as though spoken in a vast, empty hall. Monarch of Shadows. His gaze shifted. And you, John Constantine. Arthur inclined his head slightly. Dream Lord. There was no hostility in the exchange, only mutual respect. John stared at the newcomer, he recognized him. Dream of the bloody endless, he muttered. He rubbed his hair. So this is the mysterious person. Dream's expression did not change, but something in his gaze sharpened faintly. I have been called many things, he said quietly. Most of them inaccurate. Arthur crossed his arms. You asked for this meeting, he said evenly. Do you have something you wish to share? Dream studied him as though observing a rare phenomenon. I do. He stepped forward, though his movement felt less like walking and more like floating slightly over the ground. I am also here to warn you. Shadow Lord. Arthur remained still, listening. The heat of hell seemed to retreat from the platform, replaced by a cold that belonged to no realm of fire. Dream's lips curved faintly. Hell's residents are afraid of you, he said. For good reason. Constantine glanced between them, tension rising subtly. Arthur's voice remained level. Fear is useful. Dream tilted his head. It is. His dark eyes flickered toward the distant city of Dis. You have altered the rhythm of this realm. Slain one of its greatest fallen. Sealed another. His gaze returned to Arthur. You are changed the balance. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly violet. That was my intention, Dream Lord. Dream's expression softened slightly. Yes, I don't doubt that. A quiet pause. But balance is not something hell relinquishes easily. Constantine exhaled smoke slowly, eyes narrowing. Let me guess, he muttered. There's more at play than angry demons. Dream did not look at him. There are forces within this realm that do not yet move, he said. They will surely find a way to backstab the ones they want to backstab. His gaze sharpened faintly. And they are patient. Arthur did not flinch. I've sensed them. Dream nodded once. Then you understand. The platform creaked faintly as distant thunder rolled through Hell's sky. You seek to prevent Hell's corruption from reaching your world, Dream continued. An admirable motive. His voice lowered slightly. But your actions ripple further than you intend. Arthur's expression did not change. Speak plainly, Dream Lord. Dream's eyes darkened somehow deeper than before. You are not the only sovereign who takes interest in realms beyond their own. A faint breeze passed between them, carrying whispers that were not quite voices. Constantine swallowed subtly. You're saying someone else is watching. Dream's gaze lingered on Arthur. I am saying, he replied softly, that when a monarch of death reshapes hell itself, the universe is bound to notice, its creator as well. Arthur's violet eyes held steady against Dream's endless black. Dream watched him with that same look. You are warning me about heaven, Arthur said calmly. And about the presence. There was no accusation in his voice. Only acknowledging the obvious. I assure you, the Silver City is not blind. They know precisely what I am doing here. I do not seek dominion. I do not wish to claim this realm. His gaze drifted toward the burning skyline of Dis, but I cannot allow hell to descend into anarchy in the absence of someone capable of restraining it. And threaten my world and loved ones. Constantine flicked ash from his cigarette and muttered under his breath, that might be the most reasonable thing ever said on a floating slab in hell. Arthur continued. I have been careful. I have not unleashed chaos for its own sake. I stayed my hand when I could have slain a fallen angel. I chose restraint. His eyes hardened slightly. Abaddon was not restraint's failure. He was no longer a fallen angel in any meaningful sense. He was a beast. Dream inclined his head, pale face untouched by judgment. And that, he replied softly, is why heaven has not yet descended upon you. I do not speak for them. I am not their emissary. But they are aware that you have not acted out of conquest. A faint pause. They are, simply watching. Constantine gave a humorless chuckle. Angels love a committee. Dream's dark eyes flickered briefly toward him, then back to Arthur. I value order, Dream continued. And what you attempt here, Shadow Lord, is something I want to take part in. Arthur's gaze sharpened. Your interest exceeds idle observation. Why? Dream folded his hands behind his back. Once, he said, voice softer now, Lucifer burdened me with the key to hell when he abandoned his throne. I entrusted the key to 2 angels. They, in turn, abandoned this realm by heaven's decree. His eyes darkened almost imperceptibly. Hell was never meant to be governed by the truly divine. It is a place for the fallen. 4 demons. 4 consequence. Constantine raised an eyebrow. So heaven washed its hands of the mess. Arthur's expression did not change, but something colder moved behind his eyes. So they do not care, he said quietly. Dream regarded him carefully. Care is a complicated word where heaven is concerned. Arthur stepped forward slightly, boots echoing faintly against stone. What are you suggesting I do? For the first time, Dream's expression shifted. The denizens of hell dream, he said. Even here. Especially here. The flames below flickered lower. They dream of heaven. Of escape. Of redemption that will not come. A faint, almost melancholy softness brushed his tone. I can touch those dreams. I can draw them downward. Constantine's cigarette paused halfway to his lips. You're not suggesting. Yes, Dream said simply. I can cast this realm into slumber. A deep one. Nearly all of it. For some time. The wind stilled entirely now. Demons. The damned. Legions. He paused. Not all. There are some beyond my dominion. But the endless skirmishes, the chaotic uprisings, the pointless battles that would sap your strength, they would cease. Arthur studied him. And I would face only those meant to stand against me. Dream inclined his head. You would fight what matters, without your shadows. Silence. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. You understand that I do not require your assistance. His voice carried no arrogance, only a fact. You appear deeply invested in the survival of the damned. Constantine smirked faintly, watching Dream closely. Dream did not react to the implication. I have already told you, he said, tone even and cool. I value order. A faint breeze passed between them, cooler than hell had any right to be. Chaos breeds suffering without purpose. That does not interest me. Arthur turned away, cloak shifting like ink. He stared toward the distant palace of Dis, its towers piercing the blood-red sky. The decision was brief. When he spoke again, his voice was steady. Very well. He did not look back. We will proceed with your proposal, Dream Lord. Dream's lips curved into the faintest smile, subtle, almost invisible. Thank you. There was a brief pause, and something almost resembling amusement in his endless eyes. It appears I owe my sister an apology. Constantine perked up immediately. Oh, this I've got to hear. He grinned. Which one? Surely not. Arthur's head tilted slightly toward John, a quiet warning in his gaze. Constantine cleared his throat. Right. So it's definitely her. Dream's expression remained composed. In due time, he said. He turned his gaze once more toward the infernal city. When I begin, you will feel it. The realm will fall quiet. His voice lowered. That will be your moment. Storm the palace of Dis, confront what waits within. Arthur nodded once. So be it. Dream began to fade, dissolving like mist retreating into shadow. "Prepare yourself, Monarch of Shadows," he said, voice echoing faintly. "Not all who remain awake will welcome your presence." Then he was gone. The oppressive heat returned. The flames surged upward once more. Constantine let out a slow breath. "Well," he muttered, "that was cheerful." Arthur turned to him. "Let's head back." Constantine flicked his cigarette into the abyss. "After you, your majesty of misery." // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 389, Daughter of the Demon. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell, Shadow Keep. The war room of Arthur's infernal stronghold was carved from black volcanic stone. A massive table dominated the center, covered in maps of hell regions of flame, territories claimed by demon lords, and the towering silhouette of the Palace of Dis marked in crimson. The door groaned open as Arthur and Constantine stepped inside. They both stopped. On the far side of the room, beneath a suspended globe of smoldering hellfire that served as lighting, Kara sat hunched over a chessboard carved from bone and onyx. Across from her, perfectly poised and maddeningly calm, sat Shadow Galatea, Arthur's shadowborn counterpart to the infamous clone, her eyes glowing faintly as she studied the board. Galatea moved a piece. Checkmate. Kara stared at the board. Again. Her jaw tightened. John blinked. "You've got to be kidding me." Kara immediately began resetting the pieces. Rematch. Arthur crossed his arms, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. Galatea obliged without comment. 2 minutes later. Checkmate. Kara shot to her feet. "Oh, come on." John burst out laughing, the sound echoing shamelessly through the chamber. "Oh, this is brilliant," he wheezed. The Girl of Steel, terror of intergalactic warlords, absolutely annihilated by a board game. Kara shot him a glare hot enough to rival the lava rivers outside. "It's a stupid game anyway," she muttered, brushing invisible dust off her cape as though that had been the issue. Galatea tilted her head slightly. "I can teach you to improve," she offered calmly. "You are predictable in your aggression." Kara turned slowly. "You." Arthur stepped forward, amused. "It's not just a game, Kara." His voice was smooth. "It is strategy and patience." Kara folded her arms tightly, refusing to look at the board. "Can we just forget about this, please?" There was genuine embarrassment in her voice now, cheeks flushed. Zatanna, who had been leaning against one of the pillars, smiled gently. "I think it's adorable." Kara groaned. Z. Arthur allowed the moment to settle before shifting the tone. Zatanna pushed off the pillar and walked closer. "So," she asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, "did you meet this mysterious contact of yours?" Constantine sighed dramatically. "Oh, we met him." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Didn't expect it to be that particular cosmic introvert, but yeah. We did all right." Arthur stepped toward the table. "It was an ally," he said evenly. "Or at least someone who wishes to help us, and hell." Kara and Zatanna exchanged confused looks. "Help hell?" Kara repeated. "How?" Zatanna asked. John took a deep breath. "All right. Story time." He leaned against the table and recounted the encounter, the ancient platform, the arrival of Dream of the Endless, the warning about heaven, the proposal to cast hell into slumber for some time, enough time for Arthur to deal with the remaining demon lords. As he spoke, the room grew quieter. When he finished, Zatanna exhaled slowly. "I see." Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "So this dream commands dreams themselves. And through them, reality as well." Arthur nodded. "He intends to give us a direct path to the Tower of Dis, without chaos or unnecessary battles." His voice hardened slightly. "To face Naren and anyone who wants to get in the way. Alone." Kara frowned. "And heaven's just watching." Arthur's expression darkened subtly. "He is concerned about heaven. For good reason." He paused. "And about hell's residents. He pities them." Etrigan, seated in the corner sharpening his blade with slow strokes, let out a low chuckle. "Pity for the damned. A curious trait." Arthur continued, unfazed. "He is also wary of me and my actions here." That drew everyone's attention. "My shadow army has grown significantly," Arthur said calmly. "Every demon host we defeat joins my ranks. Every damned soul that attacks us and falls, becomes mine." Kara's brows lifted slightly. Arthur's tone remained steady, not boastful. In effect, I am punishing the damned by ending their torment and placing them under my eternal command. You can call it a different kind of judgment. I am disrupting a balance and breaking ancient heavenly laws. He said it as one might describe adjusting a mechanism. John nodded slowly. And heaven doesn't exactly send thank you cards for that sort of thing. Arthur inclined his head. Precisely, I've been aware and careful of this the moment I set foot here. He looked toward the distant ceiling as though seeing beyond it. Hell is already troublesome. I will not add a war with heaven to our list of complications. Zatanna studied him carefully. Do you trust him? Arthur didn't hesitate. I don't trust anyone lightly. A faint pause. But there is no reason for him to betray me or use me. John straightened slightly. Well, dear, he said lightly, glancing at Zatanna, looks like I'll be staying here with his shadowy majesty. Zatanna blinked. You want me to leave? Arthur turned his gaze to Kara. And you as well. Kara stiffened. I know you wish to return home, he continued gently. I will follow once this matter is settled. Kara's jaw tightened. I do want to go home, she admitted. But I'm not leaving without you. From the corner, Etrigan laughed, flames flickering faintly around his eyes. The shadow needs no aid nor shield. His strength alone the fate shall yield. Kara shot him an annoyed look. How do you even understand what he says? Rhyme and reason intertwine, Etrigan replied smugly. Just be quiet, Kara muttered. Zatanna crossed her arms. Fine. If my presence is unwanted. John cut in gently. He stepped closer to her, voice losing its teasing edge. Your help's more than welcome. Always. He sighed. But the demons who stay awake. They'll throw everything they've got at us. Tricks, contracts, ambushes, curses. He gestured around the room. The more of us here, the easier we are to target. Arthur's shadows are enough. And I need to stay for obvious reasons. Zatanna held his gaze for a moment, reading what he didn't say. Magic. Contracts. The metaphysical mess only Constantine could untangle. She nodded slowly. Fine. Kara folded her arms, clearly unhappy, lower lip slightly pouted despite her attempt to look dignified. Fine. I'll go back. She looked away. I'll be waiting with George and Raven. Arthur stepped closer to her. This will not take long. Then. The air in the war room suddenly shifted. Kara was still frowning, arms folded, when a ripple of dark energy appeared behind Arthur. A portal. Zatanna straightened instantly. John's hand moved on instinct toward the pocket where he kept his lighter and charms. Even Arthur's marshals in the room got alert. From the tear in space stepped a familiar figure wrapped in dark indigo light. I'm afraid you'll have to wait with George and Dexter alone, Kara. The voice was calm and soft. Completely unexpected. Kara froze. Raven. Zatanna's eyes widened. How did you? John blinked once. Twice. Well, I'll be damned twice over. Etrigan rose halfway from his seat, blade lowering slightly. Only Arthur did not turn. He stood still at the head of the table, back to her. Raven let the portal close behind her with a gentle flick of her fingers. The seam in reality stitched itself shut as though it had never been disturbed. She stepped forward into the violet light of the chamber. Hello, everyone. There was the faintest hint of amusement in her tone. Kara was across the room in a blur, stopping just short of tackling her. You were supposed to be resting. Zatanna approached more carefully, still stunned. We sealed the gateway signatures so no one can teleport inside here. I layered protections myself, to cover our tracks here, so how did you manage to get here? Raven gave her a small, knowing smile. You did, it was a bit hard for me to get past them at the start and find you. John stared at her. And you slipped through anyway. Raven's expression didn't change. I've had practice escaping places like this. Then her eyes shifted. To Arthur. He still hadn't moved. Hadn't turned, hadn't acknowledged her. She tilted her head slightly, a faint, playful glimmer touching her eyes. Hey, she said gently. Aren't you going to say hi to me, Arthur? Arthur exhaled slowly. It wasn't annoyance or anger. You shouldn't be here, Raven. His voice was even and calm. Raven smiled faintly. I know. Kara looked between them. Arthur continued, still not turning. You are supposed to stay and recover. A faint pulse of shadow curled around his boots, reacting to his emotions. Besides, this place is like another home to me, Raven finished softly. She stepped closer. I know it better than most. That made John grimace slightly. Not exactly a comforting endorsement, love. Arthur finally moved. He turned. His eyes found hers immediately. He crossed the space between them in 2 strides and took hold of her shoulders, not roughly, but firmly. Grounding himself. Grounding her. That's not the point. His voice dropped lower. Consider your origins, the beings here can. I'm the daughter of Trigon, Raven interrupted gently. There was no arrogance in it. Just truth. Most creatures here fear me. A faint, dark aura glowed around her for a second, controlled, disciplined and powerful. Besides, she added, softer now, I feel stronger than ever now, it seems severing my connection with my father have unlocked something in me. Arthur studied her face. Raven glanced around the room casually, as though she hadn't just walked into the most hostile realm in existence. Her eyes landed on the towering, horned figure in the corner. She smiled. Oh. Hello, nephew. Etrigan stiffened completely. The flames in his eyes flared once, then dimmed to embers. Raven. He inclined his head slightly. Blood of the demon's bane. Daughter born of hellish rain. John looked at Arthur. I'll never get used to that family tree. Kara stepped closer again, studying Raven carefully. You're really okay? Raven nodded. Yes. Her gaze returned to Arthur. And I'm not leaving. Arthur's hands were still on her shoulders. He searched her eyes one last time. Concern, resolve, strength, all of it was radiating from her eyes alone. He exhaled. The tension in his grip eased, though he didn't step back immediately. Fine. You win. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 390, The First Mother's Game. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The war room quieted after the initial shock of Raven's arrival. The moment I set foot here, Raven said calmly, scanning the walls, I knew exactly what was happening. Arthur watched her carefully. Raven's expression shifted. There is no one truly in control of this realm. Her voice carried softly through the chamber. I felt it immediately. Corpses of demons everywhere. Even the air was saturated with death energy. She closed her eyes briefly, as if tasting it again. Hell is meant to be a place of torment and cyclical suffering. Structured in its cruelty. Her eyes opened. But all I sensed was slaughter. A faint pause. Demon lords are at each other's throats. Her gaze slid sideways toward Arthur. And surprisingly, my boyfriend is the one putting them to the sword. John gave a crooked grin. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that, love. He leaned against the war table, flicking ash from his cigarette. The stakes are higher this time. They're not content squabbling over sulfur pits anymore. They want influence. Power over the living world. He gestured loosely toward Arthur. And it was my idea to bring him here. He's the only one with enough raw power and occult knowledge to pull this off. John snorted lightly. Did you think I'd drag Batsy down here? Or the Boy Scout? Kara rolled her eyes faintly at the nicknames. Raven didn't smile, but her eyes softened slightly. Oh, I know. She walked slowly around the table, fingers brushing lightly over one of the maps. I'm part demon after all. I know how they think. Or at least, how they try to. She looked up. The strongest among them are never satisfied with hell alone. Dominion over torment grows dull to them, they desire more. Her gaze darkened. And I'm certain they also sensed my father's absence. Especially the likes of Belial and Naren. The room shifted. Etrigan's eyes flared faintly. Raven's voice remained steady. They felt his demise. A beat. Every one of them must have thought it was their time to become Lord Supreme of Hell. Especially since Lucifer abandoned this place long ago as well. John froze mid-drag. Hold on. He slowly lowered the cigarette. Trigon. His eyes widened. Daddy Trigon is what exactly? He turned slowly toward Arthur. I thought you only sealed him. Arthur's expression did not change. We did. Silence. Then. I finished him while he was sealed some time ago. The words were simple. John stared at him for a full 3 seconds. Bloody hell. Zatanna inhaled sharply. Kara then cleared her throat. So, are we leaving through the gateway we came from? She asked cautiously. The one Lucifer promised to keep open for us. She paused mid-sentence. Then slowly looked between Arthur and Raven. Both of them were staring at her. Arms crossed. In unison. Kara's eyes widened. Oh. A moment later. Oh right, never mind. She pointed vaguely at Raven. You just got here without it. Okay. Okay. I get it. She waved her hands in surrender. You two can apparently enter and leave hell whenever you feel like it. That's normal. John chuckled. Relationship goals, that. Arthur exhaled faintly. With a subtle gesture of his hand, the shadows before him parted like curtains. Space bent inward, folding into a swirling vortex of violet and black light. A stable controlled portal. This will take you directly to my estate, Arthur said calmly. The image within the portal glowed, green fields beneath twilight skies, the faint silhouette of his manor in the distance. Kara. Zatanna. Give George my regards. He glanced briefly toward Raven, then back to them. We will join you soon. Kara crossed her arms, trying very hard not to look reluctant. I'm only leaving, she said firmly, pointing at Raven, because she's here to keep you company. Remember that. Raven smiled faintly. See you, Kara. There was warmth there. Zatanna stepped closer to John. She reached up and straightened his collar absent-mindedly. Be careful, she murmured. And try not to mess up any more cosmic balances. John smirked. Me. I'm the picture of responsibility. She gave him a look. He sighed. All right, all right. I'll behave. A softer beat. Mostly. Zatanna shook her head, but there was fondness in her eyes. Without further hesitation, Kara stepped into the portal first, sunlight briefly reflecting against her cape before she vanished through. Zatanna followed, giving one last lingering glance at John. Then she too disappeared. The portal glowed once, then it closed. Only Arthur, Raven, John, Etrigan, and the Shadow Marshals remained. John exhaled slowly. Well, he muttered, rubbing his face, now we wait for Dream's signal. He looked at Arthur. No pressure. The Palace of Dis. Within the throne chamber of the Palace of Dis, Naren was furious. The sound tore through the vaulted ceilings, rattling chains that hung like trophies from past demonic rebellions, those crushed by Lucifer. Demonic courtiers scattered to the edges of the hall, pressing themselves against pillars to avoid being the nearest target. A shattered infernal brazier lay smoking at his feet. Another followed. With a violent sweep of his clawed hand, a column of black marble exploded into fragments. How? His voice reverberated. Did he anticipate it? The plan had been perfect in his eyes. Elegant in its cruelty. Capture the Shadow's kin. Draw the Lord of Shadows into reckless fury. Force him into a trap and make him submit to a blood oath. Instead. Retaliation, either by the targets themselves or Raven herself. As if Arthur had known. As if the board had been read 3 moves ahead. Naren's massive form paced before the throne dais, wings twitching with agitation. He prepared for it, he must have, he growled to himself. He expected it, how can a mere Huma? A surge of hellfire erupted from his palm, incinerating a lesser demon who had dared to look up. The creature didn't even have time to scream. I could go myself, Naren muttered, claws flexing. I could capture them myself or tear them apart. His burning gaze shifted toward the vaulted ceiling beyond it, beyond hell itself. Then it hardened. No. His jaw clenched. I cannot leave this realm. Something bound him. His eyes drifted slowly toward the throne. The throne of Dis. And seated upon it. The crown of horns. It rested there. An artifact of rulership older than most demon lords. Black metal twisted into jagged antlers, a power that was not his. He had tried to claim it. It had rejected him. The memory alone made his flames flare violently. With a roar of frustration, Naren hurled a blade across the chamber. It embedded deep into the far wall, molten cracks spidering outward. I am Lord of Hell, he bellowed. The crown did not respond. Naren's breathing grew heavier. Rage curdled into something uglier. Doubt. From the shadows lining the upper balcony, Lilith observed him quietly. She leaned lightly against a pillar carved from the spine of some primordial beast, long fingers folded before her. Her crimson eyes glimmered with amusement, she was having fun watching Naren in that state. How pathetic. The once proud demon lord reduced to tantrums. She watched him pace. Watched the insecurity flicker behind the fury. He had overplayed his hand. And now the Shadow Lord could march toward Dis, he already defeated so much of his armies. Lilith turned gracefully, her dark robes whispering against the stone as she stepped away from the balcony's edge. Her mind reached outward. Not with words. Blaze. The connection sparked instantly. Satanus. A colder presence answered. Belial. Her lips curved faintly as she walked through the corridor beyond the throne room. Regroup within the city, her voice flowed through their minds. The time beckons. She paused beside a massive stained glass window depicting Lucifer's long-abandoned reign. Below her, the city of Dis, Naren is unraveling, she continued smoothly. He believed himself clever. He believed himself untouchable. A soft, almost musical laugh echoed in the privacy of her thoughts. He is neither. Her tone darkened. The Lord of Shadows advances. Naren cannot withstand him. He is walking a path towards destruction. She could feel Blaze's curiosity flare. Then let the Shadow Lord tear him apart. Lilith's eyes narrowed. No. She moved again, descending a spiral staircase carved into the palace wall. We allow them to clash. Her voice became colder. We let Naren exhaust himself trying to prove his dominance, I'll even aid him from the shadows. We let the Shadow Lord expose his weaknesses while he crushes Naren. A faint pulse of anticipation passed through the psychic link. And when the fools bleed. Her lips curved again, sharper now. We remove them. She stopped at the base of the staircase, hand resting lightly against a carved demonic sigil. No ruler will stand between us and what we intend to build here. Satanus's voice slithered through the connection. Mother, the Shadow Lord. Does he truly want the throne? His intentions are still a mystery to me. Lilith's expression did not falter. He seeks order and balance. Her eyes glinted. He does not seek the throne. A pause. That is his greatest strength. And potentially, his greatest blind spot. Wait for my command, she finished softly. The psychic connection dissolved. Above her, in the throne room, another explosion echoed as Naren's fury continued. Lilith did not look back. The true game was not played with fire and shouting. It was played with timing. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 391, The Dreaming Claims Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Beyond the great gates of Dis, the city stretched into the horizon. And before it, darkness advanced. The skies of hell, once stained in crimson and molten orange, were slowly being consumed. Violet bled into the firmament. The rivers of fire dimmed as if smothered by an unseen eclipse. An army moved. Silent and endless. Thousands upon thousands of shadow soldiers marched in perfect unison. Demon knights in shadowy armor. Winged horrors blotting out what little infernal light remained. Titans of reclaimed damnation whose eyes burned violet instead of red now. Hell itself trembled. At the very front stood Arthur. Cloak of darkness flowing behind him. His boots touched the scorched earth, and wherever he stepped, flame surrendered to shadow. Behind him in the first rank stood John Constantine, coat fluttering in the unnatural wind, cigarette ember the only warm light in miles. Beside Arthur, Raven walked calmly, hood lowered, eyes faintly glowing. Behind them, some of the shadow marshals who were summoned stood in perfect formation as well, doom unmoving and monstrous, Ultra hovering slightly above the ground, Galatea poised, Bellion at the ready with blade drawn. From the walls of Dis, demons watched. What they saw was not an invasion. It was extinction walking. John exhaled smoke slowly, staring up at the colossal gates. Well, he muttered, this is subtle. Arthur did not slow his pace. It was never meant to be. The ground trembled faintly under the synchronized march. Raven glanced at the sky, noting the way the red had almost entirely drained into deep violet. Dream Lord is taking his time. Her voice was thoughtful, not impatient. Arthur's gaze remained fixed ahead. He will make his move. Raven tilted her head slightly. He's Didi's brother, right? I have very limited knowledge about the Endless. We haven't seen her in some time. John blinked. Hold on. He looked at both of them. You've met Death of the Endless. Raven answered calmly. We're acquainted. A faint smile curved her lips. She's more like a close friend to Arthur. She cast Arthur a sideways glance. Maybe more. Arthur met her gaze. A silent look. Come now. Raven's smile deepened, teasing but gentle. John let out a low whistle. Oh my, Arthur. He shook his head. You've been very busy. He flicked ash into the wind. This makes me laugh now, thinking about a certain chat I had with Batsy some time ago. He smirked. But I'm fairly certain he's realized by now that you're not just some powerful meta, he is no dimwit after all. John's eyes drifted over the endless legion behind them. You're a cosmic entity, a concept even. Something that shouldn't be taken lightly, and he understands that. Arthur's expression remained calm. His paranoia is, consistent at least. A faint pause. But I have come to appreciate it. Raven glanced at him curiously. Arthur's voice lowered, thoughtful. There is something uniquely dangerous about a human who refuses to accept his own limitations. The wind carried his words across the darkened plains. No matter how powerless humanity may seem in the face of cosmic forces, there are exceptions. His eyes reflected violet fire. A single mind capable of planning for the impossible can grant an entire species a chance to survive it. He looked toward the city. Batman is such an exception. But of course, there are forces where plans are meaningless against them. John stared at him for a moment. Then snorted. Smart-ass wise hermit. Arthur ignored him. Raven floated slightly ahead of them. Her posture shifted. Her eyes narrowed. Wait. I can sense something. The massive gates of Dis groaned faintly, though they had not yet opened. Arthur's eyes began to glow brighter. Yeah. His voice hardened. Naren is mobilizing everyone and everything he can. A curl of disdain touched his tone. A futile attempt. From atop the walls, horns began to sound, deep, guttural war calls. Ranks of demons assembled within the gates. Arthur raised one hand without turning. A simple gesture. Bellion stepped forward instantly, wings spreading as he prepared to launch into the air. The Shadow Army shifted, ready. The sky darkened further. And then, a voice came. It did not echo through the air. It moved through Arthur's mind like the turning of a page. Do not be impatient, Shadow Lord. Arthur's eyes flickered slightly. I shall perform my move in moments. The battlefield seemed to pause. I urge you to honor our accord, and avoid unnecessary slaughter. Arthur's expression did not change. But his raised hand lowered slightly. Very well, Morpheus. The name was spoken quietly. Bellion halted mid-motion, wings folding back in obedience. The Shadow Army waited. Across the gates of Dis, the mobilized demons hesitated, confused by the sudden pause. John glanced sideways at Arthur. Let me guess. Arthur's gaze remained fixed forward. He's about to tuck hell into bed. The violet sky above began to ripple. From the highest walls, horned sentries leaned over battlements, staring into the horizon. The sky was no longer red. In the lower districts, lesser demons began to mutter. The Shadow Lord. I cannot see the end of his army. I have never seen souls like these before. A hulking brute with molten eyes peered outward and spat into the abyss. It is only one more tyrant in hell. Yet his voice trembled in fear. Among the damned, souls chained to eternal cycles of suffering and those bound to powerful hell lords, some lifted their heads for the first time in centuries. What is that? Is it judgment? Is it worse? They could feel it. Death, all over again. A tide of darkness advanced without roar or chant. An army of shadow demons, of bound horrors, shadow titans marched as one beneath a violet sky. At their center, a single figure. The Lord of Shadows. On the highest tower of the Palace of Dis, Naren stood upon a vast balcony, wings partially unfurled, fire leaking from his eyes as he gazed across his city. He saw it clearly. The sky itself changing around Arthur's presence. The flames of hell shrinking from him. Here he comes. Naren murmured. There was no mockery in his voice now. Only fury barely contained. Behind him, footsteps echoed lightly. Lilith emerged from the archway, crimson eyes reflecting the distant violet glow. Worry not, she said smoothly, folding her hands before her. We will drive him from this realm once and for all, together. Naren's lip curled. We will. He never finished. Because then. It happened. A pulse. Something vast and incomprehensible swept across hell. It just descended on the entirety of hell. The sky darkened further, not from shadow, but from absence. A hush fell over the infernal winds. The chains that rattled across distilled mid-clink. Every demon felt it. Every damned soul. A presence beyond rank. Beyond dominion. Beyond hell. A whisper threaded through the realm. Sleep. One by one. Demons faltered. A legion assembling within the city gates blinked in confusion. What is? They collapsed where they stood. Blades fell from slack hands. Winged beasts dropped from the sky like extinguished stars. Across the torture pits, tormentors slumped beside their victims. The damned ceased screaming mid-cry. Their eyes rolled back. Entire great districts went silent in seconds. A greater demon lord, armored in bone and flame, snarled and tried to resist. I will not bow to. His words dissolved as his body went rigid and toppled like a felled monument. Another hissed. No, this is not. This is. She fell. Across the city, only a handful remained standing, the very strong. Belial among them staggered slightly, clawed fingers gripping the edge of a cathedral spire. His eyes narrowed. So, the endless interfere. Satanus, hovering above a plaza of sleeping soldiers, steadied himself midair, jaw clenched. Morpheus and the Shadow. His voice full of irritation. Blaze pressed a hand adjusting her helmet, crimson flames flickering erratically around her. He dares. On the balcony, Naren roared. You think you can command me, he bellowed into the darkened sky. The pressure intensified. He forced himself upright, claws digging into stone, hellfire erupting violently around him. I am Dis. The sleep did not take him. But he felt it. Felt his armies fall. Felt the city almost empty. His eyes widened slightly. Below, the once mobilized legions lay strewn across streets and battlements like discarded puppets by the millions. Lilith remained standing, perfectly calm. Her red eyes narrowed as she observed the vast silence spreading outward. This is the work of Morpheus. There was no anger in her tone. She glanced sideways at Naren, who now stood alone atop his tower. Alone with his fury. Outside the city gates. Arthur watched. The violet glow in his eyes intensified as the roar of hell diminished to nothing. The massive demon host before Dis lay collapsed. An entire realm brought to slumber. A faint smile touched his lips. Raven exhaled softly beside him. It seems he finally did it. John stared at the sleeping wasteland. Well, I'll be. He removed the cigarette from his mouth. That's very efficient. Within Arthur's mind, a voice flowed. I have done what I can. The tone was calm. The realm dreams now, Shadow Lord. Arthur did not move. Only those beyond my grasp remain. The violet wind stirred around him. Now, it is time to make your move. Arthur inclined his head slightly. You have my thanks, Dream Lord. A pause. I pray for your fortune, Morpheus said quietly. And that you restore order where chaos has festered. The connection faded. And before them, the city of Dis stood eerily still. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 392, Shadows over Dis. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur rose slowly from the scorched earth, his dark cloak of shadow unfurling behind him, while Raven lifted effortlessly into the air, her dark aura flowing in controlled waves, eyes glowing faintly as hell's wind twisted around her. Behind them, the shadow marshals ascended. Bellion's wings spread. Galatea hovered with silent grace, her eyes scanning every tower and wall. Beru's chitinous frame gleamed in the violet glow, mandibles clicking softly in excitement. John Constantine walked through the now yawning gates alongside Etrigan and Doom. Etrigan strode with a flaming blade in hand. The city of Dis unfolded before them. It was beyond massive. It was obscene in scale. Cathedrals of iron stretched miles high. Bridges of bone arched across chasms filled with sleeping legions. Entire districts spiraled upward in impossible geometry, towers layered upon towers. It was messy. It should have been noisy and filled with demons, tens of millions of them. Instead, silence. Bodies of demons lay strewn across plazas and balconies, wings folded, claws slack, weapons fallen. A kingdom of nightmares, dreaming. John stared up at the impossible skyline. Damn, he muttered, voice echoing faintly. The place is like a ghost town on a larger scale. Literally. He kicked a fallen spear aside. Dream is really something. Arthur's voice carried from above, calmly. There are still many awake. His violet eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the city. Keep your eyes open. Raven hovered at his side, sensing currents of resistance beneath the calm. Yes, she murmured. They're hiding. Arthur's gaze locked onto the distant tower at the heart of Dis rising higher than all others, crowned in a black and hellfire colors. Naren's tower. Follow me, Arthur said. And then he accelerated. A comet. Violet fire erupted around him as he shot forward, ripping through the air and leaving a trail of darkness in his wake. Raven followed instantly, shadow streaming behind her like wings of night. John blinked. Wait for me. I'll be there. I kind of must. He squinted up at the shrinking violet streak. Oh, damn it. He's gone. He turned to Doom, who continued forward without visible reaction. Why is he like that? Doom said nothing. He merely kept walking. Etrigan chuckled lowly. The shadow flies where pride commands. Unbound by roads or mortal plans. John rolled his eyes. Yeah, cheers for the poetry, mate. Etrigan glanced toward a narrow alleyway between towering iron structures. Come. We must enter the palace as well. John looked at him suspiciously. You know something, don't you? Etrigan's lips curled faintly. I know a secret entrance. John stopped walking. You're joking. The demon shook his head. The labyrinth of Dis I know by heart. Its hidden veins, its shadowed part. John stared at him. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Etrigan's grin widened slightly. The shadow prefers his path of flame. To suggest another would be vain. John sighed. Right on that. Of course. Dramatic entrances only. Above them, the shadow marshals halted midair, sensing movement. A tremor of presence rippled through the sleeping city. Bellion's voice cut through their shared awareness. There. From distant rooftops, several figures remained standing, ancient demons and lords whose power resisted dream's influence, those that gave up on dreaming Altagthar. Their eyes burned with hatred. Galatia's gaze sharpened. I see them. Ultra followed her gaze. They will cause trouble for the monarch. Baru was already on the move. Bellion's tone was calm, authoritative. We split up, and cleanse the city of the filth. He looked at each of them in turn. We must eliminate those who would interfere with the monarch within the city. His gaze shifted toward the palace tower. Hel, Igris, and Kamish are monitoring the first of the fallen. His voice darkened slightly. If he does anything unwise. Galatia nodded. Understood. Bellion continued. They are also securing our base. Once the monarch concludes his business, we regroup with them. Ultra gave a silent nod. Without further word, they scattered. Galatia streaked toward a cathedral spire where a horned titan demon gathered flame. Ultra vanished in a violet blur toward a distant building. Baru dove like a meteor toward his targets. Bellion rose higher, surveying the battlefield like a general above a chessboard. Below, John watched them split apart across the skyline. Bloody hell. He muttered. He shook his head slowly. I still can't get used to them, and how alive they feel. He glanced toward the palace where Arthur's comet of violet fire slammed into the upper tower balcony in a controlled explosion of shadow. Terrifying power indeed. His expression shifted slightly. Arthur. There was awe there. Beside him, Etrigan tightened his grip on his blade. The palace calls. The throne awaits. Where shadow knocks. So tremble gates. John exhaled. Right then. Secret entrance, is it? He adjusted his coat. Let's go crash a coronation. Tower of Dis. Arthur did not descend into the Tower of Dis so much as fall, bringing destruction with him. A comet of violet fire tore through the vaulted ceiling of the palace balcony, stone and infernal marble detonating outward in a violent explosion. Columns snapped and blackened banners ignited midair. The impact shook the entire upper levels of the palace. When the dust cleared, he stood at the epicenter of ruin. Behind him, the balcony wall had caved inward, exposing a distant view of the sleeping city. Raven landed beside him in a whisper of shadow, cloak settling around her. Her boots touched the cracked marble without a sound. Ahead of them, 3 figures waited. Not common demons. These were tall, armored beings, horns curved back like blades, eyes burning with contained hellfire. Arthur could tell they are very old. Arthur regarded them as one might regard a misplaced decoration. A spear materialized in his hand. Lightning coiled around it in arcs, violet and white. He smiled. A different manner of welcome than I anticipated, he said smoothly, voice calm, almost conversational. I had expected the so-called lord of this realm to greet me personally. His eyes glowed faintly violet. Yet it seems he continues to hide. Even now. The demons began walking forward in unison, each step cracking marble beneath armored heels. One spoke. You will not reach the Lord of Hell. Another's gauntlet ignited with hell flame. You shall end here, usurper. Raven's eyes flared crimson. The temperature dropped sharply. Her cloak snapped outward as if caught in an unseen storm. Dark sigils spiraled around her arms. Begone, she said quietly. Power answered. A surge of black-violet magic erupted from her in a focused wave. The nearest demon barely raised its arm before the spell struck, its armor imploded, its form shredding into fragments of demonic essence that scattered like ash. Silence followed for a moment. The remaining two attacked regardless. They moved faster than thought, weapons of hellfire carving arcs through the air. Arthur did not move, he did not even look at them. His eyes glowed brighter. Two violet flashes. A displacement of air so sharp it cracked like thunder. The demons froze mid-attack. For a suspended second, their bodies remained upright. Then their heads slid cleanly from their shoulders. Both corpses collapsed behind him. Arthur's spear dissolved into particles of shadow before the bodies even struck the ground. He exhaled faintly, as though mildly inconvenienced. Raven lowered her hand slowly, watching him from the corner of her eye. There was no triumph in her expression. But the palace trembled again. The severed forms twitched. Dark smoke began pouring from the fallen demons, their essence refusing dissolution. The smoke gathered, condensed, and rose. 3 shadowed silhouettes stood where the corpses had fallen. As shadow demons. They regarded Arthur. Then they bowed. And stepped backward. Their forms melted into the floor and flowed like ink toward him. Raven's brow furrowed slightly. The shadows reached Arthur's feet and were absorbed into his own. His shadow thickened briefly. Deepened. Then stilled. Arthur began walking forward as though nothing had occurred. Raven fell into step beside him. The interior of the palace was vast beyond reason, corridors tall enough to house human cathedrals, pillars carved with screaming faces, chandeliers of suspended bone and ember. The scale dwarfed mortal architecture. Arthur's gaze sharpened. He could see it and feel it. Several presences ahead, ancient ones, watching. Raven slowed slightly. I sense more than just demons ahead, she murmured. Arthur glanced at her without turning his head. Clarify. She narrowed her eyes, focusing past layers of wards. My kin. Her words were quiet. Arthur's expression shifted. Oh, he said softly. Then it must be Belial. He closed his eyes briefly. The palace fell away to his perception. Walls became outlines. Heat became threads. Souls became flickers of light in darkness. He opened them again. A faint smile curved his lips. Yes. It is definitely him. A pause. Curious. I wonder what he believes he is accomplishing here. This time he will not be so lucky. A ripple moved through the hallways like a breath inhaled by something enormous. Then. They came. Horrors poured from archways, from cracks in the ceiling, from beneath the very floor. Twisted, elongated shapes of sinew and bone, faces stretched and hollow, too many limbs dragging across the floor. Dozens. Then hundreds. They surrounded Arthur and Raven in an encroaching circle. Every single one poised to strike. Raven's cloak lifted again, energy building. Arthur. He did not stop walking. He did not turn. Continue, he said calmly. The horrors attacked as one. Shadows erupted. Not from the floor. From him. Spears of darkness shot outward in perfect geometric precision. Blades formed midair. Fists the size of battering rams manifested from the ground. Shadow-clawed hands burst from walls. Each horror was impaled mid-motion. Pinned. Suspended by the shadows. Skewered through skull, torso, limbs. The entire corridor froze into a grotesque tableau of halted violence, an image. Their hollow faces twisted in silent shock. Arthur passed between them, hands resting loosely at his sides. Raven exhaled slowly, tension leaving her shoulders as she observed the immaculate control. Not a single strike had come close to touching them. Behind them, the impaled horrors began dissolving into streams of darkness, flowing back toward Arthur's trailing shadow like tributaries returning to an ocean. He spoke without looking back. Let us proceed. Raven studied him for a moment, the composure, the terrifying ease, the calm he carries with him. Then she allowed herself a smile. Yes, let's, she said softly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 393, Red Gate. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Earth. Across continents, ovals of distorted space came into existence, some hovering above oceans, others embedded into mountainsides, others suspended midair above crowded streets. Gates. At first, people thought they were some weird-looking storms. Then the first one ruptured. In Metropolis. The gate above Centennial Park tore open, creatures spilled out, massive, plated beasts with serrated limbs and burning cores embedded in their chests. Before panic could fully ignite, a red and blue blur shattered the first monster midair. Superman drove the creature into the ground with a thunderclap that cratered pavement but spared the surrounding buildings. "Everyone back," he called, voice carrying authority even as more poured out behind him. Green light lanced across the sky. John Stewart descended beside him, construct cannons already forming around his fists. "Tell me that's the last wave." Superman's eyes flashed red as he scanned the gate. "No. It's just starting." Above them, shapes moved in disciplined formation. Dozens of figures wreathed in shadow-violet light streaked downward. Shadow lanterns. They did not shout battle cries. They did not posture. They simply engaged in battle. One formed a lattice of light that caught 3 monsters mid-attack. Another conjured a spear of condensed shadow light and pinned a creature to a skyscraper. John blinked mid-punch. "Okay." Superman allowed himself a smile. "They're coordinating with us at least." One shadow lantern hovered beside them, voice calm. "Monarch's directive, assist Earth's defenders. Prioritize civilian safety. Gates must be cleared from within by killing the boss of the dungeon itself." John arched a brow. "From within." The lantern gestured upward. Superman looked at the churning distortion. "We go inside then, let's go." In Themyscira, a gate split open above the sea cliffs. Winged abominations poured out, shrieking. They were met midair by a golden streak. Wonder Woman cut through the first creature with a single arc of her blade, bracers clashing as she deflected barbed projectiles. A squad of Amazons formed ranks below. Then, shadow-violet lights joined the sky. Shadow lanterns hovered. An Amazon captain narrowed her eyes. "Are they allies?" Wonder Woman did not hesitate. "Yes, they serve the savior of Olympus, they will fight our enemies." One lantern descended beside her, offering no bow. "We enter the gate. Will you join?" Diana twirled her blade once. "With honor." And together, Amazon and Shadow shot upward into the gate. In Coast City, the Flash circled a newly formed gate so fast the air ignited. Creatures that managed to exit were dismantled in red streaks before they understood motion. He skidded to a halt beside a hovering shadow lantern. "So let me guess. Big spooky hole in reality, monsters inside, we gotta go in and beat up the boss." The lantern regarded him. "Yes." Barry clapped his hands once. "Love when the plan is simple." A green portal formed beside them as Hal's voice crackled over comms. "Flash, don't just run in blind, we just realized that the world within these gates might be a bit more complicated." Barry grinned. "Blind is kind of my thing." And vanished into the gate. The shadow lantern followed without comment. In Atlantis, deep beneath the ocean, a gate opened like a whirlpool of void. Aquaman raised his trident as sea beasts surged forward. Atlantean soldiers braced. Then shadow light pierced the water. Lantern constructs formed pressure barriers, stabilizing currents. Aquaman studied them carefully. "Shadow lanterns. Are you here to aid us?" "Yes," one responded. "We serve the one who protects this sea and all lands above." Aquaman allowed himself a brief, approving nod. "Then fight well." In Gotham, the gate near the outskirts of Batman's family manor hovered in silence. It was positioned with unnatural precision, isolated woodland, miles from dense population. Batman stood before it, cape barely stirring. Beside him hovered a single shadow lantern. Batman broke the silence. "You're here to enter the gate." The lantern inclined its head once. "On the Monarch's orders." Batman's jaw tightened slightly beneath the cowl. "Even in hell," he murmured, "he's monitoring Earth." "The Monarch watches all," the lantern replied. A rush of air displaced behind him. He did not turn. Boots touched grass. "Hey, Bruce." Supergirl hovered just above ground level, arms crossed, and her expression was both focused and playful. Beside her, Zatanna adjusted her gloves. "And yes," Kara added, "Arthur knows what's happening, but how did you know that he is in hell right now?" Batman's voice remained flat. "Constantine." Zatanna laughed lightly. "You really are no fun, Bruce." It wasn't difficult to deduce. Kara stepped closer to the gate, peering into its swirling interior. "Feels wrong." Zatanna approached it slowly, eyes glowing faintly as she examined its structure. "What do we have here?" she murmured. Her expression shifted, less amused now, more analytical. "It's layered. Not just a breach. It's a constructed space. A pocket reality. Self-contained. Dungeon, that's what Arthur calls it," Batman said. Kara cracked her knuckles. "So we go in, clear it, shut it down." The shadow lantern hovered forward slightly. "Internal stabilization possible once core entity is eliminated." Batman activated his gauntlet interface. Team formation, I take point. Lantern support. Supergirl handles vanguard engagement. Zatanna provides structural disruption and extraction contingency. Kara smirked faintly. You always talk like that. Yes. Zatanna rolled her eyes affectionately. The gate pulsed. From within, something massive shifted. Batman stepped forward without hesitation. Move, we go inside right now. Kara floated beside him, eyes glowing. Zatanna inhaled slowly, centering herself. The shadow lantern extended a blade of condensed shadow. Together. They stepped through. The gate swallowed them whole. The moment they crossed the threshold, the world itself changed. Sound inverted. Gravity lurched sideways for a moment before slamming back into place. The soft blue glow of the gate behind them started darkening, thickening until it hardened into a deep, violent crimson. The exit sealed. Completely sealed. Reality reshaped itself around them. The forested outskirts of Gotham were gone. They stood beneath a sky the color of drying blood. Clouds low and heavy, illuminated from beneath by rivers of distant fire. The ground was cracked stone and blackened soil, but structures rose in the distance. Buildings. Human in architecture. Skyscrapers bent at impossible angles. Suburban homes half sunken into ash. Street lamps melted like wax figures. It was Earth. Distorted through torment. Heat rolled across the landscape in suffocating waves. Kara floated a few inches off the ground, looking around with disbelief. Come on, are you kidding me, she said, squinting at a crumbling office tower that looked suspiciously like a warped Gotham high-rise. I thought we'd at least get something new. We were just in hell. How is this any different? Zatanna stepped forward slowly, boots crunching against brittle, charcoal-like ground. Her eyes glowed faintly as she scanned the horizon. Right there with you, she muttered. It does look like hell, but not quite. She tilted her head. The energy signature's different. This is constructed. Artificial damnation. Batman had already turned around. The gate behind them pulsed once. And then flattened into a solid red surface like cooled metal. A wall. He approached it, scanning. No seam. No weak point. No response to proximity. A red one, he said quietly. Kara lowered herself to the ground. What? Batman didn't look at her as he answered. According to Arthur's shadow back in the watchtower, some gates convert upon entry. Red classification. He tapped the sealed surface once with an armored knuckle. It didn't echo. It seals the entrance once someone passes through. Zatanna's expression shifted slightly. Meaning. We're trapped. Kara blinked. Define trapped. The gate will not reopen until one of three conditions is met. He turned toward them now, cape shifting in the hot wind. The ruler of this domain is defeated. We die. Or a monster breakout forces the gate to open. Kara stared at him for a full second. That's not great. Zatanna folded her arms. Batman continued walking forward, scanning terrain patterns, elevation shifts, structural weaknesses. He also mentioned that the environment inside a red gate is typically hostile by design, he said. Designed to exhaust, isolate, and destabilize intruders. A distant roar echoed through the twisted skyline. Batman's eyes narrowed. Temperature fluctuation extreme. Atmospheric toxicity elevated. Structural integrity of landscape unstable. He crouched, running a gauntlet over the ground. The stone pulsed faintly, almost organic. And time flows differently. Kara's head snapped toward him. Define differently. Outside could be hours. Here. That hours might be days or weeks. Zatanna gave a slow, appreciative whistle. You really know how to set the mood, Bruce. Kara cracked her neck, eyes beginning to glow faintly red. Good thing we came with you then. She rose into the air again, scanning the warped skyline with sharpened focus. Let's find whoever's in charge and end this. Batman stood. In the distance, between two warped skyscrapers, something moved. Massive. Silhouetted against the blood sky. Watching. Movement. Northeast, he said. Kara's eyes flared brighter. I see it. The ground trembled. A street ahead split open as clawed hands burst upward from beneath the stone. Dozens of humanoid figures dragged themselves free, twisted, half-melted reflections of people. A product of necromancy. Zatanna's jaw tightened. Undead. Kara's expression darkened instantly. That's disgusting. Batman's voice cut through. Focus. This domain could be psychological. It mirrors familiarity to induce hesitation. The creatures began sprinting toward them in jerking, unnatural motions. Kara didn't hesitate. She launched forward like a missile, heat vision carving a blazing path through the first wave. Stone vaporized. Creatures disintegrated. Zatanna raised both hands. The second wave imploded into spirals of black smoke. Batman moved through the chaos like a shadow between shadows, precise strikes, grapnel lines, explosive pellets detonating at structural weak points to collapse sections onto advancing hordes. That massive presence in the distance moved. Not toward them, but upward. As if rising from beneath the city itself. Kara hovered back beside Batman, a smirk tugging at her lips. Her eyes locked onto the distant silhouette. Let's go meet the landlord. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 394, Red Gate. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The colossal demon was waiting in the distance. Other than Kara, no one could truly see it yet. Only its shadow. Its shadow stretched across buildings. The first wave of monsters hit them at the edge of a broken intersection. Demons poured from ruptured storefronts, horned, blade-limbed things dragging chains of bone. The undead followed behind them in staggering masses, bodies fused together in ugly combinations, torsos stitched to torsos, skulls screaming without lungs. Kara didn't wait for Batman's strategy. She shot forward. The ground detonated beneath her takeoff, shockwaves flattening the first rank of demons. She collided with the second wave midair, fist driving through armored chests as if they were paper. A spin, heat vision lanced outward in a controlled arc, severing limbs without touching the warped buildings behind them. These things keep coming, she shouted over the chaos. A massive demon leapt from a balcony above, axe raised. It never landed. A grapnel line yanked it sideways midair. Batman redirected its momentum into a shattered bus frame, then planted an explosive gel charge on its chest and vaulted backward. The detonation was perfectly timed. Armor cracked inward. The demon fell in pieces. Stay mobile, Batman ordered calmly. They're funneling us. Of course. Kara replied, slamming another creature headfirst into the pavement hard enough to liquefy the stone. Behind them, the shadow lantern moved. Construct shadow blades extended from both arms, violet and glowing. It stepped into the undead swarm without fear or hesitation, no wasted strikes, no grand flourishes. Heads separated from shoulders in perfect arcs. Spear constructs pinned charging demons to walls in symmetrical formation. Winged horrors dove from above. Idiv Argus Rever. Zatanna commanded. The air reversed. The creatures were flung upward instead, bodies contorting as gravity inverted around them. With a sharp downward gesture, she snapped her fingers. Fall. Gravity resumed. They cratered into the street in a rain of broken limbs. She exhaled slowly, eyes glowing brighter as more approached. Oh, I am charging overtime for this, Bruce. A tremor rolled through the ground. From beneath sewer grates and shattered asphalt, skeletal hands erupted, grabbing for ankles, for capes, for stability. One latched onto Batman's boot. He didn't look down. A small device dropped from his gauntlet, embedding into the ground. Electropulse. The undead convulsed violently and went still. But then, the buildings shifted. The warped skyscrapers leaned inward unnaturally, windows shattering as demonic artillery launched from within, fireballs and bone spears raining down. Above, take cover, the shadow lantern warned. Batman moved instantly. Smoke pellets burst outward, creating dense visual cover. The lantern extended a shield construct over Batman and Zatanna just as a barrage of hellfire struck, impact rippling across the emerald barrier. Batman didn't acknowledge the save verbally. He adjusted trajectory mid-run and fired 3 remote batarangs upward. They detonated in sequence, collapsing the upper floors where the artillery had formed. The lantern dropped the shield seamlessly and formed a long-range construct rifle, firing precise beams that carved through airborne threats before they could reposition. Kara rocketed upward through the smoke, grabbing a winged demon by the throat. You want altitude, she growled. She hurled it through 3 consecutive buildings. The shockwave cleared half the skyline. Below, Zatanna raised both hands as the street split open again, this time not with undead, but something much larger. A hulking mass of fused corpses, hundreds of bodies stitched into a single towering entity, pulled itself upright, dragging rebar and street signs embedded in its flesh. Kara landed hard in front of it, cracking her knuckles. Oh, they keep coming even more ugly. It swung a building fragment like a club. She caught it. Skidded back a dozen meters. The ground tore beneath her boots. Batman vaulted onto a collapsed streetlight, calculating angles instantly. Structural weak points along the spinal ridge. Zatanna. Can you destabilize it? She narrowed her eyes, studying the writhing mass. Yes, but it'll take a second. Take it. The monster swung again. This time the shadow lantern intercepted construct gauntlets forming around its arms as it absorbed the blow. The impact cratered the street, but the lantern held. Kara launched upward along the creature's torso, heat vision drilling into joints and connective tissue. Zatanna stepped forward, voice ringing like a bell through chaos. Nruder ot Straas. The stitched flesh began unraveling. Unweaving. The fused corpses separated mid-roar, collapsing into inert piles of bone and ash. The giant fell apart. Kara landed lightly. That was gross. Silence fell briefly. Then, the shadow ahead moved. The skyline trembled as something colossal began rising from beyond the city center. They could see more now. A horned crown. A torso the size of a skyscraper. Its shadow swallowed entire districts. Batman stepped forward slightly, cape settling behind him. That's our objective. The shadow lantern's voice remained steady. Demon entity confirmed. Kara hovered upward, eyes burning red. Finally. Zatanna flexed her fingers, magic swirling tighter around her wrists. Please tell me that's the one we have to defeat so we can leave. The giant's eyes ignited. A roar rolled through the dimension. Batman's voice cut clean through the tremor. Regroup. Advance together. Kara grinned fiercely. Too bad. She looked at the towering demon. We're not locked in here with you. She clenched her fists. You're locked in here with us. The demon giant rose in full, stepping forward as if the city were nothing but brittle scaffolding built for its emergence. Each footfall liquefied asphalt. Its skin was blackened red. In its hands. A weapon. A colossal trunk of petrified wood, thicker than a subway tunnel, wrapped in chains and burning from within. Flame crawled along its length. Batman's voice cut sharp across comms. We must assess first. Kara didn't. She was already airborne. Assessment complete, she called back, grinning. She became a streak of blue and red, the air detonating in her wake. The giant saw her too late. It swung. The flaming trunk came down with enough force to flatten a city block, swatting at her like an insect. But Kara twisted midair, the massive weapon grazing her shoulder instead of crushing her. She caught the trunk with both hands. For a moment, it looked absurd. A massive-sized monster trying to squash a Kryptonian. She smiled. Oh. You brought a stick. Her muscles flexed. The trunk splintered. Shattered. The flaming tree exploded into a rain of burning debris as she snapped it across her knee and hurled the halves into distant ruins. The demon roared, a sound that warped the red sky itself. It swung its free hand instead, fingers closing around her. Kara's eyes flared white-hot. Twin beams of heat vision erupted point-blank into its palm. The smell of burning demonic flesh filled the dimension. The creature howled, jerking its hand back as molten stone dripped from charred fingers. Batman stood below, cape snapping in the heat waves. He watched carefully. Analyzing. Kara didn't hesitate. She drove forward again, fists hammering into its forearm, into its jawline, each impact releasing shockwaves that cracked the landscape. She wasn't pacing herself. She was enjoying it. Batman's eyes narrowed behind the cowl. Too much. The shadow lantern shot upward to assist, constructs forming. Massive shadow chains wrapped around the demon's legs, anchoring it. A spear construct expanded into a beam and pinned one shoulder back against a twisted skyscraper. The giant struggled. The ground fractured. But the lantern held. Kara hovered before its face now, breathing steady, eyes glowing. Nice, she said, glancing briefly at the lantern. Now. The demon's eyes burned brighter. It spoke. Not in any human tongue. A grinding, abyssal language. The words vibrated through the air. Batman's gauntlet flickered subtly. Recording. Every frequency. Every syllable. Kara tilted her head mid-hover. I have no idea what you just said. The demon snarled. She vanished. To Zatanna and Batman, she became a distortion in the air. To the giant. She became inevitable death. Two sonic booms cracked simultaneously as she drove both fists forward at maximum velocity. They punched through its skull. Clean. She disappeared into its head. For a suspended millisecond, she was halfway through the monster's face. Then she tore out the other side in a burst of black blood and shattered bone. The demon's body froze. Cracked. Then collapsed backward in a catastrophic fall that flattened half the remaining district. The dimension trembled. Silence followed. Kara hovered for a second longer before descending lightly to the ruined street below. Black, viscous blood dripped from her gloves, from her suit. She looked down at herself. Ew. She shook one hand slightly, flicking droplets aside with mild disgust. Zatanna approached from behind a crumbling vehicle, lowering her glowing hands. Finally, she said, exhaling. The shadow lantern released its constructs, letting the demon's corpse settle into ruin. Smoke curled upward from its remains. Batman did not relax. He was watching the skyline. The sky hadn't cleared. The red gate hadn't parted. His jaw tightened slightly. Maintain alertness. Kara glanced over her shoulder, brushing gore off her cape. What? Batman stepped forward slowly, scanning the horizon beyond the fallen giant. The city extended far beyond where the creature had risen. Miles. Too vast for a single core entity, too vast for this to be the actual obstacle. The tremor returned. But this time, it wasn't from the corpse. It was further ahead. Batman's voice dropped lower. It seems, that was not the boss. Kara's expression shifted. From casual satisfaction to annoyance. The shadow lantern's head tilted slightly. Energy signature unchanged. Zatanna's eyes widened faintly as she reached outward with her senses. Oh, she breathed. Batman's cape settled as he looked toward the distance. That was just phase 1, he said quietly. Kara rolled her shoulders again, wiping the last of the blood away with visible annoyance. Oh, whatever. Her eyes ignited red once more. I wasn't done anyways. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 395, Arthur vs. Naren. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell, Tower of Dis. The throne room doors were not meant to break, they were slabs of infernal iron reinforced with demonic magic, and ancient sigils carved by the first of the fallen himself. They had endured wars and rebellions. Arthur did not knock, he drove his boot forward. The impact did not simply dent the doors. It erased them. Iron folded inward like paper caught in a storm. Sigils shattered in sparks of dying green. The explosion thundered through the palace corridors as the doors tore from their hinges and blasted inward, crashing across the floor in twisted ruin. Smoke and embers rolled outward. And through it. He stepped. Violet light cut through the haze before his silhouette fully emerged, his eyes burned. Lightning crawled along the length of the spear in his hand, violet and black intertwined, shadow feeding the current. The smoke parted around him and Raven walked at his side. Her cloak flowed in slow waves, eyes glowing the same violet as his, magic coiled tight around her. At the far end of the chamber, the throne waited. Crowned with horns and skulls. And beside it stood Naren. Naren did not sit. He waited. Green hellfire already crawled across his hands, licking between clawed fingers. His wings flexed once behind him, casting long shadows across the chamber. When he saw Arthur step through the smoke, he smiled. Slow and amused, but that did not hide his anger or irritation. Well, Naren drawled, his voice echoing. If it isn't the self-proclaimed Lord of Death. His gaze slid toward Raven. And you? His lips curled slightly. Spawn of Trigon. Raven's expression didn't change. Arthur didn't smile. You know why I'm here, he said evenly. His voice carried without strain across the vast chamber. So let's not waste any more words, little lord. The word hit harder than any weapon. Little. Naren's eyes flared brighter. The green fire in his hands surged violently. Arrogant bastard, he roared, wings snapping outward. And here I thought we might have a civil conversation. Hell answered his temper. A tidal eruption of emerald inferno exploded from his palms, a wave of demonic fire that devoured space itself as it rushed forward. The throne room vanished behind it. Arthur did not move. He spun the spear once. The motion was smooth, almost lazy. Shadow poured from him in a circular arc, wrapping the spear's rotation in a spiraling vortex of violet lightning and abyssal shadow. The weapon became the eye of a storm. The green hellfire collided with the spinning barrier. And split. The eruption tore around Arthur and Raven in twin torrents, shearing across the walls and ceiling but failing to breach the rotating fusion of shadow and lightning. The sound was catastrophic. When the fire dissipated, Arthur stood exactly where he had been. Unburned. Untouched. The spear slowed. Lightning cracked once more before settling. Arthur lifted his gaze to Naren. I got him, he said calmly, not breaking eye contact. Then, quieter. You know what to do, my dear. Raven's lips curved faintly. She began to rise, cloak trailing beneath her. You got it, babe. Dark magic coiled around her as she drifted sideways, preparing to phase deeper into the palace corridors beyond the throne chamber. Naren's expression sharpened. Oh no, you won't get away. He thrust one flaming hand outward, wings beating once as he lunged forward. Where do you think you're going, daughter of Trigon? The green fire condensed into a clawed projection, surging toward Raven's retreating form. Arthur moved first. A throw. The spear left his hand in a blur of violet lightning. It crossed the entire throne room in less than a blink, and impaled Naren's outstretched hand to the floor. The sound was thunder. Stone cracked outward from the impact point. The spear pinned his palm through dark marble, violet electricity erupting along his arm in violent arcs. Naren snarled, green fire sputtering where lightning invaded it. Arthur walked forward through the lingering smoke, eyes glowing brighter. Keep your eyes on me, he said quietly. Little lord. Naren's wings flared, teeth bared as he tried to wrench his hand free. Green fire flared against violet lightning in a furious clash of power. Behind Arthur, Raven vanished into the deeper halls of the palace, her presence slipping like a shadow. Naren's gaze snapped back to Arthur, fury boiling. You dare, Naren hissed, voice dropping low and venomous, come into my realm. Destroy my armies, my gates, scheme with Morpheus and put my subjects to sleep. And address me as though I were some lesser duke. Arthur stopped walking. He was close enough now that the glow from Naren's flames reflected faintly across his face. His expression did not change. I don't address you as lesser, Arthur replied calmly. He reached out. The spear ripped itself free from Naren's hand and returned to Arthur's grasp in a crack of lightning, tearing through flesh as it did. I address you accurately. Naren's wounded hand regenerated slowly in green flame, but the wound never truly did, and his smile was gone now. Only wrath remained. The throne room did not survive the first exchange. Naren vanished in a streak of green light, reappearing behind Arthur with a clawed strike aimed for his spine. Arthur pivoted without looking. Steel met talon. The impact detonated the marble beneath them. Shockwaves rippled outward, shattering pillars and splitting the floor into jagged fault lines. Infernal statues toppled. The throne cracked down the middle. Naren moved again. Fast. Not the theatrical speed of a spellcaster relying on distance. A feint high, a sweep low, and a pivot into a spinning backhand wrapped in green hellfire. Arthur blocked the first two with the shaft of his spear. The third grazed his shoulder, burning fabric and sending him skidding backward through a collapsing archway. Naren did not press recklessly. He stalked forward through falling debris, wings partially unfurled. You expected a cackling sorcerer, didn't you? He sneered. Throwing curses from a safe distance. Hiding in my castle. He split into 5 identical forms in a flare of green light. Each one moved differently. Each one attacked from a separate angle. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter. The world slowed. Breath. Heartbeat. Intent. 4 carried power. 1 carried the actual soul. Arthur stepped into the real one. His spear thrust forward in a lightning-wrapped arc, bypassing the illusions entirely and forcing Naren to twist aside at the last instant. The remaining projections shattered like glass. Naren's eyes narrowed. You see through it. Your magic bends perception, Arthur replied calmly, driving forward. Not reality. Their fists collided. The sound was thunder. They tore through what remained of the throne room in a blur of violet and green, sending the crown of horns flying. Each strike collapsed walls. Each blocked blow fractured stone. Naren's wings smashed Arthur through a tower column. Arthur retaliated by driving his knee into Naren's ribs hard enough to crack his armor. They crashed upward. Through the ceiling. Exploding into open air above the tower of Dishell's sky was around them, crimson clouds spiraling as the two figures hovered above the highest point in the city. Naren wiped a streak of blood from his lip and laughed breathlessly. You are just like I expected, Shadow. Arthur said nothing. He vanished. Reappeared to Naren's left. A punch to the jaw. A backhand across the throat. A knee to the abdomen. Every blow landed with precision, shadow energy pulsing on impact. Naren retaliated with equal brutality, grabbing Arthur by the collar and driving him downward into the tower's peak, stone erupting in a volcanic plume. Arthur caught himself mid-fall. Ruler's authority flared. Invisible force seized the falling debris and hurled it upward like a storm of meteors. Naren shattered them midair with sweeping arcs of green fire, but that was the opening. Arthur surged forward. A combination. Left hook. Right cross. Elbow across the head. Palm strike that sent a shockwave through Naren's chest. Then. The spear. It wasn't in Arthur's hand. It hung behind Naren. Waiting. Ruler's authority clenched. The spear shot forward like divine judgment. And impaled Naren from behind, the violet lightning bursting through his chest in a spray of green and black. They froze midair. Naren's eyes widened. Bastard. He hissed through clenched bloody teeth. Arthur hovered before him, ice cold. You're skilled, he admitted evenly. But very predictable, I've had more trouble dealing the first of the fallen. Naren's expression twisted. Then he screamed. Green energy detonated outward from his body in a catastrophic wave, pure demonic force expanding in all directions. Arthur crossed his arms as shadow erupted around him, forming a dense spherical barrier. The green blast swallowed him whole, pushing him backward across the sky like a comet of violet resisting an emerald sun. Below, entire sections of the tower vaporized. When the light faded, Arthur hovered within the fading shield, cloak snapping violently in the residual winds. He lowered the barrier slowly. Are you planning to destroy yourself alongside me? He called across the distance. Naren hung in the air, panting. The spear still protruded through his torso, but his wound burned with green regeneration. He began to laugh. Short at first. Then deeper. I would do no such thing against the likes of you, he said between breaths. His eyes flickered strangely. Not white or green, they turned darker. Then he went still. Completely still. Arthur felt it immediately. That shift in presence. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 396, No True Ruler. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // A voice echoed, inside Naren's mind itself. I shall provide you with my support, child. Naren's eyes widened. First Mother, he whispered. The air around him thickened. Shadows, not Arthur's, began crawling across Naren's skin. They weren't green or black. They were crimson red. Like blood. They wrapped around his arms, his chest, his wings, seeping into him rather than covering him. Naren gasped. In pain. The spear trembled as his body arched unnaturally, veins glowing beneath his skin like cracks in cooling lava. Wait, he choked. The shadows forced his wings outward violently, stretching them to their full span as if testing the limits of his flesh. His voice distorted. Layered. Something else began speaking through him, overlapping his own tone. Arthur's violet eyes narrowed. What is going on with him? Naren clawed at his own chest as the crimson presence sank deeper, overriding the green fire with something older. Far more ancient magic. The pain was visible now and too real. His jaw clenched so hard cracks formed in his jagged teeth. I did not ask for. He snarled, trying to push back. The presence answered with silence. Then control. His posture straightened abruptly. Too abruptly. His head tilted at an unnatural angle as his eyes turned crimson red completely. The green flames dimmed. Replaced by something darker. Arthur slowly extended his hand. The spear ripped free from Naren's body and returned to him. He did not attack again. Not yet. Because this was no longer just Naren. His body hovered unnaturally still, wings spread wide as though strung up on invisible hooks. Arthur remained suspended opposite him, spear angled downward at his side, violet lightning pulsing through it. His eyes glowed brighter. Who are you? He asked evenly, and why are you wearing his body? For a moment, there was only the wind. Then Naren's head tilted back. And laughter spilled out. Too deep compared to his earlier voice. It vibrated through the air. Child, the voice said, amusement thick within it, do you truly believe Naren was the Lord of Hell? Arthur's expression did not change. That much, he replied calmly, was clear to me the moment I stepped foot in this realm, so you are that other presence. He raised the spear slightly. I'm no fool. So I'll ask again. Who are you? Naren's body lowered its head slowly, eyes now entirely black. Not pupil. Just void. You stand within a kingdom whose foundations predate your shadows, monarch, the entity said softly. And you assume the one seated upon its throne was sovereign. Even Lucifer simply took the reins. This place has no true ruler, it was never meant to be ruled by one entity. Arthur's cloak shifted in the wind. Titles are irrelevant to me, also get to the point. A pause. What is your goal here? The smile that stretched across Naren's face was not his own. Sharp. That, the voice replied, almost pleasantly, we shall discuss, if you survive this. Arthur's grip on the spear tightened slightly. My survival is not in question, yours however. The entity chuckled again. Confidence. A trait I admire. Something this idiot lacked. Naren's body flexed once, pain rippling visibly through muscle and bone as the presence settled deeper inside him. First, the voice continued, tone turning colder, let me use this idiot one last time. Arthur's eyes narrowed a fraction. You know it'll take me a minute to find you, he said evenly. Whoever you might be. The black eyes locked onto his. I am counting on that. The entity's voice softened, dangerously so. What you seek goes against what I desire, Shadow Lord. Arthur's expression sharpened. And what is it you believe I seek? Restoration, the presence answered. Order and balance imposed upon realms that thrive in chaos. You are not here merely to kill a demon or two. You are here to restructure the dominion of this realm. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't be here, this isn't heaven. Arthur did not deny it. The silence between them was answer enough. The entity's smile widened. Besides, I'm preparing something great for both the living and those in the Silver City, and with you being here, that conflicts with my will. Green veins of power briefly flared beneath Naren's skin as the body struggled. A flicker of the real Naren surfaced. Rage, humiliation, fury. Then was crushed again beneath the weight of the intruder. Arthur's voice lowered. You're afraid of me. The laughter that followed was softer now. Amused. Fear is for mortals, my child. I've long forgotten what that means. The black eyes gleamed. The fool's soul, the entity added almost casually. You may have it back. I have no interest in keeping it, especially since all of you are doomed anyways. Arthur's gaze hardened. You speak as though you own it and not Naren. In this realm, the voice replied smoothly. Contracts and ownership of souls are fluid. The sky above them cracked from the pressure building. Arthur raised the spear into a ready stance, violet lightning intensifying. Last chance, he said. Name. The entity regarded him for a long moment. Then. No. I prefer privacy. Naren's body convulsed once, wings snapping outward violently as black energy erupted from his chest in spiraling tendrils. The void within his eyes deepened further, swallowing what remained of his green flames. I am sure you will find me, the voice said, almost warmly. Shadow Lord. Arthur's aura expanded in response, darkness pouring outward in controlled waves. The spear glowed. You're right, Arthur replied quietly. And it won't take long. The possessed body smiled once more. Arthur faced him in silence. The difference was clear now. Naren's stance had changed. Gone was the disciplined balance, the aggression. His movements were sharper but erratic, like a blade swung by something that did not care if it broke in the process. Arthur adjusted his grip on the spear. Behind his eyes, calculations moved faster than the battle itself. He wasn't just fighting. He was searching and tracking. Following the subtle tether between puppet and puppeteer. Careful, Shadow Lord, the layered voice mocked from Naren's mouth. You divide your focus. Arthur's eyes did not leave him. I don't need all of it for you. Naren's lips stretched wider than they should. Then he moved. Downward. He ripped his own palm across his chest, claws tearing through flesh without hesitation. Blood spilled, but it did not fall. Thick and dark. Then it ignited. The blood twisted into symbols midair, ancient and writhing. The sky turned red as those sigils multiplied, forming a rotating halo of crimson-black script around him. Arthur felt it immediately. Blood magic, old and cruel. The sigils detonated outward in a storm of needle-like shards, each one flew carrying a curse designed not merely to wound. Arthur spun his spear. Violet lightning erupted outward in a spiraling barrier, shredding most of the projectiles to ash. But the possessed Naren was already inside the storm. Too fast. A claw wrapped in blackened blood energy tore across Arthur's left arm before he could fully pivot. Fabric split. Skin opened. Dark magic hissed against his flesh. Arthur's jaw tightened. The corrupted energy tried to burrow inward. Naren leaned close, whispering through blood-stained teeth. Feel that? So, you do bleed after all. Arthur's eyes flared brighter. He retaliated instantly. His spear vanished from his hand. And reappeared in a tight, brutal arc. The blade severed Naren's arm cleanly at the shoulder. There was no dramatic pause. The limb separated, and from the stump erupted not blood, but complete void. A roaring, spiraling vortex of black energy exploded outward, consuming the severed arm mid-fall and expanding violently. The vortex widened, twisting like a newborn singularity. Debris from the shattered tower, broken stone, fragments of infernal architecture all were dragged inward. The air itself bent around it like black hole. Even distant spires began to crack as gravitational force warped the skyline of Dis. Arthur hovered before it, unmoved. His cloak rippled but his body remained perfectly still. The cut on his arm smoked faintly as shadow energy purged the invading corruption. He studied the vortex, eyes narrowing. This is a very dark type of magic, he murmured to himself. Even by demon standards. Within the vortex, Naren's body trembled, the severed limb did not regenerate. Instead, black tendrils extended from the wound, connecting him directly to the swirling abyss as though feeding it. The possessing entity spoke again, voice strained but amused. You see it now. Arthur's gaze sharpened. I see a parasite. The vortex intensified. From within it, shapes began to form, distorted silhouettes made of blood and shadow. They clawed their way outward, shrieking without sound. Arthur exhaled slowly. He could feel it now. The tether. Thin. Far below the surface of hell. Whoever was controlling this wasn't near. Using Naren as a conduit. Or merely a distraction. The possessed body attacked again, ignoring the missing arm entirely. A blade of condensed blood extended from the remaining hand, slicing downward in a crescent meant to bisect Arthur. Arthur stepped into it. He let the blade skim his side, not deep enough to matter. And drove his fist into Naren's sternum. The impact detonated like a bomb. Ribs shattered inward. Black energy splintered across the sky. The vortex wavered violently. Naren's head snapped back, but the voice still laughed through broken teeth. Arthur followed through. An elbow to the jaw. A knee to the abdomen. He caught Naren by the throat and hurled him directly into his own vortex. The sky ruptured as the body struck the center of the singularity. For a moment, everything froze. Then Arthur extended his hand. The spear answered. It streaked forward in a bolt of violet judgment, piercing through Naren's torso once more and pinning him within the heart of the swirling abyss. The vortex screamed. Cracks of violet lightning tore through its structure, destabilizing the gravitational pull. Arthur hovered there, ice cold as he watched Naren's body tremble against forces too immense for him. This isn't a battle anymore, he said quietly to himself. The possessing entity strained against him, trying to force more power through the dying vessel. But the body was failing. Breaking and burning from the inside. Arthur's gaze hardened. At this point, he lifted his hand slightly. The spear twisted. Energy surged. Killing him is an act of mercy. The vortex fractured. How lucky for him. With a final tightening of his will, Ruler's authority crushed inward. The vortex imploded. The sky snapped back into place with a deafening shockwave that rippled across all of Dis. When the dust and darkness settled, Arthur remained hovering alone. Naren's body hung limp on the spear for a brief, silent second. Then went completely still. Only the faintest trace of that dark tether remained. Thin and retreating. Arthur closed his wounded hand slowly, shadow energy sealing the last of the damage. His eyes lifted toward the distant, unseen anchor point. You're next, he said quietly into the trembling sky. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 397, Raven vs. Belial. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // The outer layers of the Tower of Dis were untouched by the cataclysm fight above. Far below the summit, where Arthur and Naren tore apart the sky itself, the lower bastions remained eerily pristine. Vast corridors carved from black volcanic stone spiraled around the tower's circumference. Balconies jutted outward into the abyss, overlooking an ocean of molten fire and screaming winds. Gothic arches stretched high overhead, webbed with crimson sigils. But beneath the demonic architecture, beneath the ritual wards etched into every surface, there was something watching. Raven hovered silently through the corridor, her cloak trailing. The violet glow in her eyes flickered faintly as she extended her senses outward, brushing against the unseen currents of magic. Her brow furrowed. Where is it? She slowed midair. They're faint and subtle. Like a hand withdrawing just as you reached for it. A presence. Not Naren. Not one of the lesser lords. Something older and quieter. Etrigan's warning echoed in her thoughts. A power behind the throne, little witch. One who prefers the dark corners to the crown. Raven's fingers curled slightly as her aura sharpened around her. They're here, she murmured under her breath. They have to be. No one aids Naren without a personal agenda in mind, especially if they are this powerful. Her gaze scanned the towering pillars, the balconies, the spiraling staircases that vanished into gloom. It would be dangerous to let our guard down against someone like this. A ripple of magic passed behind her. Subtle. Raven stopped. Her body stilled in the air. She did not turn immediately. Her jaw tightened. Of course. Slowly, she rotated midair. Across the vast balcony, leaning casually against a pillar as if he'd been there the entire time. Belial. Tall. Regal. His demonic form refined and cruel in equal measure. Frame adorned in dark ceremonial armor. His horns curved elegantly backward, and his eyes burned with amusement. He smiled. "My sweet sister," he said warmly, voice smooth. "I didn't know you'd be here." Raven lowered herself to the stone floor, boots touching down softly. "Hello." A pause. "Brother." Belial's grin widened, pleased. "I wondered when you would return home," he continued, pushing himself off the pillar. "Though I admit, I did not expect you to stand at the side of that bastard, a pretender trying to conquer hell itself." "Ha." His lip curled slightly. "Or." He tilted his head thoughtfully, "Did you finally accept your blood? Have you come to claim what is yours? The throne of hell?" A soft, sinister chuckle left him. Raven's expression did not change. But her eyes darkened. "Don't," she said flatly. Belial raised an amused brow. "Don't what?" "Don't mistake me for one of you." The temperature around her dropped. Her cloak lifted slightly as magic began to coil around her like. "I have never been one of you," she continued, her voice calm and sharp. "I defied Father when I was a child. I defied him when he imprisoned me. I defied him when he tried to turn me into a weapon." Her gaze hardened. Even he knew I was different. Belial's smile softened slightly. "And that," he admitted quietly, "I cannot deny." He stepped closer. "I never understood what he saw in you. Why you, of all of us, were kept so close. Why you were both his weakness, and his prison, and his eventual doom." His eyes flickered with something darker. But his absence. Belial spread his arms slightly. Was convenient. A subtle shift in tone. "For us." Raven's fingers twitched. Belial sighed theatrically. "So I take it we cannot cooperate?" he asked lightly. "No sibling reunion? No shared ambition?" He gave a faint shrug. "Shame. Truly. You choose him over us. Over your true home." His eyes sharpened. "Over your own blood. And for what? A mortal playing king with shadows." The air exploded. Silence. Raven's magic ignited violently outward, violet energy cracking across the balcony like fractured lightning. The stone beneath her feet split with sharp fractures as gravity distorted around her. Belial's cape snapped in the magical gust, but he did not move. Her eyes burned now, bright and furious. "You have no idea who you are speaking about." Her voice trembled, not with weakness. With controlled fury. "He is not like you. He does not hunger for dominion. He does not wish to rule through fear and chains. He does not wish to rule this shithole at all." Her magic pulsed. "He chose to fight hell itself to protect the living in someone he calls friend. He is someone that stands against beings who would devour worlds, without hesitation, something you cowards, so-called lords of hell would never even dare attempt." A flicker of vulnerability passed through her expression. "And he did it, knowing what it might cost him." Belial's smile slowly faded. "Oh my, you got truly corrupted by the mortals. He means that much to you?" Raven didn't answer immediately. Her aura stabilized, but it remained vast. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter. "He is my choice." A pause. "And I will not allow you, or anyone else hiding behind Naren to threaten him." Belial's eyes narrowed slightly. "Ah. So she did sense it." He chuckled softly. "You're sharper than the others, but of course as expected of you, dear sister," he admitted. He turned slightly, glancing toward the tower's interior. "You are right, sister. Something moves behind the throne." He looked back at her. "And it is not me." Raven's gaze sharpened instantly. Belial tilted his head, amused. "You hunt the wrong devil." The corridor behind him darkened. Her eyes flicked past Belial. "You're not the one aiding Naren," she realized. Belial laughed. "No. I'm aiding the one aiding Naren." A beat. "Only because I am curious how this ends." Raven's aura ignited again. "Step aside." Belial's grin returned, wider this time. "I think not." The air between them grew heavy. Two children of Trigon, two opposite choices. Raven raised her hand, dark sigils spiraling around her wrist. Belial's demonic energy flared in response, crimson flames licking up his arms. The balcony trembled faintly from the war raging far above them. For a moment, neither moved. Only the distant roar of collapsing towers echoed from higher levels of Dis. Raven's eyes sharpened. "I will not ask this again," she said, her voice colder this time. Step aside. The violet in her eyes deepened, brightening until they glowed like twin amethysts lit from within. Belial watched the change with interest. Then he laughed, a sinister sound that scraped against the walls. "No," he said softly. He straightened to his full height, a flare of crimson fire that licked across the pillars and ceiling. "Consider this repayment." His gaze hardened. "Your lover humiliated me. In front of my fellow partners and in front of creatures who once bent the knee." His power intensified. "I will not forget that." His lips curled. "I will kill you, dear sister. And through your death, I will reclaim what was mine, the power of Trigon and..." Raven's expression did not change. Belial extended a clawed hand toward her, fingers flexing as if already grasping something intangible. "Your soul," he continued, voice lowering into something almost reverent, "is unlike ours. Refined and tempered. Denied corruption for so long it has become something rare." His smile widened, sharp and hungry. "I shall use it to empower myself." The crimson flames around him flared higher. "The others may squabble over the throne for all I care. Let them rot upon it." His voice rose slightly, conviction seeping through. True power does not reside in a chair carved from stone. His eyes burned brighter. "I see that now." Raven watched him. And then she smiled. A small, almost pitying smile. "Fool." Belial's eyes narrowed. Raven lifted her hand. Darkness gathered instantly, spiraling into a concentrated sphere of violet energy that glowed with layered incantations. Ancient Azarathian sigils spun within the sphere, interwoven with demonic glyphs she had long since mastered and surpassed. "You speak of my power and soul," she said quietly, "as though it is something you can handle." Her cloak snapped outward as her aura surged. "You've always mistaken hunger for strength." Belial roared and thrust his palm forward. A torrent of crimson hellfire exploded from him, dense and violent, spiraling like a dragon's breath as it tore across the balcony toward her. Raven did not move from her place. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. Her violet sphere expanded instantly into a barrier, the crimson fire colliding against it in a deafening detonation. The impact cracked the stone beneath her feet, but she held firm. Belial snarled and launched himself forward through his own flames, wings of fire erupting from his back as he thrust both hands outward. Crimson spears formed in midair, dozens of them each one etched with binding curses designed to pierce spirit and flesh alike. Raven's eyes flashed. The barrier collapsed inward and reformed as a wave. She thrust her hand forward. The violet energy surged outward in a sweeping arc, colliding with the incoming spears. The space between them erupted in an explosion of clashing forces, red and violet tearing at each other like rival storms. Shockwaves blasted outward, shattering windows along the tower's exterior. Entire sections of balcony flooring crumbled and fell into the abyss below. Belial burst through the fading smoke, claws extended for her throat. Raven vanished, reappearing behind him in a ripple of shadow. A concentrated beam of violet magic erupted from her palm at point-blank range. It struck Belial square in the back, sending him crashing through 3 pillars before he caught himself midair with a furious beat of flaming wings. He hovered now, breathing heavier, armor cracked and smoking. His eyes glowed with rage and exhilaration. "Yes," he hissed. "That's it." Raven floated opposite him, her aura swirling. "You always held back before," Belial continued. "Even when you were just a child." His voice darkened. Father noticed. Raven's jaw tightened. "I am not his experiment or his grand creation," she said sharply. "And I am not your stepping stone." Belial spread his arms wide, crimson energy condensing into twin blades that extended from his forearms like burning scimitars. "Then come, sister." Raven's hands ignited with violet flame, dark tendrils weaving around her wrists like living ribbons. The two forces hung suspended for one breathless second. Then collided. Red and violet crashed together in a blinding explosion of magic that lit the entire outer tower. Energy beams tore across the sky, carving molten trenches into the architecture. Shockwaves spiraled outward in expanding rings, shaking the foundations of Dis itself. Their powers pushed against each other in a raw contest of will, Belial's fueled by ambition and resentment. Raven's anchored by something far more steadier. Duty and love. Her eyes burned brighter as she forced his blades back inch by inch, violet light overtaking crimson. Belial gritted his teeth, straining, flames flaring violently as he tried to overpower her. "You chose weakness," he shouted over the storm. Raven's voice cut through, calm and unwavering. Ignorant fool. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 398, Raven vs. Belial. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want, // Raven and Belial clashed again. Belial streaked across the sky in a comet of crimson fire, blades of hellfire extending from his forearms. Each sweep of his arms carved molten arcs through the air, leaving afterimages that burned the air itself. Raven floated opposite him, cloak expanding into a vast mantle of violet shadow. Arcane sigils, Azarathian, demonic, and older than either rotated around her. Belial attacked. His strike split the air with a concussive boom. Raven raised a hand, her barrier forming not as a wall but as layered hexagonal constructs that glowed with occult sigils. The blade collided. The sigils cracked, but did not break. Belial twisted midair, tail whipping forward with barbed precision. Raven dissolved into shadow, the strike passing through her like smoke. She reappeared above him. Azarath Metrian. A spear of condensed violet light descended. Belial roared and crossed his blades. The impact detonated outward, vaporizing 3 floating pillars and sending shockwaves cascading across the tower's surface. He slid backward through the air, wings beating hard to stabilize himself. Then he laughed. "You fight beautifully, sister," he called out, voice echoing through the chaos. "But you fight alone now, I don't sense father's energy at all." He snapped his fingers. The spilled demonic energy saturating the battlefield answered him. Rivers of crimson magic surged upward from the cracks in the stone, coiling into massive serpentine constructs with skull-like visages and flaming maws. They lunged at her from every angle. Raven's eyes glowed brighter. Her cloak split into multiple tendrils, each one catching a serpent mid-lunge and crushing it in spirals of gravitational force. She countered with a sweep of her arm, releasing a crescent wave of dark energy that sliced 2 constructs in half. Belial hovered above her, watching. "The shadow exhausts himself," he said conversationally, though his aura pulsed violently. "You know this well, no one is truly invincible." He began weaving his hands, blood seeped from his palms and formed a floating lattice of sigils before him, older magic, sacrificial and binding. "No power is infinite. Not his. Not yours." The sigils snapped into place around Raven like a cage. Crimson chains materialized from nothing, attempting to bind her limbs and wings of shadow. "We shall use that exhaustion to our advantage," Belial continued, voice darkening. "When he weakens, when he falters, we shall claim his powerful soul." The chains tightened. "Nothing is safe from the laws of the realm," he pressed. "Not mortals. Not demons. Not even higher beings." His eyes burned with fanatic intensity. "I'm sure you are aware of this, dear sister." Raven did not struggle. She simply looked at him, calm and centered. The chains creaked as they constricted. Then her lips curved faintly. "Another thing you are severely wrong about." Belial's smile twitched. The violet glow in her eyes intensified until the crimson magic around her began to hiss and recoil. "That shadow you speak of," she said calmly, "is not a candle you can snuff out." The chains began to fracture not from brute force, but from something eroding them at a fundamental level, a stronger magic. Cracks spiderwebbed across the crimson sigils. "He grows in opposition." Her aura expanded outward in a controlled, overwhelming surge. "The more you throw at him, the chains shattered. The more he adapts." The shockwave from her release obliterated the remaining serpentine constructs instantly. Belial staggered midair, wings flaring to stabilize himself. Raven raised both hands. The sigils around her shifted formation, compressing into a rotating sphere of impossibly dense arcane energy. "If anything," she continued softly, "you are making him stronger." She thrust her hands forward. The sphere split into 6 beams that spiraled outward before converging on Belial simultaneously from different sides. He roared and unleashed a storm of hellfire in defense, creating a spiraling inferno shield around himself. The first 3 beams pierced it. The 4th shattered his left blade. The 5th tore through his right wing, severing bone and membrane in a violent spray of crimson sparks. Belial screamed in fury. He charged through the explosion regardless, one remaining blade reforming as he attempted to cleave her in half. Raven closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, they were pure violet. She vanished. Belial's blade cut only air. She reappeared directly beneath him. Her palm pressed lightly against his chest. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened. Then every sigil she had cast throughout the battle ignited simultaneously. The sky lit up with layered circles of arcane magic, all focusing inward toward that single point of contact. Azarath. Metrian. Zinthos. The incantation was quiet, the result was not. A devastating column of violet-black energy erupted upward, engulfing Belial completely. The beam tore through his torso, shattered his remaining wing at the joint, and detonated against his lower body with crushing force. There was a sickening crack. His leg twisted unnaturally. Bone splintered. The beam carried him downward in a spiraling arc before slamming him into the fractured rock below in a catastrophic explosion. Stone disintegrated. The shockwave rippled across the outer tower. When the light faded, Belial lay embedded in a crater of molten rock and shattered architecture, both wings broken, no energy to regenerate. One leg bent unnaturally even for a demon. Armor shattered. He coughed, blackened blood spilling from his lips as demonic regeneration struggled to keep pace with the damage. Raven descended slowly, hovering above the crater. Her cloak settled around her. Belial looked up at her through one half-lidded eye. "You always were Father's favorite," he rasped bitterly. Raven's gaze was steady. "No," she said quietly. "He had an eye for talent, and I was the one who refused him." The crater still smoked. Belial lay broken at its center. Raven's final blast had burned too hot for even demonic resilience. Raven regarded him now in silence. Belial coughed, his regeneration flickered weakly, trying to mend bone, trying to restore wings, but her magic still clung to him like chains, disrupting the process. Their eyes met. For a brief moment, something passed between them that was not hatred. Then Raven's expression cooled again. "You are not worth it," she said quietly. Belial's fingers twitched against the cracked stone. "You dare spare me?" The humiliation burned hotter than her magic had. He forced himself to move, pain screaming through nerves that should have been dead. His crushed leg shifted enough to give leverage. Slowly, subtly, crimson energy pooled in his palm, condensing into a narrow blade no wider than a dagger. His eyes lowered, masking the intent. Raven turned slightly, as if to leave. That was the moment. With a snarl of raw fury, Belial lunged upward with sheer will, driving the hidden blade toward her spine. "You sanctimonious." He never finished. Something fell from the sky. It did not descend gently. A black streak tore through the smoke and dust with violent precision. Claws, razor-sharp, dark and enormous, punched through Belial's skull from above. There was a wet, brutal sound. The talons pierced through his head and erupted from beneath his chin, lifting him slightly off the ground as momentum drove them deeper. Belial's body froze. The crimson blade in his hand flickered and vanished. His eyes widened in shock. Wah! Blood spilled down the claws embedded in his skull. Slowly, trembling, his gaze lifted upward. Towering behind him stood a monstrous figure clad in black exoskeleton, eyes glowing a predatory violet. A shadow soldier. Belial's lips parted faintly as realization dawned. A shadow. Raven blinked. Barreau. The massive ant-like marshal inclined his head respectfully, claws still impaling Belial's skull. "My queen," Barreau said, voice deep and vibrating with restrained violence. This idiot attempted treachery. His grip tightened slightly, and Belial groaned as bone cracked further. Raven descended lightly to the ground. She studied her brother. Even now, impaled through the head, he was alive. Demonic vitality clung stubbornly to him. Belial's breathing came in wet, ragged pulls. Raven's eyes darkened. Then they shifted, the violet faded. Red took its place. "I said you were not worth killing," she repeated softly. Belial's remaining functional eye flickered toward her. Her voice lowered. "But..." She raised her hand. Arcane circles formed instantly around Belial's suspended body, layers of it locking into place. Words rolled from her lips, language as old as Hell's throne. Belial struggled weakly against Barreau's claws. "No. Wait." The sigils contracted. "This," Raven continued calmly, "is a fate worse than death." The circles collapsed toward him. Belial's body compressed, not physically at first, but spiritually. His essence was pulled from flesh, drawn into the center of the construct as his physical form disintegrated into ash. His scream did not echo. The light condensed. Shrank. Until only a small, dark gemstone hovered in Raven's palm. Within it, a faint red silhouette clawed at invisible walls. Raven closed her fingers around it. The red glow dimmed. Barreau stepped back, kneeling slightly before her. Raven extended the gem toward him. "Take it," she said. "Throw it into the deepest pit of hell." Her gaze sharpened. "And be careful of the great bird. He is no simple guardian." Barreau accepted the gem reverently in his massive claws. "My liege has already eliminated that entity." Raven paused. Her eyes widened slightly. He did, what? Baru's mandibles shifted in what might have been pride. The one called Abaddon resisted briefly, but he could not match my liege's power. A beat. And he no longer does. For a second, Raven simply stared at him. Then a quiet exhale escaped her. Of course. A faint smile touched her lips. He killed Abaddon. Her gaze softened briefly. Then the red in her eyes faded back to violet. Go, she told Baru gently. Cast it there. Where no light reaches. Baru bowed his head. As you command, my queen. With a powerful leap, the shadow soldier vanished into the sky, gemstone clutched tightly in his hand. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 399, The Prison of the First Mother. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur hovered high above the city, violet lightning faintly arcing along his body. Below him, the streets of the infernal capital were already occupied. His shadow marshals stood at every major crossing and spire, unmoving guardians. Legions of lesser shadows patrolled the avenues like disciplined phantoms. Any demon that had remained awake after Morpheus's action had already been dealt with. Efficiently and decisively. Arthur lowered his gaze slightly, focusing past the city. There, the thread, it was faint, but it was there. The dark magic he had felt through Naren's body had not vanished, it had retreated. Arthur angled himself toward it and accelerated. The city fell behind him in seconds, shrinking into a distant silhouette against hell's crimson horizon. The terrain beyond this was harsher, twisted plains of blackened stone, forests of petrified bones and rivers of molten rock. And rising from that desolation, ruins. An altar of some sorts, and it pierced the sky. The structure dwarfed the Tower of Dis itself, though it was in catastrophic decay. Massive slabs of black stone leaned at different angles. Entire sections had collapsed into dust and fossilized rubble. The topmost spire jutted upward like a skeletal finger pointing toward the sky. Arthur slowed. What is this place? He murmured. He descended and landed upon the cracked surface of the altar. The stone did not crumble beneath him, even though it was old beyond measure. He began to walk and his eyes glowed violet as he scanned his surroundings. Ruler's authority stretched outward in invisible waves, probing for traps, distortions, hidden presences. At first glance, the structure was barren. Then he saw them. Remains, not exactly scattered, they were arranged. Skeletons lay embedded within the stone itself, humanoid and demonic alike. Some were colossal. Some impossibly small. Their bones had fossilized to a degree that suggested an age beyond comprehension. Many were partially fused into the altar's surface as though the structure had grown around them. Arthur crouched briefly beside one. The bone texture was strange, crystalline in places, metallic in others. This very place felt older than most places he had encountered in hell. His jaw tightened slightly. The faint thread of dark magic pulsed stronger here. Then, a voice. It bloomed inside his mind. Clear and feminine, and utterly devoid of demonic rasp. Welcome, child, to my keep. Arthur stilled, he did not reach for his spear immediately. He stood slowly instead, turning his head slightly as though listening to wind that did not exist. Keep, he repeated, gaze sweeping across the shattered monolith and its fossilized graveyard. This ruin. The voice answered at once, smoothly. Yes. Looks can be deceiving. Arthur's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes sharpened. But you already knew that. He closed his eyes. The violet glow intensified beneath his eyelids. When he opened them again, the world shifted. Not visually, but layered atop the ruin were faint impressions, echoes of something grander. Pillars not broken but whole. Vast archways arching toward a sky. And whispers threaded through the air, faint voices. Chanting, crying, worshipping. Arthur exhaled slowly. So, he said quietly, Lilith. Am I correct? A soft laugh filled his mind. Amused. Very good. Arthur turned fully now, scanning the highest point of the altar. I followed your trace through Naren, he continued, tone steady. You were never hiding behind him for protection. The whispers intensified slightly. He was just another pawn to you. His gaze hardened. If you have something to say it plainly. Silence stretched for a moment. Then. Such impatience, the voice replied gently. Arthur's cloak stirred in an unfelt breeze. Let me ask you directly, he said instead, what is it you truly want from all of this? When Lilith spoke again, there was no mockery in her voice. You seek to impose order upon a realm that thrive in entropy. That's your first mistake, child. Arthur was listening calmly. You disrupt hierarchies that existed long before your kind learned to crawl. His eyes narrowed slightly. And you, he replied, stand at the root of those hierarchies, and it's funny that you speak this way. You were once human too. A faint ripple of approval. How insightful. Arthur's voice hardened. If this ends in violence, I prefer to know why, because you clearly don't care much about that stupid throne. The laugh that followed was softer and sharper. Oh, it will end in violence. The whispers around the altar grew louder, layering into something almost melodic. Oh, how refreshingly direct, Arthur. I do admire that in a man. Especially one so young and full of fire. Lilith continued. Very well, I'll indulge you. But only because your end draws near, and it would be a pity for you to perish in ignorance. Arthur's grip tightened around his spear as it materialized into his hand in a crackle of violet lightning. His voice remained calm. You speak with confidence. Another ripple of amusement. I speak with memory. Then. Darkness gathered overhead, like ink spreading. Arthur did not move. His spear rested loosely in his hand. The darkness condensed. Then it descended. It flowed downward in spiraling ribbons, twisting around each other. The ribbons struck the stone before him, and rose. They sculpted a body from nothing. First wings, vast, elegant, in black. Then horns, curving upward from a regal brow, smooth and obsidian dark. Then a figure stepped forward from the cocoon of shadow. Lilith. She emerged fully as the darkness receded into her, a cloak settling across royal shoulders. She was beautiful. Not in the soft, mortal sense. She looked sharp, perfectly formed. Her dark hair fell in waves down her back, contrasting against skin pale as moonlight. A gown of deep, shifting black wrapped her frame, fabric that seemed woven from night itself, and her wings folded slowly behind her. Her eyes met his. Crimson irises, bright, intelligent and ancient. She smiled. Then began to circle him. Casually. As though inspecting a sculpture she found intriguing. Arthur Blackwynd, she said smoothly, voice no longer confined to his mind. Monarch of Shadows. A faint tilt of her head. Lord of Death. Arthur's gaze followed her without turning his body fully. You are an outsider, she continued. A variable I did not account for. She paused briefly at his side, close enough that he could feel the faint chill radiating from her presence. And yet, your arrival was welcome. She resumed her slow walk around him. You have weakened those I intended to break myself. Destroyed pieces upon the board I had grown tired of. She extended one slender hand toward the ruins around them. What you stand within. Her voice softened. Is the first place I set foot when I was cast into this wretched realm. The wind stirred her hair slightly. My first refuge. Arthur exhaled faintly. Can you get to the point, demon first mother? His tone was dry. I could pretend to be interested in your life story. A pause. But that would be dishonest. Lilith stopped before him. Then she smiled. Why so eager, child? She asked lightly. Patience is a virtue, is it not? Arthur crossed his arms. The spear dissolved into shadow at his side. Lilith's gaze flicked briefly to the motion, noting it. Then she turned her attention outward toward the highest broken pillar of the altar. Within these ruins lies an ancient construct, she said, her tone shifting, less theatrical, more contemplative. An altar raised in desperation. Her fingers brushed lightly across the stone, and faint glyphs flickered to life beneath her touch. It was built as an attempt to reach heaven. Her lips curved faintly. To call out to him. The air tightened around the word. But no matter how I tried, she continued, the gates remained closed. The heavens remained silent, one that fell from their grace is no longer welcome. And this place was becoming crowded. Swarmed with the ambitious. The desperate. Her gaze hardened. Fools clawing for power in a realm that devours them regardless. They rise. They slaughter. They conquer. She gestured dismissively. And it means nothing. Her wings shifted slightly. In this hell, they are all insignificant. Arthur tilted his head slightly. So this entire circus, he said evenly, is because you dislike your surroundings. Lilith stopped. Her expression changed. The faint amusement drained away. You reduce it too easily. She turned toward him fully now. This altar did not reach heaven. Her crimson eyes darkened. It reached elsewhere. It opens a rift. A pause. To earth. Arthur's brow lowered slightly. Lilith's voice lowered. Unlike Lucifer and certain others who can freely move between realms, I am forever bound here. Her wings flexed subtly, as if testing invisible chains. I cannot leave this place. Her gaze drifted toward the horizon. But Earth. A faint, distant longing crept into her voice. Earth began to resemble heaven to me. Arthur pinched the bridge of his nose briefly and sighed. I can't believe this. Lilith arched a brow. Too much information. No, Arthur replied flatly. I just can't believe all of this chaos is happening because someone decided they wanted to relocate. Her eyes flashed. That is a very simplistic interpretation of my suffering. She stepped closer. You cannot possibly understand confinement on this scale. Arthur's expression remained unimpressed. You'd be surprised. She ignored that. I attempted the ritual once, she continued. The power was insufficient. The rift opened only partially. Her gaze darkened. It allowed lesser demons to slip through. But I remained. Her fingers curled slightly. Still bound. She met his eyes again. To tear the veil fully requires power on a greater scale. The altar's glyphs flared faintly around them. And if I succeed? She did not soften it. The rift will remain open and my children and the damned. A faint smile. They would follow. Arthur stared at her for a long moment. Then he sighed again. I can't let that happen, but you know, he said, tone almost conversational, I can offer a solution. Lilith's head tilted slightly. You are not an angel, he continued. So I can do this with you. His eyes glowed faintly. You could become my eternal shadow. A pause. And leave this realm behind. Lilith's crimson irises expanded. Then her eyes flooded completely red. The whites vanished. Her demeanor shifted instantly, regal composure replaced by a furious look. You dare mock me, she asked softly. The temperature plummeted. I have observed you, Arthur Blackwynd. Her voice deepened, layered with power. I understand how your ability functions. It is not so different from a soul contract. Her wings extended slightly, casting a vast silhouette across the altar. You bind them. Arthur's gaze sharpened. I give those that don't deserve a second chance a purpose, he corrected. Her lips curled faintly. You claim them for your own benefit. For power. And you think I would trade one prison for another? Lilith stepped closer still, so close their shadows overlapped. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. Everything becomes a prison, eventually. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 400, Arthur vs. Blaze and Satinus. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur's patience thinned. Enough, he said quietly. Shadow gathered along his arm, condensing into his spear. Violet lightning coiled around the shaft, snapping and hissing. The charge climbed higher into the clouds of hell's sky, until streaks of amethyst thunder began crawling above the altar. Lilith was not impressed. Instead, she lifted one hand and pressed her palm lightly toward the stone beneath them. The altar awakened. Crimson light intensified in vast concentric circles beneath their feet, spreading outward. The fossilized remains embedded in the stone started to glow as well. Arthur glanced down once. When he looked back at her, his eyes burned brighter. I'm afraid I can't permit this, he said. Earth already suffers of more monsters than it deserves. Lightning cracked overhead, answering him. Lilith's lips curved faintly. How noble of you. Arthur did not waste another word. He hurled the spear. It tore through the air like a comet, an eruption of violet radiance that split the darkness in two. Thunder detonated behind it, the shockwave shattering loose fragments of the surrounding ruin. Lilith moved at the last possible instant. Darkness folded around her like wings. The spear pierced through the space she had occupied, but she was already gone, teleporting in a ripple of black distortion. The spear struck a distant spire instead. The explosion of lightning vaporized half of it. Stone rained down in molten fragments. Lilith reappeared several yards away, hovering lightly above the ground. Shadows wrapped around her. How cold of you, she murmured, almost teasing. Refusing a mother her freedom. Arthur extended his hand, the spear dissolved from the shattered ruin and reformed in his grasp with a crackle. Spare me the bullshit. The shadows at his feet shifted. Then suddenly they appeared. 2 figures erupted from the darkness itself, one from his left, one from his right, moving with blistering speed. A flaming kick aimed for his ribs. A blade of condensed hellfire slashing toward his neck. Arthur reacted without turning his head. His left hand shot out and caught a wrist mid-strike. His right hand clamped around a leg inches before it connected. The impact alone fractured the stone around him. Hellfire ignited instantly. It raced up their limbs, engulfing his hands in roaring infernal flame. The heat distorted the air. Yet Arthur did not budge. His boots ground into the altar, cracks spiderwebbing outward from his stance as he held them suspended, one by the wrist, the other by the ankle before either blow could land. The flames crawled across his arms, but his shadow armor surged in answer, devouring the hellfire before it could burn flesh. For a brief second, all three remained locked in that stance. Arthur slowly turned his head. His gaze settled first on the woman whose leg he held, her helmet blazing like wildfire, eyes fierce. Then to the demon in his other grasp, taller, composed, a cruel smile playing at the edge of his lips. "So," Arthur said evenly, tightening his grip despite the flames, "you must be Blaze, and Satinus." The men grinned wider. "An honor, Shadow Lord," Satinus replied smoothly, as though greeting him at court rather than mid-assault. Blaze answered with action. She twisted her trapped leg and ignited her other foot in a sudden burst of intensified hellfire, swinging it toward Arthur's face with explosive force. Arthur released them both at once, pushing them both away with ruler's authority. He bent backward just enough for the flaming kick to slice through empty air, heat grazing his cheek. Then he propelled himself upward in a controlled backflip. He landed several meters away, boots touching down lightly despite the cratered stone beneath him. The spear spun once in his grip before settling against his shoulder. "Impressive," he admitted coolly. "You slipped past my marshals without a whisper." Satinus rolled his wrist once, flexing fingers that still smoked faintly from Arthur's grip. "Your shadow slaves," he said, voice calm but laced with disdain. "Clever constructs." A faint smirk. "But they are simple pieces on a board nonetheless." Blaze cracked her neck, embers drifting from her helmet. "They were entertaining to watch," she added. "Especially when they bullied the lessers." Arthur's gaze flicked briefly toward the perimeter of the city in the distance, where his shadow marshals still guarded the city. Then back to them. Before he could respond, Lilith's soft laughter echoed once more. She hovered higher now, wings outstretched, crimson light bathing her from below as the altar's glow intensified. "Make me proud," she said to her children, her tone affectionate and commanding. "Remind him why we do not yield so easily." Her eyes returned to Arthur. "When you are finished with this man," she added smoothly, "join me." And then she dissolved again, darkness swallowing her form entirely. Arthur exhaled sharply through his nose, irritated. The altar's crimson radiance did not fade. If anything, it grew stronger. Blaze noticed where his gaze lingered. She laughed. "Don't waste the effort," she said, flames flaring along her arms. "This entire region is the altar. It isn't a structure you can smash." Satinus gestured around them lightly. "You stand upon the ritual itself. Destroying a stone won't it," Blaze finished, rolling her shoulders as fire spiraled around her. Arthur's eyes returned to neutral calm. "I assumed as much." Crimson light pulsed through the cracks in the stone. Violet lightning clawed across the sky above them. Then Blaze attacked again. She came like a meteor. Flame detonated behind her in a concussive blast, propelling her forward with blinding speed. Her fist, wrapped in spiraling hellfire, drove straight toward Arthur's face. Satinus moved with her, no roar of power. His shadows peeled away from his feet and slid across the ground like living tar, rising behind Arthur in jagged spears aimed for spine and skull. Arthur pivoted. Blaze's flaming punch collided with the haft of his spear instead of his face, erupting in a shockwave of fire and lightning. At the same instant, Arthur twisted his wrist and the spear extended into a spinning arc, shredding the rising shadow spears behind him before they could strike. Blaze grinned, teeth bared. "We've observed your recent fights. And you're slower than before," she taunted, pressing forward with another barrage, kick, elbow, spinning back fist, each strike detonating on impact like artillery shells. Satinus reappeared from the shredded darkness above, descending with a blade of condensed black energy aimed at Arthur's collarbone. "You've exhausted yourself, Shadow Lord," Satinus added coolly. "Naren. The city. Your precious shadows, it should be a lot even for the likes of Lucifer." Arthur slipped between Blaze's next two blows, letting her flames skim across him without touching flesh. He caught Satinus' descending wrist once more mid-strike and redirected the blade into the stone at his side, carving a molten trench through the altar. Blaze's knee drove toward his ribs. Arthur caught that too. He smiled. "Hardly." Violet lightning erupted outward from his body in a violent pulse. Both demons were hurled back across the altar, skidding through crimson-lit dust. Arthur rolled his shoulders once. If the morning star stood here, he continued calmly, that would be a challenge. Blaze's flames flared brighter at that. Satinus rose slowly, brushing debris from himself. Then he laughed. "You believe you could contend with the morning star?" he asked, genuine amusement through his voice. With him. Arthur blurred. The crack of impact echoed a split second later. His boot connected cleanly with Saturnus' face, snapping the demon's head sideways and sending him crashing through a pillar. Stone disintegrated in a plume of debris. Arthur landed lightly where Saturnus had stood. It does not concern me what you believe, he said evenly. Blaze roared and attacked again, both hands igniting with twin spirals of white-hot hellfire. She hammered at him relentlessly, forcing him back step by step across the glowing altar. You think you're above us? A mere man, she spat between strikes. Arthur deflected one punch, slipped another, then countered with the butt of his spear to her sternum. The impact detonated in a burst of violet thunder, launching her skyward before she flipped and landed on her feet, carving molten trenches where she slid. He glanced between them. And let me guess, he said dryly, adjusting his grip. You two share your mother's dream of abandoning this charming wasteland. Blaze's eyes burned brighter. That is mother's desire, she snapped. Not ours. Saturnus stepped from the settling dust, blood trailing faintly from the corner of his mouth, though he was smiling. We belong here, he said, voice steady and proud. This realm is ours by right. Blaze's wings of flame unfurled behind her in blazing arcs. The true sovereigns of hell do not flee it. Arthur stared at them for a long moment. Then he sighed. Long tired. I am profoundly weary of speeches about who deserves to rule this shithole. The sky answered him. The violet lightning that had been crawling overhead converged into a single spiraling vortex directly above Arthur's position. The shadows at his feet erupted outward like a wave of dark energy. Blaze and Saturnus reacted instantly. Blaze shot forward again, engulfed in a cyclone of inferno, intending to overwhelm him before the storm completed. Saturnus dissolved into pure darkness, vanishing from sight entirely. Arthur planted the butt of his spear against the altar. Then let's end this. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 401, Arthur vs. Blaze and Saturnus. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. // Arthur stood there with his spear in hand while the altar's crimson light pulsed from below him. Blaze wiped blood from her mouth and rolled her shoulders, flames roaring higher around her body. Saturnus rose beside her, eyes narrowed. They felt it. The shift in their opponent. Arthur no longer carried himself with restraint. His gaze lifted toward the distant horizon of hell where Lilith's presence flickered. I'll erase these pests first. His fingers tightened on the spear. Quickly. I must stop her. Earth already chokes on its own darkness. I will not let her flood it with this. Not to mention the gates are appearing now, we'll have plenty to deal with. The shadows around his boots spread outward. Blaze frowned. He feels different now, she muttered. Saturnus' expression hardened. Doesn't matter. Arthur moved, and he simply vanished from their sight. Blaze's instincts screamed. She spun, launching a spinning infernal kick toward the distortion in the air. Arthur appeared inside her guard. His spear thrust forward in a straight, merciless line for her throat. Saturnus intercepted at the last instant, conjuring a blade of void to knock the spear aside. The clash detonated in a burst of black and violet force that flattened their surroundings. Blaze recovered instantly, flames spiraling around Arthur's flank while Saturnus pressed from the front. Their movement synchronized without words, decades, centuries of shared combat instinct. Blaze attacked high. Saturnus attacked low. Arthur stepped between both. His spear became a blur of controlled arcs, deflecting void steel, shattering flame constructs, redirecting force with brutal precision, no theatrics. Blaze leapt skyward, raining down a barrage of hellfire lances. Saturnus spread his arms, shadows multiplying into 100 mirrored blades from every angle. They collapsed on him simultaneously. The explosion swallowed the altar. Flame and void converged into a sphere of annihilating pressure. Stone liquefied. The crimson glow flickered violently under the assault. Blaze landed first, breathing heavily. Saturnus stepped beside her, watching the inferno. For a moment, there was nothing but roaring energy. Then the flames parted. Arthur stood at the epicenter, unburned. Violet lightning crawled lazily across his shoulders, devouring the last remnants of hellfire. His eyes glowed. Blaze felt something unfamiliar coil in her gut. Impossible. Arthur tilted his head slightly. And then, the figure in the flames shattered. An afterimage. Blaze's eyes widened. Saturnus' head snapped upward. Arthur stood above them in the sky, suspended in a column of violet stormlight. Shadows spiraled behind him like wings. He descended. Blaze roared and hurled herself upward to meet him, entire body engulfed in blinding white hellfire. Satinus followed a moment later, void energy condensing into a massive spear in his grip. They struck together. Arthur met them head-on. He drove his own spear forward, splitting Satinus' void weapon in two before it could complete its arc. In the same motion, he pivoted, letting Blaze's flaming charge skim past him. His elbow crushed into her spine mid-flight. The impact sent her hurtling into the altar hard enough to fracture it in a spiderweb of molten cracks. Satinus recovered fast, faster than most beings could even perceive. He reformed the void around his arms into serrated gauntlets and unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes aimed for Arthur's head and heart. Arthur did not block. He advanced. Each of Satinus' blows landed. Void energy detonated against Arthur's chest, shoulders, jaw. The altar cracked deeper under the force. Blaze rose behind him again, seizing the opportunity. She wrapped both arms around Arthur's torso from behind, igniting at maximum intensity while Satinus drove a final void-infused thrust straight through Arthur's sternum. The combined blast tore a canyon through the altar. Blaze released him slowly. Satinus stepped back, breathing measured but tense. Arthur stood unmoving in the smoke. A spear of void protruded from his chest. Flames still clung to his coat. Blaze smirked faintly. Even gods bleed. Arthur's head lifted. The void spear dissolved into shadow. The flames vanished as if swallowed by a greater abyss. His voice, when he spoke, was almost bored. Did you truly believe that would suffice? Blaze's smirk faltered. Arthur disappeared. He reappeared between them. Too close. His hand shot forward, seizing Satinus by the throat before the demon could react. The grip was absolute, fingers digging into his demonic flesh like iron closing on paper. Blaze lunged. Arthur kicked backward without looking. His heel connected with her jaw in a thunderous crack that sent her spinning across the altar and into a shattered pillar. Satinus struggled in his grasp, void energy flaring wildly around them. Arthur's eyes met his. You wish to measure yourself against a greater being. He lifted Satinus off the ground effortlessly. Then witness one. With terrifying calm, Arthur shifted his grip, dragging Satinus forward. The spear materialized in his free hand. One clean motion. The blade flashed in a crescent arc of violet light. For a fraction of a second, Satinus' expression froze in fear and in stunned realization. The spear completed its path. His head separated from his body in a spray of blackened blood that evaporated before it touched the ground. The severed head spun once in the air. Arthur caught it by the hair. The body collapsed in a heavy thud, void energy dissipating. Blaze staggered to her knees, blood trailing from her mouth, staring at the sight. The storm above rumbled. Arthur released the head. It disintegrated into shadow before it struck the stone. He turned his gaze to Blaze. Blaze stared at the space where her brother had stood. For a moment. She said nothing. Then hell answered her scream. Flames erupted outward in a spiraling inferno that swallowed half the altar in white-hot devastation. The ground liquefied beneath her feet. The sky above split with a roar of answering thunder. You. Her voice cracked under the strain of fury. You think this ends here? Arthur stood unmoved amidst the storm she birthed. His spear rested loosely in his hand. Blaze's wings of fire unfurled to their full span, casting shadows like razors across the ruins. I will kill you, she hissed. I will burn you down to the marrow. Arthur smiled. Simply amused. You truly are simple, he said. Blaze blurred forward in a detonation of flame, fist cocked back with enough force to shatter mountains. Arthur stepped aside. Her punch obliterated the space where he had stood, blasting a molten crater. She twisted instantly into a spinning kick, then a downward axe strike wreathed in condensed hellfire. Arthur weaved through them with minimal motion, almost lazily. You're so easy to manipulate, he continued conversationally as another wave of flame tore past his shoulder. You demon kind. All of you. Blaze's teeth bared. The hell are you babbling about? Arthur leaned back just enough to let her flaming knuckles skim inches from his jaw. His eyes never left hers. Lilith is using you. Blaze snarled and drove both hands downward, unleashing a vertical pillar of inferno meant to engulf him whole. Arthur vanished from its center, reappearing to her side as the flames shot skyward. She made it clear, he said quietly. She does not care about this realm. She does not care about her kind. Blaze spun, hurling a barrage of fire-laced strikes so fast the air ignited in their wake. Arthur deflected one with the shaft of his spear, slipped under another, caught her wrist mid-swing and forced it aside. As long as she achieves her desire, nothing else matters. He released her wrist and stepped back as she lashed out again. She knows you cannot kill me. Blaze faltered. Just for a fraction of a second. Arthur saw it. She knows you cannot stop me, he continued. You and Satinus were never meant to win. Blaze's flames flared brighter, almost erratic now. You lie. Her attacks grew wilder, more power, less precision. The altar trembled under the escalating heat. You're nothing but delays, Arthur said calmly, dodging a devastating overhead strike that split the stone in two. Stepping stones. He pivoted behind her, voice lowering. Time she purchases with your lives. Blaze froze for a breath. Just long enough. Then rage smothered doubt. She roared and unleashed everything. Flames condensed around her body, compressing into a sphere of white-hot annihilation. Temperature spiked beyond reason. This. Blaze's voice trembled with fury and wounded pride. Is your retribution, Shadow Lord. She hurled the condensed inferno forward. It wasn't a wave. It was like a star collapsing. Arthur did not move. The inferno consumed him whole. The explosion tore open the sky, ripping violet thunder from the clouds. The shockwave flattened the remaining ruins for miles around. The altar split deeper, crimson light surging violently. But the crimson light remained, whatever Lilith activated it was still ongoing. Blaze panted, chest heaving. The firestorm slowly receded. Smoke rolled outward in thick, churning waves. It took a moment for lightning to answer. A single violet arc flickered within the smoke. Then another. Then dozens. The flames were devoured from within. Arthur stepped forward through the dissolving inferno, unharmed. Not a scorch mark on him. Violet lightning crawled across his skin. His eyes glowed brighter now, colder. I tried to reason with you but, he said softly. Blaze staggered back a step. Arthur raised his spear. The sky split open. A torrent of god-killing lightning descended. It was not wild, it was focused. Controlled. It struck the spear's tip and condensed into a spiraling lance of annihilation. Blaze screamed and threw her flames forward to intercept it. Fire met lightning. For one heartbeat, she felt like they were equal. Then the lightning swallowed the fire. It punched through her inferno, through her defenses, through her scream. The blast engulfed her entirely. White-violet light erased everything in its path. When it faded, Blaze remained standing only by sheer will. Her wings were gone, burned away to ash. Her skin smoked. Cracks of violet energy crawled across her body, devouring what remained of her flames. She tried to lift her head. Tried to summon fire again. Only sparks answered. Arthur walked toward her slowly. She looked up at him through blurred vision. Damn you. She rasped. There was no anger left in his eyes. He stopped before her. Then Arthur drove the spear forward. It pierced cleanly through her chest. Through her heart and flame. The tip erupted from her back in a flash of violet light. Blaze's body jerked once. Her eyes widened. Lightning pulsed once more through the spear, finishing what it had begun. Her body dissolved into ash that scattered on the broken altar, carried away by hell's restless wind. Arthur withdrew the spear. Then he looked once toward the horizon where Lilith's presence still lingered, // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Solo leveling in Westeros. And you can get access to 3 more chapters or 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 402, The Red Gate's Aftermath. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters if you want, // Earth, Gotham Outskirts. The world snapped back into existence with a violent rush of wind. One moment there was scorched crimson sky and a wasteland filled with the stench of blood and rot. The next, they stood beneath a quiet, earthly night. The Red Gate spat them out like unwanted guests. Batman landed first, boots striking with a heavy thud. His knees bent slightly to absorb the impact, cape fluttering behind him in ragged strips. Zatanna stumbled out moments later, nearly collapsing before catching herself against a nearby tree. Her normally pristine stage attire was torn in several places, soot streaking across the white fabric of her sleeves. The magician's breathing was shallow, controlled but clearly exhausted. Kara came through third. She landed on her feet, though even she looked worn down. Her hair was tangled, the symbol on her chest scorched from battle. Unlike the others, she carried no visible injuries but the fatigue in her posture displayed how hard that fight had been. Last came the Shadow Lantern. And then the Red Gate collapsed. Not with an explosion, it simply folded inward and vanished. For a moment, no one spoke. The 4 of them simply stood there in the cold night air, the distant sounds of the city slowly creeping back into their ears. Batman raised his arm, activating the interface embedded in his gauntlet. A faint blue display flickered to life across the armored plating as his fingers moved quickly over it. Diagnostics. Time stamps. Satellite sync. His brow tightened beneath the cowl. It seems, he said calmly, only 4 hours have passed here. Kara's head snapped toward him. What? Her voice cracked with disbelief. She stepped closer, staring at the data flickering across his gauntlet. That's impossible, she said. We were in there for what? 4 days. She ran a hand through her hair, trying to piece it together. 2 of those days were just trying to find the stupid boss monster alone. Zatanna let out a tired laugh that sounded halfway between amusement and despair. Right. She muttered, pushing herself off the tree. And let's not forget the lovely undead army, the rivers of acid, and the giant demon with the spine collection. She rubbed her temples. As for the time issue, this doesn't feel like time magic or anything. Batman finished typing and closed the interface with a soft click. I already told you the possibility, Arthur's shadows mentioned it, he said. Time flows differently inside red gates. He looked back at the empty space where the portal had vanished. But this degree of distortion. Even he sounded unsettled. Kara folded her arms. It's crazy, she finished for him. Batman didn't disagree. Instead, he turned to them. Your assistance was valuable, he said, his voice firm despite the exhaustion in it. Thank you, Kara. Zatanna. Both women looked mildly surprised at the rare acknowledgement. You should rest. Zatanna didn't argue. Honestly, she didn't have the energy to. We'll discuss this later, Batman continued. I need to verify whether the others encountered red gates as well, they are dangerous after all. Kara frowned. You're kidding, right? Batman said nothing. She gestured at him in disbelief. His suit was shredded in places. Deep cuts ran across the armor plating. The cape hanging from his shoulders looked like it had gone through a war zone. Which, technically, it had. You're the one who needs rest, Bruce, she said. Batman simply looked toward the sky. I'll rest, he replied flatly, when we deal with this threat once and for all. Right on cue. A sound echoed through the night. The Batwing descended from above, like a phantom predator. The aircraft slowed just enough for Batman to fire a grappling line upward. The cable shot out with a sharp metallic snap. Kara sighed. Of course. Batman didn't respond. He fired the line, locked it, and launched upward. His damaged cape trailed behind him as he disappeared into the open hatch of the Batwing. Seconds later the aircraft lifted again, vanishing into the clouds. Silence settled once more. Zatanna watched the sky for a long moment. Then she shook her head slowly. That man, she muttered. Kara gave a tired chuckle. He's insane. More like obsessed with a terrible sense of duty towards this planet, Zatanna corrected gently. Kara rubbed the back of her neck. Well, yeah. That too. They stood there for another quiet moment, letting the calm of Earth settle back into their bones. After 4 days in a nightmare realm, even the cool air felt like paradise. Zatanna stretched her sore arms. I'm going home, she declared. I need a shower, a week of sleep, and maybe a therapist. Kara smirked faintly. Make it 2 therapists. Zatanna winked. Good night, Supergirl. Night, Z. With a flicker of magic, Zatanna vanished in a swirl of blue sparks. Kara watched her empty space for a moment longer. Then she looked up at the sky where Batman had disappeared. Try not to break yourself, Bruce, she murmured. The shadow lantern hovered silently beside her. A quiet guardian made of darkness. You too, Arthur, Raven. Kara exhaled, rolled her shoulders, and launched into the sky. Within seconds she vanished into the night. The Batcave. Batman stood there facing his Batcomputer, his cowl rested on the console beside him, leaving Bruce Wayne's face exposed. The injuries from the Red Gate were more visible now without the mask, bruises along his jaw, a shallow cut across his head, and exhaustion lining his eyes. Still, his posture remained rigid and focused. The large central monitor displayed several live connections at once. Holographic projections of Justice League members flickered above the table. Superman hovered slightly above the ground on the other end of the transmission, his arms crossed, the glow of the Fortress of Solitude faintly visible behind him. Wonder Woman stood in a dimly lit command room somewhere in Themyscira, armor still dusted with ash. Flash leaned against a wall, vibrating faintly with restless energy. Aquaman's image through a watery filter from Atlantis. And several others. They had all answered the call. Batman's fingers moved across the console, pulling up reports from around the world. Red markers dotted the digital globe. Each one slowly turning green. The gates have been neutralized, Batman said, voice calm and steady. Flash whistled softly. Man, those things were nasty, he said. So many bugs, even humanoid ones crawling out like it was Halloween on steroids. Wonder Woman nodded grimly. The creatures were relentless. They fought without fear or hesitation. Aquaman added, Atlantis encountered a gate as well. The shadow lanterns Arthur left behind proved effective. Batman glanced briefly at the data feed. The shadow lanterns had performed exactly as expected. Efficient and lethal when necessary. They assisted in every encounter, Batman confirmed. All Justice League members report successful closure of their respective gates. For a moment, relief spread across the holographic table. They had handled the situation. Superman gave a faint smile. Good, he said. Batman didn't smile. His eyes remained locked on the map. Arthur was not exaggerating, he said quietly. That caught everyone's attention. The room fell silent. Batman enlarged a data stream, displaying the recorded footage from several gates. Demons. Undead. Creatures clawing their way into the world or at least trying to. These were scouts, Batman continued. Remnants of a larger force. His fingers tapped once. The display zoomed out. Far beyond Earth. These beings are part of a massive army. Superman's expression hardened. An army that could invade at any moment. We should never forget that part. Batman nodded once. We might yet stand a chance, he said. His voice remained clinical. Analytical. But the civilian population won't. He turned slightly, staring at the projection of Earth. Cities like Gotham. Metropolis, places under constant protection might endure. He paused. Everywhere else. The words hung heavy in the cave. Millions would die. Superman frowned. Bruce. Don't say it, Batman interrupted. Clark exhaled slowly. But he said it anyway. We've faced worse odds. He looked around the table. Haven't we? Batman met his gaze. And answered without hesitation. No. The word landed like a hammer. No sarcasm or exaggeration. Just a simple fact. Even Flash stopped fidgeting. Superman looked down briefly, absorbing that. Then he tried again. Then we take the fight to them, Clark said. Find where they're coming from and stop it at the source. Batman leaned back slightly. Too risky. Clark frowned. Why? Because we don't know where they are, Batman replied. His fingers flicked across the screen again. Unknown energy signatures. Dimensional distortions. Unstable coordinates. We'd be entering unknown territory with limited intelligence against an enemy that clearly understands interdimensional travel better than we do. He paused. That's a losing strategy. Clark sighed. So we wait. Batman nodded. For Arthur. The room shifted slightly at that. He has the most knowledge about these beings, Batman continued. And the only one who can fight them at a large scale. Clark rubbed the back of his neck. Speaking of Arthur. Batman remained silent. Clark tilted his head slightly. Do you know where he is? Bruce didn't even blink. No idea. Clark seemed mildly surprised. Oh, he said. I thought you might. He shrugged slightly. Either way. We'll keep clearing gates whenever they appear. He smiled faintly. Just another Tuesday for the Justice League. Batman gave a small nod. Stay alert. The transmission began closing. Clark gave one last look. We'll talk later, Bruce. Then the connection faded. One by one, the other holograms disappeared until the cave returned to quiet. Only the sound of computers remained. Bruce stood there for a moment, staring at the empty display. Behind him. Alfred Pennyworth approached with his usual quiet steps. A tray rested in his hands. Tea. And medical supplies. Master Bruce, Alfred said calmly. Bruce didn't turn. Alfred placed the tray beside the console. Is there a particular reason, Alfred continued politely, why you didn't inform Master Clark of Arthur's whereabouts? Bruce finally leaned back slightly against the console. Hard to explain. Alfred raised an eyebrow. Bruce glanced briefly at the darkened screen. I could tell him Arthur is currently in hell, he said flatly. Alfred blinked once. Yes. That would certainly raise questions. Bruce nodded. And it wouldn't stop there, he continued. It would lead to more questions. More explanations. His gaze drifted slightly. And I'd rather avoid that conversation right now. Alfred gave a thoughtful hum. That is rather fair. He picked up a bandage from the tray. Now then, Alfred said. Bruce sighed quietly. Remove the shirt, Master Bruce. Bruce glanced at him. Alfred. You were impaled twice, Alfred replied calmly. Bruce paused. Then reluctantly reached for the armor clasps. Even Batman knew when he'd lost an argument. And in the Batcave, Alfred always won. 2 new fanfics out. Make sure to check them out now. The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And Shadow Monarch in one piece. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch in one piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 403, Lilith's True Plan. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch in one piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters if you want. //. Arthur Blackwynd flew through hell's sky like a spear. His cloak of shadow rippled behind him, fragments of violet lightning snapping along his body as he cut through the infernal winds. Far below, the city of Dis burned quietly in the distance, its towers dark and silent under the unnatural slumber Morpheus had cast upon hell's inhabitants. Every so often Arthur's eyes flickered downward. Shadow marshals still stood where he had placed them, sentinels watching the empty streets. Guardians. The battlefield had been completely won and secured by them. Yet Arthur didn't slow down, for one major threat remained, the mastermind behind this war. He could feel it. That faint pulse of power ahead of him. Lilith. Just as he pushed forward, a voice entered his mind. Come. Shadow Lord. Arthur's violet eyes shifted slightly, though he didn't stop flying. Morpheus. The voice of the Dream Lord. The residents of hell remain within the dreaming, as I promised. Arthur nodded faintly. I noticed. Below him, entire legions of demons slept in frozen streets. But Morpheus continued. However, it will not remain so forever. Arthur's gaze hardened slightly. Dreams are not prisons, Morpheus said gently. Even the most profound sleep must eventually end. The Dream Lord's presence felt distant now. When they awaken, they will not do so peacefully. They will rise confused, disoriented, perhaps even frightened. Arthur snorted quietly. Demons. Frightened. Yes, Morpheus replied calmly. Even demons experience confusion when reality shifts beneath their feet. Arthur flew higher, lightning crackling around his shoulders. When they wake, Morpheus continued, they will search for answers. After all, they are dreaming of heaven as we speak. And when they find out that they have been tricked, chaos will follow. Arthur exhaled slowly. So you're telling me I should hurry, otherwise I'd be facing all of hell. A faint amusement echoed in the Dream King's voice. I am telling you, Shadow Lord, that your window of quiet grows smaller with every passing moment. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly violet. I understand. He pushed forward harder, breaking through a storm layer. I'm grateful for your help, Morpheus. Below them the dreaming still wrapped hell in silence. But honestly, Arthur added, voice calm, even if they woke up right now, it wouldn't change much. He flexed his hand once. A ripple of shadow power pulsed outward. I've already dealt with most of the ones that could actually cause problems for me and my shadows. The memory of Naren. Belial. Blaze. Satanus, among others, flickered through his mind. Only one remains. For a moment Morpheus said nothing. Then. Very well. The Dream Lord's voice softened slightly. In that case, my task here is complete. Arthur could feel the presence beginning to withdraw from the realm. The dreaming will release its hold upon hell gradually. When the first demons awaken, they will find the outcome of your battle already decided. Arthur gave a faint smirk. That's the plan. Morpheus's voice faded like mist. Everything now rests in your hands, Shadow Lord. Arthur looked ahead into the crimson horizon. I know. Lightning flickered across his eyes. And I'll make sure I don't screw it up. The Dream Lord's presence vanished. Arthur flew in silence for several more seconds. Then suddenly, he stopped. Hovering in the middle of hell's storm-ridden sky. Someone was waiting. Ahead of him. A figure floated in the air. Not exactly flying. More like standing. As if the sky itself had become solid beneath her feet. Lilith. Her dark wings stretched wide behind her, rippling slowly in the infernal wind. Her long black hair moved gently around her shoulders, and her crimson eyes burned softly in the light. She looked calm. Almost regal. As if she had been expecting him all along. Arthur hovered across from her, his cloak settling behind him. For a moment neither of them spoke. Then Arthur tilted his head slightly. Well, he said flatly. What now, Lilith? She looked at him carefully. Then smiled. Oh. Her voice was smooth, amused. It seems you dealt with my children far more efficiently than I anticipated. Her crimson eyes glowed faintly. I expected Blaze and Satinus to occupy you for a little longer. Arthur's gaze hardened. Not even a hint of sadness. Lilith blinked slowly. What? Your children are dead, Arthur said calmly. And you look like you just watched someone lose a board game. Lilith's smile didn't fade. They were only two among many, 2 children that I had with that wizard Shazam, she said lightly. My children are plentiful. Arthur's expression didn't change. His hand lifted slightly. A long spear materialized in his grasp, violet lightning snapping violently along its blade. Behind him, small portals of darkness began opening. One by one. From them emerged weapons. His weapons. And dozens more made of shadow. All floating silently behind Arthur. Each one pointed directly at Lilith. Arthur's voice remained calm. How heartless of you. He studied her carefully. So we're past the point of negotiation then. Lightning crawled across his spear. I had a small hope this whole thing could end with a conversation. He sighed. But something tells me asking nicely won't change anything anymore. Lilith's smile widened slightly. Then she lifted one elegant finger. And pointed upward. No, she said softly. Because. Her crimson eyes glowed brighter. I already achieved what I wanted. Arthur's brow furrowed slightly. Then. The sky split open. Not with thunder or lightning, but with something far worse. A massive rift tore across the sky of hell, a gigantic scar of burning red light. The clouds parted violently as the dimensional tear widened, stretching across the entire sky above them. From its depths came a distant roar of chaotic energy. The air trembled, hell itself seemed to tremble. Arthur looked up slowly. His expression darkened. Shit. The rift continued growing. A gateway to Earth. Arthur did not hesitate or waste any more time, the instant his sight returned from the sky toward Lilith. The air around him exploded with motion. Dark portals' weapons poured out of the dark portals behind him. Arthur's violet eyes hardened. Then he attacked. The weapons shot forward first. All launched at the same time. They tore through the sky like artillery rounds, guided by Arthur's will through ruler's authority. Each blade curved through the air, aiming to kill. Every trajectory targeted something vital. Heart. Spine. Skull. Lilith's crimson wings snapped shut. Her expression sharpened instantly. Impatient, aren't you? The first sword arrived. Clang. Her claws flicked outward, deflecting the blade with supernatural speed. Another came immediately after, aimed for her throat. She twisted sideways, letting it slice past her cheek. More followed. Arthur didn't give her a single moment to breathe. The sky became a storm of steel. Weapons converged from every direction, guided with impossible accuracy. They curved around her, striking from blind angles. Some descended from above while others rose from beneath. Lilith moved like flowing blood. Her wings beat once, and she spun through the barrage with elegant brutality. A claw smashed one blade aside. A wing deflected another. She twisted through the storm, letting several pass within inches of her body. Then. Arthur moved. His arm snapped forward. The spear left his hand. Boom. The weapon didn't fly. It detonated forward. Lightning screamed around it as it tore through the air faster than sound, leaving a spiraling vortex of violet thunder behind it. Lilith's pupils shrank. Too fast. She twisted violently, barely shifting her body aside, but the spear still caught her. It grazed her shoulder. A shallow cut. But it was enough. Crimson blood splashed across the air of hell. Lilith's expression flickered. Tisk. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly as the spear curved through the air and returned to his hand. Blood dripped slowly from Lilith's shoulder. She looked down at it for a brief moment. Then she looked back at him. For the first time, there was caution in her gaze. I'm not that confident in fighting you, Shadow Lord. Her voice remained calm. And I'm certainly not foolish enough to stand here and test the limits of your power. Arthur's expression darkened, he approached her with super speed trying to capture her. But the next second, Lilith dissolved. Her body burst apart into a swirling cloud of crimson mist. Arthur's eyes sharpened instantly. Running again. The red mist shot upward toward the colossal rift splitting the sky. Arthur raised his hand. The air around Lilith's escaping form suddenly distorted. Ruler's authority clenched the sky like an invisible fist. Gravity reversed. The crimson mist faltered. It slowed. Then jerked backward. Arthur's telekinetic grip dragged against it like a planet pulling on a comet. But Lilith resisted. The mist twisted violently as she forced herself forward. Arthur increased the pressure. Invisible force tightened around her like chains. Yet she still moved. Slowly. But she moved anyway. Arthur clicked his tongue softly. Persistent woman. His body shot forward immediately. The air cracked apart as he accelerated, chasing the fleeing mist with terrifying speed. Then something caught his attention. Arthur's eyes shifted. Figures were rising from hell below. Hundreds of them. Demons. Winged monstrosities burst from the burning cities and wastelands beneath, climbing into the sky in chaotic swarms. Arthur frowned slightly. They woke up already. Then he looked closer. His eyes narrowed. No. These were different. Their movements were wild. And uncontrolled. They weren't organized like the demons he had fought earlier. They were feral. Lilith's laughter suddenly echoed inside his mind. A smooth, mocking voice. You noticed. Arthur's expression hardened. Lilith's voice continued. Those are my creation as well. More demons poured into the sky. Thousands now. Their forms were horrible. Some had too many limbs, others moved like flying carcasses stitched together by hatred alone. Their screams filled the burning sky. Lilith's voice dripped with amusement. They are the mindless beasts of hell that I hid away. Even from you and the eyes of Dream Lord. Her tone grew darker. Demons that exist only to kill. Creatures born from hatred and cruelty. Arthur watched them surge upward toward the rift. Toward Earth. They spend eternity tormenting the damned, Lilith whispered inside his mind. Her laughter echoed again. But now. The swarm grew larger. They will torment your world instead. Arthur's eyes sharpened instantly. Below him. His shadow marshals were already reacting. Ultra erupted from the clouds like a meteor, violet energy blazing from his body. Bellion streaked upward like a violet comet. Galatea tore through the sky behind them. Arthur gave a single mental command. No words needed. His army understood. Intercept. The marshals surged toward the rising demons. Arthur exhaled slowly. His gaze returned to the fleeing crimson mist ahead of him. Still slithering toward the rift. Still escaping. His grip tightened around his spear. This woman. His voice was cold. Arthur accelerated. The sky cracked apart as he shot forward, chasing the crimson mist toward the monstrous rift tearing open above hell. And Arthur knew. If Lilith crossed the threshold alongside the demon horde, Earth would suffer the consequences. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 404, The Trickster of Hell. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters if you want. // Hell, destroyed Tower of Dis. The tower now looked like the aftermath of a war between gods. Great pillars had collapsed. The ceiling had been torn open in several places, revealing the burning sky above. Rivers of molten stone trickled through cracks in the floor where violent forces had torn the structure apart. The throne room itself barely resembled a throne room anymore. Half the walls were gone. The throne that once sat at the center had been shattered, its remains scattered across the chamber. A faint wind whistled through the destruction. 2 figures stepped over the rubble. John Constantine flicked ash from the end of his cigarette, boots crunching lightly over broken stone. His coat looked worse for wear, burn marks, torn sleeves, soot clinging to the fabric, but the casual slouch in his posture hadn't changed. Behind him walked a towering shape of muscle, flame, and demon hide. Etrigan the demon moved with heavy steps, eyes scanning the ruin. For a moment neither of them spoke. Then Constantine let out a low whistle. Well, he muttered, looking around the demolished chamber. Bloody hell. He nudged a cracked piece of the throne with his boot. Arthur didn't exactly tidy up, did he? Etrigan's gaze drifted across the destruction. His gravelly voice rolled through the room. The Shadow Lord came here with wrath untold. And broke this palace, crown and gold. His burning eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the collapsed throne platform. The Lord of Dis once ruled this hall. Yet now lies dust beneath the fall. Constantine scratched his chin. Yeah, that sounds about right. He glanced around again. What struck him most wasn't the damage. It was the utter silence. Even in its quietest corners there were always screams, distant roars, the endless grinding noise of torment and punishment in hell. But here. Nothing. Not a single demon. Not a whisper of life. Constantine frowned slightly. That's odd. He walked deeper into the throne room, boots echoing faintly. Not a soul around. I expected whatever was working in the shadows behind Naren to remain here. I guess that's why Arthur isn't here as well. Etrigan didn't answer. The demon was scanning the chamber with growing intensity, eyes moving across the rubble as if searching for something. Constantine took another drag of his cigarette. Then suddenly, he stopped. His brow furrowed. Huh. He blinked. Then his hand slowly moved to his chest. That's strange. Etrigan glanced toward him. What troubles thee, mortal mage? Speak thy thought upon this stage. Constantine looked down at himself, confused. He hesitated. Then said it slowly. I got my soul back. I didn't bloody notice. Etrigan blinked once. The demon tilted his head slightly. Why marvel at this fated role? Naren is slain. He held thy soul. Constantine stared at him. Yes, I gathered that much, mate. He exhaled smoke slowly, but the confusion on his face didn't fade. Thing is, I didn't feel it at all till I checked. Etrigan's eyes narrowed slightly. Constantine continued. Deals like that don't just end quietly. You feel it when something like that breaks. A contract with a demon lord snapping apart isn't exactly subtle. His gaze drifted toward the ruined throne. Killing Naren should have done the trick, sure. He frowned. But this feels different. Constantine pressed a hand against his chest again, as if confirming the sensation. It's like. He searched for the right words. Like my soul wasn't taken back. He looked up. It was returned willingly. Etrigan's flames flickered faintly. That is a path Naren would not tread. He'd sooner leave thee cold and dead. The demon turned away, scanning the room again, stepping through the rubble as he continued searching. The Lord of Lies would never yield. His grip upon a soul unsealed. Constantine shrugged lightly. Well, whether he let it go or not, I'm not complaining, but someone else clearly did this. He flicked the cigarette aside. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Got what I wanted in the end. His eyes then shifted. He noticed Etrigan digging through a collapsed portion of the throne platform. Stone scraped aside under the demon's claws. Constantine folded his arms. Looking for something. Etrigan didn't answer immediately. He shoved aside another slab of the shattered throne. The crown once worn by Hell's own king. A relic bound to power's sting. He stood up slightly, frustration flickering across his demonic features. The horned crown should rest nearby. Yet now it's vanished from my eye. Constantine's smile slowly widened. Oh. His hand slipped casually into his coat pocket. Well, that explains it. Etrigan turned toward him. Constantine pulled something out as if that fit inside his coat. A dark crown of twisted horns gleamed faintly in the hellish light. The crown of horns. Constantine held it up. Looking for this? Etrigan froze. For a moment, the demon didn't move at all. Then he turned fully toward Constantine, eyes blazing brighter. That crown. He stepped closer, disbelief. Why rests it in thy mortal hand? Constantine chuckled softly. Oh, this. He spun the crown lazily on one finger. Just a little souvenir. Etrigan stared. That relic binds the throne of flame. How came it to thy grasping claim? Constantine's grin widened. Well. It's a funny story. He slipped the crown back into his coat pocket like it was nothing more than a bar trinket. This was part of my deal with Naren. Etrigan's eyes widened. What? Constantine lit another cigarette. A loophole. He inhaled slowly before continuing. One even Naren didn't see coming. The demon's jaw slowly tightened. You dare to claim such cunning art? Explain thy trick, thy devil's part. Constantine blew smoke toward the broken ceiling. His grin became sharper. Oh, it's simple really. He tapped the side of his head. Never make a deal with a demon unless you've already 3 steps ahead. Etrigan stared at him. Then said, almost incredulously. You outwitted Naren. Constantine shrugged. How? Constantine's smile turned downright wicked. Well. He adjusted his coat. You see, mate. I never actually sold him my soul for free. Smoke curled lazily from the end of the cigarette between John Constantine's fingers. The demon had been staring at Constantine for a long moment now. Finally, Etrigan's voice rumbled. Thou claimst the devil knew thee not. Explain thy trick, reveal the plot. Constantine took a long drag. Then he exhaled slowly. All right, mate. But you're gonna hate it. He flicked ash onto the cracked floor of Hell's former throne room. You remember Naren, right? I mean his big ego, which happens to be the size of bloody London. Etrigan's lip curled. The devil lord who dealt in flame. Whose greed outpaced his cunning brain. Constantine smirked faintly. Yeah, that's about right. He leaned against a broken column. So here's how it went. Naren wanted my soul. Not unusual, plenty of devils do. I'm practically a collector's item at this point. Etrigan folded his arms. And thou didst steal thy spirit free. Oh, I absolutely did, Constantine said casually. The demon's eyes narrowed. Constantine continued like he was explaining pub gossip. See, Naren thought he was getting a bargain. I told him I'd give him my soul willingly. No tricks. No escape clauses. The real thing. Constantine smiled crookedly. I asked for a look at the crown of horns. Etrigan froze slightly. The demon's eyes sharpened. No mortal hand may claim such a relic. Exactly, Constantine said, pointing the cigarette at him. That's what Naren thought too. He shrugged. So when I asked to hold it, not take it, not wear it, not rule hell with it, just hold the bloody thing for a minute. Constantine chuckled. He figured it was harmless, since mortals can't do shit with it, even demons. Etrigan's gaze darkened. Yet devils fall where mortals scheme. Too right. Constantine crushed the cigarette under his boot. Before I went down there, I prepared a little ritual. Nothing flashy. Just a quiet bit of binding magic. The kind that copies metaphysical authority. Which I've been preparing for a long time. Etrigan leaned forward slightly. And when the crown touched thy hand. Constantine snapped his fingers. Swap. He grinned. 1 minute I'm holding the real crown. Next minute Naren's got a perfect magical duplicate sitting on his throne. The demon's eyes flared with hellfire. A counterfeit of Devil's throne. A hollow crown of borrowed bone. Looks the same, Constantine said. Feels the same. Even smells the same to their bloody senses. He shrugged. But it's got no authority. No sovereignty. No command over hell. Etrigan slowly realized the implication. Naren believed the crown his prize. Exactly, Constantine said. I assume he thought it just wasn't responding to him because he wasn't the rightful ruler of hell. Constantine gave a thin, crooked smile. Which, technically, is true. The demon laughed darkly. Thou fooled the lord of hell's domain. Wouldn't be the first time I fooled a devil, and this time it was for a great purpose. It bought us time, hell was becoming too unstable, I didn't mention the deal part to Arthur, part of the contract was not to talk about contract after all. Etrigan tilted his head slightly. Then the demon's laughter echoed across the shattered throne room. A mortal trickster, sly and grim. Who dares to cheat the lords of Brim? Constantine pulled out another cigarette and lit it. Yeah, well. He exhaled a slow cloud of smoke into the air. Never play cards with a magician, mate. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 405, Freedom Beyond Hell. A pulse of violet light glowed near the destroyed entrance of Hell's throne room. The air folded in on itself briefly, and a dark portal blossomed open. From it stepped a familiar figure. Raven emerged quietly, boots touching down amid the rubble. Her cloak settled around her shoulders as the portal sealed behind her with a whisper of magic. Her violet eyes immediately searched the chamber. They landed on the 2 figures standing near the broken throne. Constantine looked up from lighting another cigarette. Oi, he said casually. Look who survived the apocalypse. Raven approached them with measured steps, glancing briefly at the damage surrounding them. Are you two all right? Her voice was concerned, though her expression remained composed. Constantine gave a crooked grin. Better than ever. He exhaled smoke lazily. How's your end of things? Raven folded her arms slightly. I encountered a minor obstacle. A faint pause. Nothing I couldn't handle. Constantine snorted. Sounds about right. Raven stepped further into the ruined throne room, her gaze briefly passing over the shattered remains of the throne. I'm simply waiting now, she continued quietly, for Arthur to. Constantine interrupted. Yeah. He pointed upward with his cigarette. About that. You might want to look at the sky. Raven frowned slightly. Then she turned. Her eyes lifted toward the torn ceiling. And froze. High above hell, the sky itself had been ripped open. A massive rift stretched across the sky, glowing red and violent, its edges bleeding chaotic energy. Beyond it. Another world waited. Earth. Even from here, the tier revealed flashes of distant battle. Violet explosions erupted in bursts of shadow energy. Flashes of fire and infernal magic collided violently in the sky. Dark figures streaked through the rift like swarming insects. Raven's eyes widened slightly. That's a gateway. Her voice lowered. To Earth. She stepped closer to the broken edge of the throne platform, studying the battle unfolding high above. And it looks like Arthur's marshals are fighting off demons trying to cross through. Her brow furrowed. But they shouldn't even be awake. Constantine scratched his jaw thoughtfully. Well, he muttered, either dream of the endless mist a few. He glanced toward Etrigan. Or these are. The demon's eyes glowed faintly as he watched the swarm rising toward the rift. Then Etrigan spoke. Not those who slumber, bound by dream's command. But rabid spawn that haunt this land. His voice deepened. Born of hate and savage will. They live for pain, for blood to spill. Flames curled briefly around his mouth. Beasts that revel in the damned's despair. No mind for dreams resides in there. Constantine nodded slowly. Aye. He flicked ash onto the broken floor. That'd explain it. These things aren't exactly the dreaming type. He glanced up again at the distant battle. Pure violence. No wonder the Dream Lord couldn't tuck them in for a nap. Raven watched the swarm more carefully. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Where were they hiding all this time? Etrigan answered without hesitation. Those beasts obey but one alone. His voice rumbled darkly. Lilith commands their savage might. Constantine snapped his fingers. Well, that explains a bloody lot. He looked back at Raven. No, really. Explains everything. He gestured broadly around the ruined palace. The chaos. The demons. Even how my soul ended up back in my body, the way it did. Raven's gaze returned to the rift. Arthur's violet lightning flashed again in the distance. He's fighting her. It wasn't a guess, she was certain. Raven studied the battlefield above hell. Then she looked back at the broken throne room around them. This was the throne chamber. She glanced at Constantine. Did you find the crown? Constantine smiled lazily. Oh, that old thing. He reached inside his coat and casually pulled out the jagged horned crown. The crown of horns. Got it right here, he said. He spun it lightly. No worries, Your Majesty, your trophy is in safe hands. Raven looked at it for half a second. Then scoffed. Please. She waved it off dismissively. I have no desire to rule hell. Constantine chuckled. Fair. Raven returned her gaze to the sky again. Her voice softened slightly. Perhaps Arthur. Then she paused. And shook her head. No. Constantine finished the thought for her. He'd refuse. Raven nodded. He wouldn't bind himself to this realm. Her voice carried quiet certainty. Not even for power. Constantine replied. Yeah. That sounds like him. Raven crossed her arms again, thinking. If only someone trustworthy could take the throne, she murmured. Someone strong enough to control hell. Someone we could reason with. Someone who wouldn't threaten Earth or try something foolish. It would be even better if he was under our contract. She paused. Only then did she notice Constantine staring at her. He had raised one eyebrow. Raven slowly raised one of her own. They both turned their heads. And looked at the same person. Etrigan. The demon blinked. Flames flickered uncertainly in his eyes. Constantine slowly smiled. A very Constantine smile. Well now. He stepped forward slightly. So you're still bound by Arthur's contract, right? Etrigan frowned. What meaning hides behind thy tone? Speak plain, magician made of bone. Constantine clasped his hands together thoughtfully. Well, he said slowly. I think we might just be able. His grin widened. To grant your grand wish. Etrigan's eyes narrowed. What wish? Constantine leaned casually against a broken pillar. The one where you become. He gestured around the ruined throne room. The ruler of hell. The infernal winds of hell vanished. Cold night air rushed past instead. From the tear of hell. Lilith emerged first on earth. She burst from the rift as a swirling cloud of crimson mist before reforming midair, wings spreading wide as she glided forward through the dark forest canopy. Arthur emerged from the rift like a streak of violet lightning seconds after her, and immediately realized something was wrong. The tear between worlds wasn't in the sky on earth. It was below. A massive reality tear across the forest floor, a spiral of red energy carved into the earth. Hellfire seeped through the cracks in the soil, casting long crimson shadows between the trees. The air here was different, cooler, softer, alive in a way hell could never imitate. The forest stretched vast, dense, and dark. Ancient trees reached toward the sky, their branches tangled together so tightly that moonlight barely touched the ground beneath them. A faint mist clung to the forest floor, drifting slowly through the undergrowth. In the distance, far beyond the woods, the faint glow of a city flickered against the horizon. Gotham. Arthur slowed in midair, his cloak of shadow settling behind him. He glanced around once. Then groaned. Why does it always have to be Gotham? Lilith slowed her flight ahead of him, wings beating gently as she turned her head slightly. What was that, Shadow Lord? Arthur sighed quietly. Doesn't matter. Lilith drifted downward. Her feet touched the forest floor without a sound. For a moment she simply stood there. Still. Then she inhaled. Deeply. As if tasting the air for the first time ever. Her eyes closed. Her wings slowly folded behind her back. Ah. She lifted both hands slowly toward the sky above the treetops, fingers spreading as if trying to grasp something invisible. How wonderful. The wind brushed through the leaves. Earth's night air moved across her skin. This world. Her voice softened with strange reverence. Above her slightly, Arthur hovered silently. Watching and judging. His violet eyes studied her carefully. What am I supposed to do here with this woman? The thought passed quietly through his mind. Kill her. Lilith didn't look like a conqueror in that moment. She looked relieved. Let her go. Arthur's gaze drifted toward the ground where the tear between worlds still burned faintly. Or close the rift and send her back to hell. His grip tightened slightly around the spear. Her intentions might seem harmless. His eyes narrowed. But she is still Lilith. The mother of demons. The architect of the chaos he had just fought through. Arthur slowly descended. His boots touched the ground with a soft crunch of leaves. Lightning flickered briefly along the spear in his hand. Lilith lowered her arms but didn't turn around. Arthur stepped forward a few paces. Lilith. I cannot allow you to remain here. She tilted her head slightly. This planet is not yours to walk freely upon, he continued. You are a danger to it. His gaze hardened. To its people. A faint wind stirred the trees. Your children are a danger as well, you are not welcome here. Lilith's wings twitched slightly at that. Arthur planted the spear beside him. There is a reason you are bound to hell, he said firmly. A reason you have been confined there for eternity. His voice lowered. That is your place. His glowing violet eyes locked onto her back. That is your purpose. Lilith slowly turned around. Her expression had changed. The peaceful wonder from moments ago had vanished. Her lips curled slightly. Don't. Arthur didn't move. Don't give me that god nonsense. Her eyes sharpened. Don't stand there pretending you speak for him. The air around her darkened slightly. I will die before I go back to that eternal prison of mine. Her wings spread slowly again. And it seems. Her voice softened into a dangerous tone. You won't leave me alone long enough to enjoy my freedom. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters if you want. Chapter 406, Arthur vs. Lilith. The forest had gone unnaturally still, not a single insect chirped. No wind moved through the leaves. Even the distant sounds of Gotham seemed strangely muted. Arthur stood a few paces away from Lilith, spear crackling softly with violet lightning in his hand. He had already made the decision. I cannot overlook what you've done, Lilith. Arthur said quietly. You raised banners in hell against me. You rallied demon lords under your command, used them for your own personal gain, you unleashed chaos and didn't care that Earth might suffer the consequences of your actions. The lightning along his spear grew brighter. And worst of all, you tried to capture my kin. His violet eyes sharpened. And you sent half of hell to kill me and the people fighting beside me. Lilith watched him silently. Arthur stepped forward. You are far too dangerous to walk free, and there is no redemption for you. He gestured briefly around the forest. And we're no longer in hell. Your power here is limited. Arthur's voice hardened. And that means this ends here, tonight. For a moment. Lilith simply stared at him. Then she smiled, slowly. Her eyes darkened, until the crimson glow overtook them completely. They became entirely red. Burning in the darkness. Oh, Shadow Lord. Her voice carried a strange amusement now. You truly are wrong about everything. Arthur's grip tightened slightly on his weapon. Lilith raised one hand and lightly tapped the ground beneath her foot. You think I chose this place randomly? The moment her words finished, the earth responded. At first it was subtle. Thin strands of darkness began seeping through the soil like smoke escaping from beneath the forest floor. Then more followed. Thicker and darker. The ground itself seemed to exhale a slow breath of black mist. Arthur's eyes narrowed instantly. The darkness rose in twisting currents, spiraling upward around Lilith's body. And then it flowed into her. The mist poured into her chest, her arms, her wings. Arthur felt the energy around her rising and changing. Rapidly. Lilith inhaled slowly as the dark vapor fed into her. Her wings spread wider. A faint shudder of pleasure passed through her body. Ah. Arthur's expression hardened. What is this? Lilith laughed softly. Her voice had deepened slightly, gaining a heavier undertone. Taking what was already here. The black mist continued rising from the ground beneath them, feeding her like a starving fire consuming fuel. You thought this city was ordinary? She opened her glowing eyes again. This place. Her voice turned dark with satisfaction. Is built on something ancient. Arthur glanced briefly toward the forest floor. The darkness kept rising. More and more of it. Lilith raised both arms as the power flowed into her. You will die here, Shadow Lord. Her voice echoed faintly through the trees now. So that I may finally be free. Arthur remained silent. Lilith's gaze sharpened. You may not serve him. Her voice was bitter. But you are clearly part of his grand plan. She shook her head slightly. I see it now. Her red eyes burned brighter. You are another obstacle placed in my path. In my eternal torment. Her wings stretched wider as the darkness continued feeding into her. And obstacles. Her voice lowered. Must be removed. She stared at him directly. There will be no escape from this. Her smile widened faintly. Not for you. And not for me. Arthur ignored her and his eyes shifted briefly toward the ground. The dark mist still surged upward. His thoughts moved quickly. The power she mentioned. Arthur's gaze sharpened slightly. Something buried beneath Gotham. Images surfaced in his mind. A presence tied to darkness. His expression tightened. Barbatos. The demon bat. It must be. The ancient nightmare lurking beneath Gotham since before the city had ever existed. Arthur's eyes returned to Lilith. Is that what she's feeding on right now? He glanced again at the rising darkness. Gotham has always been cursed. His grip tightened around the spear. But I didn't think the rot ran this deep. Or rather I kept ignoring it for a long time now. Arthur stopped thinking. And moved. One moment he stood away from her. The next he was in front of her. Arthur crossed the distance with terrifying speed, cloak snapping violently behind him as his free hand shot forward toward her throat. His fingers closed. Lilith didn't dodge. She didn't even move. She simply allowed his hand to grab her neck. Arthur's grip tightened. Then. Boom. A violent shockwave of darkness exploded outward from Lilith's body. The forest cracked under the force. Arthur was thrown backward several meters as the blast tore through the clearing, snapping branches and scattering leaves into the air. He slid across the ground before planting his spear into the soil to stop himself. The weapon screeched against stone before finally halting him. Arthur slowly straightened. His violet eyes never once left her. The darkness around Lilith continued rising from the earth. But something had changed. Lilith lowered her arms slowly. The black mist curled around her wings like living shadows. Her posture had shifted. Gone was the playful amusement. Now. She stood still. Focused and cold. Arthur exhaled slowly. I see. His eyes narrowed slightly. Whatever was human in her is gone now. The forest clearing had died around her, completely. Moments ago it had been merely dark, Gotham's usual oppressive night pressing in from every direction, yet now this was the true dark. Dead leaves rustled violently though no wind blew. Lilith's form straightened, her posture becoming impossibly regal and predatory at the same time. Her horns grew more pronounced, curving outward in a crown of bonnel. Her wings stretched behind her fully now, long, skeletal structures wrapped in dark membrane. Her skin had grown pale, unnaturally pale. Almost marble-like. Dark armor-like scales formed across parts of her chest and shoulders, merging with the flowing black dress that now looked like living darkness. The red glow in her eyes deepened. She truly looked like the mother of demons now. A being that had walked hell long before most demons were even born. Arthur's eyes tracked every change. Lilith spoke. You see it now, don't you? The world above hell. She slowly spread her wings. Is not nearly as clean as it pretends to be. Arthur tilted his head slightly. I can feel it, the darkness of this world. Her red eyes gleamed. It welcomes me. Arthur remained silent for a few seconds. Then he exhaled slowly. Right. He picked up his spear again. The violet lightning along its edge flickered lazily. Arthur looked her up and down. Her horns, her wings. The demonic majesty radiating from her. Then he gave a small nod. I suppose I should respond in kind. Lilith raised one eyebrow. Oh. Arthur let go of the spear. It floated beside him instantly, suspended in the air by his will. Then darkness gathered around him as well, his darkness. At first it was subtle, thin threads of shadow sliding along his arms. Then the shadows thickened. They poured from beneath his feet. His body vanished inside it. For a moment. He looked like a void. Then the shadows hardened. Armor began to form. First the chest plate, black as the space, engraved with faint glowing lines of violet energy. Then the shoulders, jagged plates, gauntlets followed, layered and sharp, each movement producing a faint metallic whisper as shadow-forged steel slid into place. The armor grew upward around his neck, forming a high collar before finally shaping itself into a regal helmet. The visor was narrow. Predatory. And within it, Arthur's eyes burned like violet fire. The lines across the armor glowed brighter now, the ground beneath him cracked faintly as the power settled. When the transformation finished, Arthur no longer looked like a man. He looked like an outer god, something that had walked the edges of creation. Lilith studied him carefully. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Arthur rolled his shoulders once, the armor shifting with a quiet metallic echo. The spear floated back into his hand. Violet lightning crawled across its blade. Well, he said calmly. Since we let each other power up. He raised the weapon slightly. Do your worst. High above the dark skyline of Gotham, the Batwing cut through the clouds. Inside the cockpit, Batman stared at the glowing screens surrounding him. Red warnings pulsed across the display. Unidentified energy surge detected. Dimensional distortion confirmed. Location, Gotham outskirts, forest sector. Batman's brow tightened beneath the cowl. That's new. His gloved fingers moved quickly across the controls, pulling up additional sensor data. Satellite imaging flickered across the screen, thermal scans, magical interference readings, gravitational distortions. All of them were wrong. Wildly wrong. Energy levels fluctuated beyond anything the Batcomputer had ever recorded in Gotham. Even worse. They were still rising. Batman's voice cut through the cockpit as he activated the comm channel. Alfred. Static crackled briefly. Then the calm, measured voice of Alfred Pennyworth answered through the Batwing's speakers. Yes, Master Bruce. Batman adjusted the Batwings heading toward the outskirts of the city. Confirm energy readings in the northern forest. There was a brief pause while Alfred accessed the Batcomputer. Running a cross-reference now. Batman watched the map update in real time. Then Alfred spoke again. I must say, the readings are unusual. Batman glanced down at the numbers scrolling across the screen. That's one way to put it. The energy signature looked less like a natural event and more like reality itself had been torn open. Alfred added calmly. The Batcomputer is detecting a dimensional irregularity. Batman's eyes narrowed slightly. Define irregularity. Another brief pause. Master Bruce, Alfred said carefully, the system appears to believe that a tear between dimensions has formed on the ground. Batman didn't respond for a moment. Then he banked the Batwing sharply, saying to himself. It has to be him. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 407, Battle Beneath the Batwing. The Batwing dove toward the outskirts of Gotham. Within minutes the forest appeared beneath him. Except something was terribly wrong. Batman slowed the Batwing to a hover. The forest below wasn't alive anymore, every tree stood blackened and brittle. Branches stretched upward like skeletal fingers, their leaves gone. The ground itself looked drained of life, as if the very soil had been poisoned by a death plague. Batman leaned forward slightly. Then he saw it. At the center of the dead clearing. Reality had been ripped open. A massive tear stretched across the forest floor, crimson energy seeped from its edges, swirling upward like smoke escaping from the depths of hell itself. The Batwing systems immediately erupted with warnings. Dimensional breach detected. Energy levels, unknown. Batman frowned beneath the cowl. That's definitely it, now where is? Then he noticed something else. Movement. Two figures stood near the tear. Batman adjusted the Batwing's optics, zooming in through the waves of distortion. The first one, an armored being wrapped in black armor that looked like it had been forged from living shadow. Violet lines pulsed faintly across the armor, and a spear crackling with lightning rested in his hand. The second. A woman, or something that used to be a woman. She stood with massive demonic wings spread wide behind her, horns forming a crown above her pale face as black mist poured from the ground into her body. The power radiating from both of them made the Batwing sensors glitch violently. Energy readings shot past safe limits. Batman stared down at the scene in silence. For once, he didn't immediately have an answer. Alfred. Yes, Master Bruce. Batman kept his eyes fixed on the two figures below. You're seeing this too, right? Yes, sir. There was a short pause. Alfred cleared his throat politely. I must confess, I'm having some difficulty categorizing the situation. Batman leaned back slightly in the pilot's seat. His voice dropped into a quiet mutter. What the hell is going on down there? The two beings moved. And it was no ordinary fight. Because what Batman was witnessing below hardly resembled a conventional fight. Inside the cockpit, Batman leaned slightly forward, his eyes narrowed beneath the cowl as the Batwing's optical system zoomed in further. On the main display, the figures became clearer. Batman's expression tightened. Now I'm more than sure. Over the comm channel, Alfred Pennyworth responded calmly. You do, sir. Batman didn't answer immediately, instead he watched as the armored figure moved again, fast enough that even the Batwing's enhanced optics struggled to track the motion. He appeared beside the winged creature in an instant. The resulting shockwave destroyed the surrounding dead trees. Batman exhaled quietly. Arthur. Alfred was silent for a moment. You're certain, Master Bruce? Batman's eyes followed the movements below. No one else fights like that, besides the whole shadow thing around him is a dead giveaway. Another clash erupted below. The spear carved through the air with a flash of violet lightning while the winged figure answered with a violent burst of darkness that rippled outward. The Batwing shook slightly even from their distance. Batman frowned. Though I've never seen him like this, in that form. He studied the armored figure more carefully. The shadowed armor looked ancient. Alien and almost cosmic. Arthur's silhouette inside it looked less like a man and more like something that had stepped out of a myth. Whatever that armor is, Batman muttered, it's amplifying his power. Alfred spoke again. And the other participant. Batman shifted the display. Even the Batwing's instruments struggled to measure the energy level surrounding her. Batman's brow furrowed. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He leaned back slightly in the pilot seat. And the tear. His gaze dropped toward the massive rift splitting the forest floor open. Batman's voice lowered slightly. Arthur was in hell not long ago. Alfred answered immediately. Yes, sir. And considering the tear is right next to him. Batman nodded faintly. That tear might lead there. Below, another shockwave erupted as Arthur's spear collided with a wave of black energy. The impact sent a ripple through the ground. Batman watched the two figures exchange blows that would have leveled entire buildings. And if that's true, he continued quietly, then the only question left is. He zoomed the display further onto the winged figure. What he brought back with him. Alfred took a moment before replying. His voice remained polite. Measured. Given the horns, wings, and the rather theatrical absorption of darkness from the earth. He cleared his throat lightly. I would venture a guess that Master Arthur is currently fighting a demon. Batman gave a dry grunt. That's one way to describe it, I know it's a demon but. Below them, Lilith lifted one hand. The ground cracked further. A violent pillar of darkness erupted upward as Arthur answered with a spear strike that split the air like thunder. The Batwing's sensors flickered wildly again. Alfred spoke once more. I assume, Master Bruce. That intervening would be unwise. Batman watched the clash below carefully. Arthur moved again faster than before. The two figures collided midair with a shockwave that shook the forest. After a long moment, Batman finally answered. Understatement of the year. His eyes stayed fixed on the battle. But if that thing wins. He let the sentence hang. Alfred understood immediately. Then Gotham may find itself hosting something considerably worse than its usual assortment of criminals. Batman nodded once. Exactly. Below, the battle had grown worse. Much worse. The ground around the dimensional tear was barely recognizable now. Entire sections of the forest had been flattened by the force of the clashes between the two figures. Trees had snapped like twigs, and the soil itself had cracked open in jagged fractures spreading outward from the glowing rift. Every few seconds the darkness below erupted again. A shockwave. A blast of violet lightning. Or a violent burst of black mist that twisted through the air. Batman watched the scene through the Batwing's tactical display, his expression tightening further with each passing moment. Another violent clash erupted below. Arthur vanished in a flash of motion, his spear streaking through the air like a comet of violet light. The winged demon answered instantly, unleashing a wave of darkness that tore through the clearing and split the earth apart beneath them. Even from several hundred feet above, the Batwing shuddered slightly. Batman's grip tightened on the controls. Over the comm system, the calm voice of Alfred Pennyworth spoke again. Master Bruce. Batman didn't take his eyes off the display. Yes, Alfred. Again. I would strongly recommend putting a little more distance between yourself and that situation. Batman remained silent for a moment as another explosion of energy tore across the forest floor. Alfred continued. While I admire your dedication to gathering intelligence, it seems rather unwise to observe a clash between what appear to be two godlike entities from such close proximity. Batman exhaled slowly. Fair point. He adjusted the controls. The Batwing drifted backward slightly, increasing altitude while maintaining its stealth field. The aircraft remained invisible against the dark clouds above. I'll pull back, Batman said. His eyes remained fixed on the battlefield below. But I'm keeping visual range. Alfred sounded unsurprised. I suspected as much. The Batwing moved further away from the clearing, climbing higher into the night sky. Below them, Arthur and the demon clashed again. A burst of violet lightning split the darkness as Arthur's spear collided with a massive claw of black energy. The shockwave rippled through the clearing like a miniature earthquake. Batman frowned slightly. Then something happened. Arthur paused. Mid-fight. For only a second. He straightened slightly and looked up directly at the sky. Directly at the Batwing. Batman's brow furrowed. That's impossible. The aircraft's stealth systems were active. The Batwing was completely invisible against the cloud cover. And they were far enough away that even enhanced vision shouldn't pick them out in this unnatural darkness. Yet Arthur was clearly looking straight at them. Batman muttered under his breath. He can't possibly. Then the voice arrived. It didn't come through the Batwing's communication system. It didn't come from the speakers. It appeared directly inside his mind. Clear and calm. Bruce. Batman's eyes narrowed. It's Arthur. The voice continued. As you can probably see, I'm a little occupied right now. Below, Arthur dodged a sweeping strike from Lilith's wings, sliding several meters across the shattered ground before launching himself back into the fight. Inside the cockpit, Batman sat perfectly still. Do try to keep your distance, Arthur's voice said calmly inside his head. And you might want to start evacuating the parts of the city closest to this forest. Batman's eyes flicked briefly toward the glowing tear in the earth below. I'll try to close the rift myself, Arthur continued. There was a brief pause as another explosion rocked the clearing. But if I fail, then a large number of demons will have a direct path into Gotham. Batman spoke quietly. Understood. Arthur's voice returned almost immediately. My soldiers are guarding the other side of the tear. Another violent clash erupted below. No demon will cross it while I'm still alive. Batman watched Arthur hurl the lightning spear forward, the spear turning into a massive lightning bolt, slamming into Lilith with enough force to send her skidding backward through the shattered earth. Then Batman spoke again. It seems you've been busy. For a moment. Even in the middle of a battlefield. Arthur laughed softly. That I have. Batman leaned back slightly in the pilot seat. Very well. His voice returned to the calm authority he used when dealing with citywide crises. I'll make sure to get the people to evacuate. Arthur's reply came with a quiet note of relief. You have my thanks. The connection faded. Below, the battle resumed in full fury as Arthur launched himself forward again, violet lightning tearing across the clearing. Batman watched for another moment. Then he reached for the Batwing's communications panel. Alfred. Yes, Master Bruce. Batman turned the aircraft toward Gotham. We need to wake up the city. Alfred paused briefly. I assume the situation is that serious. Batman looked once more at the massive tear glowing in the dead forest below. That's one way to put it. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 408, The Crown and the Rift. The first tremor rolled through Gotham beneath the streets. At first, most people didn't even notice it. A faint vibration, a low rumble that could easily be mistaken for a subway train passing beneath the pavement. But then it happened again. Stronger. In a dimly lit apartment in the Narrows, a man paused mid-sip of his coffee as the glass in his hand rattled against the table. You feel that? Across the room, his roommate glanced up from the television. Feel what? The building shuddered suddenly. The hanging lamp above them swung violently. Okay. That. Elsewhere in the city, the tremor rippled through the streets like a silent wave. In a late-night diner downtown, plates rattled against the countertop as the floor vibrated beneath the customer's feet. A waitress froze mid-step. Was that an earthquake? One of the customers laughed nervously. In Gotham. The entire diner shook again, harder this time. A few cups slid across the counter and shattered against the floor. The laughter stopped immediately. Outside, car alarms began to sound as the pavement trembled beneath parked vehicles. Across the city, the same confusion spread. In an apartment complex, a mother grabbed the arm of her teenage son as the walls creaked around them. Okay, that's not normal. The boy glanced toward the window nervously. Did something explode? Another tremor rolled through the building. Harder. The lights flickered. Somewhere in the distance, sirens began to wail. In a crowded bar on the east side of Gotham, several patrons stumbled as the floor shifted beneath them. One man grabbed the counter. What the hell was that? Another pointed toward the window. Dude. Outside, people had begun spilling onto the sidewalks. Phones were out. Voices raised. What the hell is going on? Is this an earthquake? No way Gotham gets earthquakes. The tremor hit again. Stronger than before. This time the vibration lasted several seconds. Windows rattled violently. Streetlights swayed. Across the skyline, the buildings of Gotham shook faintly as their steel frameworks absorbed the shifting ground beneath them. People were starting to panic. Far above the city, the Batwing cut through the clouds. Inside the cockpit, Batman watched the city lights below as the aircraft's sensors tracked the spreading tremors. The readings were getting worse. Each shockwave from the battle in the forest was rippling through the ground like the aftershocks of an earthquake. Batman reached for the communications panel. A moment later, the line connected. On the other end, the gruff voice of Gordon answered. Gordon. Commissioner. There was a brief pause. Batman. Gordon sounded slightly breathless, like he'd been moving quickly. I was just about to call you. Another tremor rolled through the city. Batman watched several clusters of car alarms erupt across the streets below. I'm guessing these tremors are the reason you are calling me? Gordon asked. Batman didn't waste time. Yes. Gordon exhaled slowly on the other end. Of course, what is it this time? Some experiment by some maniac. In the background, Batman could hear the noise of a busy police station, voices shouting, phones ringing, officers moving around rapidly. What's really happening? Gordon asked. Batman looked toward the outskirts of the city. Even from this distance, faint pulses of energy still flashed from the forest. There's a dimensional tear outside the city limits, Batman said. Gordon was silent for a moment. A what? A tear between worlds. Another tremor rippled through Gotham. Hard enough that several cars below swerved slightly on the streets. Batman continued calmly. Currently it's been dealt by the Shadow. Gordon didn't need clarification. He'd heard enough about him by now. The things he'd seen alongside Batman in recent months had permanently expanded his definition of bad night. So the shaking? Gordon said slowly. That's coming from whatever's happening out there, that man is dealing with it. Yes. Gordon sighed. Fair enough. Batman raised an eyebrow slightly. That's it. Gordon chuckled dryly. Batman, at this point if you told me the devil himself crawled out of the ground outside Gotham. He paused. I'd just ask how many officers you need, or how much time we have so I can get the people away from there. Batman didn't argue with that. What do you need me to do? Gordon asked. Evacuate the districts closest to the northern forest. Batman's voice remained calm. Immediately. Gordon didn't hesitate. Understood. In the background, Batman heard Gordon already turning to shout orders across the room. Montoya. Get emergency broadcast ready. Another tremor rolled through the city. Sirens began echoing across multiple districts now. Batman spoke again before the line closed. Commissioner. Gordon paused. Yeah. Batman's voice dropped slightly. This situation may escalate. There was a brief silence. Then Gordon answered in his usual steady tone. Then we'll act faster. Hell. High above the shattered ruins of the Palace of Dis, the gateway to Earth that revealed flashes of another world beyond, dark forests, distant lightning, and shockwaves that rippled through the fabric of reality. And it was being fiercely contested. Demons swarmed upward in waves, screeching and clawing toward the opening like starving beasts. They never made it far. Arthur's marshals did not allow it. Violet silhouettes streaked through the sky like predatory comets. Claws, fists and blades of shadow carved through wings and limbs, while bursts of dark power shattered entire clusters of demons mid-flight. Belian gutted a horned monstrosity through the chest before hurling the corpse into another swarm. Galatea tore through 3 demons in a single pass, leaving their bodies dissolving into black ash. The slaughter was swift and efficient. Standing atop a broken tower overlooking the battlefield, John Constantine took a slow drag from his cigarette and watched the massacre unfold. Another demon tried to break through the defensive line. Ultra caught it instantly, ripping its head off before it could even scream. Constantine let out a low whistle. Well, look at that. He blew a thin stream of smoke into the hot infernal wind. They've got it handled. I don't think a single demon is making it to Earth at this point even if we leave this thing open, but of course we can't leave it like this. Beside him, Raven stood quietly, her violet eyes reflecting the chaos above. Her cloak fluttered slightly in the heated currents rising from the burning wasteland below. She watched the marshals cut down another wave of demons. Constantine gestured lazily toward the sky. Doesn't look like they need us playing hero with them. He flicked ash from his cigarette and pointed toward the massive rift. So that means we can focus on that giant hole up there. You think we can close it? Constantine asked. Raven's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the rift. Possibly. Constantine glanced sideways at her. That confident, are we? She shook her head faintly. I understand the mechanism holding it open. It must have required a great deal of power and energy to open. Her gaze remained fixed on the glowing tear. But closing it requires more power than I currently possess. Constantine scratched the side of his head. Well, that's funny. He nudged something on the stone floor with his boot. Because I was thinking the exact same thing. Luckily. Constantine added. He turned the crown slowly in his hands. We might have a workaround. Raven glanced toward the third figure standing nearby. Etrigan stood like a statue watching the aerial battle with burning eyes. Raven gestured toward the crown. Nephew. Etrigan turned. His glowing gaze fell upon the artifact in Constantine's hands. You are already powerful, Raven said calmly. But the crown would amplify that strength significantly. Constantine raised a finger. Small disclaimer though. He smirked faintly. Stories say it tends to drive demons completely mad. Etrigan stared at the crown for a moment. Then he laughed. Madness. Flames curled from his mouth as he spoke. Madness is but a whisper weak. He stepped forward, claws flexing eagerly. Bring forth the crown that every demon seek. Constantine tossed it toward him. Etrigan caught it easily. The demon examined the crown closely. I sought a throne since days of old. His grin widened. The ruler's crown within my hold. Before he could place it on his head, Constantine raised his hand. Hold on a second, mate. Etrigan looked down at him with clear irritation. Constantine smiled thinly. Don't forget your deal with Arthur. The demon's eyes flared. Constantine leaned casually against a crumbling pillar. You wouldn't want him sealing you, would you? Etrigan's flames burned hotter. Insolent magician, hold thy tongue. I know the chain to which I'm strung. His claws tightened around the crown. But mark me well, this insult dire. One day I'll drown thee both in fire. Constantine waved dismissively. Yeah. He lit another cigarette. Put it on the schedule. Raven stepped forward calmly. We will assist you. Etrigan turned toward her. With your strength and the power of the crown, we can seal the rift together. She gestured toward the sky. And once the tear is closed. Her eyes softened slightly. The crown remains yours. Etrigan studied her. The flames around him flickered thoughtfully. Then he nodded once. A pact is struck, the terms are clear. The crown is mine when done with here. Without hesitation. He lifted the crown and placed it upon his head. The moment it touched him. A violent eruption of infernal energy burst outward like a volcanic detonation. Constantine stumbled backward, a dark shield forming around him. Bloody hell. A pillar of fire erupted around Etrigan, spiraling upward like a raging inferno. The ground beneath him cracked open. Etrigan threw his head back and roared. The sound shook hell. Flames surged higher as ancient magic flooded into his body. His already powerful frame swelled with energy, veins of glowing fire running beneath his skin. Constantine shielded his eyes against the heat. Right. He stared upward. That's a bit more than I expected. Beside him, Raven stood motionless. But even she looked astonished. The power radiating from Etrigan now was immense. When the flames finally settled slightly, the demon lowered his head again. His eyes burned brighter than ever. His voice rumbled like thunder. Now witness power fierce and dire. With crown and flame and hellborn fire. He pointed a blazing claw toward the massive rift in the sky. Together now we seal the scar. And end this breach of worlds afar. Constantine exhaled slowly. Right then. He glanced at Raven. Let's close that bloody thing. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 409, The Shadow Judgment. Arthur and Lilith tore across the landscape like 2 falling stars colliding again and again. The forest gave way to cliffs overlooking the dark Atlantic waters, and the sea itself had begun to rage as the shockwaves of their clash rippled through the ground. The sky was filled with black clouds. Lightning flashed. The ocean roared against the coastline. And in the center of it all the 2 of them clashed with power that looked almost mythological. Lilith descended from the sky like a meteor of darkness, wings spread wide as her claws carved through the air. A tidal wave of black magic exploded from her hands, warping the very air as it surged toward Arthur. Arthur didn't retreat, the violet lines across his armor blazed brighter as he stepped forward, his spear flashed once. The lightning blade tore through the wave of darkness like a bolt from the heavens. Boom. The impact cracked the ground beneath them. The shock wave blasted outward, flattening what remained of the surrounding trees and sending chunks of rock tumbling into the raging sea below. Lilith laughed. A wild, cruel sound. Die. Her wings snapped downward, launching her forward again with terrifying speed. Arthur vanished. She struck empty air. A second later the armored shadow reappeared beside her, his spear slashing upward with a streak of violet lightning. Lilith twisted in midair, barely blocking the strike with a wall of dark magic. The collision detonated like thunder. They were thrown apart. Arthur landed first. His boots slammed into the cliffside with enough force to crater the rock beneath him. Lilith struck the ground seconds later, carving a trench through the earth before launching herself skyward again. Her crimson eyes burned brighter now. You will submit. She raised both hands. The sky responded. Darkness gathered above them. Massive tendrils of black magic lashed downward, each strike detonating the earth like artillery. Arthur moved through them. Effortlessly. His movements were calm. Each dodge carried him forward through the storm of destruction as if the chaos around him barely existed. One tendril struck the ground beside him. Boom. The explosion hurled rocks the size of cars into the ocean. Arthur stepped through the debris. Another tendril descended. Arthur caught it. His gauntlet closed around the writhing mass of dark magic. Then he tore it apart. Lilith's eyes widened slightly. Arthur raised his hand. The floating spear shot forward like a bolt fired from a god. Lilith twisted aside. The spear missed her, but struck the ocean behind her. The sea exploded. A towering column of water erupted skyward as lightning detonated beneath the surface, sending waves crashing violently against the shoreline. Lilith screamed in fury. She slammed both hands together. Darkness surged outward. The ground beneath Arthur's feet suddenly liquefied into a massive swirling pool of black energy. Chains made of fire erupted from the void. Dozens of them. Hundreds. They wrapped around Arthur instantly. His arms. His torso. His legs. The chains tightened with crushing force. Lilith hovered above him, breathing heavily. Yes. Her smile widened. Struggle. The chains glowed with ancient binding magic. Fight it. Arthur didn't move for a moment. The battlefield went still. Lightning flashed across the sky. Lilith tilted her head slightly. Then, the chains shattered. Arthur tore through them like they were made of glass. The explosion of force blasted the surrounding earth apart, sending debris flying in every direction. Lilith stared. Her voice came out softer. Almost incredulous. What are you even made of? Arthur moved. The ground beneath him exploded as he crossed the distance in an instant. His fist drove forward. Boom. The punch landed squarely against Lilith's stomach. The impact was catastrophic. The air itself seemed to rupture. Lilith's body bent around the blow before she was launched backward like a cannonball. She tore through the air and slammed into the ocean below. The sea erupted. A massive crater formed in the water as the force of the impact drove her straight through the surface and down toward the seafloor. Arthur hovered above the coastline, watching the raging ocean churn violently where she had disappeared. Then he spoke. Quietly. Flesh and blood. The ocean exploded again. Lilith burst upward from the water in a furious eruption of darkness, her wings beating violently as seawater cascaded from her body. Her expression had changed. Gone was the playful arrogance. Now there was only fury. You will die. She surged toward him again, unleashing every spell she possessed. Spears of darkness. Waves of infernal flame that she hurled at him with relentless rage. Arthur met every attack head-on. Lightning and shadow clashed with her own attacks. Their impacts shattered the air like thunderclaps. Crater after crater scarred the land with every exchange. Lilith screamed again as she unleashed another devastating spell. Submit. Arthur moved through it. His armor burned brighter with violet light as he advanced step by step. Relentless. And so was she. Lilith's breathing had grown heavier now. Her attacks were still powerful. But Arthur was wearing her down. Slowly. What had once been jagged cliffs and forest now looked like the aftermath of a war between titans. The sea itself had not escaped the destruction. Massive waves rolled violently toward the ruined shore, the ocean still raging from the shockwaves of the battle above it. Lilith stared at Arthur. Her chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. Despite the power still surrounding her, fatigue had begun to creep into her movements. You. Her voice came out sharp, furious. Are you going easy on me? Her wings flared wide as she hovered above the shattered shoreline, crimson eyes blazing. Me. Her voice rose into a furious snarl. Is that why you stand there so calm, Shadow Lord? Arthur moved. In the next instant he was already in front of her. His leg drove forward. The kick landed against her ribs with catastrophic force. The impact detonated the air between them. Lilith's body launched backward like a missile. She tore through the sky and slammed into the shore below, carving a trench through the sand before finally skidding to a violent stop near the water's edge. Arthur landed moments later, his armored boots touching down softly despite the devastation surrounding him. I'm taking you very seriously. His voice remained calm. Lilith coughed. Blood splattered onto the sand beneath her. She tried to rise immediately. Her hands pressed into the sand as she forced herself upward. Then something changed. The dark aura around her flickered. Her massive wings twitched once. Then faded. The demonic presence she had wrapped around herself began to unravel like smoke in the wind. The horns receded. The monstrous armor of darkness cracked and dissolved. Her transformation slowly collapsed until she was left in her original form, a pale demon woman kneeling in the sand, breathing heavily as exhaustion clawed through her body. Her fingers dug into the beach as she tried to push herself upright. But the strength wasn't there anymore. She stumbled. Fell back onto one knee. No. Her voice trembled slightly. My power. Arthur began walking toward her. His spear rested lightly in his hand, violet lightning still dancing along the blade. I told you. Lilith's breathing grew ragged as she glared up at him. You refuse to listen. Arthur stopped a few steps away. You have no power here, not to mention the amount of energy you used to open that rift. The wind tugged lightly at his dark cloak. You are bound to hell. Lilith's nails scraped against the sand as she forced herself upright again, though her legs trembled beneath her. Arthur continued. Borrowing strength from something buried beneath the city. His eyes flicked briefly toward the distant destroyed forest. Will only take you so far. He stepped closer. But not against me. Lilith's crimson eyes widened slightly. Arthur's voice remained quiet. I'm not bound to anything. The violet glow in his gaze sharpened. When you face me. His grip tightened slightly around the spear. You face me at my strongest, always. For a brief moment, fear flashed across Lilith's face, something she didn't feel in ages. Then it twisted into something desperate. Her hand slammed against the sand. Ancient demonic symbols flared briefly beneath her palm. She whispered something in a harsh infernal tongue. A spell. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Before the magic could activate. Lilith's arm suddenly lifted off the ground. Not by her own will. Her fingers clawed helplessly at the air. Invisible force held her there. Arthur had raised his hand. Telekinesis, his ruler's authority gripped her like an iron vice. Her arm twisted upward against her will. Her spell collapsed instantly. Lilith snarled in frustration as she struggled against the unseen pressure. You won't be escaping me anymore. Arthur's voice was calm. He raised the spear. Lightning roared along the blade, illuminating the dark coastline in flashes of violet light. Lilith glared up at him from the sand, breathing hard, fury still burning in her crimson eyes. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 410, The Fall of Lilith. Lilith knelt in the sand. Her breathing was ragged now. Blood stained her lips, dark hair clung to her face, and the power that had once radiated from her like a storm had all but vanished. Arthur stood a few paces away. Lilith tried to move away. Desperation ignited in her crimson eyes as she suddenly pushed off the ground, her body launching upward in a last frantic attempt to flee her fate. Her wings flickered briefly, half-formed from fading magic as she tried to force herself into the air. Arthur didn't chase. He simply clenched his fist. The invisible force struck her instantly. Telekinesis crashed down upon her like the weight of a mountain. Lilith's body slammed violently back into the beach. The impact blasted sand outward in a violent ring. She gasped as the air was forced from her lungs. Arthur slowly lowered his hand again. The unseen pressure pinned her there for a moment longer before releasing her completely. Lilith remained on her knees. Her shoulders trembled. Then slowly she lifted her head. Her red eyes met Arthur's. And for the first time since the battle began, she truly looked at him. Not as an opponent or an obstacle, but as something she could finally see clearly. Arthur stood there beneath the storm-dark sky, it was his eyes that held her. They glowed softly, violet and cold. And behind that calm gaze, Lilith saw something deeper. A vast abyss of darkness she could not comprehend. Just endless depth of it. Power without limit. Her breath caught in her throat. Arthur stepped forward. He raised the spear. Time seemed to slow. Lilith watched him and her lips trembled slightly. The word left her mouth almost as a whisper. "M.O., monster." Arthur said nothing to that. His expression remained calm and completely detached. The spear descended. The blade pierced straight through her chest. Lilith's eyes widened slightly as the weapon drove through her heart. The violet lightning flickered once more. Then her body began to change. The life faded from her eyes. Her skin turned even more pale. Then gray. Stone spread across her body like frost forming, hardening her form as if time itself had frozen her in place. Arthur pulled the spear free. She became statue-like, but it only stood for mere moments. Then cracks spread across its surface. The stone shattered and her body broke apart into countless fragments that dissolved into fine gray ash, scattering into the wind above the ruined shore. Within seconds, nothing remained. Arthur stood there quietly as the last particles drifted away. His shadow armor faded slowly from existence, dissolving into strands of dark energy that vanished into the air. The storm wind tugged at his ashen white hair as he looked at the empty space where she had been. Not a single speck of dust left behind. His voice was calm, almost thoughtful. What an unusual way to go. The battle was over. But its cost lingered. Arthur suddenly shifted slightly. The fatigue finally caught up with him. He drove the spear into the ground to steady himself, gripping the shaft hard. I've been fighting non-stop against these demons. My fatigue is clearly building up. He glanced down at his hand. Despite the exhaustion creeping slowly, he could still feel the energy coursing through him. Even though my mana is still vast. A faint exhale left him. Arthur lifted his gaze toward the distant forest. Toward the massive tear in the earth where hell still bled into the world. One thing left to do. He pulled the spear free from the sand and began to float. A sudden blur of movement streaked across the sky. Someone descended in a flash of speed, landing beside him with enough force to scatter sand across the beach. Arthur stopped. He turned slightly. Standing there was Kara Zor-El. Her cape fluttered behind her as she stared wide-eyed at the devastation around them. Craters, shattered cliffs. The raging sea. Her gaze snapped back to Arthur. Arthur. Relief crossed her face instantly. You're back. Then her eyes widened again as she gestured toward the ruined battlefield. But what the hell happened here? Her voice carried genuine shock. What did you fight? Arthur studied her for a moment. Long story. He brushed a strand of white hair from his face as the wind picked up again. After you and Z left, things escalated in hell. He paused slightly. But it's over now, I'll explain later. His gaze shifted back toward the forest again. There's still one final thing to deal with. Kara followed his line of sight immediately. The rift. She nodded quickly. I saw it on the way here. Her brow furrowed. I felt the tremors all the way back at your estate. It led me straight here. Her expression darkened slightly. All of Gotham is panicking. Arthur turned back toward her. It's over now. Then they started flying toward the forest again. Come. Above the rift in the destroyed forest north of Gotham, Arthur floated silently in the air, his white hair stirring in the wind rising from the abyss below. The violet glow in his eyes reflected the unstable energy swirling inside the tear. Beside him hovered Kara Zor-El, her cape snapping behind her in the heated currents. She stared down at the massive rupture below. Even for someone who had faced aliens and world-ending threats before, this looked wrong, dangerously. So. She crossed her arms slightly, still eyeing the rift. What exactly are we going to do about that? It doesn't look like something that can be dealt with using fists. Arthur kept his gaze on the tear. Raven, John Constantine, and Etrigan are already working on closing it from the other side. Kara glanced at him. From hell, I'm guessing. I thought they would be here with you. Arthur nodded once. It will require a significant amount of magic to seal something this large. The rift pulsed again below them, sending a faint tremor through the surrounding forest. Arthur continued calmly. I'll assist them from this side. Kara raised an eyebrow. And you know what you're doing? Arthur finally looked at her. I should. His tone was confident. It's the same principle as the dimensional portals I open regularly. He gestured toward the massive tear beneath them. This one is slightly larger and a bit unusual. Kara looked back down at it. Slightly. Arthur allowed the faintest hint of a smile. But the concept remains the same. His eyes drifted back toward the rift. I believe I know what must be done. His gaze softened slightly, his mind reached outward. Far beyond Earth. And his voice slipped gently into the mind of someone. Hey there. Deep within the infernal realm, Raven paused. A small smile appeared on her lips. Hey. Arthur felt the warmth of her response immediately. I hope Constantine and Etrigan aren't slowing you down too much. Raven's amusement flowed through the mental connection. What do you think? Arthur chuckled softly. Fair enough. His tone shifted slightly as he grew more focused. Here's the plan. Raven listened. You three deal with the rift from your side. With Etrigan currently empowered, you should be able to force it to close. Arthur glanced down at the massive tear beneath him again. From my side. His voice remained calm. I'll do the same. Raven tilted her head slightly. How? Arthur's answer came almost casually. I'm going to open another portal. Raven blinked. A what? A mirror rift. Arthur continued as if describing a simple tool. I'll create a tier identical to this one, the same size, on the exact same coordinates. Raven immediately understood where this was going. And then. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. Then I close it. A pause hung in the mental space between them. The collapse should force the existing tier to collapse along with it. Raven exhaled slowly. That's insane and kind of irresponsible, you know that might lead to. Arthur smiled faintly. I know. There's a very small chance it might fracture local reality. Arthur. But it won't happen. Raven sighed. It's still quite dangerous. She looked toward the massive infernal tear stretching across hell's sky. But honestly. Her expression hardened. It's better than wasting time trying to track down the exact mechanism that created this thing. Her mind returned briefly to the ruined altar they had discovered earlier. That altar you told me about is clearly the source. But whatever Lilith did to activate it. She frowned. There's no clear magical trigger left behind. Arthur nodded slightly. Yeah. She never explained it either. His eyes darkened faintly. She only mentioned that it required an enormous amount of energy to pull off. Raven finished the thought. And that once opened. Arthur's voice grew quiet. It would remain open permanently. For a moment neither of them spoke. Then Raven's tone sharpened with determination. That won't happen. Arthur's lips curved slightly. Of course it won't. The telepathic connection faded gently. Arthur returned fully to the present moment. The rift still beneath them. Kara glanced sideways at him. Everything good? Arthur nodded once. They're ready. Kara folded her arms again. So what now? Arthur slowly raised both of his hands. Darkness gathered around his fingers. Violet energy began to swirl through the air like strands of lightning weaving together. The atmosphere around him grew dark because of the power he was drawing forth. Kara watched the energy build with widened eyes. Even she could feel it. Arthur's gaze locked onto the massive tear below. His violet eyes burned brighter now. The aura around him expanded outward. Then he spoke, calmly. Now. The air trembled as the space above the rift began to distort. Let us proceed. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 411, The Tier Between Worlds. Arthur's hands were raised, and violet energy swirled around them like spiraling storms, darkness and light intertwining. The air began to distort. Kara felt it instantly. The space above the rift twisted, stretching. Then, a second-dimensional tear opened. It appeared exactly where Arthur intended, directly in the position of the original rift, mirroring its massive shape almost perfectly. The new tear glowed with the same unstable dimensional energy, a churning vortex of void and violet lightning stretching across the air. Kara's eyes widened. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. 2 rifts now in the devastated forest. Arthur slowly clenched his hand. His own rift began to close. At first it moved. Slowly. Like 2 massive plates grinding together. But then it resisted, violently. The entire forest shook as a powerful tremor ripped through the ground. Boom. Shock waves blasted outward from the rift, sending debris tumbling through the air. The pressure in the atmosphere changed instantly. The wind roared, cracks began forming in the air itself, thin fractures of distorted space that flickered briefly like shattered glass before vanishing again. Kara braced herself midair, raising one arm to shield her face from the violent pressure. Arthur. Her cape whipped violently around her as the dimensional forces intensified. I don't think this is safe. Arthur didn't answer. He was completely focused. One hand clenched tightly toward the massive tear, his arm trembling slightly from the sheer force required to bend reality on this scale. His violet eyes blazed. The rift shrank another inch. Far from the forest, a black aircraft returned, and it hovered silently in stealth mode. Batman watched the chaos unfold. The sensors in the Batwing were struggling to keep up with the readings. Dimensional instability. Energy spikes. Reality distortions. Batman watched Arthur forcing the rift to close through sheer power alone. Still as reckless as ever. But he didn't look surprised. Far below the earth. In the burning skies of hell. 3 figures stood beneath the massive infernal tear that mirrored the one above Gotham. Raven floated in the air, her cloak swirling around her as violet magic poured from her hands. Beside her John Constantine, cigarette hanging from his lips despite the chaos around them. And towering above both of them was Etrigan, flames roaring from his body as the infernal crown on his head blazed with demonic power. All 3 were pouring magic into a single massive spell aimed at sealing the rift in hell's sky. The tear was slowly closing. But only barely. Raven exhaled slowly, her voice strained. I'm probably going to sleep for a week after this. Sweat beaded across her forehead as she pushed more magic into the spell. Constantine flicked ash from his cigarette without looking away from the rift. I'll just hit the pub and forget the whole bloody thing. He grimaced slightly as another surge of energy pulsed through the spell. But hell, even with him helping us. He glanced up at the towering demon beside them. This thing's barely moving. The rift above them shuddered slightly as it shrank another fraction. Raven shook her head. Arthur is closing it from his side. Her voice remained calm despite the exhaustion creeping into it. Just keep pushing. Constantine sighed. Yeah. Then his eyes slid toward Etrigan. A mischievous grin spread slowly across his face. Well, maybe if someone here wasn't half-arsing it. Etrigan's flaming eyes snapped toward him instantly. Constantine shrugged casually. Just saying. He exhaled a cloud of smoke. I mean, you're supposed to be this terrifying demon lord, not to mention you've got the fancy crown now as well. The grin widened. Right now it looks like the one upstairs is doing most of the heavy lifting. The ground trembled faintly as the rift pulsed again. Etrigan's eyes burned brighter. Constantine kept going. Bit embarrassing, really. Then. Flames exploded around Etrigan. The demon roared, his voice shaking the very air of hell. Mock not the might of hell's own flame. His massive clawed hand slammed forward, pouring an enormous surge of infernal power into the spell. The son of Belial knows no shame. The crown on his head blazed brighter as his power surged. I shall not be outdone, witness my flame. A massive wave of hellfire erupted from him. The spell intensified instantly. The tear in hell's sky began closing far faster now. Chunks of the rift collapsed inward as reality finally began stitching itself back together. Raven blinked in surprise as the sudden surge of power nearly pushed her backward. She glanced sideways at Constantine. Seriously? Constantine smirked, taking another drag from his cigarette. What? He nodded toward the now rapidly shrinking rift. It worked, didn't it? On Earth. Above the devastated forest outside Gotham City, the sky had become a battlefield of reality itself. 2-dimensional tiers fighting each other. Arthur held it there with sheer will. One hand clenched tightly. The violet glow in his eyes burned brighter with every passing second. Arthur felt the resistance. Every inch he forced the rift to close, it fought harder to remain open. The pressure around them continued to build. The ground far below trembled again. Beside him, Kara struggled to keep her position in the air as the dimensional storm intensified. Her cape snapped wildly in the violent currents. Arthur. She raised her arm again to shield her face from the chaotic pressure. This thing is going to tear everything apart. We can't keep this forever without some consequences. I'm aware. Arthur said calmly. He could feel it now. The balance he was trying to maintain, the careful control he was using to keep the collapse stable, wasn't working. The rift resisted every careful adjustment. He narrowed his glowing eyes slightly. If I keep using moderate strength to control it. The dimensional tear shrank another fraction, then violently resisted again. Reality twisted sharply. Another tremor shook the forest. It will just keep fighting back. Arthur exhaled slowly. I'm already taking a risk by closing it with this method. The energy around him intensified. The violet aura surrounding his body flared brighter. So I might as well go all out. Arthur's hand clenched tighter. Then. He roared. The sound tore through the sky like thunder. Power erupted from him in a violent surge as he stopped trying to guide the collapse. And simply truly forced it. The tear snapped inward. Reality buckled under the sudden pressure. For a single, terrifying moment. Everything went silent. Then the two-dimensional tears slammed shut. The resulting shockwave exploded outward like the detonation of a god. Boom. The sky erupted. Kara's eyes widened as the pressure hit them like a physical wall. She barely had time to brace before the force hurled her backward through the air. Arthur. Her body spun violently through the sky as the shockwave overtook her. Arthur moved instantly. Despite the overwhelming force ripping through the air, he reached out and caught her mid-flight, pulling her into his arms. But even he couldn't fully resist the blast. The shockwave carried both of them away like leaves caught in a hurricane. Arthur's shadow ring flared. Dark energy erupted outward, forming a protective sphere around them just as they were hurled downward. They slammed into the raging sea. Water exploded upward in a towering plume as the sphere punched through the surface and vanished beneath the waves. Above the ocean. The shockwave continued. It flattened the already destroyed forest where the rift had once been. Then it surged toward the city. Across Gotham City, windows shattered in an instant. Glass burst outward from skyscrapers. Car alarms erupted across entire streets. Vehicles were shoved sideways by the invisible wall of pressure. Pedestrians stumbled as the ground itself seemed to tremble beneath their feet. People looked around in panic. What the hell was that? Did something explode? Earthquake. No one understood what had just happened. Far above the city. Inside the Batwing. Batman felt the shockwave hit like a freight train. The stealth aircraft lurched violently. Warning lights flared across the cockpit. Control failure. The autopilot screamed warnings as the Batwing spun sideways in the air. Batman fought the controls, trying to stabilize the aircraft. But the violent air displacement had completely destabilized it. The Batwing spiraled downward. Damn it. The aircraft clipped the tops of several trees before slamming into the floor with a violent crash. Metal groaned. Smoke rose from the damaged craft. Back at the coastline, the raging ocean slowly began to settle again. The storm clouds above started to thin. And where the rift had once scarred the earth, there was now nothing. No tear. No infernal energy. Just empty sky and broken land. A moment later. The surface of the sea rippled. Then Arthur emerged slowly from the water. His ashen white hair clung to his face as he stepped onto the shore. In his arms, he carried Kara. Her cape hung wet and heavy as she blinked slowly, recovering from the impact. Arthur held her effortlessly, as if the violent crash into the ocean had barely affected him. He stepped onto the ruined beach. Water streamed from his coat as the wind brushed through his ashen hair. For a moment he simply stood there. Breathing. The fatigue finally settling into his bones. Then he looked back toward the forest. Toward the place where the rift had once been. There was nothing left. Arthur exhaled quietly. A long sigh escaping his chest. About damn time. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 412, Dream, Devil and Death. Far below the mortal world, in the burning wastelands of hell, silence had finally returned. The sky that had once been torn open now looked whole again. The massive infernal rift that had split the sky was gone, leaving only scorched clouds and lingering embers of magic drifting through the dark crimson air. On the cracked ground beneath that sky, 3 exhausted figures remained. John Constantine lay flat on his back on the hot stone, one arm stretched over his eyes as if trying to block out the dim red glow of hell's sky. His coat was scorched in several places, his tie hung loosely around his neck, and the cigarette between his fingers had long since burned out. Next to him, sprawled in a much less dignified position, was Etrigan. The demon looked like a mountain that had simply collapsed onto the ground. Flames still flickered weakly around his shoulders, but the blazing inferno he had carried moments earlier had dwindled to embers. Hovering above them both was Raven. Her cloak floated weakly around her, and although she remained in the air, it was clear it took effort to stay there. Her breathing was slow and heavy, her magic nearly drained. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Then Constantine groaned. Well. He shifted slightly on the ground. That was unpleasant. Etrigan suddenly sat up halfway, glaring at him with burning eyes. The victory was forged by my flame. The rift was sealed through Etrigan's name. He thumped a clawed hand against his chest proudly. My power crushed the tearing sky. Without my might you'd surely die. Constantine turned his head slightly and looked at him with a tired smirk. Clearly. The sarcasm dripped from the single word. Etrigan narrowed his eyes. But before he could retort, Raven let out a quiet, tired laugh. You too. She rubbed her forehead slightly. We all closed it. Constantine exhaled slowly. Yeah. He finally sat up, stretching his back with a pained groan. Still. He looked up at the now healed sky of hell. I'd rather not do that again anytime soon. Raven sighed softly. Same. Her eyelids felt heavy. At that moment, a familiar voice touched her mind, gentle and warm. How are you doing? Arthur's voice was clearly concerned. You're not exhausted or anything. Despite her fatigue, Raven smiled. She responded through the telepathic link, her voice softer now. I am spent. Her head tilted slightly as she floated there. But at least we managed to close that rift. A small laugh escaped her lips. You were very reckless, babe. Arthur's mental presence chuckled faintly. Sometimes reckless is the fastest solution. Only then another familiar voice spoke, smooth and amused. Oh indeed. Arthur turned. A tall figure now stood a few steps away as if he had simply stepped out of thin air. Well, reckless sometimes is a solution. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. For a brief second he wondered how someone had intercepted a telepathic conversation meant only for Raven. Then he recognized the men. Arthur sighed quietly. I just cleaned up your mess. The men smiled. The unmistakable presence of Lucifer Morningstar stood before them. Kara's eyes widened immediately. Lucifer. Lucifer glanced at her politely. Yes, hello. Then his attention returned to Arthur. I must admit. He clasped his hands behind his back casually. I did not expect you to do all that in hell. Arthur crossed his arms slightly. Lucifer began pacing slowly as he spoke. Oh my. You truly caused quite the disturbance down there. He counted on his fingers casually. You destroyed the triumvirate. Killed Naren, Beelzebub, and Abaddon. He glanced sideways. You sealed Azazel and Belial. Lucifer paused. Well, technically Belial was sealed by your girlfriend, but details. Arthur remained silent. Lucifer continued, almost entertained. Oh yes, and then there was Blaze and Satinus. He waved a hand dismissively. Though honestly those two were insufferable. No one will miss them. His smile widened slightly. Oh, and of course. He gestured toward Arthur. You killed Lilith. And slaughtered several thousand demons along the way. His eyes gleamed with amusement. Most of whom now serve in your little army of shadows. Arthur looked at him calmly. I did what was necessary. His voice remained steady. I'm sure you were aware of Lilith's plans. Lucifer nodded casually. I was. He tilted his head slightly. I was also aware of John Constantine and his rather desperate attempt to trick Naren. Lucifer chuckled softly. Brilliant idiot. But he certainly needed your help to pull it off. Arthur remained silent. Lucifer waved his hand dismissively. And do not mistake me for being upset about any of this. He shrugged. I wouldn't have done it the way you did. His eyes glowed faintly red for a moment. In truth, they would never have dared challenge me. He laughed quietly. Then his gaze sharpened. But they did dare challenge you. His smile turned colder. How foolish of them. Arthur stared at him. What are you really doing here, Lucifer? Why show up now? Lucifer stopped walking. He reached into his coat pocket slowly. I came with a proposition. His voice grew more serious now. For you, Monarch of Shadows. He pulled something out. A small golden key rested in his palm. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. The key to hell. He looked at Lucifer again. I thought you gave that to Dream. And Dream returned it to the angels. Lucifer smiled. Correct. He held the key up. And now it has returned to me. Accursed little thing. Then he extended his hand toward Arthur. And now. I'm giving it to you. Kara blinked. Lucifer continued calmly. This key opens or seals the gates of hell. Whoever possesses it holds dominion over the underworld. He tilted his head slightly. And currently, Hell's lacks a true ruler. He chuckled lightly. And before you ask, it certainly won't be the one wearing that ridiculous crown. I never wore that stupid thing. I don't understand why the demons down there are so obsessed with it really. His eyes gleamed knowingly. We both know you have Etrigan quite firmly on a leash. Kara crossed her arms thoughtfully. That sounds like a lot of responsibility. Arthur stared at the key for a long moment. Then he turned away. And that's exactly why I can't take it. Lucifer raised an eyebrow. Arthur looked back at him calmly. I already have too many responsibilities. The wind swept across the ruined shore. And the key to hell remained suspended in Lucifer's hand. Then, Arthur's violet eyes suddenly flared. The glow returned instantly, brighter than before. He had sensed something. Another presence. Kara noticed the change immediately. She looked around instinctively. Arthur. A new voice spoke calmly behind them. I told you, Samuel. Arthur turned. The voice continued. He would not take it. Lucifer's eyes shifted slightly as he slowly closed his hand around the key. Yes. His voice carried a faint note of irritation. Yes, you did. Standing several paces away now was another man. Tall and pale. Dressed entirely in dark robes that seemed almost woven from shadow itself. His black hair framed a face that looked ancient and distant at the same time. Dream, also known as Morpheus. Arthur exhaled slowly, saying to himself. Morpheus. Kara blinked. She looked from Arthur to the new figure, then back again. Okay. She pointed slightly. Who is this guy now? Dream's dark eyes shifted toward her. When he spoke, his voice was soft. I am Dream of the Endless. He inclined his head slightly in greeting. The Lord of the Dreaming where all beings wander. Kara stared at him. Right. Dream studied her quietly for a moment. Then he said calmly. You must be. She hesitated a second. Kara Zor. Dream interrupted gently. I know who you are, child of Krypton. Kara opened her mouth. Then closed it again. Okay, that's officially creepy. Lucifer chuckled quietly at that. Oh, don't mind him. He is terrible when it comes to conversations. Arthur folded his arms, watching both of them. Was that a topic of some sort of bet between the two of you? Lucifer sighed lightly, rolling the golden key between his fingers. No, not really. Dream remained silent beside him. Lucifer glanced sideways. Though Dream did help you back in hell. Arthur said nothing. Lucifer continued with a faint smirk. Well, damn it, yes, fine. I did wager that you would take the key. He lifted the small golden object again. It is, after all, both a tremendous source of power and an equally tremendous source of responsibility. He studied Arthur thoughtfully. But it seems the only power you seek. Lucifer's eyes narrowed slightly. Is your own. Arthur shrugged faintly. I already have more than enough. His tone remained calm. I don't need additional authority. Lucifer watched him for a moment. Then something like amusement flickered across his face. That's interesting. He tapped the key lightly against his palm. I suppose I forget something from time to time. Arthur turned slightly as if preparing to leave. But Lucifer continued speaking. You see. His voice grew more thoughtful now. I deal with mortals every day. Arthur stopped walking. Lucifer tilted his head slightly. So it becomes easy to forget something when standing face to face with someone fundamentally different. Arthur's violet eyes slowly narrowed. Lucifer looked at Dream, then back at Arthur, and smiled faintly. Tell me something, Shadow Monarch. His red eyes gleamed faintly. Are you going to challenge her for that concept? Arthur did not answer. The wind moved softly across the beach. Beside him, Kara looked completely lost. Her gaze shifted between the two ancient beings. Okay. She pointed between them again. I feel like I just missed 5 chapters of something. Then she looked at Arthur. Challenge who? Arthur remained silent. His glowing violet eyes were fixed on Lucifer now. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 413, The Concept of Death. The quiet moment had grown, tense as Arthur stood facing Lucifer Morningstar, his violet eyes glowing faintly in the fading twilight. Dream, the Lord of Dreams, was observing the exchange, calm as ever. Kara looked between them, confusion written clearly across her face. Arthur's voice broke the silence. What are you insinuating, Lightbringer? Lucifer's smile widened slightly. Oh please. He rolled the golden key between his fingers again, the metal glinting faintly. Don't play dumb with me. His tone remained almost playful. You are a concept of death. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Lucifer continued calmly. I'm quite certain you are aware of that much. He gestured casually toward Arthur. A being who commands the dead, shapes shadows, bends mortality to his own very will. Lucifer shrugged lightly. That sort of thing rarely happens by accident. Kara blinked again. Okay, I'm really confused now. Lucifer ignored her. He looked directly into Arthur's glowing eyes. And all of us here know someone who already fits that particular job description. He tilted his head slightly. There cannot be two. A pause followed. Not for long. Lucifer's red eyes gleamed faintly. Even she knows that. Dream said nothing. He simply stood there, silent as the night. Arthur stared at Lucifer for a moment longer. Then he turned his head slightly toward Kara. We're leaving. She looked at him immediately. Despite the confusion still clouding her thoughts, she nodded without hesitation. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. She stepped closer and grabbed his hand. Arthur's voice remained calm. I'll take no part in that, you can be sure of it. Lucifer lifted a hand in a casual farewell. Well now. I certainly didn't mean to upset you. His smile returned, smooth and amused. But we shall see, Monarch of Shadows. He twirled the golden key between his fingers one last time. What the future holds. His voice softened slightly. Eventually. Arthur's glowing eyes narrowed one final time. Then the shadows around him surged violently. Darkness erupted outward in a swirling gust. Arthur and Kara vanished instantly. The wind settled. And the beach became quiet again. Dream watched the empty space where they had stood. After a moment he spoke. Was that truly necessary, Samuel? Lucifer slipped the golden key back into his coat pocket. Yes. Dream looked at him. My sister already knows what kind of being Arthur is. Lucifer raised an eyebrow slightly. Dream continued calmly. She understands his intentions. And that is precisely why she has grown to like him. He doesn't care about obtaining her authority. Lucifer chuckled softly. Yes. He turned his back toward Dream, gazing out over the ocean. And now I've confirmed something for myself. Dream remained silent. Lucifer shrugged faintly. Not that I particularly care. His smile returned again. But it seems he has grown rather fond of her as well. Dream's eyes shifted slightly. Lucifer began walking away across the sand. Then he spoke again with casual amusement. Only G. He stopped mid-word. Then corrected himself with a quiet laugh. Only he knows what kind of being their union could create. Dream actually paused. For a rare moment, the Lord of Dreams looked unsettled. The idea had clearly crossed his mind for the first time. After a moment he spoke quietly. I believe my work here is done. Lucifer waved lazily without turning around. Yeah. See you around, Dream Lord. And just like that, both beings vanished from the shore. In Gotham. In the quiet gardens of Arthur's estate. Shadows swirled briefly in the air as Arthur and Kara appeared beneath the tall trees. The estate grounds were calm, untouched by the chaos that had shaken the city earlier. Kara immediately turned toward him. Okay. She pointed vaguely in the direction they had just come from. What the hell was that about? Arthur walked forward slowly across the garden path. His expression had returned to its usual calm. What was Lucifer babbling about? Arthur stopped briefly. Then he glanced back at her. We'll talk about it later. His tone was calm, but there was a clear finality to it. Right now we should bring the others back. He looked toward the sky briefly. High time they leave that shithole. Kara snorted slightly at that. Arthur raised his hand. Dark energy gathered in his palm. A portal of swirling shadow opened in front of him. I'll be back in a minute. He stepped forward. The portal swallowed him instantly. Then it snapped shut. The garden fell quiet again. Kara stood there alone for a moment, arms crossed as she exhaled slowly. This day just keeps getting weirder. Footsteps approached from behind. She turned to see George stepping out from the path leading to the estate. He had clearly just arrived in time to see the portal close. George blinked. Was that Master Arthur? Kara sighed deeply. Yeah. She rubbed her forehead. That was him. Hell had grown quieter after the chaos, not peaceful. Hell could never truly be that, but the great tower of Dis lay in ruins. Once the heart of infernal power, the black palace that ruled its skyline now stood shattered. Towering walls had collapsed inward, demonic statues lay broken across the cracked ground, and the throne chamber had been torn open to the burning sky. Where a kingdom of demons once schemed and ruled. Now there was only destruction. Amid the wreckage stood three figures, Raven, Constantine, and Etrigan. Raven floated a few inches above the cracked stone, her cloak drifting softly around her. Though exhaustion still lingered in her posture, the worst of her fatigue had faded. Then the air tore open. A portal of swirling shadow formed in the center of the ruined hall. Arthur stepped through. The moment Raven saw him, the tension in her shoulders melted away. She crossed the distance instantly. Her arms wrapped around him in a tight embrace. Arthur barely had time to react before she pulled him down slightly and kissed him. For a moment the hellish ruin around them seemed to disappear entirely. Constantine watched the scene with one eyebrow raised. He took another drag from his cigarette. Well now. He smirked. Look who suddenly found a bit of energy. The kiss broke. Raven shot him a mildly annoyed glance before turning back to Arthur. Arthur simply looked at her with faint amusement in his glowing violet eyes. Then he glanced around the ruined throne room. Why are you all still here? His voice was calm. We should leave. Raven stepped back slightly. We were about to. She gestured vaguely toward the destruction around them. Just finishing up some loose ends, see if we missed anything. Arthur looked around the remains of the palace. Broken pillars. Collapsed arches. The shattered throne of hell itself. A faint smirk appeared on his face. Can't say I'll miss this place. His gaze shifted toward Etrigan. The demon now sat on the broken throne platform, the crown of horns gleaming faintly in the infernal light. Arthur studied him for a moment. Then he smiled. So. His tone carried clear amusement. Lord of Hell. Etrigan rose from the throne, flames flickering brighter around him. The demon's eyes burned with pride as he spoke in his usual rumbling rhyme. The crown now rests upon my brow. The legions of hell shall serve me now. The damned will kneel, their wills shall bend. For Etrigan reigns until the end. Constantine snorted quietly. Arthur chuckled. I'm sure you will. Then his expression shifted. The smile that followed was darker. Almost devilish. But remember something. Arthur raised one hand. Instantly. Thin violet lines appeared in the air. At first they looked like strands of light. Then they tightened. They wrapped around Etrigan's massive frame like invisible chains, dozens of them woven together in an intricate web of shadow-bound authority. Etrigan froze. The demon snarled slightly as he felt the restraint. Arthur's violet eyes glowed faintly. Your service isn't over. His tone was calm but unmistakably firm. No funny business toward Earth. The invisible lines tightened slightly. Hell's is yours. Arthur gestured toward the ruined city beyond the palace walls. Do whatever you want with it. I never wanted to rule the damned. Etrigan's claws flexed as he tested the invisible restraints. His eyes burned with irritation. But after a moment, he laughed. The sound echoed through the broken palace. In hell I rule, the crown is mine. The mortal world I shall decline. Your chains remain, your will I heed. Yet hell alone fulfills my need. Arthur lowered his hand. The violet lines faded from view, though their presence clearly remained. Good. Constantine flicked his cigarette onto the floor. Right then. Lovely chat. Now can we leave before something else tries to attack us? Arthur raised his hand again. A new portal of shadow opened behind them. Constantine immediately started walking toward it. Bugger me sideways. He shook his head. About bloody time we leave this shithole. Raven glanced once more at the ruined palace of Dis. Then she followed Arthur toward the portal. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 4:14, A Family Dinner Interrupted. Night had settled peacefully over Arthur's estate. The storm of events that had shaken the city earlier, the rift, hell, the collapse of the infernal city of Dis felt like a memory now. Warm light spilled from the windows of the manor's grand dining hall. Inside, the atmosphere was far different from the devastation of hell. A long polished table stretched across the room, set with elegant dishes and candles that flickered gently. The scent of roasted meat, fresh bread, and spiced wine filled the room. For once, the world's problems had been set aside. At the head of the table sat Arthur. Arthur Blackwynd leaned back slightly in his chair, a glass in hand, his usually calm expression softened by the warmth of the moment. Around the table sat those closest to him. Raven sat beside him, relaxed but still quietly observant as always. Across from her sat Kara Zor-El, already halfway through telling a story. At the far end sat Arthur's older brother Adam, looking far too amused for someone who had almost been murdered by demons some time ago. Next to him sat their mother, Eleanor Blackwynd, poised and dignified as always, and the ever-composed George sat next to her. And joining the family tonight were two guests. John Constantine lounged comfortably in his chair with a drink already in hand. Beside him sat Satana, who seemed quite pleased with the normalcy of the evening. Adam leaned back in his chair, pointing a fork casually toward Arthur. You know. He smirked. This wasn't exactly what I expected to happen when you showed up to me earlier. This is rather nice. Are you sure you are okay, Arthur? Arthur took a slow sip from his glass. Well. He set it down calmly. It's been a while. He looked around the table briefly. I wanted some family time. Then he added with faint amusement. Alongside the companions who fought beside me. George cleared his throat politely. As refined as always, Master Arthur. Though I must say, the tremors we felt were quite the spectacle. Everyone looked toward him. The entire city is discussing it, George continued calmly. News channels are speculating about earthquakes, experimental weapon tests, and even alien invasions. He tilted his head slightly. And unfortunately, the northern forest no longer exists, that place is swarming with people to investigate. Arthur shrugged faintly. Too bad. Then he took another sip. It could have been worse though. Constantine raised his glass slightly. I can't argue with that. He leaned back in his chair. Glad you stopped her. Adam suddenly pointed his fork again. Yeah, about that. He looked at Arthur with mock accusation. Those demons showing up in my office nearly gave me a heart attack. Arthur raised an eyebrow. From what Raven told me, you did quite well defending yourself. He paused. Even if it meant destroying your office. Adam lifted both hands defensively. Hey. He pointed toward the ring on his finger. That power ring isn't exactly easy to control. The table erupted in laughter. Kara nearly choked on her drink. Raven covered her mouth, clearly amused. Even Eleanor allowed herself a small smile. Adam groaned. Laugh it up. Kara wiped a tear from her eye. Raven then added. You should have seen his face when I found him in his destroyed office, it was priceless. The laughter gradually faded as Kara turned toward Eleanor with bright enthusiasm. So Lady Blackwynd. She leaned forward excitedly. How did you like Nyx? Her eyes sparkled. Cool place, right? Eleanor set down her glass gracefully. Her posture remained regal as always. Quite the charming place. She folded her hands neatly. It was majestic. Then her gaze shifted slowly toward Arthur. Her son sat quietly sipping his drink. I still cannot quite believe it. Arthur looked up. The city, the shadows, and that magnificent battery. Her eyes carried genuine awe. The glow alone was mesmerizing. I can't believe that everything there is. Yours. Arthur nodded calmly. I'm glad you liked it. Then he added casually. Though the aliens wielding my shadow rings are not mine. They possess their own free will. He leaned back slightly. They may live as they choose. But their duty remains simple. Protect this universe and follow orders when necessary. He tapped the table lightly. My Marshal Zeus oversees Nyx alongside the Lantern Generals. Very disciplined individuals. Constantine blinked. Hold on. He leaned forward slightly. You've got more marshals. He gestured toward Arthur. I thought what we saw in hell was your entire shadow army. Across the table, Kara and Raven exchanged amused smiles. Raven answered calmly. There's an entire realm where Arthur stores the rest of his army. Constantine stared. You're telling me? He pointed at Arthur. You went easy on hell. Arthur shrugged slightly. I still deployed my marshals. And I personally fought the demon lords. He tilted his head. So I wouldn't say I went easy on them. Kara grinned proudly. I definitely didn't go easy on them. She leaned back proudly. Too bad Z and I didn't stick around for the finale. Zatanna nodded with a playful smile. We ended up inside a red gate with Batman. She twirled her fork thoughtfully. So it wasn't that different. Arthur looked between them. I'll need to hear the details of that later from your perspective. I've seen a bit through my shadow lantern that aided you inside. Both women nodded. Sure thing. Adam suddenly clapped his hands together. All right. He pointed around the table. Enough about hell, demons, rifts, armies of shadows, magical gates, and whatever else insane thing you people deal with. He leaned forward firmly. This is supposed to be a normal dinner. No superhero stuff. George cleared his throat politely. I'm afraid that may no longer be possible, Master Adam. The table chuckled again. Eleanor nodded gently. I have come to terms with that. Her gaze moved across the table. As long as you are all safe. Her voice softened. That is all I ask. Arthur looked at her quietly for a moment. Something thoughtful flickered across his expression. Then he looked away. Around him, the dinner continued. Kara had launched into an exaggerated retelling of their fights in hell. I swear this demon came at me with 3 heads. Constantine immediately corrected her. It had 2. Still terrifying. Zatanna laughed. Conversations filled the room. Laughter echoed around the table. For a moment, everything felt normal. But Arthur sat quietly. Lucifer's words lingered in the back of his mind. You are a concept of death. There cannot be 2. His gaze drifted slightly. Is that what she thinks too? He remembered the last time he had spoken with her. She had hinted at something similar. Would she really believe I might try to entirely take over her concept? Arthur was pulled from his thoughts when Raven's hand gently rested over his. He blinked slightly. She was watching him. Arthur. He looked at her. Yeah. Her voice was soft. You're thinking about something. Arthur nodded faintly. I am. She tilted her head slightly. Important. Arthur glanced around the table. His family laughed as Kara attempted to imitate Constantine fighting demons. Then he looked back at Raven. I'll tell you later. Raven studied him for a moment. Then she simply squeezed his hand gently. And the dinner continued while the loudest voice belonged to Kara Zor-El. Zatanna was nearly doubled over laughing, while Adam shook his head with a grin. Raven was smiling faintly at the ridiculous storytelling. Arthur himself leaned back in his chair, one arm resting on the armrest as he listened to the chaos around him. For once, the Shadow Monarch allowed himself to enjoy this. Then. Ding. The sharp sound of the estate's doorbell echoed faintly through the distant halls of the manor. The effect was immediate. Every conversation stopped. Kara froze mid-gesture. Constantine paused with his glass halfway to his lips. Adam slowly lowered his fork. Silence filled the dining hall. Adam looked toward Arthur first. You expecting someone else? Arthur didn't answer immediately. Instead, his violet eyes began to glow. The light was faint, but unmistakable. The room seemed to dim slightly as his gaze shifted toward the direction of the estate's entrance. His enhanced vision pierced through the walls of the manor like they weren't there. Stone. Wood. Steel reinforcements. Layers of the estate faded away under his sight until his gaze reached the front gates. And then the front door. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. No. His voice was calm. I'm not. George remained perfectly composed, though he too had noticed the sudden tension. He inclined his head slightly. Shall I go see who it is, Master Arthur? Arthur remained silent for a moment longer, still staring through the mansion walls. Then he muttered quietly to himself. What is he doing here? Raven glanced at him. Kara's eyes narrowed as she followed the direction of Arthur's gaze. A second later her own sight focused beyond the estate walls. She blinked. Oh. She looked back toward Arthur. What is he doing here? Arthur exhaled slowly. That's what I just said. George folded his hands neatly behind his back again. Shall I escort the visitor away? Arthur leaned back in his chair again, though the faint glow in his eyes remained. No. After a short pause, he nodded once. It's fine. George turned toward the hall. You may let him in. The butler gave a short respectful bow before calmly leaving the dining hall. The moment the doors closed behind him, every eye at the table turned toward Arthur. Constantine leaned forward slightly. All right. He pointed casually. Who exactly just rang the doorbell of the bloke who wiped out the lords of hell? Kara crossed her arms. Someone we all know. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 415, Dinner with the Dark Knight. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed faintly beyond the dining hall doors. Inside, the atmosphere had shifted subtly, but unmistakably. Conversation had died down. Eyes occasionally flicked toward Arthur. And Arthur himself remained still at the head of the table, his gaze lowered slightly, but focused. Then the doors opened. George stepped in first, as composed as ever. And behind him, a man dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, carrying himself with effortless confidence. In his hand, he held a finely crafted bottle of wine. Bruce Wayne had arrived. For a moment there was only silence. Then Adam nearly shot up from his chair. No way. His eyes widened slightly as he stared. Bruce Wayne. Across the table, John Constantine leaned back slowly, a smirk already forming. Beside him, Zatanna subtly covered her mouth, clearly amused. They exchanged a brief glance. Neither said a word. But both understood immediately. At the center of the table, Eleanor Blackwynd remained perfectly composed. She met Arthur's gaze for the briefest moment. A silent exchange. Then she turned toward the guest. "Welcome, Mr. Bruce Wayne." Her voice carried elegance. Bruce inclined his head respectfully. "Lady Blackwynd." His tone was smooth, measured. He stepped further into the room. "I hope I'm not intruding." Eleanor gestured gracefully toward the table. "Not at all. You are most welcome." Bruce's gaze moved across the room, acknowledging each person in turn. A polite nod to Kara. A brief but knowing look toward Constantine. A respectful greeting to Zatanna. Then, finally, his eyes settled on Arthur. At the head of the table. Watching him. Arthur's violet eyes were no longer glowing, but they were sharp. Focused. Locked onto Bruce with intensity. There was a pause. Then Arthur exhaled softly. "Welcome, Bruce." His tone was calm. He gestured toward an empty seat. "You can sit." Bruce nodded once. "Thank you." He stepped forward, placing the bottle gently on the table. "I brought something from my personal collection." He rested a hand lightly against the glass. A 1945 Chateau Mouton Rothschild. His tone remained casual, but there was a hint of pride. Properly stored. Preserved under ideal conditions. A faint pause. "One of the finest bottles I own." Arthur glanced at it briefly. Then leaned back slightly. "Wow." A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "Impressive." Adam was still staring. He cleared his throat awkwardly. "I didn't expect Arthur to invite Bruce Wayne, of all people." Constantine immediately leaned forward with a grin. "Yeah, same here." He gestured lazily toward Arthur. "I've got to say." His smirk widened. "Your connections run deep, mate." Arthur didn't even look at him. But the faintest hint of amusement crossed his expression. Beside him, Raven remained calm. But her voice brushed softly against Arthur's mind. "Your brother doesn't know." Arthur didn't move. "No." A small pause. "That explains it." Meanwhile, Adam had already leaned forward toward Bruce, his earlier shock transforming into sharp focus. "Well. Since you're here." His tone shifted into something far more professional. "We in Blackwynd Corporation. We've been expanding our tech division recently." He gestured lightly. "We've been exploring partnerships, particularly in advanced energy systems and defense applications." His eyes sharpened slightly. Wayne Enterprises, specifically Wayne Tech, would be an ideal collaborator. Bruce listened without interrupting. Adam continued. "There's potential for joint development. Clean energy infrastructure, adaptive systems, even urban protection tech." A faint smile appeared. "Given recent events." Bruce nodded slowly. "That's a rather compelling proposition, Mr. Adam." His tone was thoughtful. Measured. "We can certainly discuss it in more detail." He paused. "Privately." Adam smiled. "Of course." At the head of the table, Arthur finally spoke again. His gaze still fixed on Bruce. "You picked quite a night to visit." Bruce met his eyes evenly. "I could say the same about your evening." A subtle pause. Arthur's fingers tapped lightly against the table. The city had a bit of disturbance. Bruce's expression remained calm. "A bit." His voice carried a faint edge beneath the politeness. "The northern forest is gone." Arthur tilted his head slightly. "Yes. It is." Bruce's eyes didn't leave his. Events of that scale tend to draw attention. Arthur leaned back, completely relaxed. And yet, his voice was calm. Nothing really happened outside of that, everything seems to be okay. A subtle beat. Bruce's lips curved faintly. For the most part, yes. The city is fine. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. There it was. Not spoken. But he understood what was Bruce trying to say. Kara glanced between them, picking up on the tension. Okay. She leaned back slightly. Constantine snorted quietly. So. Bruce mate, I heard you guys are about launch electric cars, when is that going to happen? I need one. Zatanna chuckled softly. Bruce raised an eyebrow. John then said, what? I really need one. Everyone was amused. But Arthur and Bruce continued to hold each other's gaze. The night had grown quieter by the time dinner came to an end. The long table that had once been filled with conversation, laughter, and clinking glasses now stood in the soft aftermath of a well-spent evening. Plates had been cleared, candles burned lower, and the warmth of the gathering lingered like a fading echo. Chairs shifted. People stood and the goodbyes began. John Constantine stretched his back with a quiet groan as he stepped away from the table. Bloody hell. He rolled his shoulders. Didn't think I'd survive hell just to be defeated by a chair. Beside him, Zatanna laughed softly as she slipped on her coat. You'll live, John. He glanced at her. Debatable. Arthur approached them, his posture relaxed now that the evening had settled. Constantine looked at him for a moment. Then his usual smirk returned. Thanks for everything, lad. Arthur met his gaze. You too, Johnny. A faint smile touched his lips. That trick you pulled. He crossed his arms slightly. You were the brains that saved the living. A brief pause. I was just the muscle. Constantine let out a quiet chuckle, lighting a cigarette as he spoke. Don't go selling yourself short. He took a drag. Brains don't mean much if there's no one mad enough to follow through. A flicker of respect passed through his eyes. You did what needed to be done. He exhaled slowly. And that's rarer than you think. Zatanna gave Arthur a warm smile. We'll see you soon, Arthur. Arthur nodded. I'll be waiting, stay safe. She smiled. Moments later, shadows stirred across the garden beyond the estate. A massive shape emerged. Kaisel unfurled his enormous wings, the dark creature letting out a low, resonant growl as he lowered himself. Beside him, standing like a silent knight carved from darkness, was Igris. Constantine raised an eyebrow. You really don't do things halfway, do you? Arthur shrugged lightly. Convenience. Zatanna stepped forward without hesitation. Honestly, I'm starting to like his version of travel. Constantine glanced at the wyvern. Then at Arthur. Yeah, all right. He pointed his cigarette. If I fall off that thing, I'm haunting you. Arthur smirked faintly. I'll keep that in mind. With that, the two of them mounted up, Zatanna with practiced ease, Constantine with considerably less grace. A moment later. Kaisel's wings spread wide. With a powerful beat, the shadow wyvern launched into the night sky, carrying them away. Silence settled briefly once more. Out in the garden, Eleanor Blackwynd stood with the same regal composure she had carried all evening. Beside her, Adam adjusted his coat, still occasionally glancing toward Bruce. Arthur stepped toward them. Eleanor placed a gentle hand on his arm. I am proud of all that you've done, my son. Her voice was soft. Arthur held her gaze for a moment. Thank you. Adam crossed his arms, smirking slightly. Next time you plan to casually destroy half a forest. He tilted his head. Give me a heads up, there are plenty of business ideas to exploit. In chaos. Arthur huffed faintly. Businessmen. But sure, I'll send you a memo. Adam snorted. They both knew he wouldn't. A moment later, they stepped toward Kaisel again, who had returned swiftly. As it turned out, John and Z stopped at a nearby pub. Adam paused halfway up, glancing back toward the manor. More specifically toward the men still standing inside. Bruce Wayne. You sure doing this in front of Bruce Wayne is okay? Arthur and Raven exchanged a brief look. Then. They both smiled. Arthur answered simply. Of course. A faint glint crossed his eyes. He's seen worse in Gotham. Adam blinked. Fair enough. Moments later, Kaisel took flight once again, carrying Eleanor and Adam into the night sky. Now. Only a few remained. Arthur. Raven. Kara Zor-El, Bruce. And, of course, George, who practically owns the estate. Bruce watched the wyvern disappear into the distance. Then he spoke. You've built something rare, Arthur. His tone was genuine now. A family that trusts you. Despite knowing what you are capable of. He glanced toward Arthur. That's not something most people in your position manage to keep. Arthur said nothing for a moment. Then. Thank you, I guess. A short pause. Then his gaze sharpened again. But now. He gestured slightly. We can talk freely. His eyes locked onto Bruce's. What is it that you wanted badly enough to crash my family dinner? Bruce smiled faintly. Business as usual. Arthur didn't react. Bruce's gaze drifted briefly across the garden. Kara was currently crouched a few meters away. Locked in a very serious battle with a certain cat. Dexter. Stop moving. The cat darted away. Kara lunged after him. Raven sat nearby on a stone bench, a book resting in her hands, her expression calm despite the chaos unfolding a few feet away. Bruce watched the scene for a moment. Then exhaled quietly. I keep forgetting. He looked back toward Arthur. That they practically live here as well. A faint pause. But that's fine. His tone shifted again. This concerns all of you anyway. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 416, Awaken Civilians. Arthur Blackwynd stood near the center of the garden, hands loosely at his sides, alongside Bruce Wayne, who took a seat on one of the stone benches, his eyes sharp as ever. And further back, beneath the soft glow of a lantern, Raven sat quietly with a book in her hands, though her awareness remained on the conversation unfolding between the two. What you did in that forest. Bruce's tone was calm. Was reckless. A pause. But I understand the stakes. His gaze didn't waver. And why you did it. Arthur didn't react. Bruce continued. I'm not here to assign blame. His voice lowered slightly. But the being you fought. A subtle narrowing of his eyes. Was it one of the? Arthur answered immediately without letting Bruce finish. No. His tone was flat. It wasn't one of the monarchs. He shifted slightly, his gaze drifting for a brief moment toward the night sky. Just someone powerful that escaped hell. Then back to Bruce. You don't need the details. We've already handled it. A short pause. And yes, it was serious. His voice sharpened slightly. They posed a threat to Earth. And we already have enough problems to deal with. Bruce studied him for a moment. Then gave a small nod. If you say so. There was no argument. But no full agreement either. Instead, Bruce reached into his coat and pulled out a sleek tablet. Without a word, he handed it over. Arthur took it, glancing down. What is this? Bruce leaned back slightly. Data. A pause. Concerning data. Arthur's eyes moved across the screen. And then. They narrowed. I see. On the display. Increase in metahuman activity / emergence. Reports. Patterns. Locations. A trend. Bruce spoke again. There's been a noticeable rise in individuals developing abilities, and there is pattern to these abilities. His tone remained steady. Strength beyond human limits. Unexplained energy signatures. Magical anomalies. He folded his hands. I believe it's connected to the gates. Arthur didn't look up. The energy these gates radiate. Bruce continued. Is affecting the planet. A faint pause. There haven't been many gates yet. And we're already seeing results even after dealing with them. Arthur slowly lowered the tablet. Then handed it back. I completely overlooked this. Bruce's eyebrow lifted slightly. You expected something like this? Arthur shook his head faintly. Not exactly. I just didn't account for it. He exhaled quietly. But you're right. His tone shifted. This is serious. Then. A faint smirk touched his lips. But it could also work in this planet's favor. Bruce's gaze sharpened. Explain. Arthur didn't answer immediately. Instead, he began walking slowly through the garden. Thoughtful. Then he stopped, turning slightly toward Raven. Raven. She looked up from her book. He gestured lightly. With your abilities. His tone softened just slightly. Can you determine someone's magical potential? Their magical strength, accurately. Raven closed the book. Stood. I can. She stepped closer. With the right spell, and proper tools and focus. A faint pause. It wouldn't be difficult. Arthur nodded once. Good. Bruce's voice cut in. This is for. Arthur turned back toward him. And before you say it, no. You can't replicate that with technology alone. Bruce's expression didn't change. You'd need a hybrid system. Arthur continued. Magic and technology combined. To detect, analyze, and classify these individuals properly. A brief silence followed. Then Bruce spoke. You're proposing we recruit them. Arthur's eyes flickered faintly. I'm proposing we organize them. He stepped forward slightly. Before they organize themselves. His voice carried weight now. Power changes people. A pause. You know that. Bruce didn't argue. Arthur continued. Right now, they're just civilians. Confused and untrained. But once the reality of what they can do sets in. His gaze darkened slightly. They'll start using those powers. Whether we guide them or not. Bruce leaned forward slightly. So we guide them. Arthur nodded. Exactly. A faint smirk returned. Give them structure. A purpose. And if needed. A quiet edge entered his voice. Control. Bruce studied him carefully. It seems like this is only the beginning. Arthur didn't hesitate. It is. He looked toward the sky. More gates will appear. And more people will change. A pause. I still need to investigate the source. Bruce's eyes narrowed slightly. You think this is connected to those monarchs? Arthur exhaled quietly. I don't know anymore. His tone was honest. And I don't like that. A brief silence. There could be someone else behind it. Bruce folded his arms. And there are more of these beings. Arthur didn't answer immediately. I can't confirm that yet. Then he turned to face Bruce fully. But don't worry. His violet eyes flickered faintly. I know them. Their powers. How they think. Their armies. And they know me. That made Bruce's gaze sharpen. It seems you had a history with them. How do you know all of this? Arthur held his gaze. Then. A faint smile appeared. Oh, Bruce. His voice was calm. There are some things you simply don't get to ask me. Silence lingered for a moment. Then Bruce leaned back again. Very well. He accepted it. For now. Then I'll focus on what we can do. His tone shifted. We organize these metahumans. Monitor them. Build a system. And possibly an organization. Arthur nodded slightly. That would be ideal, yes. A faint glint returned to his eyes. You might even enjoy it. Bruce raised an eyebrow. Oh. Arthur smirked. You'll find some very strong individuals among them. He glanced toward the distance. They'll save lives, and I'll probably won't even be needed that way for these gates. A pause. Then his voice cooled slightly. But if any of them go rogue. His eyes flickered violet again. I'll know, and they'll meet one of my marshals. The garden fell quiet once more. Even Kara paused mid-chase with Dexter, glancing over briefly. Bruce held Arthur's gaze. Then gave a small, approving nod. With proper guidance it won't come to that. The world is changing. Bruce added. Yes it is, Arthur said. Bruce inclined his head. I'll take my leave now, and once again my apologies for the intrusion. Family time is precious. It's fine, Arthur replied. Just this time, it was a good reason. Now there's a certain place I need to head to thanks to you. Just let us know once you learn anything. Naturally. Bruce offered brief nods, Raven, Kara, George, then turned. George stepped forward silently to escort him toward the gate. Their footsteps receded along the gravel. The gate clicked shut. Raven's voice slipped through, You're heading out right now. At this hour. Arthur shook his head once. No. Gotta rest first, this can wait. Raven drifted closer. One arm slid under his, fingers curling gently around the inside of his elbow. She pressed in, her robe whispering against his shirt. Why don't we both rest, she murmured low, lashes lowering just enough to make the invitation crystal clear. Arthur opened his mouth, and Kara launched herself onto his back with zero warning, legs wrapping his waist, arms hooking around his shoulders like she'd claimed him for keeps. She leaned in until her lips brushed the shell of his ear. You better listen to what we say this time, Mr. Shadow Lord, she sing-songed, deliberately dragging out the title. I'm pretty sure I said I was going to res. Oh no, Kara interrupted, voice pitching into mock horror. She squeezed her thighs against his sides for emphasis. Don't tell me the big scary Shadow Lord is too wiped out to keep up with his girls. Is the terrifying Arthur actually tapping out? Should we call Bruce back and tell him that Arthur is not so invincible? Raven's lips curved, barely suppressing a smile. Her free hand rose to trace one slow, teasing fingernail down the center of his chest. Poor thing. All that brooding must be exhausting. We could just tuck you in, very gently. Kara giggled against his neck, warm breath fanning skin. Yeah, super gently. We'll be so careful you won't even notice we're helping you relax. She nipped his earlobe for punctuation. Arthur went still, from the heavy, honest drag of fatigue finally sinking claws in, after the constant battles. They felt it. Instantly. Raven's fingers paused over his heart, then slid up to cup the side of his jaw, turning his face toward her. You're allowed to let go for once, she said softly, thumb brushing his lower lip. Kara loosened her legs just enough to slide down his back until her front molded flush against him, chin hooked over his shoulder. Come on, tough guy, she coaxed, voice dropping to a playful purr. We'll make sure you don't remember why you were even tired. He exhaled through his nose along, finally defeated. Fine, he said, he finally stopped fighting the inevitable. Then his hands moved. One arm scooped under Raven's thighs and lifted her in a single clean motion, the other reached back to clamp around Kara's waist and pin her securely against him. Both women let out bright, startled laughs that melted instantly into delighted hums. He turned, carrying them both away from the garden without another word. The doors swung open ahead, Raven's telekinesis or perfect timing, it didn't matter. That's more like it, Kara crowed triumphantly. She twisted in his grip and caught his mouth in a slow, teasing kiss just as they crossed the threshold, playful little nips, a flick of tongue. The second she pulled back with a smug grin, Raven leaned in from the other side, fingers threading into his hair to tug his face down for a turn, deeper, slower. The doors closed shut behind them, sealing moonlight and night air outside. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 417, Double Trouble. Chapter 418, Beneath the World Tree. The room had finally gone calm, moonlight still poured through the tall windows in pale, unbroken sheets. Bed sheets twisted like ropes, pillows shoved to the floor. Raven lay curled on her side nearest the edge, he hair a wild halo across her face, lips parted in deep, exhausted sleep, one leg still hooked possessively over Arthur's abandoned spot. Kara sprawled on her back beside her, golden strands fanned wide, chest rising and falling in slow rhythm, one arm flung across Raven's waist thinking it was Arthur, even unconscious she refused to let go. Arthur stood before the tall windows, broad back to the bed, arms loose at his sides. The city lights far below glittered like scattered diamonds, but his gaze was fixed much farther, beyond the skyline, beyond the horizon, into whatever unseen distance only he could see. He spoke softly, the words meant for no ears but his own. Is it wrong to want to bring life into this world right now, when everything still feels so fragile and dangerous? His voice was almost reverent, he turned his head slightly, glancing back over his shoulder. Raven's dark lashes didn't flutter. Kara's breathing stayed deep and even. But Arthur's eyes flared violet, bright, unnatural, narrowing as though he were peering straight through skin and bone and time itself. The glow lingered for a moment longer than it should have, scanning, searching, reading something only he could perceive. He exhaled through his nose. I can't know for certain yet, he murmured, but I'm almost sure we just. The sentence died unfinished. Whatever conclusion hovered behind his teeth, he kept it to himself. Then the sharp, insistent chime cut the silence, not a normal ring, but the priority alert tone reserved for the Justice League watchtower. Urgent. Arthur's head tilted toward the nightstand where his comm unit pulsed crimson, something that was given to him by Batman. He crossed the rug in 3 silent strides, lifted it, thumbed the turn-off button. Instead he reached inward, through the thread that bound him to his shadows. Owl. The response came instant, calm. My king. A gate will manifest approximately 2 hours from now, less than 2 kilometers from your estate perimeter. Scale unknown. Signature unstable. By our projections, it will be challenging. A faint pause. Not for you, of course. Arthur smiled. Very well. I'll handle it, then he added. I assume proximity to my home is no coincidence. No, it is no coincidence, my king. Lex and I are already dissecting every available vector. We will report the moment we have anything concrete. Keep up the good work. The connection dissolved. Arthur then turned back toward the bed, gaze sweeping the 2 sleeping women messy, marked, utterly spent and let out a low breath. So much for resting. The sarcasm was soft, almost fond. You 2 had your way with me, and now look at you, both knocked out while I can't even close my eyes. He crossed back to them. First to Raven. He knelt at the edge of the mattress, reached out, and laid his palm gently against her cheek, thumb brushing the delicate arch of her cheekbone, fingers curving to cradle the side of her face with a tenderness that looked almost foreign on him. Her skin was still warm, flushed from earlier. Then to Kara. Same gesture, palm to cheek, careful, reverent. I will do everything in my power, he said quietly, voice steady as stone, to make this world, this whole damn universe, safer. Better. For all of you. His eyes flared violet again, brighter this time, the light bleeding faintly into the shadows around him. His hand drifted lower, slowly. Palm flattening over Kara's lower abdomen right where the soft plane of her stomach curved. All of you, he whispered. The violet glow pulsed once, soft, then dimmed. He rose without hurry. From the chair in the corner he retrieved dark pants, a fitted black shirt, the long coat. He dressed silently. Then he stepped toward the center of the room. Shadows rose around his boots like tidewater. One last glance at the bed, Raven shifted slightly in her sleep, murmuring something unintelligible. Kara stayed still, Arthur exhaled once. The shadows swallowed him whole. A soft whump of displaced air, and he was gone in silence. Then. Kara's eyes opened. Slow and aware. She had heard every word. She lay there a long moment, staring at the empty space where he had stood. Her hand rose first to her cheek where his palm had rested, fingers tracing the ghost of his warmth. Then lower, to her abdomen, she pressed lightly. A small, secret smile curved her mouth, dazed, full of something too new to name. She glanced sideways at Raven still deeply asleep, peaceful, and let her hand stay where it was. Darkness folded. Then unraveled, Arthur stepped through it not as someone traveling, but as something that belonged to the space between worlds. And then, light. Ancient and endless. The light of the world tree. It stood before him once more. Colossal didn't begin to describe it. Its branches stretched into infinity, thicker than mountains, twisting through layers of reality like veins through existence itself. The branches pierced upward beyond sight, carrying entire ecosystems along their length, worlds nested within worlds, primordial. Arthur hovered in silence, his boots inches above one of the vast branches, violet eyes slowly scanning everything around him. It hasn't changed. A quiet observation. His gaze drifted upward, then downward, taking in the scale of it all. Last time I stood here. His tone lowered slightly, was when I fought that thing. The memory surfaced instantly. The violent and relentless creature. A clash that had reshaped not just the battlefield, but him. Nidhogg. The name left his lips like a shadow. Guardian of the primordial darkness. His eyes flickered faintly. My final trial. And the moment I became what I am now. His hand clenched slightly. The Shadow Monarch. Silence followed, but not for long. Because then, it came. A sound, distant and low at best, but then it turned into a roar, a deep ancient roar. Arthur froze, not out of fear. In disbelief, his eyes narrowed instantly. No way. The sound echoed again, this time louder, reverberating through the very roots beneath his feet. The world tree trembled. Just slightly. But enough. Arthur's expression hardened. That's not possible. He lifted off the ground immediately, no hesitation, his body rising as shadows gathered beneath him. Then he surged forward. Fast, cutting through the air as he descended toward the deeper layers of the tree. His voice was low and focused. Nidhogg is dead. A pause. I killed him. The roar came again, closer and stronger. And very much alive. Arthur's eyes sharpened further. Then what am I hearing? He accelerated. The deeper he went, the greater the sound became. It became. Roots grew thicker. If he's truly back. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, then that explains why I. His gaze darkened slightly. I couldn't extract his shadow. A brief pause. I thought it was because of his nature. But now. No. His eyes gleamed. He wasn't gone. The realization settled in. And with it, something else, his mind shifted. Back to that place. The altar deep within the roots. His speed didn't slow, but his thoughts sharpened. Back then. Fragments of memory aligned. I saw something. Symbols. Not just his. The symbols of the other monarch as well. His eyes widened slightly. There are more. A realization forming. If I'm not the only one that passed through this test or this place. His voice dropped. Does that mean? The roar interrupted again. Closer now. Arthur stopped midair. His eyes burned violet as he stared into the depths below. No. A faint shake of his head. I'm done guessing. Resolve settled over him like armor. I'll get my answers. He turned. and dove deeper. Shadows wrapped around him as he descended toward the very foundation of the world tree. Toward the altar, toward the truth. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 419, The Monarch's Successors. The deeper Arthur descended, the heavier the pressure became. The roots of the world tree stretched endlessly around him now, thicker than entire cities, pulsing faintly with life. And at the very heart of that creature moved. Arthur slowed, hovering midair, his violet eyes narrowing as they locked onto it. There, coiled along the roots like a parasite that had outlived reason itself. Nidhogg. The serpent dragon's colossal jaws tore into the roots, ripping through them with brutal force. Fibers of existence snapped and unraveled under its bite, only to twist and stitch themselves back together moments later, as if the tree itself refused to yield. A cycle of endless destruction and rebirth. A symbolism of something Arthur knew far too well. Arthur watched the dragon in silence for a brief second. I still don't know how you're back. No response. Only the wet, grinding sound of teeth against something that shouldn't be edible. Then, Nidhogg paused. Its massive head shifted, slowly. Its gaze found him, ancient bottomless eyes. Arthur's hand rose. Darkness gathered instantly, violent, dense, black hellish flames spiraled into existence, compressing into a single orb in his palm. A small souvenir from hell itself. His stance shifted slightly. Prepared for the worst. Let's see if you remember me. The flames crackled. And yet, Nidhogg did nothing. It stared. Then, it turned away, and resumed gnawing. Arthur blinked once. The flames in his hand flickered. You're joking. No hostility. No roar. No attack, complete indifference. Arthur's eyes narrowed further, the orb of destruction still in his palm. Is it because? He tilted his head slightly, studying the creature. I already carry it. A pause. The primordial darkness. Nidhogg didn't react. Didn't even acknowledge him again. Arthur exhaled quietly. Then the flames in his hand dissipated, vanished without a trace. Well. He stepped forward, landing lightly on one of the massive roots not too far from the dragon. This makes things easier. His gaze lingered on Nidhogg for a moment longer. You weren't exactly an easy opponent. A faint smirk touched his lips. Though I wouldn't mind a rematch. Another pause. Then a small shake of his head. Another time perhaps. He pushed off the root. And shot forward. Past the dragon. Deeper still. The entrance appeared soon after. Sealed, carved directly into the roots themselves. The altar. Arthur slowed as he approached it. The moment his feet touched the ground before it, it reacted. A deep glow spread across its surface, ancient sigils igniting one after the other, recognizing him and acknowledging him. The seal unraveled, the entrance opened. Arthur stepped inside, the chamber welcomed him. Vast and circular. Towering statues surrounded the space, monolithic figures standing in an endless ring, each one representing a power far beyond mortal comprehension, that of the monarchs. And at the center. The sacrificial altar. Unchanged, Arthur walked forward slowly, eyes glowed again. Scanning, analyzing everything. It's the same. Everything exactly as he remembered. Then he stopped. Wait. His gaze shifted upward. To the sigils. The ones carved beneath each statue. Last time, only one had been active. His. Now, all of them were glowing. All 9 of them. Each one pulsing faintly with power. Arthur's expression changed. Subtly. All of them. He stepped closer, eyes narrowing as he studied the patterns, the energy flowing through them. That's new. His mind began to move faster. Connecting. Does this mean? His voice lowered. They went through this too. His gaze flickered toward the entrance behind him. Faced Nidhogg, passed their own trials, gathered their own armies. Another thought followed immediately. And lived. The implications settled in. So I'm not the only one. Arthur exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. Of course it wouldn't be that simple. He turned slightly, glancing at the statues. At first, I thought the monarchs I knew were behind the gates. A faint shake of his head. But this. His eyes sharpened again. This doesn't match. The rulers. The word lingered, they should exist too, and they might be the ones behind the gates. His gaze darkened slightly. And these monarchs. They don't feel like the ones I remember. Realization clicked into place. These are their successors. His voice dropped further. Just like my case with Ashbourne, they are people who inherited power. After proving themselves. Arthur crossed his arms, his expression tightening slightly. That complicates things. A lot. He exhaled again. So now I've got unknown monarchs. Unknown rulers. And gates opening across Earth. Alongside other cosmic threats. A faint, humorless chuckle escaped him. Great. His gaze drifted downward. I still have the key to the Chaos world, but that place is just a battlefield of an endless war. It might even be considered a graveyard too of our armies. I doubt I'll find answers there. Arthur looked back up at the glowing sigils. All 9 of them. Pulsing. So where are you? His voice was quiet. The chamber didn't answer. But Arthur didn't expect it to. Arthur stepped closer. Then he raised his hand. Hesitated for just a fraction of a second. And placed it against the wall. The moment his palm made contact. The world shifted. The chamber didn't disappear. Reality changed, like glass reflecting another scene beneath it. Arthur's eyes sharpened. He didn't move. Didn't pull away. Because now he wasn't alone. Footsteps echoed. Not his. Another presence. A man walked into the chamber. Human. At least, he had been. His build was lean, but his movements carried a certain arrogance, loose, careless, like nothing in this place could possibly threaten him. A laugh broke the silence of the chamber. Loud. That was one hell of a serpent. He rolled his shoulder slightly, as if shaking off the memory of battle. Shame it's dead now, it would have served me well as one of my generals. There was no reverence in his tone. Just dismissal. His eyes swept the chamber. Mocking. So this is the place. A scoff left him. What the hell is this? Some ancient shrine. Bit dramatic, don't you think? Arthur watched him closely. Observing. The men walked further in, boots echoing against the stone as he approached the altar at the center. And gloomy as hell too. He tilted his head, glancing at the statues surrounding him. The poor bastards. Then his gaze dropped. To the altar, something flickered in his eyes. Ah. A slow grin spread across his face. So that's how it works. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. The man chuckled. Of course it does. He flexed his fingers slightly. Power always comes with a price. A brief pause. Then. Sacrifice, huh? There was no hesitation. Not even a flicker of doubt. Fine by me. Arthur's expression didn't change. But his focus sharpened. Because the next moment. The men moved. Fast. His hand shifted, no weapon drawn, no spell cast. Just raw force. His fingers elongated slightly, claws forming from his own flesh. And then. Thrust. His hand drove straight into his own chest, a wet brutal sound echoed through the chamber. The force alone would have shattered the bone of a dragon. Pierced through everything. Blood spilled, the man's body trembled slightly. But he laughed. A low, breathless, almost satisfied laugh. Heh. His head tilted slightly forward. Worth it. His grip tightened. As if he was embracing the pain. The altar beneath him began to glow. Reacting, accepting the sacrifice. And then. The vision shattered. Arthur's eyes snapped back to reality. The chamber returned in full. His hand was still pressed against the wall. But now. It slowly lowered. He took a step back. Then another. His expression had changed. Not shock or confusion. But he simply understood the fully story now. Well. His voice was quiet. That answers a lot. His eyes flickered toward the sigils again. All 9 of them. Glowing. There are others. A pause. The memory replayed briefly in his mind. The arrogance. The complete lack of hesitation. Arthur's gaze hardened slightly. And they're not like me. His eyes narrowed further. That one also killed Nidhogg, and he didn't look that much tired. He tilted his head slightly. Then. And stabbed himself without a second thought. His gaze shifted to one specific sigil. It pulsed slightly stronger than the others for just a moment. Subtle. The Dragon Monarch. That has to be him. Arthur crossed his arms slowly, his posture relaxing. That wasn't just an enemy, that was someone that can rival his own power, if not stronger. Arthur exhaled slowly, turning slightly as his gaze swept across the chamber one last time. All right. His voice steadied. I see the bigger picture now. A faint glow returned to his eyes. And I don't like it. So the question is. A small pause. Which one of you makes the first move? // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 420, Good OL Dungeons. Arthur took in his surroundings one last time, then a thin line of violet light carved through the air, trembling for a fraction of a second before it split open entirely, space peeling back. From within that tear, darkness poured, and then he stepped through. Arthur Blackwynd emerged into the cold breath of Gotham night. The portal snapped shut behind him with an echoing pulse. For a moment, Arthur didn't move. His boots touched the gravel path just outside the outer perimeter of his estate, the iron gates looming not far behind him, their silhouettes swallowed by shadows. Arthur's eyes shifted. And there it was in the distance. Not far ahead, a gate emerged. A massive, circular portal hovered above the ground, pulsing with a deep, oppressive energy that pressed down on everything around it. The ground beneath it had already begun to crack from the sheer pressure alone. Arthur's gaze sharpened. His shadows had warned him from the watchtower about it, but seeing it in person was enough to confirm their worries. This wasn't a normal gate. Whatever was inside was something that wants to get out as soon as possible. A low hum vibrated through his chest as he focused, senses expanding, probing beyond the threshold. And then he felt it on the other side. Waiting. Arthur's expression stilled. So that's how it is. The presence beyond the gate wasn't subtle. It didn't hide. It didn't mask itself. It radiated power with the kind of arrogance that came from something that had never known defeat. Strong enough that even Arthur, standing at the peak of his current power, could tell that this wasn't going to be easy for many of the Justice League members if they were the ones to go inside. His eyes dimmed slightly as he exhaled. If I leave this to the League? The thought lingered only for a moment. He already knew the answer. They would go in. They would fight. And some of them wouldn't come back. Arthur's jaw tightened faintly. They might get themselves killed. A quiet sigh escaped him. I better get this over with. His steps were steady as he moved forward, the shadows beneath his feet stretching instinctively, reacting to the pressure radiating from the gate. The closer he got, the heavier the air became. It didn't matter, Arthur raised his hand slightly. And then a presence appeared beside him. And she made no sound. Arthur didn't turn immediately. He already knew. Another one, huh? Her voice carried a mix of annoyance. Arthur glanced sideways. Kara stood there, arms crossed, her cape shifting lightly in the wind. The faint glow of the gate reflected in her eyes. There was a slight tension in her stance, subtle but not enough to escape him. He looked at her for a moment before speaking. Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Her eyes narrowed instantly. Look who's talking. She stepped forward, just slightly, her gaze flicking toward the gate before returning to him. I made sure you had nothing left. You could barely stand earlier. A pause. Then, quieter. And yet here you are. Already looking for another fight. Arthur's lips curved faintly. Oh, is that so? His gaze dropped. Deliberately and slowly, from her face to her legs. And then back up again. Are you sure you can walk? There was a beat of silence. Then Kara froze. Color rose to her cheeks so fast it was almost visible in the night. Her eyes widened for a second before narrowing into a glare that could probably melt steel. You. She took a step forward, clearly intending to say something sharp. Then stopped and her jaw tightened. All right, damn it. She looked away for a brief second, exhaling through her nose. You won. Her voice dropped, muttering under her breath. But don't push it, you only did okay, all right. Arthur's smile deepened just slightly. Then her expression shifted again, more serious now as she looked toward the gate. So. She tilted her head. Need help. Arthur followed her gaze back to the massive gate, its energy continuing to pulse. Then he looked at her again. For a moment, he said nothing. Then. I could use some company. Arthur extended his hand toward her. Kara stared at it for a second, her heartbeat picked up slightly, she could feel it. Annoyingly so. Her eyes flicked to his face, then back to his hand. You really don't make this easy. She muttered it, but there was no real irritation behind it. Slowly, she reached out. Her fingers hesitated just before touching his. Then closed around his hand. Al, all right. Her voice was quieter now. Arthur's hand tightened just enough to secure the grip. And without another word, they stepped forward, together. The moment Arthur and Kara stepped through the gate, the world reassembled itself around them. Stone stretched endlessly in every direction. A dungeon. But not the kind built by human hands. The ceiling towered far above, lost in shadow, while the walls, if they could even be called that, were lined with remains. Skulls of every shape and size jutted outward from the stone-like decorations. Some were massive, easily the size of boulders. Others were smaller, more humanoid, but twisted. Bones. Claws. Fragments of armor fused into rock. A graveyard that had been turned into architecture. Kara took one look around. And her face immediately twisted. Ew. Her voice echoed faintly, swallowed quickly by the oppressive silence. She stepped carefully, as if the ground itself might react to her presence, her eyes scanning the walls with open discomfort. This place is disgusting. Arthur didn't respond. He had already moved. A few steps forward, then he lowered himself into a crouch, his gaze fixed on something half buried beneath the dust and debris. His fingers brushed against it, clearing away the grime with a slow motion. Kara noticed immediately. Arthur, you. He lifted the fragment into view. Bone. Thick. Dense. Far heavier than anything human. Orc remains. Kara blinked. You can tell that just from that. Arthur didn't look at her. His eyes were focused, distant in a way she was starting to recognize. It's not just that. He turned the bone slightly, running his fingers along its surface. There are fractures here. His thumb pressed lightly against a shattered section. Blunt force. Repeated impacts. Then he rotated it again. And here. A thin, clean split ran along the edge. Sharp weapon. And not a clean cut either, not claws or fangs. Kara stepped closer despite herself, her earlier disgust momentarily forgotten. Arthur continued, almost absent-mindedly. Multiple damage patterns. Different angles. Different timing. He placed the bone back down. Whatever killed them wasn't just stronger. Now he looked forward, into the darkness ahead. It was far more savage. Silence settled for a moment. Kara stared at him. Then at the bone. Then back at him again. I have supervision. Arthur hummed faintly in acknowledgement. And I still wouldn't get that from a single glance. There was no accusation in her tone. Just genuine confusion. And, though she'd never admit it out loud, admiration. Arthur stood up slowly, brushing the dust from his hand. It's no big deal, I'm just familiar with them, that's all. The way he said it made it sound like it truly wasn't. Which somehow made it worse. Kara exhaled quietly, shaking her head. Show off. Arthur didn't reply, instead. He closed his eyes. And the world shifted. Kara felt it immediately. It wasn't visible. There was no light, no energy she could track. But something moved. A pressure. A wave. Arthur's presence expanded outward like an unseen tide, flooding through the dungeon corridors, slipping between cracks in the stone, brushing against everything that existed within this space. Searching and scanning. His eyes opened again. Ahead. Kara straightened slightly. What? The main chamber. His voice was calm. I found it. Kara stared at him for a second. You found it. The boss of this dungeon. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 421, Complicated Things. Arthur had already started walking and Kara moved quickly to catch up, her boots echoing softly against the stone. This place, it's very different. Her gaze flicked around again, more focused now. The last one, the red gate, felt like we were dropped into another world entirely. Arthur didn't slow. That's because you were in a different world. Kara frowned. What do you mean? Arthur's voice carried easily through the silence. These gates aren't just openings. They're connections. He stepped over a broken skull without looking down. All of these creatures, they're not invaders in the way you think. Some gates are their prisons, some drop you into another dimension that mimics their native world. A pause. So they're natives. Kara's expression shifted. From other worlds. Arthur nodded once. Each species. Each race. His gaze darkened slightly. They have their own world, their own rulers. Then. Kings. Monarchs. Kara felt something cold settle in her chest. Batman mentioned something like that. Arthur's lips curved faintly. Of course he did. She glanced at him. What's that supposed to mean? Arthur didn't even look at her. Where do you think he learned it from? Kara went quiet for a moment. Then. Of course, you. It wasn't a question. Arthur smiled and said nothing, which was answer enough. They walked in silence for a few steps. But Kara's expression didn't relax. You're still holding back. Arthur's steps didn't falter. But he heard it. About all of this. The gates. The monarchs, certain other secrets too. Her voice sharpened just slightly. You talk like you know everything. I know that you said it has something to do with your powers and that you are similar to them, but... A beat. But you only tell us what you feel like telling. Arthur finally glanced at her. Is that a problem? Kara held his gaze. Do you want me to lie? Then she shook her head slightly. That's not what I'm saying, Arthur. Her voice softened, but only a little. For example, you still didn't explain to me what he meant. Arthur's eyes narrowed faintly. Who? Kara didn't hesitate. Lucifer. The name lingered in the air. Arthur looked forward again. That's a different matter entirely. His tone shifted, subtly, but enough for her to catch it. I'll explain it when we're done here. Kara stopped walking. Arthur took another step before noticing. Then he stopped too. Kara. She didn't move immediately. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter. Arthur. I'm not an idiot. That made him turn fully. She looked at him now, not frustrated or angry. Just annoyed. I was playing along before. Her arms crossed, but not defensively, like she was holding herself steady. I know who he was talking about. Arthur said nothing. Kara's eyes didn't waver. Dee. The name came out softer than she intended. The whole concept of death thing wasn't exactly subtle. A faint, humorless huff escaped her. Who else could it be? We already know who she is thanks to her being around every now and then. Silence stretched between them. Kara's gaze flickered for just a second. What I don't get. She hesitated. And that alone was rare. Is you. Arthur's expression didn't change. But he listened. Her voice dropped, quieter now. When he said it, the way he said it, he implied that. Her fingers tightened slightly against her arms. Like you two were connected. A pause. Then, almost under her breath. Like you mattered to her and she matters to you. The words lingered. Unspoken things filling the gaps between them. Kara looked away for a fraction of a second. Then forced herself to meet his eyes again. So what is it, Arthur? What is she to you really? Arthur held her gaze for a moment longer, then spoke. Are you really concerned about her and me? His tone wasn't sharp or defensive. Just direct. Kara didn't answer. So he continued, quieter now. Are you implying I feel something for her? That did it. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Do you? The question hung there. Arthur's gaze drifted not away from her, but past her, as if searching for something in the distance that wasn't there. For once, the certainty that defined him wavered. And when he finally spoke, it wasn't as clean. I don't know. Kara blinked. Arthur exhaled quietly, one hand lifting to brush the back of his neck in a rare, almost human gesture. Something about it has always felt off. His brows pulled together slightly. Between me and her. He shook his head once, faintly. I don't know what she expects from me. And I don't know what I'm supposed to expect from her. The words came slower now. Whatever it is, it's complicated. Kara watched him carefully. Not interrupting. Arthur's voice lowered just a fraction. As for what Lucifer said. His gaze hardened slightly. He wasn't talking mainly about feelings, he was implying something else entirely. Kara's expression shifted. Arthur met her eyes again. That eventually. I'll challenge her and take over her concept completely. Arthur didn't look away. That means her end. No hesitation this time. Her death and her disappearance. Something flickered behind his eyes. And I don't want that. Kara studied him for a moment. What if he's right? Arthur didn't react immediately. What if, she continued, quieter now, two of you can't exist at the same time? That made him frown, not at her. At the idea itself. Then he's wrong. The answer came faster this time. Sharper. There are countless interpretations of death across existence. His voice steadied, slipping back into that calm certainty. Entities. Concepts. Manifestations. He gestured slightly with his hand. Some weaker. Some fragmented. Lesser beings. A faint pause. But they exist. His eyes darkened just a little. They coexist. Kara tilted her head slightly. You said it yourself. Her voice softened, but the point didn't. They're lesser. Arthur didn't interrupt. They might be fragments. Avatars. Extensions. She stepped just a little closer. But you and her. A pause. You're not. The implication settled between them. He understood. What if it comes down to that? She asked quietly. Her gaze locked onto his. Just the two of you. A beat. And only one can remain. Arthur went still. For a moment, the dungeon, the gate, the mission. All of it faded behind that single question. I don't know. It wasn't the answer she expected. Which is exactly why it was the truth. Arthur's voice dropped. She's very powerful. A faint exhale. One of the strongest in all of creation, and she doesn't even fight. Then, quieter. And yet I can't see myself hurting her. Kara's expression shifted. So you do care? Arthur looked at her. There was no hesitation this time. Of course I do. I care about you. The words came naturally. And I care about Raven, my family, my friends, and my world. Kara didn't look away. Arthur continued. And she's a good friend of mine. A small pause. In her own way. A faint, almost amused breath left him. She helped me understand things about myself and even my powers and what death truly is. Things no one else could have explained. His gaze lowered slightly, distant again. I still remember that one lesson. Kara's brows furrowed faintly. What lesson? Arthur's voice quieted. The one where her human avatar died in my arms. Kara's eyes widened slightly. I remember that. Her tone softened, the memory resurfacing. I thought she actually died. A faint shake of her head. I didn't know who she really was back then. She trailed off. Arthur nodded once. That was still her. A small pause. Just not permanently. Kara exhaled quietly, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. Then she looked at him again. So. Arthur raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you satisfied with my answers? Kara held his gaze for a moment. Then. No. A faint huff left her as she looked away briefly. But I'll drop it. She rolled her shoulders slightly, tension easing. She seems like a nice girl. There was a hint of something in her voice. And like you said. Her eyes flicked back to him. It's complicated. Let's just hope the devil was lying. Arthur smiled. Yeah. They started walking again. Side by side. The dungeon stretched before them, but now their steps felt more grounded, more in sync. Then, Arthur slowed. Kara noticed immediately. What is it? His gaze lifted toward the massive structure ahead. Carved from black stone, the surface was scarred, marked by deep gouges and impact fractures, signs of something that had tried, and failed, to break through. Or escape. Arthur's senses extended again. And this time he could tell what it was. A low, invisible pressure, hostile and hungry. Arthur's lips curved slightly. It seems we're not alone. Kara stepped up beside him, her eyes narrowing as she focused. What do you feel? Arthur's gaze didn't waver. An angry dog. Kara blinked. A what? And someone else. His expression sharpened slightly. Both of them are interesting. Kara's stance shifted subtly, her posture tightening as she prepared herself. Arthur glanced at her. Then. A small, dangerous smirk formed. You do the honors, my. Kara cracked her knuckles lightly. Don't mind if I. Arthur's voice cut in, smooth and casual. My jealous girlfriend. Kara froze. Slowly, very slowly she turned her head. I'm not jealous. Arthur didn't even try to hide it now. That smirk widened just a fraction. Of course not. You were just interrogating me about another woman for fun. Kara's eye twitched. That's not. She stopped and exhaled. You're insufferable. Arthur said nothing. Which somehow made it worse. Kara rolled her shoulders once, stepping forward toward the massive gate. Whatever. She planted her feet. Drew back her fist. And for just a second. The air tightened around her, then she punched. The impact didn't sound like stone breaking. It sounded like something shattering reality. The entire gate imploded inward, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface before exploding into fragments that scattered like debris. The shockwave tore through the chamber beyond, dust and bone erupting into the air. Kara lowered her fist slowly. There. A faint huff. Doors open. Arthur stepped forward, passing her. Brilliant work. Kara crossed her arms, trying and failing not to look slightly pleased. Obviously. Beyond them darkness stirred and something within it growled. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 422, A Servant of Another Monarch. The shattered gate had barely finished collapsing when Arthur stepped through first, Kara just half a step behind him, and the moment they crossed the threshold, the chamber revealed itself. It was vast. Far larger than the corridors they had passed through. A cathedral of death carved deep beneath the earth. The walls curved upward into darkness, lined not just with bones this time, but piled with them. Mountains of remains stacked into formations, skulls staring outward in silent witness. A catacomb or a throne room built from slaughter. Kara slowed instinctively, her eyes scanning the chamber. Yeah, I'm officially done being surprised by how messed up these places are. Something shifted in the darkness ahead. A low rumble rolled across the chamber like thunder. It stepped forward, massive every step it made cracked bones beneath it. 3 heads, each one drooling, dripping between jagged teeth the size of blades. Its body was built like a fortress of muscle and scars, blackened fur matted with dried blood. Chains hung loosely from its sides, broken, dragging behind it with every step. A Cerberus, and on its back sat an orc, clad in heavy armor that looked forged from dark iron and bone. Its skin was a deep red, muscles coiled with unnatural density beneath the armor. Its eyes burned with a dull crimson glow. A warrior high orc, not a mindless beast. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. A Cerberus, then he added, and what seems to be a high orc warrior riding it. Kara blinked. Well, that's new. Her stance shifted immediately, weight lowering, muscles tensing as she sized them up. And I've fought many creatures. Her lips curved slightly, something almost excited flashing through her expression. But I've never fought that. Arthur glanced at her. I have. Kara looked at him. You have. Arthur nodded faintly. I've got high orcs among my shadow soldiers. His gaze returned to the beast. Though I've never fought a Cerberus before. For a brief moment something almost like interest flickered in his eyes. Then it faded. Arthur exhaled quietly. Shame. Kara raised a brow. What is? Arthur's expression stilled. I won't be able to enjoy this. The Cerberus roared. All 3 heads at once. The sound slammed into the chamber like a shockwave, shaking loose dust and fragments of bone from the walls. The high orc raised its weapon, a massive, brutal axe, and let out a roar of its own. A pulse of energy burst from its body, its muscles swelled, veins bulging unnaturally as a reddish aura ignited around it. Fortify. Its armor thickened, glowing faintly. Rage. The Cerberus responded instantly. All 3 heads lunged forward. And the monster charged, the ground exploded beneath its weight as it surged toward them. Its jaws opened wide, 3 sets of fangs aiming to tear them apart in a single motion. Kara braced herself, ready to move, ready to strike. But Arthur didn't move. He simply stood there calmly. Watching. And at the last possible second, he raised one hand, his eyes ignited. Violet and sharp. And then, he pushed. A single release made the air collapse. A shockwave detonated from his palm, invisible yet crushing, distorting the space in front of him as it surged forward with overwhelming force. It hit them head-on, the Cerberus didn't even get to react. Its charge stopped, then reversed violently. Its massive body was hurled backward like it weighed nothing, the high orc on its back roaring in shock as both were launched across the chamber. The impact was catastrophic. They slammed into the far wall with a deafening crash, stone fracturing outward as the force carved a crater into the surface. The Cerberus let out a distorted howl, then one of its heads simply snapped. Gone. Torn from its body by the sheer force of the impact. It hit the ground separately with a wet, heavy thud. Silence followed. Kara blinked. Slowly, she turned her head toward Arthur. Okay. A pause. I see why you said you wouldn't enjoy this. Arthur lowered his hand, completely unfazed. That thing would have been a disaster if it got out. His voice was calm. It's stronger than my generals. Kara's eyes widened slightly. Seriously? Arthur nodded once. But it's no marshal. And certainly, no monarch. Before Kara could respond, Arthur vanished and he made no sound or movement. He was just gone. And then, he was there, in front of the Cerberus. The high orc barely had time to react before Arthur's hand shot forward and grabbed it by the throat. The impact when he slammed it into the ground cracked the stone beneath them, a shockwave rippling outward as the orc's massive body was pinned like it weighed nothing. At the same time, behind Arthur, shadows rose. 2 massive blades formed from pure darkness, their edges humming with lethal intent. Without even looking, Arthur moved his fingers slightly. The blades shot forward. Clean and precise. They pierced straight through the remaining 2 heads of the Cerberus, impaling them into the ground. Then the beast went still. Dead. The high orc struggled in Arthur's grip, clawing at his arm, its strength immense. But meaningless in front of an overwhelming strength. Its eyes locked onto Arthur's. Violet met red. And for the first time, it felt real fear. The orc spoke. Its voice guttural, harsh, echoing in a language not meant for human tongues. You are the... Its breath hitched. Monarch of shadows. Kara froze. Her eyes snapped toward them. Is it talking? What is it saying? Arthur's grip tightened slightly. And when he spoke, he answered in the same language. Flawlessly. You know of me. A slight tilt of his head. Yet you still raised your blade. The orc trembled. It is our duty. Its voice cracked. Our king commands. Arthur's fingers tightened. The ground beneath them creaked under the pressure. I can kill you, Arthur said calmly, and take what I need from your corpse. A pause. Then, he added quieter, but I'm giving you a chance. The orc stilled, hope flickering. Arthur's eyes sharpened. You're a high orc. So you must serve Tarnak. The Iron Body Monarch. King of monstrous humanoids. Kara's breath caught slightly witnessing this strange conversation. Arthur leaned in just a fraction. Where is he? The orc's fear spiked. I do not know. Its voice broke. Our king is absent. This place, this is my prison. I was ordered to kill, escape, and slaughter the humans of this world. Arthur stared at it. Unimpressed. Behind him, Kara stood frozen. Her thoughts stumbled over themselves. He's talking to it. Not just talking. Understanding it. Her jaw parted slightly. I didn't think there was room left for him to surprise me. Arthur's gaze remained locked on the orc. How useless. The words fell flat and final. The orc panicked. Please. Monarch, Arthur didn't listen. His hand tightened. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through the chamber. The orc's body went limp. Silence returned. For a moment, and nothing moved. Then Arthur released the corpse. And spoke. Arise. The shadows beneath the Cerberus and the high orc trembled. Then surged upward. Darkness consumed their bodies, swallowing them whole before. 2 figures rose from their corpses. A massive 3-headed shadow beast, now whole once more, its eyes glowing violet. And beside it, a high orc warrior, armor reforged in shadow, its presence no longer wild, but bound to Arthur. All heads lowered in absolute loyalty. Arthur watched them for a moment. Then, with a flicker of thought, they dissolved. Returning to him. Arthur turned. Kara was still standing there. Staring. Let's go. He walked past her like nothing had happened. Kara blinked. Wait. Hold on. She turned, quickly catching up to him. What the hell was that? Arthur glanced at her. What part? All of it. She gestured back toward the chamber. You just killed them, interrogated that thing in some alien nightmare language. Arthur shrugged slightly. I asked him about his monarch. Kara stared. And considering your expression right now, I assume he wasn't very helpful. Arthur's expression didn't change. He wasn't helpful. Of course, that explains the neck snapping. Kara said. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 423, Average Gotham Day. The morning sunlight filtered gently through the tall windows of Arthur Estate's dining hall, plates were pushed aside, crumbs of toast and remnants of eggs hinting at a leisurely breakfast just concluded. Raven leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, an amused smile on her lips. So, she said, tilting her head, you guys secretly dealt with the gate. Arthur, sipping the last of his coffee, his violet eyes glimmered faintly in the morning light. I did. Kara just tagged along, he said, as if it had been no more than a dawn stroll. Kara, lounging across from him with a faint teasing smile, waved a hand. Ha. Ha. They were weak. You didn't really need me, she said, shrugging lightly. Arthur's lips curved, careful with that overconfidence, he said smoothly. You are not invulnerable to magical monsters. Raven's smile widened at the exchange, clearly entertained by Kara's slight frown. I see, she murmured, shaking her head. So, any plans for today? Arthur's eyes flicked toward the windows, thinking. There are plenty of. Raven groaned, cutting him off mid-sentence. Oh please don't, cosmic god. Can't you just take it easy for a single day? The world isn't going to break if you relax for a day or two. Kara laughed, the sound light and easy. He is a battle junkie, I'm kind of one too. Her gaze softened a little as she added, I should check on Cal today. Been a while since I got to talk with him. Arthur's smile was warm, almost indulgent. You do that. Family is important. Kara pushed back her chair, already slipping into her casual clothes with ease. I'll be back tonight, she said over her shoulder, might also help them out if there are any gates popping up around Metropolis too. Arthur nodded, letting her go without hesitation. He watched her stride toward the door and take off. Raven reached over, taking his hand with a light, almost conspiratorial touch. Let's stroll around Gotham today, she said softly, like two normal people. Before he could even respond, a faint shimmer of magic passed between them. Arthur felt the familiar shift of enchantment, and when he looked down, his attire had changed. A sharply tailored dark suit now took form, the jacket fitted perfectly, the pants sleek, and a black shirt with subtle dark violet accents under the lapel. Raven herself had shifted into something equally striking, dark, flowing fabrics layered like shadows, fitted leather accents around the shoulders and waist, boots laced to the knee, a subtle gothic elegance. Arthur's eyebrow arched. Very Gotham-like, he said, the suit had that dangerous elegance, and he felt it. He was Gotham now, in a way. George, who had been quietly watching from across the table, chuckled. You look rather dashing, sir, he said, the humor in his voice obvious. And the perfect target for a mugger to try and rob you. Arthur's smile widened, directed at Raven, sharp and playful. Do you enjoy humiliating me in front of George like this? Raven's lips twitched, mischief in her eyes. It comes naturally, she said lightly, the corners of her mouth lifting. Arthur glanced at George with a mock salute. See you later, George, he said, voice smooth, almost casual. Then he turned, letting Raven guide him through the front hall and out the massive estate doors. George watched them leave, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a pang in his chest that he couldn't quite name. He wasn't thinking about the danger they faced or the monsters Arthur might be fighting. No. He was watching a grown-up version of the boy he had known. Strong, confident, in control of power and presence alike. George's jaw tightened slightly, eyes following them as they disappeared into the morning fog. I can't even put it into words. He whispered to himself, voice barely audible, a mixture of pride and awe. The men George had always suspected would emerge someday. And now, here he was, walking out into the city as both guardian and friend, terrifyingly powerful yet still human, grounded. George shook his head, a small, proud smile tugging at his lips. The streets of Gotham were not exactly serene. The city carried its usual gloom even in the morning, the low-hanging clouds spilling a persistent drizzle that made the streets glisten. Despite this, the sense of danger that had been part of the city for decades had lessened. Patrols were more frequent, gang activity had dropped, and more citizens dared to walk the streets with cautious optimism. Yet Gotham remained Gotham, dark, unpredictable, alive in its own brooding way. Arthur and Raven walked side by side along a narrow street, their pace relaxed, shoulders brushing slightly as they moved. George was right, Arthur said quietly, eyes scanning the buildings and alleys around them. I can already see over 5 people planning how to rob us. Apparently, we look like easy rich targets. Raven, casually munching on a pastry she had grabbed from a small street vendor, looked up at him, her eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, they are in for a surprise if they try, she said with a playful voice. Arthur exhaled softly, shaking his head. It's not as if Batman or my Shadow Joker is slacking, but this city cannot be healed, it seems, even if the crime rate dropped drastically. His tone was not bitter, just resigned, an acknowledgement of Gotham's stubborn criminal nature. Raven's expression darkened slightly, her fingers brushing against the wrapper of her pastry before she crumpled it and dropped it into a nearby trash can. It seems some humans never change, she said simply. Arthur glanced at her as they continued walking, the rain dripping off. For a moment, he considered speaking, but no words came. He simply watched her. And they kept walking, until Raven suddenly stopped. Arthur took one more step before noticing. What is it? Raven didn't answer. She was staring at a certain store. Bright and colorful, completely out of place in Gotham's gray palette. A game store, rows of small targets lined up at the back, with a man lazily spinning a set of rings around bottles. Above it hung prizes, plush toys, cheap trinkets, oversized stuffed animals. Arthur followed her gaze. Then looked back at her. No. Raven slowly turned her head toward him. I didn't say anything. You didn't need to. Her eyes narrowed slightly, but there was a flicker of amusement there. You're telling me, she said, stepping closer to the store, that the all-powerful monarch of shadows is afraid of a children's game. Arthur's eyebrow twitched. And you are telling me that the all-powerful daughter of Trigon wants a stuffed animal? Also, I'm not afraid. Then prove it. There it was, the challenge. Arthur exhaled slowly, already knowing he had lost the moment she stopped walking. Fine. The stall owner perked up immediately as they approached. Step right up. Simple game, 3 throws, knock all the targets and you win any prize. Arthur glanced at the setup. Then at Raven. You're serious, right? Raven folded her arms, with a smile. Completely. Arthur picked up the small throwing balls, weighing one in his hand. For a brief moment. His violet eyes flickered. Then dimmed again. I'll try to throw it as human as possible. Just a throw. The first ball left his hand. It struck clean and almost left a hole in the wall behind the target. For a moment the stall owner's eyes widened as he couldn't quite believe it. Raven chuckled a bit. Shit. That was still too strong. Arthur muttered. 1 target down. Second throw. Another hit. The stall owner leaned forward slightly, interest peaked. Third throw. Arthur paused. Just slightly. Then released. The ball struck and the targets collapsed. The stall owner clapped once. Well done. Pick your prize. Arthur didn't even look. He turned to Raven. Choose. Raven's eyes moved over the prizes. Then, she pointed. A large, dark-colored raven plush, slightly worn but oddly fitting. Arthur took it without comment and handed it to her. Raven blinked, surprised for just a second. Then accepted it. It suits me. Arthur's lips curved faintly. Well, it is a raven. They walked again. This time, Raven held the plush loosely in one hand. And for a while, neither of them spoke. Until, a blur of movement shot past them between buildings. Arthur didn't even need to look. Speedster. Raven tilted her head slightly. Yours. Arthur's eyes narrowed for a bit. No, that was a human, but he didn't look dangerous. He paused for a moment. He wasn't that fast, he is probably one of the newly awakened civilians. Raven looked back and said, My, what a power to awaken, will there be plenty of those around? Yes, though they will not have the same abilities, and certainly some will be unique. The gates will influence them differently, their power levels will be quite different too. Some will reject this mana completely and fall sick, that's the worst part of it. Arthur explained calmly. Raven simply nodded. Arthur glanced at her again, watching the way she carried that small, ridiculous prize like it actually mattered. And something in his expression softened. We should do this more often. Raven didn't look at him, but her fingers tightened slightly around his sleeve as they walked. Yeah. They walked until the sound of muffled sobs pulled them from their stroll. Ahead, a small crowd had gathered under the awning of a shuttered storefront. The rain had soaked the bystanders, coats clinging, hats pulled low, but they lingered, their attention fixed on the center of the circle. Arthur and Raven's steps slowed as they neared, the crowd parted slightly, revealing the source of their gathering. A man lay crumpled on the wet pavement, still, pale, the red bloom of blood stark against his coat. Clutched against him was a child, a small girl, barely more than 5 or 6, sobbing violently, her tiny hands pressed to her father's chest. Her cries were raw, aching and hopeless. Raven's voice was barely a whisper, a tremor of unease threading through it. Arthur. He didn't respond immediately. His violet eyes took in the scene, measuring, calculating, feeling the ripples of fear and grief, the tension in the gathered crowd. Then he spoke, calmly. Let's just see what's going on here. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 424, Death's Compassion. The murmur of the crowd got muted as Arthur appeared, something about him made the conversations falter. A few people took half steps back without realizing why. Arthur didn't touch the body. He didn't need to. His gaze swept over it once, precise, inhumanly focused. The angle of the torso. The unnatural bend of the ribs beneath the soaked clothes. The pattern of impact, not cuts, yet still there were strange wounds, no struggle marks that lasted long. His eyes dimmed slightly. Blunt force, he murmured under his breath. And it was not a guess. His jaw tightened. Behind him, Raven felt it immediately, the shift. The subtle rise in pressure, like the air itself growing restless around Arthur. It wasn't something ordinary people could name, but they felt it through the crowd like a ripple. Her voice slipped into his mind, softly. Arthur, you might want to tone down that pressure you're unleashing right now. Arthur didn't respond right away. His gaze lingered on the small figure clinging to the corpse. The child's sobs were quieter now, not because the pain had lessened, but because exhaustion was taking over. Her tiny hands clutched desperately at her father's coat, as if refusing to accept what happened. Arthur's teeth clenched. "This is pissing me off." The words echoed inside Raven's mind. He continued, thoughts sharper now, even through the anger. This wasn't random. His eyes traced the damage again. The blows were too heavy. And too clean. Whoever did it, he did not panic. He wanted this to happen. A pause. This man didn't die to a random mugger. Raven's expression darkened slightly. Arthur's voice continued, steady and certain. Fast attacks. High force. Repeated strikes before the victim could even process what was happening. A breath. Metahuman, or awakened. Same difference really. The rain tapped softly against the pavement. Batman was right, Arthur thought, the admission quiet. If they aren't controlled, this is what happens. Raven folded her arms slightly, her eyes drifting toward the street behind them. Was it that speedster we just saw? Arthur's gaze shifted, distant for just a second. I'm afraid so. A faint exhale. He did look in a hurry. Silence settled between them again, but it didn't last. Sirens got close. The crowd shifted as police vehicles pulled up, officers stepping out quickly, scanning the scene. Questions were already being thrown around, radios crackling, tension rising. Arthur moved, he was now kneeling slowly in front of the child. She barely noticed him at first. Her face was buried against her father's chest, shoulders trembling with quiet, broken sobs. Arthur didn't rush her. Hey. His voice was softer now. Not gentle in the usual sense. The girl lifted her head slowly. Tear-streaked cheeks. Red eyes. Confusion. Fear. Arthur met her gaze. And for a moment, his violet eyes softened. Do you want me, he asked quietly, to find the one who did this to your father? There was something strange in his expression. Kindness and yet, something far more dangerous beneath it. The girl blinked, trying to process through the haze of grief. He. She whispered, voice small, fragile. He didn't wake up. I told him to wake up. Her lip trembled. Can you make him wake up? Raven watched from behind, silent now. Arthur held her gaze. For a moment, he didn't answer that question. Instead, he stood. Slowly. His fists clenched at his sides. First, he said, voice returning colder, let's clear this place. Raven's eyes narrowed slightly. Arthur, you're not going to. She didn't finish. A roar tore through the sky. It wasn't just loud, it was overwhelming. The clouds above Gotham twisted violently as something massive moved within them and it emerged. A colossal shape broke through the storm clouds, wings stretching wide, blotting out what little light the sky had under the gloomy clouds. Its roar rolled across the city like thunder, shaking windows, rattling the bones. People froze. Then panic erupted. What the hell is that? Run. It's a monster. The crowd scattered instantly, bodies colliding, slipping on wet pavement, abandoning everything in their path. Fear spread faster than the rain ever could. Police officers shouted, trying to regain control, but even they faltered, eyes locked onto the sky. Open fire. Gunshots cracked upward, useless against the massive shadow circling above. Bullets vanished into darkness, unanswered, insignificant. It was chaos. Pure, unfiltered chaos. And yet, in the middle of it, the child didn't move. She lowered her head again, pressing her face into her father's chest, small hands gripping tighter. Arthur watched her. How brave, he said quietly. Raven stepped closer, her voice low. Arthur, what are you doing? She's terrified. Look at her, Call of Dash. Arthur shook his head slightly. No. His gaze didn't waver. She's not afraid at all. He took a step closer to the girl. Are you? The child hesitated. Her small body trembled. Slowly. She lifted her head again, her eyes were still wet. Still scared. But she shook her head. No. Arthur's lips curved, just slightly. Good, not many people are brave like this, you saw how those idiots ran away. Cowards, right? Above them, the creature roared again, the city still in full panic. And in that distraction, darkness took shape. A black sphere formed around Arthur, Raven, the child, and the body, silent, seamless, cutting them off from the outside world. The noise vanished instantly. The girl blinked, looking around in confusion. Where? Arthur looked down at her. Come. Now, he said, voice quiet but absolute, we'll find who did this, and make him pay. A pause. With your father's help. Raven's eyes flickered. Arthur looked at the body one last time. Then he spoke. Arise. The shadow moved. It peeled itself from the corpse, rising slowly, taking shape humanoid, familiar, yet altered. Violet light flickering faintly in its eyes. The child gasped, instinctively shrinking back. Fear, immediate. Arthur's voice cut through it, steady. Do not be afraid. She looked at him. You said you were brave, didn't you? The girl hesitated. Her breathing shaky. Then. Yes. Arthur gave a small nod. Behind him, Raven stared at him, realization dawning. You planned that. Her voice echoed in his mind, softer now. Calling the dragon, and everything you said to her, you were preparing her to see something like this, since it can be traumatizing. A faint smile touched her lips. A very unusual approach. But you can be incredibly kind when you want to. Arthur didn't respond. He simply stepped closer to the shadow. Tell me what happened. The shadow straightened. Its voice was hollow, like an echo dragged from memory. My king. I was walking home. A pause. He approached me. I thought it was a robbery. Fragments surfaced. I resisted, only a little. Its head tilted slightly, as if reliving it. Then. I was struck. A flicker. Confusion. I didn't see him move, but I protected my. Another pause. It happened too fast. The shadow's voice wavered. Pain, across my body, again and again. Silence stretched. I was on the ground before I understood. Its head turned slowly. Toward the child. I was dying. The words dragged. While hearing the cries of my. It stopped. The girl stood there. Staring. Father. The word was small. Uncertain. Arthur asked again, did he look like this? For a brief moment, his eyes ignited, violet light flaring softly. It wasn't visible in the air, not something that could be seen like a projection, but something past. A thought. A memory. He fed it directly into the shadow's mind. A silhouette formed in its mind, movement frozen, details captured from a perception far beyond human limits. The lean frame, the posture, the distortion of speed itself around him. The shadow stilled. Then he sighed, yes, yes. There was no doubt. Arthur exhaled quietly, the answer settling into place like the final piece of a puzzle. He turned his head slightly toward Raven. It was the speedster. Raven's brows furrowed. You saw him. Even while he was moving like that. She shook her head faintly. I caught glimpses, fragments, but nothing clear. Arthur's lips curved faintly. I told you, he said calmly. He wasn't that fast. A small pause. I saw him clearly. Raven's eyes darkened, her jaw tightening. That bastard. Arthur didn't respond to that, instead, he looked back at the shadow. All right. That's enough. You may. He stopped. Mid-sentence, because something shifted. The child had moved slowly and hesitantly. Step by step toward the shadow. Arthur's eyes followed her. Then shifted to the shadow of her father itself, a brief pause. And then, he gave a small nod. Permission, the shadow seemed to understand. It turned, fully, facing the little girl. For a moment, neither of them moved. The child stood there, trembling, not from fear alone, confusion and awe. Father, she whispered. The word was barely audible. The shadow stepped forward careful, as if afraid that even now, it might somehow hurt her. Then, it knelt. And wrapped its arms around her. The girl froze at first. Her small body stiff, breath caught. Then she broke. Her arms shot around him, clutching tightly, burying her face into his shoulder as her sobs returned, louder now, raw and unrestrained. You didn't wake up. She cried, voice cracking. I tried. I tried to wake you up. The shadow held her. Firm and gentle. Present in a way that defied what it was now. I know, it said, voice softer now, less hollow, more human. I heard you. Her grip tightened. I was scared. I know. I didn't want you to go. A pause. The shadow's hand moved to the back of her head, holding her closer. I didn't want to leave you either. The child pulled back slightly, looking up at him, tears still streaming down her face. Are you coming back? The question lingered. The shadow didn't answer immediately. It simply looked at her. Then very gently. It shook its head. The girl's lip trembled again. But this time, she didn't break. Okay. She whispered. The word hurt more than any scream could have. The shadow smiled faintly. You're strong. A small hand reached up, grabbing onto him again, as if trying to memorize the feeling. I'll be brave, she said, voice shaking but determined. I promise. The shadow's expression softened. I know you will. It held her for a moment longer. Then slowly, it let go. The girl hesitated, but didn't fight it this time. She stepped back, wiping her eyes with trembling hands, still looking at him like she was afraid he'd disappear if she blinked. The shadow rose then turned. Facing Arthur. Then it bowed its head. Thank you for this. My king. Raven's eyes softened slightly as she looked at Arthur, but she said nothing. Arthur simply closed his eyes. And the shadow dissolved. It didn't shatter. Didn't vanish violently. It faded, like smoke carried away by a quiet wind, leaving nothing behind. The silence returned. Arthur opened his eyes again. The violet glow was gone. Then he said, I've found him. Raven looked at him immediately. Arthur's gaze shifted slightly, as if looking far beyond the sphere, beyond the city itself. It seems, he continued, voice cold again, he's confident enough in his little powers that he didn't even go far. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 425, A Fate Worse Than Death. The black sphere was still covering them, sealing them away from the outside world. Arthur looked down at the child, her small hands were still trembling slightly, though her tears had slowed. There was a strength in her now. He crouched slightly to meet her eyes. How about this, he said, his voice calmer now. Would you like to go flying on that dragon? The girl blinked. Arthur's gaze tilted upward, though she couldn't see through the darkness surrounding them. He'll take you home, Arthur continued. Your father told me where you live. The girl hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded, slowly. Arthur gave a small, approving nod in return. Good. The black sphere dissolved instantly, peeling away like mist. Sound crashed back in, distant sirens, the fading panic of the crowd, the echo of that monstrous roar above. But Arthur didn't linger for long, he gently lifted the child into his arms. And the world disappeared around them. They reappeared above the clouds. High above Gotham's clouds. Where the rain couldn't reach. The sky was clearer there, vast and open. And beneath their feet, a colossal shadow moved. The dragon Kamish. Its massive wings beat slowly, sending ripples through the air itself. The child froze in Arthur's arms. Her eyes widened. It's real. Her voice was barely a whisper. Arthur stepped forward, placing her gently onto the dragon's broad back. Of course it is, did you think that was an illusion? She looked around, small hands gripping carefully onto the ridges along Kamish's shadow spine. Fear was there, but it was overshadowed by something brighter now. Awe. She leaned forward slightly, peeking over the edge. Then gasped softly as she saw the clouds beneath them. We're above the sky. Arthur watched her for a moment. Then spoke, his voice calm. Fly slowly, Kamish, he ordered. The dragon's massive head turned slightly, its voice deep, echoing. Of course, my king. I shall ensure she is not harmed. Arthur nodded. Then looked back at the girl. He'll take you home. She turned to him quickly. You're not coming. Arthur shook his head. No. I have to make the bad guy pay. There was a small silence. The wind moved gently around them, far calmer than it should have been at that height. The girl hesitated. Then gave a small nod. Okay. Arthur's expression softened just slightly. Stay brave, he said quietly. Just like you promised your father. She tightened her grip slightly. I will. Arthur gave one last look. Then, he vanished. The street returned. Wet pavement. Dim light. The ever-present gloom of Gotham. Raven stood beside him as they reappeared, her cloak shifting slightly in the rain. She didn't speak, but she watched him closely. Arthur's face was calm, his eyes, however, said everything. He began walking. Raven followed without a word. They moved through the streets in silence until they reached a bar tucked between 2 aging buildings. The neon sign above it flickered. Arthur pushed the door open. Inside, the atmosphere was warm, loud laughter, clinking glasses, the smell of alcohol, the usual. Raven leaned slightly toward him, her voice barely above a whisper. He's here, isn't he? Arthur didn't look at her. He just nodded as they walked in. Arthur took a seat in one of the stools, his posture relaxed, almost casual. Raven slid onto the stool beside him, her gaze already scanning the room. She found him quickly because of the strange magical energy around him. A man at a nearby table. Laughing and drinking. Surrounded by others. Completely at ease. Arthur raised a hand slightly. Whiskey. The bartender nodded quickly, already sensing something off but not daring to question it. He poured the drink and slid it over. Arthur picked up the glass, took one slow sip. Then without warning, he smashed it across the man's head. The crack echoed through the bar. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then chaos erupted. What the hell? Did you see that? Is this guy insane? Chairs scraped violently as people stood up, backing away. Some rushed toward the exit immediately, not wanting any part of this. The man staggered, clutching his head as blood mixed with the alcohol dripping down his face. What the hell is wrong with you? He roared, fury overtaking the shock. You trying to die, you? Arthur didn't even flinch. His violet eyes locked onto him. Are you enjoying yourself? He asked calmly, after what you've done. The man froze. Just for a second and then his expression completely changed. What? Wait. Who the hell are you? He moved. Fast, blurs of motion as his fists lashed out at superhuman speed. But Arthur didn't move. Or at least, it looked like he didn't. Every strike missed. Cleanly. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Arthur's gaze never wavered. For how long did you have this power? Arthur asked, voice still calm. 3 days. 4. And now you think you can do whatever you want. Arthur's hand shot out, grabbing the man's arm. Twisting, a sickening crack echoed as the limb bent the wrong way. The men screamed. People ran. No one stayed, except for the bartender who simply hid. Raven raised a hand slightly, glancing around at the now rapidly emptying bar. Arthur. We're still in public. The men gasped through the pain, rage, and desperation mixing in his voice. You're doing all this, for that nobody, he spat. Raven sighed. You know what? Never mind. Arthur's fist came down. Once. The man's face snapped sideways, blood spraying as his features distorted under the impact. Do you think you're a god now? Arthur asked quietly. A kick, the man's leg twisted unnaturally. Another scream. If this had been just a simple robbery. Arthur continued, grabbing him by the collar, lifting him slightly, I wouldn't have cared. His grip tightened around the man's throat. But you took a life. A pause. An innocent one. The man choked, barely conscious now. And orphaned a child. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly. I can see your soul. There was a brief silence. And it's not even worthy of becoming a shadow. Wait, the man gasped, blood dripping from his mouth. I've got money. A lot of it. I stole everything. You can have it. All of it. Arthur's expression didn't change. If anything, it grew colder. See, he said quietly. This is exactly what I meant. Behind the men. A portal opened. Dark and empty. Arthur didn't hesitate. He shoved him into it. The men screamed as he fell. Wait. The portal snapped shut. Silence claimed the bar now, it was empty, completely. Only the bartender remained, crouched behind the counter, trembling. Arthur stood there for a moment. Then turned. Raven watched him. Where did you send him? Arthur met her gaze briefly. You don't want to know. Then he walked out. Raven followed. The fall did not end. For a moment, just a moment, the man thought he was still inside the bar, still screaming, still reaching for anything to grab onto. Then he hit the ground. Hard. Air exploded from his lungs as his broken body slammed against cold, uneven stone. Pain followed instantly, sharp and overwhelming, crawling through his twisted arm and shattered leg like fire. He gasped, choking on it. What? His voice echoed. But not like it should. It stretched, swallowed by something vast. Slowly, he forced himself up onto one elbow, dragging his useless leg behind him. His breathing came in panicked bursts as his eyes darted around. This wasn't Gotham, it wasn't anywhere. The ground beneath him was black, not stone, not soil, veins of dim, pulsing light ran through it like roots or arteries. Towering structures stretched upward into nothingness, twisting and spiraling, disappearing into a sky that didn't exist. There was no sun and no stars. Only a dim suffocating glow. Where the hell did he send me? His voice trembled now in real fear. He tried to move, and crawl, run, anything but his body betrayed him. His arm screamed in agony when he put weight on it. Even his speed was gone. Or rather, Arthur made sure he couldn't use it with a broken leg and a broken arm. Panic set in. No, 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 no. This isn't real, everything was fine. His breathing quickened. This is some kind of trick, some illusion. But deep down, he knew. It wasn't. Then suddenly he heard a sound. A deep growl. It vibrated through the ground before it reached his ears. His entire body froze. Hello. His voice cracked. No answer. Only silence. Then. Another growl. Closer. The fog around him shifted. He hadn't even noticed it before, but it was there. Thick, pale mist crawling along the ground, coiling around the roots that stretched endlessly in every direction. Something moved within it. Slowly. The man's eyes widened. No. A shape began to form. A massive one. The mist parted, and something emerged. A head, serpentine and monstrous. Eyes like burning voids opening in the darkness. The creature rose, its body unraveling from the fog like an endless nightmare made flesh. The man's breath hitched. What the fuck is that? The answer came in the form of a roar. The creature Nidhogg tilted its head, observing him. The man tried to move. Tried to crawl backward. His broken body dragged uselessly across the ground. No. No, stay back. His voice cracked into a scream. I'm powerful. The words died in his throat. Nidhogg attacked and it wasn't fast, it didn't need to be. In a single attack, its massive form surged forward. The man's scream tore through the void, then cut off abruptly just as quickly as he screamed. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 426, Hunters. The rain had softened into a quiet drizzle by the time Arthur and Raven reached the top of Wayne Tower. Gotham stretched endlessly beneath them, dark and restless. Lights flickered across the city and sirens still echoed faintly in the distance, a constant reminder that peace here was never permanent. Arthur sat at the edge, one leg hanging over the side, the wind tugging lightly at his coat. His gaze was fixed outward, distant, as if he were trying to read something written into the city itself. Raven sat beside him closer and for a while, neither of them spoke, they just sat there. Then her hand found his, she just slipped her fingers into his, holding them gently but firmly. Are you all right, Arthur? She asked softly. That was a bit unusual. Arthur didn't look at her at first. I'm fine, he said, He exhaled slowly. I felt responsible. His eyes shifted slightly, watching the distant movement of the city below. These gates, the monarchs, now awakened humans. He continued, voice low. None of this belongs here. And now the innocent are dying because of it. Raven didn't respond immediately, she followed his gaze instead, watching Gotham with him. After a moment, she spoke. And there was a time, she said quietly, when you thought you were losing your humanity. Arthur's brow twitched faintly. Raven turned her head slightly toward him, a small smile forming. If anything, you feel more human now. Arthur scoffed softly under his breath. I don't know about that. Of course you don't. There was warmth in her voice now, light and teasing. Before he could respond, Raven shifted closer. Her hand tightened on his slightly as her other hand reached for his collar, fingers curling into the fabric. She pulled him toward her. The movement was sudden, but not rushed. Their lips met and it wasn't gentle. The kiss deepened for a moment, the world around them fading into nothing but the sound of wind and rain. Then she pulled back slowly. Her eyes lingered on his. What you did back there? She murmured, her voice softer now. That was very considerate of you. A faint smirk touched her lips. And for the record, I don't feel even a little sorry for that guy. Arthur's expression didn't change much. Raven leaned back slightly, still close to him. Especially since you gave her a chance, she added. To say goodbye, before you let her father's shadow go. Arthur nodded once. I didn't send her father's shadow into nothingness. That caught her off guard. Raven blinked, turning to him fully now. You didn't. Arthur shook his head. No. He looked back at the city, his voice calmer now, almost reflective. I gave him a new purpose. A lifetime task. Raven's brows lifted slightly. Arthur continued, his tone quieter. She may have lost her father in this world, but not entirely. He exhaled slowly. In death, he stands closer to her than anyone else ever could. Not as a memory, but as a shadow that walks with her. Watching and protecting. Raven stared at him. For a moment, she didn't say anything. Then. Wow. There was genuine surprise in her voice. You really do have a soft spot for the unfortunate. Arthur glanced at her, the faintest hint of amusement returning to his expression. I suppose I do, he said. I mean. Look at you. Raven's eyes narrowed instantly. She punched him lightly on the shoulder. Hey. But she was smiling. A real one. She shifted closer again, this time resting her head against his shoulder, her hand still loosely holding his. For a moment, they just sat there. Above the city. Arthur's gaze drifted back outward, the earlier calm returning. Well, he said after a while, voice steady again, I'll need to work with Bruce. Organize all of this mess before it gets worse. His eyes narrowed slightly. People are being handed power they don't understand, and they think that makes them untouchable. That's how disasters begin. He added. Raven nodded faintly against his shoulder. Of course, after all, we just experienced an example. Justice League Watchtower. The watchtower floated in silence above the earth, its structure reflecting the curve of the planet below. From this height, the world seemed rather peaceful. It wasn't. Inside one of its central briefing rooms, the door slid open. Arthur stepped in. Every eye turned toward him. Superman was the first to move, offering a small, welcoming smile as he stepped forward. Arthur. Wonder Woman inclined her head in greeting, it is good to see you again, it's been a while. Martian Manhunter stood silently beside them, his red eyes steady. Arthur nodded to each of them in turn. Clark. Diana. John. Superman crossed his arms lightly, glancing toward the door Arthur had come through. Kara just left. Arthur's expression didn't shift. I know. She was visiting you. Clark raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curiosity slipping through. Oh, so you're not here for her. A brief pause. You're here for us. Batman answered before Arthur could. Arthur is here to discuss the awakened situation. He stood a little apart from the others, cape resting still against the floor. He has something to share. Superman let out a quiet breath, nodding slowly. I didn't expect you to get involved this quickly. Arthur walked past them, he approached the table at the center of the room. He took a seat. I don't have the luxury of waiting, he said. A faint silence settled as the others took their places. Arthur folded his hands loosely in front of him. For starters, he began, I'll be assigning one of my finest shadows to assist you. That earned a slight shift from Batman. Arthur continued. He'll help you develop systems and tools to evaluate the power levels of the awakened. You'll need a way to classify them clearly and efficiently. Martian Manhunter nodded slowly, already processing. A structured hierarchy that would reduce unpredictability. It's necessary because some of these awakened will surprise you. Arthur said simply. His gaze moved between them. We also need one central authority to exist. One organization that oversees all of them. And I would rather that be you. Superman frowned slightly. Instead of governments? Arthur's eyes sharpened just a fraction. This is not something they can handle. There was no arrogance in his tone. They can form their own associations, if they want control on a smaller scale. But they must answer to something greater. Otherwise. He exhaled faintly. You'll have chaos. Batman spoke again, his voice steady. I've already started moving in that direction. Arthur glanced at him. A division within the Justice League will act as the primary governing body, but we've run into one issue. Batman added. Arthur tilted his head slightly. Which is? Batman's expression didn't change. We don't have a name for them. Superman blinked. That's the problem. Batman didn't respond. Arthur stared at him for a second. Then let out a quiet breath. Seriously, Bruce? There was the faintest smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The issue you're facing is naming them. Batman's silence was answer enough. Any suggestions? He asked. Arthur leaned back slightly in his chair. For a moment, he considered it. Then. Hunters. The word landed simply. They will fight monsters. They will enter gates and they will risk their lives for this world. His gaze lifted slightly. So call them what they are. Superman nodded slowly. Hunters. He tested the word. It's rather straightforward. Wonder Woman crossed her arms, thoughtful. I like it. Martian Manhunter inclined his head. It will be easy for the public to understand. Acceptance will come faster. Batman gave a single nod. Then it's decided. Arthur didn't dwell on it. Instead, he continued. You'll need about a month or so to establish everything. Systems, classifications, recruitment, structure. John spoke again, voice calm and measured. By my calculations, that time frame is more than sufficient. Of course we will face certain issues, but that's inevitable. Arthur nodded once. That's enough. His eyes darkened slightly. The gates won't stop appearing. If anything, they'll increase around the world. So you won't struggle to convince people. There is power and profit to be made, they'll come on their own. Superman shifted slightly, arms still crossed. And you? Arthur stood. I won't be here for some time. That drew their attention fully again. I'll continue my search. His voice grew quieter. For the source. For the monarchs. The word lingered. As I mentioned before, Arthur continued, I'll leave behind a special shadow. Batman's gaze sharpened. To assist. To teach. Arthur looked at them all. He'll explain the gates. The monsters. What they are. What they're made of. And what you can create from them. Superman frowned slightly. That sounds very. He hesitated. Wonder Woman finished it for him. Disturbing. Superman nodded. Yeah. Arthur didn't deny it. It is in a way, but just think of them as materials. They got silent, but there was no disagreement. Just acceptance of this new reality, because they all understood one thing. This wasn't a situation they could afford to look away from. Understood. Batman finally said. And good luck on your search. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 427, A Hunter Path. Gotham, Arthur's underground base. Arthur stood there with both hands resting on a reinforced table. Weapons were laid out across it, each one carefully chosen, not for display, but for a potential war. Around him, his shadows moved, preparing, organizing, obeying without a word. George stood just behind his right shoulder, posture straight as ever, though there was something restrained in his expression, concern. You're certain you need to leave, Master Arthur? Arthur didn't look at him immediately. His gaze lingered on the weapons for a moment longer before he finally turned slightly. Yes. Simple. I need to go there myself. His tone left no room for doubt. George inclined his head, but his brow tightened just enough to betray his thoughts. And this place? You believe they're there? Arthur's eyes darkened faintly. I know they could be, some of them at least. That was enough. Across the room, Raven leaned against one of the cold steel pillars, arms loosely crossed, her cloak draped around her. Kara stood a few steps away from her, pacing, restless energy barely contained. Do you want us to come with you? Raven asked. Arthur finally turned fully toward them. For a brief second, something softer flickered in his expression, but it faded just as quickly. It's not that I don't want your company, he said calmly. Kara stopped pacing, eyes locking onto him. But the chaos world, Arthur continued, isn't something you prepare for. It's unpredictable. Hostile in ways that don't follow logic. He stepped forward slightly. And there's something else. That caught their attention. I'll be checking a dimensional fracture as well. A crack between dimensions. Raven's eyes narrowed slightly. A pocket dimension. Arthur nodded once. Something like that, and time flows differently there. A year inside is roughly a month here. Kara stared at him. A year, she repeated, disbelief creeping into her voice. You're saying you're going to spend years in there? Arthur didn't answer, and that was answer enough. Kara ran a hand through her hair in frustration. That's not a short trip, Arthur. I don't care how it works out here, that's still years for you. Her voice rose slightly, emotion slipping through. You really want to go through that alone? Arthur exhaled quietly. I have to. His tone wasn't harsh, but it was immovable. I'm the only one who can take this fight to them. His gaze sharpened. They're not like anything we've dealt with before. The monarchs, their disasters given form. Something colder passed through his eyes. Especially the dragon. His jaw tightened just slightly. That bastard could wipe this planet clean with just a few of his lieutenant dragons. They got silent after that. I won't wait for them to come here, Arthur said. I'll go to them. Raven had gone quiet, her gaze lowered slightly, thinking and understanding. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer. If you're wary of them that much. She looked up at him. Then I don't get to stand in your way. Kara snapped her head toward her. Raven. I thought you were on my side. Raven didn't even look at her. He'll be fine. She said, simple and certain. Kara blinked, frustration bubbling over. That's not what I. She stopped herself, exhaling sharply before crossing her arms. Ugh. Fine. whatever. But the way she looked at Arthur betrayed her. She wasn't okay with it. Not even close. Arthur walked over to her, a faint smile on his face. Without warning, he placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair. Kara froze. "Hey. Don't be like that," he said lightly. "I'll be back." She swatted his hand away, though not with any real force. Her lips pressed into a thin line before she finally muttered, "Just be careful." Arthur nodded once. "I will." George stepped forward slightly, placing a hand over his chest in a respectful gesture. "Safe travels, Master Arthur, take care of yourself in there." Arthur gave him a small nod. Then he turned to Raven. "About the awakened situation, I've already made preparations with Bruce." Her eyes met his immediately. "I left Hephaestus with the Justice League." That caught her off guard, just slightly. "The Smith God," she said. "The one you extracted from that facility we breached." Arthur nodded. "He's with Lex and Owl at the watchtower. Following my orders." Raven's brow furrowed faintly. "You're trusting them with that kind of skill?" Arthur's expression didn't change. "I'm trusting the system I've put in place. Hephaestus knows what I know just like all of my shadows. The difference is that he is a shadow of a Smith God, so he is quite skillful. He will teach them how to use materials from the gates. And how to make weapons. Armor. Artifacts." His voice lowered slightly. "Things powerful enough to shift the balance in case something out of the ordinary appears while I'm gone." Raven studied him for a moment longer. "And you're leaving him behind?" It wasn't a question. "You might need him more where you're going." Arthur shook his head. "I'm already equipped." There was confidence in that. "I have everything I need." Raven held his gaze for a second longer. Then nodded. "If you say so." For a moment, no one moved and no one spoke. Then Arthur turned away. "All right then, try not to burn the place down while I'm gone." Kara scoffed quietly. "No promises." A dark ripple spread behind Arthur, as a portal began to form, swallowing the light around it. He stepped toward it. At the threshold, he paused just briefly, not turning back. "I'll be back before you know it." Then he walked in. The portal collapsed behind him. And the base felt just a little emptier. And for a long moment, everyone was starting to feel his absence after mere seconds. Raven stood where she had been, her arms loosely folded, violet eyes fixed on the spot where Arthur had disappeared. Her expression was calm as ever. But then her gaze shifted towards Kara, who hadn't moved. She stood a few steps away, her back partially turned, shoulders just a little too tense to be casual. Her hands were clenched at her sides, fingers curling and uncurling like she didn't know what to do with them. She was looking away. Raven watched her for a second. Then, slowly, a faint smirk tugged at her lips. "Is that tears I'm seeing?" Kara stiffened instantly. Her hand came up so fast it was almost a blur, brushing under her eye as she turned her head sharply. "What are you talking about?" she said. Too quick and too defensive. Raven's brow arched slightly, amusement flickering in her gaze as she took a few slow steps closer. I could have sworn I saw something there." Her tone was light. "Teasing." Kara scoffed, turning more fully away now, crossing her arms tightly as if that alone could hold everything in place. "You're imagining things." Her voice came out steadier this time. Raven hummed softly, circling just enough to try and catch her face again. "Am I?" Kara shot her a sharp look. "Yeah. You are. Must be one of your creepy empath things glitching or something." Raven almost laughed at that. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, studying Kara in silence for a moment longer. The tension, the way her jaw tightened, the way her eyes refused to settle. She saw enough. But she didn't push it. "Right," Raven murmured, with a smile on her face. Kara didn't respond. Instead, she turned on her heel and started walking fast. Raven watched her go, one eyebrow lifting slightly. "And where are you heading to?" she called after her. Kara didn't slow down. "Somewhere where I can punch something." There it was. Raven blinked once. "Oh. Fair enough." Kara didn't turn back, lifting a hand in a vague, dismissive gesture as she continued toward the exit. The doors slid open with a sharp hiss as she approached, and just like that, she was gone. Raven simply stood there, staring at the empty doorway. "She'll be fine," she muttered to herself. Though whether she meant Kara or Arthur was unclear. A soft, polite cough broke the awkward situation. Raven glanced over her shoulder. George stood a short distance away, hands neatly folded behind his back, a smile resting on his face. There was a certain amusement in his eyes. "Well," he said calmly, "that went about as expected." Raven exhaled lightly, shaking her head just a little. You seem entertained. Observant, George corrected smoothly. His gaze flicked briefly toward the exit Kara had taken. Young Miss Kara handles her emotions in a rather kinetic manner. Raven snorted faintly at that. That's one way to put it. George allowed himself a small chuckle before turning toward the lift that would take him back up to the estate. I believe I'll take my leave as well. Raven raised an eyebrow. Oh. George paused just long enough to glance back. I should check on Dexter. A very brief pause. That little demon has become significantly more troublesome since Master Arthur gave him that ring. Raven's eyes narrowed slightly with curiosity. Troublesome how? George smiled. Too politely. Let's just say, he said as he stepped into the lift, I would prefer to intervene before the estate loses another wall. The doors slid shut before Raven could respond. And just like that, she was alone. Raven stood there for a moment longer, her gaze drifting back to where the portal had once been. Her expression softened. Just slightly. You better come back in one piece, she murmured under her breath. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 428, A Favor for Death. Arthur hovered in Earth's orbit, suspended above the curve of the planet like a solitary sentinel. Below him, the world stretched vast and alive, oceans shifting in deep blues, continents veiled in drifting clouds, cities glowing faintly where night had already claimed them. From up here, everything looked peaceful, too peaceful. Arthur's gaze lingered on it, eyes steady. For a long time, he just watched in silence. You have no idea what's coming, he murmured. His voice didn't carry in the vacuum. The faint glow of his eyes dimmed slightly. Then he looked away. Past Earth, past the moon. Into the deep black beyond. Space stretched endlessly before him, but Arthur wasn't looking at emptiness. He was looking at presence. At distant movements. Flickers of his own power. Forces that most would never even perceive, let alone understand. His hand rose slowly, fingers brushing against the shadow ring resting on his finger. The metal pulsed faintly in response, alive and listening. Arthur brought it closer to his mouth. To all shadow lanterns. His voice carried. Across worlds and systems. Across the vast, unseen web of darkness that stretched between stars. They heard him. Arthur's gaze hardened slightly. Maintain order. His tone sharpened. And keep the balance where it still exists. Watch the edges, watch the vile cracks of this universe. He made a pause and his eyes flickered faintly. But do not engage threats beyond your level. The words came slower now. Some forces are not meant to be challenged, yet. For a brief moment, something colder slipped into his voice. Especially the likes of Darkseid, and the forces of Apocalypse. The names alone was a warning. Our war against what lurks in the dark won't end anytime soon, Arthur continued, his tone quieter but no less commanding. So we shall take our time. A faint narrowing of his eyes. We learn and we prepare. His gaze drifted briefly back toward Earth. And keep your attention on this planet. A subtle shift in his voice. It draws trouble like a flame draws moths. And sooner or later, something bigger will come for it. The ring pulsed once more. Arthur lowered his hand slightly. That is all. For a moment. Nothing, then. From the far reaches of space, from hidden corners of galaxies, from shadows cast by dying stars and forgotten worlds. Voices answered. Unified and loyal. As you command. Supreme Commander. The connection faded. And Arthur stood there for a moment longer, eyes lingering on the distant stars. Then. He turned back toward Earth. A dark ripple tore through space beside him, a portal forming. Arthur stepped toward it. Time to go. He was about to move. When? A presence appeared beside him. And it was so sudden. Arthur stopped instantly. His head turned, his eyes flared. Dee. There was no surprise in his voice. What are you doing here? She stood there as if space itself welcomed her, completely unaffected by the void, by the cold. A soft smile curved her lips. Hello, Arthur. Her voice was light. Almost playful. I was hoping I'd catch you before you left. Arthur studied her for a moment, his glowing eyes narrowing slightly. Catch me, huh? He added. You make it sound like coincidence. Her smile didn't fade. If it makes you feel better, we can call it luck. Arthur simply watched her for a moment. Then. You didn't come all this way just to see me off. It wasn't a question. Dee clasped her hands lightly behind her back, tilting her head just a little. Of course not. A brief glance around them, at the endless expanse, the distant stars, the quiet curve of Earth below. Though I have to admit. Her smile softened. This is a rather charming meeting spot. Arthur said nothing. Dee looked back at him. But. She made a small, dismissive gesture. I prefer solid ground. Her eyes met his. Let's find somewhere a bit more comfortable to talk. Arthur crossed his arms, the portal behind him flickered slightly, unstable in its patience. His gaze remained locked on her. You always show up at the most inconvenient times. Dee's smile widened just a fraction. And you always make time for me anyway. Then. Arthur exhaled quietly. The glow in his eyes dimmed just slightly. Fine. The portal shifted and then disappeared. All right, let's change location. Arthur said. Dee chuckled softly. I know a spot. The world they stepped into had already died. Almost completely. The sky above was a dull, colorless gray, as if even light had grown tired of touching this place. The ground stretched endlessly in fractured plains of ash and stone, broken by the skeletal remains of what might have once been cities, or forests, or something in between. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. Even the wind seemed absent. Arthur stood still for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. His senses reached out instinctively, searching for life, energy, anything. There was nothing. Not even decay. Just death. Dee, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease. She walked ahead of him with a lightness as if she belonged here, her step soundless against the dead ground as she made her way toward the rise of a jagged mountain nearby. Arthur followed without a word. They reached the top quickly. From there, the view stretched even further, valleys carved into the earth, vast empty basins where something immense might have once existed. In the distance, a massive structure lay half-collapsed, its shape too eroded to identify. Arthur looked at it all. Then, flatly said. Charming place. Dee smiled as she settled down on the edge of the rocky slope, resting her hands behind her as she leaned back slightly, entirely unbothered by the ruin around them. I'm glad you like it, she said lightly. One of my favorites. Arthur remained standing for a moment longer before finally lowering himself onto a nearby rock, his eyes still scanning everything around him. I can see why, he replied dryly. Silence stretched between them. Then Dee spoke again, her tone shifting just slightly. I heard you ran into my brother, and Samuel. Arthur didn't look at her. I figured you would. But yes. I did. His gaze drifted toward the distant ruins. Morpheus helped me with something. Dee hummed softly, as if confirming something she already knew. Oh, I'm aware about that mess. Arthur's eyes narrowed just a fraction. Of course you are. He turned his head slightly, finally looking at her. So I'm assuming this isn't a casual check-in about family reunions. Dee's smile didn't change. No, she said simply. It's about my request that I told you about some time ago. Arthur leaned back slightly, one arm resting on his knee. Right. Dee nodded, her expression brightening just a little. Think of it as a favor, if you want. She tilted her head, watching him carefully. Though I'd say it's more of a test. Arthur's brow lifted faintly. A test. Her smile widened. I think you'll enjoy it. That alone made him suspicious. You'll get to see just how much control and understanding you really have, she continued, her voice almost playful now. Over my concept. Arthur's gaze sharpened slightly at that. You seem to know a lot more than you're letting on. You know about my meeting with them. Then he made a small pause. And what was said? Dee didn't deny it. I do. She looked out over the dead world, her expression softening. I know what Samuel told you. A faint pause. And I know what you told him. Arthur exhaled quietly, his gaze drifting away again. Then you also know what I think of him. Dee's lips curved just slightly. Yes. Arthur's voice was calm. A deceiving demon. Dee let out a small, amused breath at that. Well, he is himself. But that doesn't mean he's wrong. Dee continued, her tone quieter now, and more thoughtful. Most beings in this universe who carry death within them. She gestured lightly around them, at the world, at the silence. Are fragments. Reflections. Lesser avatars tied to me in one way or another. Her eyes shifted back to him. Except for you. Arthur's expression didn't change. Good. His voice was firm. Because I don't need your responsibilities. There was no hesitation in it. Dee looked at him. And smiled. Not offended or surprised. I know you don't. Her voice softened slightly. That's exactly why I like you. Arthur glanced at her briefly. That doesn't sound reassuring. Dee Dee laughed quietly, the sound completely out of place in a world like this. Oh, it's not meant to be. She leaned forward slightly now, resting her arms on her knees as she looked at him more directly. Because I'm still going to burden you with it. My responsibilities, that is. The way she said it. Light. Almost cheerful, somehow made it worse. Arthur stared at her for a second then looked away. I know you were on your way somewhere, Dee Dee continued. Her voice was calmer again now, more grounded. To do something important. Arthur didn't deny it. So I'll ask properly. She tilted her head slightly. Are you willing to hear me out? Arthur exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting back to the horizon, the dead valleys. His portal. His mission, the monarchs. All of it waiting. He clicked his tongue quietly. TCH. Then he shifted slightly, settling more comfortably where he sat. I'm here anyways. His voice was reluctant. I guess my trip can wait for a bit. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. For now. Dee Dee's smile returned. Bright and satisfied. Thank you. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 429, One Day of Death. Arthur sat, one arm resting over his knee, his gaze was still fixed on the horizon. Even here, in a place stripped of life, he could feel it, the distant pulse of existence far beyond this world. Dee Dee watched him for some time before speaking. I'll make this simple, she said, her tone was light. I want you to take my place for a day. Arthur didn't react immediately. He turned his head slightly, just enough to look at her from the corner of his eye. For a day, he repeated. Dee Dee nodded, stepping closer, her presence completely at ease. You'll experience what it means to be me. Not just in name, not just in power, but in my function. She met his gaze fully now. You'll guide the dying. Every soul that reaches its end, you'll be there for it. Arthur stared at her for a second, then leaned back slightly, exhaling through his nose. That's a lot. There was no exaggeration in his voice. Dee Dee smiled faintly. I know. She moved closer beside him, looking out over the dead valleys below. I exist in countless places at once. Right now, as we're speaking, I'm already doing my job across the universe. She tapped her chest lightly. This version of me is the real one you're talking to. The rest are extensions. Facets. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. And you expect me to do the same? I don't expect, she corrected gently. I know you can. There was no doubt in her voice. Arthur went quiet again, his gaze drifting back to the horizon as he processed it, not the difficulty of the task, but the sheer scope of what she was asking. After a moment, he spoke again. And what do we get out of it? Dee Dee tilted her head slightly. We. Arthur glanced at her. You don't strike me as someone who does things without a reason. That earned a small, approving smile. Fair enough, she said. You get understanding. Not the kind you think you have now, the real kind. You'll see life and death not as forces you control, but as something far more fundamental. She paused, her voice softening just slightly. You'll grow from it. More than you expect. Arthur didn't look convinced, but he didn't dismiss it either. And you, he asked. Dee Dee's smile turned just a bit playful again. I get to see what you do with it, and once you complete it, it will also mean that you are my equal in this concept. That alone was enough to make him sigh. This is the test. In part, she admitted. But not the kind meant to make you fail. She stepped in front of him now, her expression calm, almost gentle. I'm not trying to get rid of you, Arthur. You're not that easy to break. There was a teasing edge to her words, but she was sincere. Arthur shook his head slightly. Reassuring. A brief silence followed before he spoke again, more practically this time. There's one problem. Dee Dee raised a brow. Only one. Arthur ignored that. How do I even know who's about to die? Or where? For a moment, she simply looked at him. Then she smiled. That part's easy. Before he could react, she reached forward, placing her hands lightly against his face, guiding his gaze directly into hers. Look. Something shifted instantly. Arthur's eyes flared with light, shadows rippling through them as his awareness expanded violently and infinitely. Lives across the universe burned like countless stars in his perception, each one distinct, each one moving toward a point he could now feel with terrifying clarity. Some flickered gently, nearing their end with acceptance. Others snapped suddenly, violently, like threads cut without warning. Worlds upon worlds. Beings upon beings, mortal and gods alike. All of them, ending. Constantly. Arthur's breath caught, just slightly. There's so many. The words came quieter than expected. Not overwhelmed. Dee watched him carefully, her hands still lightly holding his face. That's tomorrow's count, she said softly. And you're actually getting a lighter day. Arthur's gaze sharpened slightly, still locked onto hers. Lighter, you say? She nodded, completely serious. About 10 million fewer deaths than today. There was a pause. Arthur stared at her, then let out a quiet breath. Right. Dee smiled and gently let go, stepping back. The connection snapped, but the echo of it lingered in him, like something vast that refused to fully fade. Well, she said, brushing her hands together lightly, now you know. Arthur remained seated, his gaze distant now, still processing what he had felt. When this day ends, she continued, you'll take over for the next one. Her tone softened again. I'll be watching. Arthur didn't look at her. I'll handle it. Simple and certain. That was all he needed to say. Dee smiled, satisfied. I know you will. And just like that, she was gone. No sound or trace. Arthur sat alone once more, the dead world stretching endlessly before him. But it didn't feel the same anymore. Now, beneath the silence, he could sense it, the constant, distant pull of endings. Arthur leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on his knees, his eyes faintly glowing as he stared into the horizon. One day. He murmured. A faint, almost grim smile touched his lips. Let's see what that really means. Arthur hovered in the vast emptiness of space, far beyond the pull of Earth, where even light felt distant and slow. There was no sound or movement, only the endless stretch of the universe surrounding him. He remained perfectly still, suspended in the void. His eyes were closed, his expression calm, almost detached, the faint frozen drift of his coat was the only sign of motion, though nothing in that place should have moved at all. But Arthur wasn't idle. His awareness had expanded far beyond his physical form, stretching outward in ways that defied distance and logic. He wasn't looking with his eyes, he was feeling, sensing, existing across a far wider scope than his body allowed. The universe unfolded before him in layers, each one filled with life, motion, and energy. Countless presences flickered in and out of his perception, some strong, some faint, all moving along their own paths without realizing they were being observed. It wasn't something you could hear, nor something that followed the simple ticking of time. It was deeper than that, something woven into existence itself. And Arthur didn't question it. He let himself align with it, allowing his senses to settle into its flow as if he had always been meant to recognize it. For a long while, he simply remained there, letting it all guide his awareness. Then, quietly, almost to himself, he spoke. It's close. His fingers twitched slightly at his side, a subtle sign that something within him had begun to shift. The energy around him grew heavier and denser. His perception sharpened. Now he could feel it more clearly, the countless lives scattered across the universe, each one moving toward a point he could sense with unsettling precision. Some approached it slowly, fading like embers at the end of a fire. Others rushed toward it without warning, like threads snapping under sudden strain. He didn't intervene. He simply observed. Because this wasn't his role yet. Not until her day concludes. And when the moment had arrived. Arthur's eyes opened. A deep violet glow ignited within them, cutting through the darkness around him. The calm in his expression didn't fade. It's time. And just like that, he vanished. No explosion of power. No distortion of space. One moment he was there, the next he simply wasn't. Somewhere, far across the endless stretch of existence, countless lives reached their final moment. And Arthur was already there to guide their end. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 430, 24 Hours as Death. Death of the Endless 24-Hour Task. Earth. The city of London was restless, loud, full of motion that never really stopped. Cars rolled past in steady streams, tires hissing against wet asphalt as rain fell in soft sheets from a gray sky. People moved, heads down, shoulders tucked against the cold, each one wrapped in their own small world. Among them was her. She stepped off the sidewalk with a small bounce in her stride, a couple of shopping bags swinging lightly from her hands. There was a smile on her face, unguarded and bright. She adjusted her grip on the bags as she crossed the street, glancing once at the traffic light before continuing. Then her foot caught on the uneven edge of the pavement. Ah, damn it. She stumbled forward, balance slipping for a split second. But she didn't hit the ground. A hand caught her arm, steadying her before she could fall. Careful. The voice was calm and gentle. She blinked, regaining her footing as she straightened up. Oh. Thank you, I didn't even see. Her words trailed for just a second as she looked at him. Arthur. Standing there like he had just appeared out of nowhere. She let out a small, embarrassed laugh, brushing at her clothes as if she'd actually fallen. Almost broke these. That would have been tragic. She lifted one of the bags slightly with a grin. Silly me. Arthur's lips curved faintly in response. Would have been a shame, he said. She laughed again, lighter this time, and gave him a quick nod before stepping past him, already moving forward. Thanks again. And just like that, she was gone, blending back into the flow of the city. Arthur simply turned his head slightly, watching her as she walked away. The rain continued to fall and the world continued to move. And yet. He stepped forward. She was humming to herself now, barely audible beneath the noise of the street. The bags in her hand swayed with her steps as she crossed to the other side, her thoughts already somewhere else. I can't wait to show them. She murmured to herself, smiling. They're gonna love this. It was small. Ordinary. A moment that would have passed unnoticed by anyone else. Then, the rain stopped. Not everywhere, just around her. A perfect, invisible boundary formed without warning. Drops continued to fall beyond it, streaking down in steady lines, but around her, there was nothing. Not a single drop touched her. It took her a moment to realize, and then she slowed and her smile faltered. What? Her footsteps came to a halt. The sound of the city was muted, like something had turned the volume down on the world. The cars weren't moving anymore. The people nearby stood frozen mid-step, mid-gesture, locked in place like statues. What is going on? The bag slipped from her hands, falling to the ground without a sound. Her heart started racing. She turned in a slow circle, eyes darting from one frozen figure to another, panic rising in her chest with every second that passed. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. No, no, this isn't. Her voice trembled, breaking as fear finally took hold. Then she saw him. Standing a short distance away. The same man, the one who had caught her. Unmoving, unfrozen, and he was simply watching. Her breath hitched as she took a step back, her legs suddenly unsteady. You. Her voice came out shaky, barely holding together. You see this, don't you? Arthur stood there in silence for a moment. Then he stepped forward. Fear not, his words were simple. She shook her head quickly, panic still rising. Her eyes darted again, searching for anything that made sense, anything that could explain what she was seeing. Everything was wrong, time had stopped. The world had stopped. Except for her, and Arthur. Was this, your doing? Her voice cracked as her eyes filled with tears, her strength slipping from her legs as the weight of it all crashed down on her. Arthur closed the distance between them slowly, until he stood right in front of her. Then, gently. He took her hand. Calm down. His voice was far quieter now. He held her hand, his grip wasn't firm. There was something in his violet eyes when she looked at him, something deep and endless, it made the chaos in her chest begin to fade. The fear didn't vanish, but it softened in her heart. Her breathing slowed, her grip on his hand tightened without her realizing it. I don't understand. She whispered. Arthur didn't answer immediately. Instead, he shifted slightly, guiding her closer without force. And then, she saw it. Her body. Lying on the road behind them. Unmoving, a faint blur of red against the wet asphalt where a car had stopped too late. Her breath left her in a broken, silent gasp. No. Her voice trembled, fragile, disbelieving. That's not real. Her fingers tightened around his hand, almost desperately. I'm right here. I'm here, look. That's okay. Arthur's voice cut gently through her panic. You're here. She turned toward him, her eyes wide. What does that even mean? For a moment, he simply looked at her. Then he straightened slightly, his hand still holding hers as he guided her to stand fully. She followed without resistance now, her movement slower, as if something inside her had begun to accept what her mind still struggled against. Come, he said. His voice was still calm and gentle. She looked at him, really looked at him this time. At the glow in his eyes. And somehow. That was enough. Okay, she whispered. He turned, and she followed. Her hand in his. Step by step. Ahead of them, something began to form, gently. A soft light, through the frozen gray of the world. It wasn't blinding or overwhelmingly bright, it was inviting. She hesitated for only a second before taking another step forward, her grip on his hand tightening just slightly. Is that? Arthur didn't look back. Yes. Her fear had faded now, replaced by acceptance. As they walked, she glanced once more over her shoulder, at the still city, at the life she had just been part of, at her shell that remained behind. There was sadness there. But not despair. They'll be okay, she murmured, more to herself than to him. Arthur's expression didn't change. They will. And with that they stepped into the light together. And the world moved on as if it was never frozen. There was no ground beneath Arthur's feet, yet he stood as if there was. No sky stretched above him, no stars, no void, only an endless expanse that felt like everything and nothing at once. It was a place between moments, where time didn't pass so much as it layered over itself, where beginnings and endings brushed past each other in silence. Arthur remained still in the center of it, eyes closed, his presence spread far beyond the shape of his body. At first, it had felt manageable. One life. One end. One quiet moment at a time. He had met them gently, the way he thought it should be done. A steady hand, a calm voice, guiding them forward. There was meaning in it, even a strange kind of peace. But that illusion hadn't lasted. Now it all came at once. It was constant. Relentless. Billions of lives reaching their final moment across countless worlds, countless timelines, all pressing against his awareness at the same time. Different skies, different languages, different fears, but the same ending. And he felt every single one. Arthur's breathing slowed. Half a day. He murmured quietly. The words didn't echo. There was nothing here for sound to reflect against. Not even that. He exhaled slowly. I've already guided billions upon billions, he said under his breath. And the worst part was that it didn't feel like an achievement. It felt like a beginning. A presence stirred beside him, simply becoming noticeable, as if it had always been there and he had only just turned his attention to it. Death stood next to him, relaxed. You're counting, she said lightly. Arthur let out a faint breath. I thought it might help. It doesn't. I noticed. They don't all go quietly, Arthur said after a while, his voice lower than before. Death didn't interrupt him. Arthur's brow furrowed slightly, the only visible crack in his expression. I knew that, obviously. It's not a revelation. People fear death. They resist it. That's normal. He paused, his fingers curling faintly at his side. But standing there in front of them while they beg. His voice softened, while they try to hold onto something that's already gone. It's different. There was a brief silence before he continued. I hesitated with some of them. Death turned her head just slightly, her attention sharpening, not surprised, or disappointed, simply listening. I wasn't supposed to, Arthur went on. I could feel it. The moment stretching longer than it should, like the world itself was waiting for me to finish what I started. He exhaled slowly. And for a second. I didn't. And then, she asked. Arthur's eyes remained closed. I stayed, he said. I listened. Memories flickered, not one, not a few, but countless layered over each other. A child asking if it would hurt. A man too angry to accept the end. A woman who smiled through her fear because someone else needed her to be strong, even now. And then I did what I had to do. There was no pride in his voice. No sense of accomplishment. Just acceptance. After a moment, he added, some of them were afraid of being alone. I told them I'd be there. That lingered in the space between them. I don't think I planned to say it, he admitted. It just happened, this is not like me. Death studied him for a moment, then gave the faintest nod. That's because you meant it. Arthur didn't argue. It's not just exhausting, he said after a while. It's not just the scale of it. He paused, searching for the right way to put it. It's what it does to you, he finished quietly. Seeing all of it. Feeling all of it. The fear, the relief, the anger, the peace, over and over again, without stopping. Death's expression softened just slightly. Yep. That's my job. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 431, To Understand Death. By the time it neared the end of the 24 hours, Arthur no longer tried to separate one life from another, no longer tried to give each moment space the way a human mind would demand. That part of him had adapted, hardened, but not into a cold being. He moved through countless endings at once, present in all of them, guiding without hesitation, without delay. The fear, the grief, the peace, the acceptance, he felt it all from all of them, it did not overwhelm him anymore, and he carried it all. Still, even with that understanding, even with that control, there were moments that felt deeper than the rest. The last one he had to guide came like that, the one that marks the day's ending. Earth again. A hospital, somewhere tucked into a city in Japan. Arthur walked the corridor unseen, his presence brushing against the world without disturbing it. He didn't need to search. He felt it immediately, the flickering thread of a life nearing its end. It was gentle. He stopped at a door left slightly open and stepped inside. The room was small, lit by the soft glow of a lamp in the corner. On the bed lay a child. A little girl, no more than 8, her body small beneath the blankets, her breathing shallow. Her face was pale, her features were too calm for someone her age. A stuffed toy rested beside her, clutched loosely in her hand. There was no one else in the room. No parents and no voices. Just her and him. Arthur stood there for a moment, watching her, feeling the thread of her life thinning with every passing second. There was no hesitation in him now. He knew what this was. He knew what came next. But knowing didn't make it lighter. He stepped forward and sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to take her small hand in his. The moment his fingers touched hers, something shifted. Her breathing steadied and her body relaxed. And then her eyes opened clearly, fully aware. She blinked up at him, confusion written across her face as she took him in. "You are not a doctor," she said softly, her voice quiet. Arthur's expression softened, just a fraction. "I know." She studied him for a moment, her gaze curious rather than afraid. "Are you new?" "Something like that." Arthur answered with a smile. She shifted slightly, glancing around the room as if noticing it for the first time. "It doesn't hurt anymore," she murmured, more to herself than to him. "I know," he said again. Her attention returned to him, then there was a pause, and then she asked it, quietly, carefully, as if she already knew the answer but needed to hear it anyway. "Am I going to die?" Arthur didn't look away. He didn't soften the truth or wrap it in something easier to accept. "Yes." She looked down at their joined hands, her fingers tightening slightly around his. "Oh," she whispered. There was no panic or sudden fear, which surprised Arthur, especially coming from a child. "I thought it would feel bigger, more painful," she admitted after a moment. "It doesn't have to," Arthur replied. She nodded, leaning back into the pillow. Her grip on his hand didn't loosen. If anything, it grew. "Will it hurt?" she asked. "No." That answer came without hesitation. She believed him. Her shoulders relaxed, the tension leaving her completely now. "Okay." After a while, she spoke again, "Will someone be there?" Arthur really looked at her, and for a moment, he answered her with the truth. "I will guide you there, and you'll find out for yourself," he said. Her eyes searched his face, looking for doubt, and she found none. She smiled a gentle smile. "Okay," she said. Arthur stood, guiding her with him. She looked at the bed, at the small, still figure lying there, and tilted her head slightly. "That's me," she said, not as a question. "Yes." She watched it for a moment, then nodded to herself. "I look tired." She turned away from it without fear, her hand still in his. "Can we go now?" Arthur nodded, and together they began to walk. The room faded around them, replaced by what looked like a meadow, a warmer-looking place. She walked a little closer to him as they moved, her shoulder brushing against his arm. "Will my mom be okay?" she asked quietly. Arthur didn't lie. "She will be hurt." The girl nodded, her expression dipping just slightly. "Yeah, she will." There was a pause, and then she looked up at him again. "But she'll be okay, right?" Arthur's gaze remained steady. "Yes." That was enough for her. She smiled again, more easily this time, and leaned lightly against him as they walked. "I'm glad you came," she said. Arthur's voice was calmer. "I'm glad as well." They reached the edge of the light, and she stopped for a moment, looking at it, then back at him, and then she stepped forward. The light took her gently, without resistance. Arthur remained where he was, watching until she was gone. He understood the scale and the power of death. Every end mattered, not because of how grand it was, or how tragic, or how long the life had been, but because to the one living it, it was everything. Arthur exhaled slowly. "It's over," he said quietly. Rain had just begun to fall over the city of Tokyo. Arthur stood at the edge of a quiet street, just outside the flow of the crowd, his coat darkened slightly by the rain. For a long while, he did nothing. He simply stood there, watching the rain strike the pavement, listening to the ordinary sound of life continuing. Then, "You're here." The words left him without effort. "I am." The voice came from beside him, light and familiar. Arthur didn't turn, she was just there. Leaning slightly under the overhang of a nearby building, hands tucked behind her back as she looked out at the rain with an easy, almost playful expression. "Dee, most beings would have collapsed somewhere around the first billion," she went on, glancing at him with a small smile. "You didn't even slow down at the end." Arthur let out a quiet breath, his gaze still fixed ahead. "That wasn't the hard part." Her smile didn't fade, no. "It never is." She stepped closer beside him. "You did well," she said, and this time there was no teasing in her tone. Better than well. There isn't a normal way to do what you just did, but if there was, you went far beyond it. No ordinary being could have carried it the way you did. Arthur was just silent. Dee watched him for a moment, then tilted her head slightly, studying his expression. So, she asked, her voice softer now. What did you think? Arthur's eyes shifted at that, finally turning toward her. The faint violet glow within them hadn't fully faded. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he exhaled slowly. There were moments. He began, his voice calm but quieter than usual, where I wanted to stop. His gaze drifted past her, not because I couldn't continue. That was never the issue. His jaw tightened faintly. But because I didn't want to see the next one knowing what it was. Dee didn't interrupt. There were people who fought it with everything they had. Others who broke before I even spoke. Some who smiled like they'd been waiting their entire lives for that moment. He shook his head slightly. And all of them looked at me like I was the answer. His voice lowered. And I was. For a second, sometimes. I wanted to step back. Let it happen without me. Pretend I didn't have to be the one standing there when it all ended for them. He paused, then added quietly, but I didn't. There was something deeper in Dee's eyes now, something that recognized every word he wasn't saying. Arthur finally looked back at her fully. I understand it now, he said. Not just the role or the power. Her. I understand what it means to be you. And I understand how easy it would be to lose yourself in it, he continued. When it never stops, when it never gives you a moment to just exist as anything else, it would be simple to forget who you were before all of it. Dee's lips curved slightly at that, but she didn't speak. And I understand something else. He held her eyes now. That one day you take, every 100 years. And something flickered across her expression. You don't do it because you need a break, he said. Not really. You do it because you want to remember. His voice was steady. To feel what they feel. To live without knowing the end. Even if it's just for a day. The rain continued to fall around them. And then Dee smiled. She stepped closer and reached out, taking his hand in both of hers, her grip warm. I'm glad you see it that way now, she said softly. Her thumb brushed lightly over his knuckles, her gaze lifting to meet his again. And you're right. It's not about escaping the job. A teasing glint returned to her eyes. I'm pretty good at my job. Arthur huffed faintly at that. But yeah, she continued, tilting her head slightly, studying him. It's about remembering why it matters. Her smile widened just a touch, a hint of her usual lightness returning. And I can tell, you're stronger now. She gave his hand a small squeeze. Not just physically, before you get all serious on me, she added. Arthur shook his head slightly with a smile. I know, he said. His eyes flickered again, that violet glow sharpening for just a moment as he looked at her. But just so you know, I don't plan on doing your job again. The words were firm. But not cold. Dee laughed softly, the sound light and easy, blending into the rhythm of the rain. Well, that's fine by me, she said. Because I'm not hiring you silly. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 432, The Chaos World. The rain hadn't stopped as Arthur stood beneath it all. Dee stood next to him, both sheltered beneath nothing at all, yet the rain could not touch them. She watched him with that same easy expression, hands loosely behind her back. You should go, she said at last, her tone light. You've got a war waiting for you. Arthur exhaled faintly, the corner of his mouth lifting. You've read my mind again. She smiled at that, amused. You've never been that mysterious to me, she replied. You're an open book, Arthur. Always have been. Her gaze drifted past him for a second, as if looking at something far beyond the city, beyond the world itself. And the things unfolding on Earth right now, they're not exactly subtle to me as well. Arthur's expression shifted, he turned slightly toward her, one brow lifting. What do you mean, he asked. You seem to know more, and I'm not talking about the gates, do you know about the other monarchs as well? Dee rocked back gently on her heels, considering him for a moment before answering. Not personally, she said. I don't make a habit of introducing myself to every cosmic warlord with a title. A small smile tugged at her lips. But you already know how this works. There isn't just one Earth. There are, a lot of them. Arthur's gaze sharpened immediately. And you've seen them, he said, the realization forming as quickly as the words left his mouth. All of them. Across different worlds. Dee didn't answer right away, her silence said enough. Arthur let out a slow breath, his eyes narrowing slightly as his thoughts aligned. So they exist there, in those worlds. Every monarch, every one of them, across different Earths. To be precise, every one of them is on a different Earth entirely, she corrected gently. Two can't be found on the same one. Arthur's jaw tightened just slightly. I had a feeling, he admitted. Something like that would happen. I knew they were active, couldn't find out where exactly. The whole purpose of my trip is to find them and get rid of them. There was one, she said, her voice quieter now. One that stood out from the rest. Arthur's attention locked onto her fully. She tilted her head, her gaze distant for a brief moment. You know my brother Destruction left his post a long time ago, she continued. Walked away from his responsibilities. Hasn't looked back since. Arthur nodded once, slowly. I know all about Destruction of the Endless. Well, she went on, in one of those worlds, that someone picked up the slack. Not completely. Not in the way my brother embodies it. But that was more than enough to make him even more powerful, as an embodiment of destruction. Arthur's expression darkened slightly as he pieced it together. Something that carries the concept of destruction, he said. On that scale. Dee Dee's eyes met his again. That world is gone, Arthur. It's just, empty. Broken. Like something took it apart piece by piece until there was nothing left worth saving. A brief silence followed. Then Arthur spoke, his voice more than certain. The Dragon Monarch. Monarch of Destruction, that's his doing. Arthur finished. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Dee Dee's lips curved again, just slightly. You're not going to ask me why I didn't tell you this before. Arthur glanced at her, his expression calm. You thought I wasn't ready, he said simply. Dee Dee's smile widened just a fraction. And Arthur exhaled through his nose, his gaze drifting briefly toward the city before returning to her. You were right. There was no pride in his words. The others. He continued, if I face them one by one, they're manageable. Dangerous, sure, but not impossible to deal with. If anything, they fear me. His eyes darkened slightly, that faint violet glow beginning to stir again. But him. He added quietly. That's a different story. Dee Dee watched him carefully now. With what you've gained right now, she said, nodding faintly, you should be able to handle it. Then, she added softer. But don't get careless. Arthur gave a small nod. I won't. That was all he needed to say. Dee Dee's expression brightened again. Good, she said. Because I'd hate for all that effort to go to waste. And I'm enjoying your company, it is nice to have someone that is similar to me. She stepped back slightly, her presence already beginning to feel lighter. Good luck with your war, Arthur. And when you come back from that world, she added, I'll stop by. Your place, maybe. A small, teasing smile on her lips. We might even find time to have some fun. I do miss that, you know. Arthur looked at her for a moment. I'll hold you to that, he said. She grinned. I'd expect nothing less. And then, she was gone. Arthur stood there for a second longer, he let out a slow breath, his gaze lowering briefly before lifting again. Concept of destruction. He murmured. Then he turned. A tear formed in front of him, dark and deep, edges lined with that same faint violet glow that now burned steadily in his eyes. On the other side. A whole different world waited. Let's see what the Chaos World has to offer. He stepped through. Chaos World. The moment Arthur stepped through the portal, the world greeted him with silence. He hovered high above the ground, unmoving in a sky that had been bruised beyond healing. There was no sun and no warmth. Just an ashen light that bled across the landscape without ever truly illuminating it. This world was barely alive. Arthur's gaze swept across it, and the longer he looked, the more the scale of it settled in his mind. The land bore the marks of countless wars layered atop one another, each more violent than the last. Entire regions had been flattened into barren plains of blackened earth, while others had been torn open entirely, leaving vast chasms that split the ground. Craters, thousands of them overlapped in chaotic patterns, some so large they could have swallowed entire Earth cities without leaving a trace. And in the distance, the remains of what might once have been civilizations. There was no life. And yet, he knew it wasn't exactly empty. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly, the faint glow of violet beginning to stir within them as something deeper than sight took hold. He didn't just look at the world. He felt it. It was all too familiar. I have the memories of Ashbourne, he said, his voice calm. I know what happened here. Every detail. The endless cycle of monarchs and rulers clashing without restraint, tearing through worlds like they were nothing more than disposable arenas to host their clash. Enough to understand that this place hadn't fallen in a single war. It had been broken over and over again until there was nothing left. Arthur's gaze hardened, then he reached outward. His senses expanded in an instant, spreading across the land in all directions. It wasn't a simple search. It was an invasion. His awareness pushed into every crevice, every fracture in the world, slipping through the remnants of power that still lingered. Arthur's eyes flickered, the violet glow intensifying as something behind him began to stir. Darkness gathered at his back, slow at first, then rapidly expanding as if it had been waiting for permission. It spread outward in thick waves, forming a vast, flowing mantle of shadow that draped behind him like a cape. Then the shadows deepened. And from within them, they emerged. One after another, his marshals stepped forward, their forms solidifying out of pure darkness. Towering figures clad in armor that seemed forged from the void itself. Their eyes ignited in unison. Violet and bright. This world. Bellion murmured, almost thoughtful. I remember it. Arthur didn't turn to look at them. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, on the subtle pull in his senses that told him this place wasn't as empty as it appeared. They've been here, remnants of their armies are here as well, he said quietly. That was enough. The marshals straightened almost imperceptibly. Arthur finally moved, just slightly, his head tilting as his eyes narrowed. At least one of them made it to this world recently, he continued. Then he gave the order. Spread out. Search every corner of this world, he added, his tone sharpening. I want them found. For a fraction of a second, the marshals remained still. Then, as one, they bowed their heads slightly. As you command. Monarch. The response rolled out in unison. And then, they moved. Their forms dissolved into streaks of living shadow, tearing away from Arthur in multiple directions at once. Some shot downward toward the shattered plains, others vanished toward the distant ruins, while a few streaked across the horizon itself, moving so fast they became little more than fading lines of darkness against the dead sky. Within seconds, they were gone, scattered across the remains of the chaos world. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 433, Legacy of Treachery. Arthur stood over what looked like an ancient battlefield, his black cloak snapping behind him. The ground beneath his boots was a graveyard of forgotten fossilized corpses stretched in every direction. Twisted horns jutted from skulls the size of boulders, clawed hands still clutched rusted axes, and shattered banners emblazoned with the sigil of Baron, the demon monarch. Here and there, a massive ribcage arched skyward, and the earth itself was scarred with craters where spells of cataclysmic power had once detonated. Nothing grew. Nothing moved. Only the wind and the ghosts of the past. He walked slowly, the crunch of petrified bone and armor beneath his feet was the only sound one could hear. His gaze swept the desolation, and the memories rose. Ashbourne, his predecessor, the first Shadow Monarch, had stood here centuries ago. Baron had been his ally then, or so the demon had sworn. Side by side they had waged war against the rulers, but betrayal had bloomed in his heart. Arthur could almost see it, Ashbourne's sword flashing, Baron's demonic legions dying. Ashbourne had ended it here, personally, ripping the traitor's essence apart and scattering his armies. The fossils were all that remained, silent witnesses to the price of betraying the Shadow Monarch. Arthur's jaw tightened, a flicker of fury passing behind his violet eyes. The current monarchs might pull the same thing again, he thought. They'll smile, offer alliance, some might even swear fealty, only to sink the knife in when my back is turned. But I will not even negotiate with them. His lips curled into a smile. Some remnants of their armies are still in this world, hiding, waiting for their monarchs to return. The sky above cracked open with a boom. A colossal shadow blotted out the sky. Kamish, the massive dragon who once served the dragon monarch, now Arthur had claimed as his own, seated regally upon its back was Igris, the blood-red knight. The dragon banked sharply, descending with a grace that belied its size, and Igris leaped free midair. He landed in a crouch beside Arthur, one knee driving into the fossilized earth with enough force to crack it further. The knight's helmeted head bowed low, crimson plumes stirring in the wind, and he remained in perfect, reverent kneeling posture. My liege, Igris intoned, voice formal. We have scoured the northern lands. An ancient castle lies not far from here, its halls swarm with lesser demons. They sensed our approach and sealed themselves within. They refused to speak, trembling behind their wards out of pure terror. Arthur's gaze remained distant for a moment, a faint smile touched his lips. I've already seen it through your eyes, Igris. I will deal with the castle shortly. If they don't wish to fight, we will not harm them. He turned slightly. What I need you to find is a dragon. Any dragon will suffice. Its scent, its trail, will lead me straight to him. Though I doubt he ever set foot on this forsaken field. Only the desperate ones will, if they wish to get back their army's remnants. Arthur's tone dripped with contempt. He doesn't view the other monarchs as equals. To him, they're little more than additional foot soldiers, their armies mere fodder to be spent. Igris rose, fist pressed to his chest in salute. Very well, my liege. We shall keep looking. We will not fail you. With a powerful leap, he vaulted back onto the dragon's back. Kamish let out a low, rumbling growl, before launching skyward once more, wings kicking up a whirlwind that scattered loose fragments of bone across the plain. Arthur stood alone again, then his eyes ignited, twin violet flames blazing brighter than before, his head snapped toward the eastern horizon, where the faint pulse of mana throbbed. There, he said. He launched forward without warning. The ground exploded behind him in a crater of shattered fossils and dust, the shockwave rippling outward like a bomb. Arthur tore through the air at blinding speed, a streak of living shadow and violet light. The wind screamed past his ears. That has to be the energy of one of them, he thought, the words forming in his mind with certainty. It doesn't burn with the raw fury of Antari's successor, but it's one of them. There is no mistaking this. Miles blurred beneath him. The battlefield gave way to jagged foothills, then a yawning chasm that split the earth. An abyss canyon, its walls plunging into darkness. Down there, he muttered, voice carried away by the rush of his descent. He then dove. The bottom was no mere pit. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world inverted. A spell of concealment shattered like glass under his will, revealing an entirely different realm hidden beneath the surface, a vast subterranean expanse lit by glowing veins of crimson ore and flickering forges. It stretched for leagues, an underground kingdom teeming with life, or what passed for it among monsters. Orcs, high orcs, humanoid monsters in iron plate labored in endless ranks, their tusked faces grim as they hammered at colossal war machines, siege engines the size of small fortresses. Humanoid monsters with scaled hides hauled massive chains, dragging siege towers into formation. Millions of them. An entire civilization of Tarnax brood, the races sworn to the monarch iron body, toiling in perfect, militarized harmony. Arthur hovered above it all, unseen for the moment, a concealment spell strong enough to blind even my soldiers, he noted, eyes narrowing. Clever. But not clever enough. He reached out with his mind, his voice echoed directly into the mind of the one he sought, cold and commanding. I know you are here, monarch of iron body. Show yourself. A rumbling chuckle answered, vibrating through the cavern like an earthquake. From the heart of the largest forge complex, a figure emerged, tall, armored, eyes burning with a green glow. The monarch of iron body stepped into view, his lips peeled back in a grin. Well, well, the voice boomed, both aloud and in Arthur's skull, thick with mocking amusement. The Shadow Monarch graces us at last. You didn't have to come all this way, you know. We were preparing to pay you a visit anyway, all of us. Arthur's eyes narrowed. All of you, he echoed. The iron body monarch spread his arms wide, as if encompassing the entire hidden army below. Do not play the fool, Shadow Monarch. We know your intentions as clearly as you know ours. We've been searching for you for months while your little world sits there, untouched and complacent. You were supposed to be gathering your armies by now. Supposed to be aiding us in the coming war. His tone dripped with false camaraderie. Arthur's expression didn't change, a laugh escaped him. That stupid cycle of pointless war, he said, voice filled with utter contempt. It seems the madness has infected even you lot. How utterly predictable. You idiots will never change, successors or not, no matter how many times the wheel turns, you chase the same futile glory. So I won't waste another second with you. The cavern trembled as Arthur's aura fully unfurled, shadows rising in a tide that swallowed light. The monarch of iron body's grin faltered for the briefest instant, surprise, perhaps, or the first stirrings of upcoming danger. The canyon trembled under a presence that no longer bothered to hide. Arthur descended slowly, and the monarch of the iron body stood still for a moment, simply looking up. Then his gaze locked onto Arthur. The pressure between them was immediate. Since you are Tarnax's successor. Arthur's voice carried effortlessly across the canyon, you should already know what the Shadow Monarch is capable of. There was no arrogance in it. Below, the monarch's eyes narrowed, the faint glow within them intensifying as he studied Arthur more closely. For a moment he was silent. Then he exhaled slowly. I do, he replied, his voice deep, echoing across the canyon walls. The memories are quite thorough. A faint shift ran through the army behind him as he took a single step forward, the ground cracking slightly beneath the weight of it. But memories, he continued, tilting his head ever so slightly, are not always reality. Arthur said nothing. The monarch's gaze drifted under Arthur, scanning the shadows stored within Arthur. I see what you have, he went on, amusement creeping into his tone. A respectable force, for a single monarch. His lips curved just slightly. 10,000s. Perhaps more. 100,000, if I'm being generous. Then his eyes returned to Arthur, sharp and unyielding. I command millions. The words were a statement. You'll run out of mana long before you make a dent, long before you can even think of standing against me, he added. For a moment, nothing happened. Arthur remained exactly where he was, hovering in the air. Then he smiled. And slowly, he raised one hand. Just one. A small gesture and darkness tore open. It unfolded naturally, violently, and the shadows behind Arthur expanded in an instant, stretching outward into a vast, consuming veil. Then they stepped out. One after another, the shadows emerged, their presence slamming into the world with overwhelming force. More came. And more. The very presence of the Shadow Monarch's forces pressed down on the canyon, forcing even the massive army below to hesitate. Arthur didn't lower his hand. He simply let it fall back to his side as the last of his marshals returned and took their place behind him. His eyes burned brighter now, and shadow gathered along his shoulders, spreading rapidly across his body like living armor. It shaped itself, piece by piece, until a full set of dark armor enveloped him, sleek, jagged, and pulsing faintly with power. A helm followed, forming last, framing his glowing eyes beneath its shadowed edge. "Let's us find out." Arthur's words were quiet. But they struck harder than anything shouted. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 434, The Dimensional Crack. The clash of the monarchs was about to begin. From behind Arthur, his marshals moved as one, but each carried a presence so distinct it felt like multiple catastrophes descending at once. Kamish was the first, his wings tore through the air with a thunderous beat, his colossal body plunging downward like a shadow meteor. The moment he crashed into the canyon floor, the impact alone shattered formations, sending entire ranks of high orcs and humanoid monsters flying as the ground buckled beneath him. His roar echoed across the battlefield and then dragon fire followed. It devoured and refused to die, taking out hundreds of the elite enemy monsters in one attack. That moment was all the others needed. Belian landed next, his blade carved a clean arc the instant his feet touched the ground, and the line it traced erased everything in its path. It was a swift, absolute cut that left dozens of bodies collapsing a heartbeat later. Igris followed, he simply appeared within their ranks, his sword already moving. Each strike was merciless. Where Belian was overwhelming, Igris was swift. Then came chaos. Baru tore into the army with a feral grin, his claws ripping through armor and flesh alike as he moved faster than most could track. Laughter, twisted, eager spilled from him as he plunged deeper into their ranks, leaving nothing but shredded remains in his wake. Hell descended like a collapsing star, his arrival distorting the air itself. He unleashed heat vision blasts that tore through entire battalions at once, leaving behind nothing but scorched voids where soldiers had stood seconds before. Ultra cut through the sky in a streak of violet, and his fists unleashed a crushing force that flattened everything in a wide radius. Galatea followed close behind, she weaved through the battlefield, her strikes devastating and destructive, tearing through enemies with a smile on her face. And not to mention Doom. The ground quake with every step he makes, every swing reducing anything in front of him to ruin. There was no finesse or restraint in his vocabulary, only destruction in its purest form. Above it all, Arthur's army fell from the sky. Shadow giants descended one by one, their massive forms crashing into the battlefield in crouched positions that shattered the ground beneath them. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, crushing entire clusters of enemies beneath their weight. And then the last one came. Larger and heavier. His descent split the air itself as the Shadow General Surtur fell, his flaming blade already raised. When he struck the ground, the sword plunged deep into the earth, fire erupting outward in a violent surge that consumed everything in its path. The flames devouring entire sections of the battlefield as the giant straightened to his full height. Behind them, the rest followed. Endless ranks of demons and demon knights surged forward. At their head stood the Shadow General Tusk, his staff already raised, the orb of avarice glowing with a sinister red glow. Tusk brought the staff down. A torrent of flames erupted outward, sweeping across the enemy ranks in a wave of destruction that turned the front lines into an inferno. The fire roared, feeding on everything it touched, consuming soldiers by the hundreds in seconds. The war had begun. The monarch of the iron body stood unmoving, his gaze fixed on the chaos unfolding before him. His army was being torn apart, ripped, crushed. And yet, he did not step forward. Instead, he raised his hand. A pulse of energy spread outward from him, rippling through his forces. The effect was immediate. The hesitation vanished. Their bodies hardened, their strength surged, their movements growing sharper, faster. The army stabilized, pushing back against the Shadow Legion's onslaught. Arthur watched it all from above. Arms crossed, then his eyes glowed brighter. Monarch's domain. He didn't say it, but the effect did. A wave of shadow spread outward from him, washing over his entire army in an instant. The change was immediate. Their movements sharpened, their power surged. Every fallen enemy fed his forces. Each death became another soldier rising from shadow, joining the endless shadow tide. Below, the monarch of the iron body's expression darkened. That cursed power. He muttered, irritation breaking through his forced composure. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Where are the others? He murmured under his breath, his tone tightening. This is not what we agreed on. For a brief moment, doubt was written all across his expression. Then it vanished. No matter. The ground beneath him cracked as his form began to change, armor expanding, growing, reshaping itself as his body swelled into something far larger. The molten veins within his armor flared brighter, his presence intensifying, and when it was over, he stood as a towering golem, his massive frame clad in dark gray armor, lime green flames erupting from his head like a burning crown. Arthur's gaze never wavered. It seems he hesitated for a moment, he murmured, almost thoughtfully. He's expecting reinforcements. A weapon formed in his hand. Thanatos Bronte. The spear crackled with violet lightning, then he moved. The sky shattered behind him as he launched forward, his speed tearing through the air with explosive force. The distance between him and the monarch of iron body collapsed in an instant, the battlefield below blurring into insignificance. His eyes burned. And the spear in his hand surged with power as he drove straight toward the monarch of the iron body. Dimensional crack. There was no sky in the space between dimensions. It was a place that did not exist in the way worlds did, a quiet fracture between realities where the flow of time is nothing like the outside world, here only deep eternal darkness existed. And within that endless, formless expanse, four figures stood, suspended in nothingness. Before them there was a vast distortion in the air, like a window, and through it they could see the chaos world as it burned in war. Armies of two monarchs clashed. But the one they couldn't keep their eyes away from was the Shadow Monarch. One of the figures leaned forward slightly, his form cloaked in dark robe. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, watching Arthur's forces tear through the armies of the iron body. Just as expected, he said at last, he has no intention of standing side by side with us. There was no disappointment in his tone. Only confirmation. The state of his world made that clear from the beginning, he continued, his arms folding slowly across his chest. It remains intact. Untouched. While we had to use ours. His gaze flickered briefly. Another figure stood beside him, taller, broader, clawed fingers flexing slightly as though resisting the urge to act. And his army, he added, his voice deeper, it's impressive, but insufficient. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched another wave of shadow soldiers rise from the fallen. He cannot sustain a war against all of us alone. A soft sound broke through, laughter, amused and almost careless. The woman among them stepped forward, her eyes gleamed as she watched the destruction below, her lips curving into a smile. Poor thing, she said, the monarch of the iron body really believed we would come rushing to his aid. She let out another soft laugh, shaking her head. It wasn't even a particularly convincing lie. It was necessary, the robbed figure beside her said after a moment. He served his purpose. A fourth figure stood slightly apart from the others. Tall, slender, and his features sharp, almost elegant, with an otherworldly chilly aura that set him apart even here. His eyes remained fixed on Arthur, watching him move through the battlefield. We needed confirmation, he said quietly, his voice smooth, memories are one thing. His gaze darkened just slightly. Reality is another. The woman glanced at him, her smile softening. And, she asked lightly. Do you believe it now? He didn't hesitate to answer. Yes. The memories left behind by our predecessors. He continued, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly as Arthur's spear tore through the battlefield below. They weren't exaggerations. He paused, watching as entire sections of the iron body's army collapsed under the relentless advance of shadows. If anything, he added, quieter now, they were incomplete. Through the reality window in front of them, the monarch of the iron body transformed, his massive form rising above the battlefield. For a second, it looked as though he might turn the tide. The woman sighed softly, almost disappointed. Too bad, she murmured. I almost liked him. There was no real sorrow in her voice. He's already dead, she added, he just doesn't know it yet. The robbed figure beside her exhaled slowly, his eyes hardening. The dragon monarch was right, he said. From the very beginning. The others turned their attention to him. The Shadow Monarch was never going to stand with us, he continued. Not after what he became, never forget what he used to be before becoming a monarch. His gaze drifted downward, watching Arthur. He's already chosen his side. Just like the rulers, the broader figure added, they've started moving again. His lip curled slightly. Aiding his world. The slender figure nodded once. They've chosen their battlefield. The robbed figure's eyes narrowed, his voice lowering. Then we will give them one. The void around them seemed to grow heavier, reacting to the shift in their intent. This time, he continued, each word measured, deliberate, we end it, no more of this endless cycle. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Arthur once more. We kill them, he said. The rulers. Then, colder. And him. The woman's smile returned. The former ruler who lost himself, she added quietly. Below, Arthur's spear burned through the battlefield, his presence cutting through everything in his path. The slender figure watched him in silence for a moment longer. Then he spoke, almost as if to himself. And his world will fall with him. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 435, Arthur vs. Monarch of Iron Body. What had once been solid ground was now a broken wasteland of shattered stone, craters, and burning fissures. The clash between the Shadow Legion and the forces of the Monarch of Iron Body was cataclysmic. From above, it looked like darkness was slowly swallowing a dying flame. Arthur's marshals led the Shadow Legion perfectly, tearing through the ranks of the forces of the Monarch of monstrous humanoids almost effortlessly. Igris was a storm of steel, surrounded at all times, yet never ever touched. His blade danced, deflecting, cutting, dismantling every opponent that dared approach. The ground around him was layered in corpses, yet more came, driven forward by their monarch's power. It didn't matter, they all fell the same. Further into the chaos. Doom only knew violence, he kept launching himself high into the sky, higher than anything of his size should have been able to reach, his massive frame silhouetted briefly against the sky before he came crashing down like a meteor. The impact alone erased everything beneath him, bodies crushed into nothing, entire sections of the battlefield collapsing inward from the sheer force. He didn't stop. A monstrous sound tore from him as he moved again, his fist slamming into anything that still moved. Each punch left behind craters filled with broken bodies, mountains of corpses stacking higher and higher as he tore through the enemy ranks like a force of destruction. Even the high orcs, empowered, armored, burning with green flames, couldn't do anything. The shadow demons were made for war, they reveled in the blood of their enemies, they were far weaker than the marshals, but they were still an unstoppable force. And then, Galatea. She stood completely still as 4 figures surrounded her, armored high orcs larger than the rest, the generals of their army, their bodies reinforced by thick, jagged plating, green flames bleeding from the cracks in their armor. Their presence was oppressive, each one radiating the direct power of the Monarch of Iron Body. These were the chosen elite. They circled her slowly, axes dragging against the ruined ground, sparks trailing behind them as they moved. One of them stepped forward, his voice rough. You stand alone, he growled. Are you broken, or simply stupid puny shadow? Another laughed. We saw you kill those soldiers of ours, but it doesn't matter because you can't kill us. And it is good that you can regenerate, we'll break you over and over, until our monarch kills yours. Galatea didn't respond, she didn't even look at them properly. That, more than anything, irritated them. The first orc snarled, tightening his grip on his weapon. Destroy her. They attacked as one. 4 massive figures lunging forward, axes raised high, flames flaring brighter as they brought their weapons down with enough force to split mountains. The strikes landed, and shattered. The axes did. The impact rang out, cracks splintering through the weapons as if they had struck something far beyond their capacity to break. Fragments scattered across the ground. Silence followed. Galatea tilted her head slightly, as if finally acknowledging them. Then, she smiled. I was hoping for something better, she said, her voice almost bored. I thought these little shits might actually be a challenge. Her eyes' violet glow intensified. How disappointing. They didn't even have time to react. She took 1 step, closing the distance instantly. Her fist drove forward, punching clean through the chest of the nearest orc, the impact blowing out his back in an explosion of shattered armor and flesh. Before his body even hit the ground, she had already turned, her leg snapping upward in a brutal arc that took another one's head clean off, sending it spinning through the air like discarded scrap. The third tried to retreat. He didn't get far, she caught him by the face, her grip tightening just enough, and crushed it. The last one roared, attacking her once again in desperation, flames surging wildly around him. Galatea didn't even bother dodging. She stepped into the attack, her hand snapping out and catching his hand, stopping it dead. Her grip tightened, crushing his hand. Her other hand came up, all it took was a single punch and he was gone. Reduced to nothing more than broken remains scattered across the battlefield. She exhaled softly, brushing imaginary dust from her shoulder as if mildly inconvenienced. Waste of time. Across the battlefield. The Monarch of Iron Body watched. He felt panic. His army was collapsing, far too fast. Every fallen soldier rose again, their shadows twisting, reforming, turning against him. The numbers he had once relied on, the overwhelming force that defined his power were being stolen and used against him. This isn't right. He muttered, his massive form shifting, eyes darting across the battlefield. Where were they? Where were the others? This wasn't how it was supposed to go. His gaze swept across the chaos again, searching and waiting, hoping they would appear and follow the original plan. Nothing, no reinforcements, no other presences. No sign of the other monarchs. It was only him. And the Shadow Monarch. His breath hitched. His eyes widened. I was used. The words felt wrong even as he said them. They needed to see how strong he was. How strong the Shadow Monarch had become. Rage consumed him, but it was hollow now, buried beneath something far more dangerous. Fear of death. They sacrificed me. A shadow appeared, right in front of him. Arthur. The impact came instantly, a kick, fast and devastating, slamming into the monarch's torso with enough force to crack his armor, the sound echoing like thunder as his massive body was launched backward. He tore through his own ranks, crushing dozens of his own soldiers beneath him before crashing into the ground in a violent skid. Pain surged through him, he grunted, forcing himself up, his breath heavy, uneven. And then he saw him. Arthur approached slowly and calmly. Shadow armor wrapped around his body, his helmet concealed everything except the menacing glow of his eyes. The monarch of Iron Body's chest rose and fell as he stared at him. This is bad, he muttered under his breath. He understood that he wasn't fighting a war. He was losing one. As Arthur got closer to him. Wait. The monarch yelled, the word came out rough and forced. He raised a hand, palm open, not in surrender yet. Monarch of Shadows, just listen. Arthur didn't stop immediately, but he slowed. That alone gave the monarch a narrow opening, and he took it. We've both been used, he said, voice tightening. This battle, this entire clash. It was never meant to end with one of us walking away. They needed to see you and to measure you. It seems I was nothing more than bait. His jaw clenched, anger written all over his expression. They never planned to help me. They are watching us and waiting, letting this play out so they could decide how to deal with you afterward. Arthur said nothing, but he was attentive, weighing every word. The monarch took a step forward, lowering his hand slightly as his tone shifted. This fight is pointless. We are wasting strength tearing each other apart while the real enemy stands back, untouched. His gaze hardened. You felt it too, didn't you? The fact that no one came, they want us both away from the picture. They set us against each other. Me to test you, they used me to get you weakened. His voice dropped, but it doesn't have to end this way. We can turn this around. Arthur's spear lifted slightly. The monarch continued anyway. With the dragon monarch, we could crush them before they make their move. You know it as well as I do, we share the same enemies now. The rulers, and the other monarchs, the ones hiding behind this deception. His eyes locked onto Arthur's. We should be allies. Arthur tilted his head slightly, the faint glow beneath his helmet sharpening. Yeah, he said calmly. I noticed. The monarch blinked, caught off guard. You noticed. Arthur took a step forward, the ground beneath his boots cracking faintly under the pressure of his presence. I knew you were waiting, he said, voice almost casual. Dragging this out, watching, expecting your friends to show up. He took another step. Reinforcements. The monarch's expression tightened. That never came, Arthur continued, you're bit more than you can chew. Arthur's spear angled more directly toward him now, lightning crackling louder. They used you, he admitted, almost dismissively. That part's real. For a moment, validation flickered across the monarch of Iron Body's face, and died instantly. Arthur's voice turned cold. But don't twist that into something it's not. You still came here, he said quietly. You still brought your army. And you still plan to kill me. Each word stripped away the monarch's argument. And now that it didn't go your way. Arthur tilted his head slightly, a faint edge creeping into his voice. You want me to forget that, forgive that. The monarch's expression darkened, pride beginning to claw its way back to the surface. Or what? Arthur continued. You think I'll lower my weapon because you realize too late that you were expendable to them. The crackle of lightning intensified, casting sharp flashes across the monarch's face. Or you think I'm naive enough to believe we can suddenly work together. A faint, humorless breath left him. Don't make me laugh. That was it, the last thread snapped. You arrogant son of. Don't, Arthur cut in sharply. The word hit like a blade. Don't lump me in with you. The monarch fell silent for a second. Arthur's gaze never wavered. I don't need your help, he said. And I definitely don't need theirs. Now they stood within striking distance. If anything, Arthur added, I should thank them. The monarch's eyes narrowed. Arthur's grip tightened on his spear. They saved me the trouble of finding you later. I get to kill you now. The words didn't need emphasis. And send a message. The monarch's entire body tensed, fury erupting as his pride surged back in full force, burning away the last traces of hesitation and fear. That all of you are next. Arrogant bastard. Power exploded from him in a violent surge, green flames roaring to life as his form expanded, armor reinforcing itself with raw, burning energy. This time, there was no negotiation left in his eyes. Only fury and prideful defiance. Arthur simply looked at him. And then, almost bored. Good, since they are watching you die, you might as well go out in a flashy way. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 436, One Monarch Down. The Monarch of Iron Body was consumed by rage, green flames roared upward as he launched himself forward towards Arthur, his massive form tearing through the ground with explosive force. Arthur met him head-on and the collision was instant. A shockwave detonated outward as fist met spear, the impact splitting the battlefield open in a jagged line that tore through both armies. High orcs and shadow demons alike were thrown from their feet. The monarch pushed forward with a roar, his strength monstrous, relentless, each swing of his arm was enough force to shatter mountains. His fists came down again and again, hammering toward Arthur with overwhelming pressure. Arthur moved through it, his body blurred, slipping between strikes almost effortlessly. The spear in his hand became an extension of his will, deflecting and redirecting, cutting angles so tight they barely seemed possible, sparks and violet lightning tearing through the air with every attack. The monarch snarled, increasing his speed, his power surging higher as frustration took over. Stand still. Arthur's response was another devastating attack. The spear drove into the monarch's side, punching clean through the armor with a violent crack. The force behind it twisted his massive body, sending him skidding across the battlefield, tearing a trench through his own army before he caught himself. He looked down. The wound was already closing, but his eyes had changed. Arthur was already in front of him again, a kick slammed into his jaw, snapping his head to the side with a shockwave that rippled through the air. Before his body could recover, Arthur's spear followed, striking again, 3 times, each hit breaking more of the monarch's armor with every impact. He roared, swinging wildly, forcing Arthur back for a second. His body surged with power, armor thickening, green flames burning hotter, his form growing denser, stronger. I am the monarch of Iron Body, he bellowed, voice shaking the battlefield. My defense is absolute. Arthur tilted his head slightly then vanished. The monarch's eyes widened, but it was too late. Arthur reappeared behind him, spear already moving. The strike was clean, a single, perfect arc. Then the monarch's arm slid free from his body. Severed cleanly, it spun through the air, massive and armored, green flames flickering as they began to fade. The monarch staggered, a sound tearing from his throat, as he clutched at the empty space where his arm had been. Arthur didn't even look at him, he grabbed the torn limb and threw it to the air. His gaze followed the limb as it rose higher. A shadow passed overhead, Kamish and his jaws opened, and snapped shut around the severed arm. A crunch echoed across the battlefield. Completely devoured. Kamish simply continued his path through the sky, burning the enemy armies, as if consuming a monarch's limb was no more significant than swallowing prey. The monarch of Iron Body screamed as he felt rage, pain, and humiliation at once. It all collapsed into one unrestrained roar as his remaining arm surged with power, his body forcing itself to regenerate, armor reforming, flames exploding outward in violent waves. You. Arthur was already on the move, he stepped into the rage, closing the distance again, his spear cracking against the monarch's defenses with overwhelming force. The strike shattered more of the armor, breaking it down piece by piece, reducing what had once been an impenetrable defense into splintering fragments. The monarch fought back, desperately now, his attacks were heavier, but slower, each swing fueled by fury. He slammed his fist into the ground, sending pillars of stone erupting upward, trying to crush Arthur beneath them. Arthur cut through them, literally, his spear carved a path forward, slicing through stone, flame, and flesh alike as he drove straight back into close range. A knee drove into the monarch's midsection, folding his massive body slightly, and then the spear struck again. And again. And again. Each hit landed with precision, targeting the same weakened points, tearing away layer after layer until the monarch's armor regeneration couldn't keep up, cracks spread then it shattered. Chunks of it fell away, crashing to the ground. The monarch staggered back, his breathing ragged now, his body exposed in places it had never been before. This isn't how it was supposed to be. Arthur advanced relentlessly, and the monarch of Iron Body swung again, slower this time. Arthur caught it, his free hand closed around the monarch's wrist, stopping the blow completely. The ground beneath them cracked under the force, but Arthur didn't move an inch. The monarch's eyes widened. Arthur's grip tightened then twisted. The sound of breaking echoed as the monarch was forced down to one knee, his strength failing him under the sheer, overwhelming pressure. Arthur leaned slightly forward, his voice quiet despite the chaos around them. You were never the threat. The monarch tried to pull free but failed. Arthur released him, only to drive his spear forward in the same moment. It pierced straight through his chest. The impact froze everything. For a moment, the battlefield and time itself seemed to pause around them. The monarch's body trembled, his remaining strength flickering as the green flames around him began to die. No. Arthur stepped closer, pushing the spear deeper. The monarch's voice broke. I am a monarch. Arthur's eyes burned violet through his shadow helmet. Not anymore. He ripped the spear free. The monarch's body staggered. Then Arthur attacked again, a final strike, clean and decisive. The spear carved through what remained of him, splitting his form apart as the last of him shattered into nothing. The green flames extinguished completely, his massive body collapsing as the power that once defined him faded. And just like that, it was over. Arthur stood at the center of the battlefield, his spear crackling faintly with violet lightning. Around him, the war had already ended. Because the moment their monarch fell, there was nothing left to fight for. What remained of the monarch of Iron Body's army had shattered completely. The disciplined ranks from earlier were gone, replaced by scattered groups of fleeing warriors, their confidence broken along with the death of their leader. Some ran without direction, others tried to regroup, shouting commands that dissolved into panic before they could take shape. Arthur's Shadow Legion gave them no time to recover. Igris cut through fleeing captains, his blade flashing once before bodies dropped behind him. Baru tore through clusters of orcs, his laughter sharp and unhinged as he carved a path through their retreat. In the distance, Doom's impact alone crushing entire groups beneath him as if they were nothing more than insects. Above it all, Kamish circled slowly, his flames blocking the escape of the fleeing army. Arthur simply observed now. The monarch of Iron Body's presence erased so completely that it was as if he had never existed at all. There was no triumph in Arthur's expression, no visible satisfaction. Then his gaze lifted, past the smoke and past the sky of the Chaos world. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought of the dimensional crack. He didn't need proof, he knew they were there. Watching all of this. His grip on the spear tightened, and without hesitation, he spoke, his voice carrying across the battlefield. I know you're watching. In that crack you're hiding in, watching from a distance while your bait fight your battles. If you've seen enough, then come down here and face me. The shadows around him extended. Let's end this properly. He didn't break eye contact with the sky, his voice lowering just enough. The successor of Tarnak is dead. And the rest of you won't last much longer once I come knocking. There was no response, but Arthur didn't need it. He had already said what needed to be said. After a moment, the tension eased from his stance, because he had confirmed something important. They were still preparing, and if they were left alone, they would use that time to grow stronger, to gather more forces. Arthur exhaled quietly, he couldn't allow that. Behind him, the battlefield continued to collapse into its final stage. The last of the Iron Body's forces were being hunted down, their retreat turning into a desperate scramble for survival. Arthur lowered his gaze and began to walk, shadows weaving through the battlefield without ever crossing his path. Orcs ran past him, chased down by his soldiers, cut down before they could get far. One of them stumbled directly into his path. A high orc, larger than the rest, his armor cracked, he looked up, and froze the moment he saw Arthur. His breathing became shallow, uneven. His grip on his blade loosened until it slipped from his hand entirely, hitting the ground. Arthur didn't even slow down, he kept walking. The orc's body trembled violently as whatever remained of his resolve collapsed under Arthur's presence. There was no fight left in him, no instinct to attack or defend, only absolute suffocating fear. And in a sudden, desperate move, he picked up his blade and drove it into his own chest. He dropped instantly. Arthur passed him without a glance. A moment later, a figure descended beside him. Ultra landed smoothly, matching Arthur's pace as if he had always been there, his glowing eyes briefly scanning the battlefield. "My king," he said, his voice composed. "What are your orders?" Arthur didn't look at him. His gaze remained fixed ahead. "Wipe out what's left, they'll be added to our numbers," he said calmly. There was no need for elaboration. Ultra inclined his head slightly. "And after that?" Arthur's answer came just as simply. "Set up camp, there is still work to do here." Ultra gave a small nod, already turning to carry out the command. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 437, to end the cycle. The battlefield got very quiet after a while. The Shadow Legion hunted every last one of the enemy. The army of the monarch of the monstrous humanoids were no more. Arthur approached a structure that had just been built. At first glance, it looked like a war tent, but that description barely held. It stood at the center of the battlefield, it stretched and anchored by pillars. Dark banners hung from its edges, each one bearing the insignia of the Shadow Monarch. 2 lines of shadow heavenly soldiers stood at attention on either side of the entrance, unmoving, their presence forming a silent corridor leading inward. And at the center, just before the entrance, Baru knelt. The moment Arthur came into view, the Ant Marshal lowered his head further, one claw pressed to the ground. "My liege," Baru said, his voice carrying that familiar reverence of his. "I realize this structure may fall short of what is worthy of your greatness, but I have prepared it to the best of my ability. I hope it pleases you." There was pride in his work, something crafted with absolute devotion. A step to the side, Galatea stood with her arms crossed, her weight shifted onto one leg as she looked at the structure with disinterest. "Ugh," she muttered, not even bothering to lower her voice. "This Ent really outdid himself this time, and I don't mean that as a compliment." Her eyes flicked toward Baru briefly before returning forward, unimpressed. Arthur didn't react to either of them. He simply stopped in front of the entrance, his gaze lifting slightly as he took in the scale of the structure, then he gave a small nod. "It's overkill," he said calmly. "But it'll do." Baru's head dipped slightly lower, clearly taking the words as approval despite their bluntness. Galatea let out a quiet huff as Arthur stepped past them, falling into stride behind him without another word. Baru rose immediately after, following just a step behind. He was unmistakably pleased. Crossing the threshold felt like stepping into another world. The interior was vast, far larger than the outside suggested. Pillars lined the interior, and at the center stood a massive war table, carved from dark stone. It wasn't static, its surface shifted and moved, terrain forming and reforming in real time, reflecting the battlefield outside and beyond. Markers of violet light represented the Shadow Legion. Around the table stood the marshals. Belian stood at the far side, his posture straight, his blade resting calmly at his side as his sharp gaze studied the shifting map. Hel stood slightly apart, arms behind his back, his expression composed. Ultra stood closer to the table, his glowing eyes flickering faintly as he observed the terrain. And Doom. Doom's massive form crouched slightly, his glowing eyes tracked Arthur the moment he entered, but he made no sound, no movement beyond that subtle shift of attention. Arthur walked forward without hesitation, approaching the table. His gaze moved across each of them. He came to a stop at the head of the table. For a moment, no one spoke. Every presence inside understood that something important was about to be said. For a long moment, Arthur said nothing. Then Arthur's voice broke the silence. "We're not done yet here." His eyes shifted briefly to the map. "The Chaos World." His voice wasn't loud. "Is a grave." The words settled heavily, drawing every eye toward him. Arthur lifted his gaze slightly, not to meet his marshals just yet, but to look past them, as if he were seeing something far beyond the tent, beyond the battlefield, beyond even the present. "Even though some remnants of the monarch's armies can be still found, there is no life here," he continued. "Not even the smallest trace of it. No grass. No water. No growth. Nothing that belongs to a living world. This place is what remains after war has taken everything, and still refuses to end after an eternity." Belian's posture straightened further, his grip tightening ever so slightly on the hilt at his side. Arthur finally looked at them. "All of its denizens," he said, "without exception, are remnants." The word lingered. Fragments of armies that lost a fight. He paused, letting that settle before continuing. They fought. They fell. And instead of being allowed to end, they were taken. A subtle tension crept into his voice now. They are forever bound. His fingers curled slightly against the edge of the table. Captured by the rulers, forced to exist, forced to fight again and again, for a war that should have ended long ago, the rulers are also a big part of the problem. For an uncountable number of years, Arthur said quietly. They have been dragged through cycles they never chose and battles they never escaped. I do somewhat pity them, these races. Never really had a choice to begin with. He exhaled slowly. There is nothing honorable left in that sort of cycle. Ashbourne himself almost forgot the reason of his whole fight, his reason for battle. Because he got tired of this endless struggle, and I'm not planning to prolong it either. The words cut deeper than any blade. Around him, his marshals remained silent, but their reactions were there in the smallest details. Belian's gaze lowered slightly, in acknowledgement and memory. Even Doom, crouched in his usual stillness, seemed to shift faintly, as if something in Arthur's words resonated even within him. Arthur's gaze moved across them, steady and unwavering. We are not here to continue that cycle. We are here to end it. There is no victory in prolonging this, he continued. No glory in dragging out a war that has already destroyed everything it touched. Arthur's gaze drifted again, not to the map this time, but somewhere distant. We will remain here a while longer before we head out to the dimensional crack where some of the monarchs hide, he said. Long enough to be certain that nothing remains here. There was a faint pause before he added, quietly. I have no intention of returning to this place. Every second I spend here, he continued, reminds me of what this war has become. A flicker of something crossed his expression, gone almost as quickly as it appeared. Disgust, at the history of the conflict. At all of it. His hand tightened briefly against the table before relaxing again. This, endless repetition. The same battles. The same outcomes, over and over again. He exhaled quietly. I'm done with it. For a moment, no one spoke, because they understood the task at hand. Belian was the first to move, stepping forward slightly. Then we will see it through to the end, my king. Ultra followed with a small nod, his tone steady. We will give this world the mercy it deserves. Galatiel's gaze sharpened. We will ensure the cycle breaks, my king. Arthur looked at them one last time, the violet glow in his eyes intensified. Good, because I have faith in all of you. There was a sense of direction that went beyond victory. This wasn't about winning anymore, it was about ending it. Earth, Gotham. A gate appeared in the middle of Gotham, illuminated by the flashing red and blue of emergency lights scattered along the perimeter. Military vehicles, containment units, and a handful of hastily assembled barriers marked the area, holding back a growing crowd at a safe distance. Supergirl stepped out of it, her boots cracking what little intact ground remained beneath her. Her cape settled behind her in a slow motion, stained darker than usual, streaked with grime and something far less clean. In one hand, she dragged a corpse. It was enormous. The creature's body scraped across the ground with a grinding sound, its grayish skin rough like stone, its limbs far too large to belong to anything that should exist on Earth. Its face was frozen in a scream, massive tusks jutting from its jaw, one of them shattered clean in half. Even in death, it looked like it could level buildings. Kara didn't struggle with it. But she didn't make it look easy either. Behind her, a group of men and women stumbled out of where the gate had been moments before. Their armor was mismatched, some pieces modern, others clearly designed for this. A few clutched weapons that still faintly glowed with residual magic. They looked exhausted. Shaken but alive. These are the hunters, the newly awakened. They watched Kara with awe, like they still hadn't fully processed what they had just survived and witnessed. One of them dropped to a knee, breathing hard. Another leaned against a broken concrete slab, hands trembling slightly. None of them spoke. They didn't need to, because the giant alone said enough. Kara didn't look back at them. Instead, she gave the corpse one final pull before letting it drop. It hit the ground with a thunderous thump, the impact sending a small tremor through the already fractured street. That was when he stepped forward. Batman had been there the entire time, the white lenses of his cowl flicked briefly from the corpse to Kara. He took in everything in a single glance. The blood. The damage. The state of the hunters behind her. And her. Kara rolled her shoulder slightly, only then did she glance in his direction. That's the last of it, she said, her voice steady, though quieter than usual. Gates cleared. She nudged the giant's corpse lightly with her foot, like she was confirming it was really done. This thing was the boss, big, ugly, hits like a truck, almost killed some of those idiots, she added, a faint exhale escaping her as she brushed a strand of hair back, only managing to smear a bit more blood along her head. Might be something useful in there. Materials, cores, whatever these things leave behind. Batman's gaze shifted briefly past her again, toward the hunters. One of them met his eyes for half a second before looking away, straightening instinctively. They survived. How did they do? He said finally. Kara glanced over her shoulder this time, her expression tightening just slightly. Barely, she admitted. They're not bad. Not for their first real run, but they're not ready. Her eyes hardened a fraction. They would have died in there without me. Batman studied her for a moment longer, his voice lowering when he spoke again. Are you upset, Kara? Kara blinked once, caught off guard, not by the question itself, but by the way it was asked. She looked away briefly, exhaling through her nose as she rubbed the back of her neck. For a second, the weight she carried inside the gate seemed to linger on her shoulders. No, she said at first. Then, after a beat. Not really. Her tone softened, just a little. Just tired. She glanced down at herself, at the state of her suit, the dried blood clinging to it, the faint smell that even she couldn't ignore. A small, almost amused breath left her. I'm gonna go home, she said, a hint of her usual lightness creeping back in. Take a shower. I smell like I lost a fight with a slaughterhouse. Batman could respond. She bent her knee slightly, then lifted off. The ground cracked again beneath the force, dust scattering outward as she shot into the sky in a blur of red and blue. Within seconds, she was nothing more than a streak against the fading light, and then she was gone. Batman remained where he was, his gaze lingered on the empty sky for a moment longer than necessary. Then it shifted, back to the hunters being escorted away, to the corpse of the giant lying broken at his feet. Everything was changing, faster than anyone could control. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 438, World Hunter Organization. Gotham, Batcave. The Batcomputer cast a cold glow across the cavern, its layered screens alive with movement. Data streams, global maps, incident reports, each one marked with pulsing red indicators where gates had appeared, flared, and either been cleared or not. The red color had begun to shrink, blue and green replaced them, the color of stability and gates being cleared. Bruce Wayne sat in the chair before it all, unmoving except for the occasional flick of his fingers across the controls. His eyes tracked everything at once, absorbing patterns, changes, inconsistencies. Behind him, Alfred approached, but Bruce didn't turn. "The situation is stabilizing," he said. Alfred stopped a short distance behind him, setting a tray down on a nearby surface with care. "One would certainly hope so," he replied calmly. "I take it you're referring to the hunters." Bruce's eyes flicked briefly to a different screen, footage of a recent raid. Armored figures exiting a gate in formation. "They're adapting to the situation," Bruce said. "Faster than I expected." Alfred allowed himself a small nod, folding his hands behind his back. "The establishment of a global organization has a tendency to do that," he said. "Structure, rules, a sense of purpose, it does wonders for otherwise chaotic individuals." "The World Hunter Organization," Bruce murmured, almost to himself. "They've centralized communication. Standardized operations. Most of them understand what they're dealing with now. And of course, the organization itself answers directly to the Justice League. At least, they understand what to do to survive." He leaned back slightly, the chair shifting under him as another set of reports scrolled past his screen. "They know where their abilities come from. They know what the gates are. And they know what happens if no one steps inside." His gaze hardened slightly. "That's enough motivation." Alfred's expression didn't change. "And yet," he said gently, "motivation does not always equate to responsibility." Bruce exhaled faintly through his nose. "No," he agreed. "It doesn't." His hand moved again, pulling up profiles, dozens of them. Hunters from across the world. Power rankings. Behavioral notes. "Some of them are doing this just for profit," he continued. "Contracts, sponsorships, private raids. There's already markets forming around it, just like Arthur said would happen." Another screen flickered, footage of a hunter standing over a defeated monster outside a gate, basking in the attention of cameras. "Some think this makes them untouchable. Gods even." The word carried a quiet disdain. "And others." Bruce's voice lowered slightly. "They walk into their first gate and come out different." Alfred tilted his head slightly. "Traumatized." Bruce didn't answer immediately. "They see what's inside," he said. "And they realize it doesn't follow any rules they understand. After all, it is not a game, small mistakes are fatal inside." Alfred stepped closer, his gaze drifting over the screens. "I imagine," he said carefully, "that such an environment would be difficult to regulate." Bruce's jaw tightened slightly. "That's the problem." He tapped a command, bringing up a blank feed, an absence where something should have been. "We can't see inside." Alfred's brow lifted just slightly. "None of your surveillance methods?" "None of them," Bruce confirmed. "No drones or satellites and no signal transmission work inside these gates." His voice sharpened. "Everything we rely on becomes useless the moment someone crosses the threshold. I only managed to record one." That got Alfred's attention. "Oh." Bruce's eyes flickered toward a separate file, locked and encrypted. "The Red Gate incident," he said. "The only reason we have that footage is because of Arthur." Alfred's expression shifted slightly at the name. "His Shadows." Bruce nodded once. "Their technology is quite different. They made something that allowed me to record inside that gate." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze narrowing as the memory replayed behind his eyes. "The monsters inside are difficult to deal with too. Conventional weapons don't work, not effectively. You can hit them, slow them down maybe, but you won't kill them." He tapped the screen again, pulling up analysis data. "They require mana, magic, or overwhelming physical force beyond what most humans can achieve. All these informations are public knowledge now." Alfred hummed softly. "Well, I suppose that explains the sudden surge in enchanted weaponry." "It does," Bruce said. Another pause followed. Alfred studied him for a moment before speaking again. Now that I see that look on your face, he said, tone shifting just slightly, I assume that you are still monitoring Miss Kara. Bruce didn't even deny it. Yes. She's been active, he continued. More than any hunter or league member. A flicker of movement crossed one of the side screens, footage of Kara in mid-flight, descending toward another gate to enter. She volunteers for the higher-risk raids. Requests them personally from me. Alfred's eyes softened, just slightly. A coping mechanism of some sorts. Bruce's expression didn't change, but something in his voice did. Yes, she's angry. But surprisingly she is not exactly reckless, he added after a moment. Not yet at least, she is using this to burn out that anger and frustration. Alfred clasped his hands together lightly. And the source of that anger? Bruce's gaze lingered on the screen a second longer before he answered. Her boyfriend. He left, Bruce continued. Took the fight to whoever's behind the gates. Alfred nodded slowly. A noble endeavor, one might say. It is, Bruce said. But that's not how she sees it, she wanted to go with him, he added. He didn't let her. Alfred allowed himself the smallest sigh. Ah. He understood it all. Bruce leaned back again, his eyes dimming slightly as his thoughts moved ahead. He made the right call, he said. He's the only one who understands what's out there. The scale of it. The unpredictability. His gaze sharpened. Even for someone like Superman, it's not a guaranteed outcome. Alfred's tone softened. And yet he chose not to share everything he knows. Bruce's jaw tightened slightly. No, he said. He didn't, but he gave enough information and warnings, fragments of a much larger picture. We can't ask much more than that. In this situation, Bruce continued, he's our greatest asset. The screens reflected in his eyes again, maps, data, patterns aligning. So far, everything is under control. He said it like a conclusion, but it didn't feel like one. Alfred noticed. And yet, he prompted gently, you remain somewhat unconvinced. Bruce didn't respond right away. For something we're missing, he said finally. There's a gap, he continued. Something we haven't accounted for. Something important. Alfred studied him for a moment, then gave a small nod. I must admit, he said lightly, this is not an unfamiliar predicament for you, Master Wayne. Bruce huffed faintly. No. Alfred allowed the faintest hint of a smile. Though I gather. This time, it feels different. Bruce's eyes didn't leave the screen. It is. I don't know what it is yet, he admitted. But we're overlooking something. Silence settled between them. Then Alfred straightened slightly. Yes, he said. You are. Bruce's brow furrowed just a fraction. Alfred gestured lightly toward the tray he had set down earlier. You are overlooking rest. Bruce closed his eyes briefly. Alfred. Alfred didn't budge. If I may be so bold, sir, he continued smoothly, even the world's greatest detective is of little use when operating on exhaustion and caffeine alone. Bruce didn't respond for a moment, then finally he exhaled in defeat. Kara sat at the edge of the mountain, legs drawn up, elbows resting on her knees, hands cradling her chin. The wind pulled at her cape, tugging it behind her in restless waves, and she didn't move to adjust it. Below her, the city stretched, lights flickering on as dusk settled in. Kara's gaze lingered on it all, yet she saw nothing but a reflection of the emptiness she felt. I hate this, she muttered softly, her voice lost almost immediately to the wind. Her brow furrowed, fingers tightening against her face. We were supposed to fight together. Not you playing hero and shouldering everything alone. She let out a bitter laugh that didn't reach her eyes. Damn it, it's only been a month, and I miss him terribly. Her eyes flicked to the horizon as though she could will him into sight with her stare. She exhaled sharply, letting her shoulders slump just slightly, and yet here I am, running around cleaning up gates while he's out there, probably tearing through another dimension like it's just another Tuesday. The words came quietly, you always do this, take everything on yourself, carry it all like it's your job to hold the world together. And now you don't even let me help, frustration crept into her tone. Her gaze softened as she glanced back at the city, I'm not weak. I could have fought by your side. I just wanted to be there. The wind whipped her hair across her face, what am I doing, having a conversation with myself? She whispered. A sigh escaped her, barely audible. Just don't die, okay? Her lips curved into the smallest, almost imperceptible smile. Because if you do, I swear I'll find a way to drag you back just so I can punch you myself. Her fingers loosened their grip on her chin as she leaned back, letting the wind push at her. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 439, While the King is Away. Jump City, Blackwynd Tower. Jump City stretched wide beyond the glass walls of Blackwynd Tower, its skyline lit with the sharp glow of a world that had changed recently. From this height, everything looked orderly, almost peaceful. Inside the top-floor office, there was nothing peaceful about the atmosphere. Adam Blackwynd stood behind his desk, one hand pressed against the polished surface, the other holding his phone tight against his ear. He was frustrated, it was barely contained as he paced a short line behind the chair. "No, that's exactly my point," he said, voice sharp, "we've submitted everything you asked for. Documentation, operational structure, projected compliance with World Hunter Organization regulations, everything." He paused, listening, his expression darkening. "Then what exactly is the delay?" His grip tightened slightly on the phone. "You're telling me we need more time." "For what?" A short, humorless breath escaped him. "We're not asking for permission to experiment, we're asking to formalize something we're already more than capable of handling." Silence on the other end. Adam's eyes flicked briefly toward the city outside, then back to the desk as he leaned forward slightly. "Blackwynd Enterprises has a history of producing specialized tech and weapons long before Gates became a problem," he continued, his tone cooling into something more controlled, more dangerous. "Our science division is among the best in the world. We adapt faster than most governments. If we establish a guild, our own guild, we don't just participate in this new system, we will lead it." He listened again, then let out a quiet exhale through his nose. "No. I won't accept that as an answer." He paused for a moment. "Then I'll be expecting an update soon." He didn't wait for a reply before ending the call. Adam lowered the phone slowly, his fingers tapping it once against the desk before setting it aside. For a moment, he said nothing, his gaze drifting toward the skyline again. "The profit margin alone is unprecedented," he muttered, almost to himself. "And they're hesitating. Idiots." He shook his head, a faint scoff escaping him as he turned away from the window. "If we establish a guild, Blackwynd Guild, do you have any idea how many top-tier hunters would line up to join?" he continued, more openly now. "Resources, technology, funding, we dominate the field within weeks." A quiet voice cut through the room. "Guilds, really?" Adam stopped, he hadn't heard her enter. Raven stood near the far side of the office, just beside one of the pillars, her presence almost blending into the shadows cast by the dim lighting. Arms crossed, expression flat, she watched him with a mixed look between mild annoyance and judgment. Adam blinked once, then let out a short breath. "Oh Raven, hi. Didn't see you entering." She tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwavering. "I understand now why Bruce asked me to deliver a message to you," she said calmly. Adam straightened slightly, interest flickering across his face. "Bruce Wayne?" he asked. "What did he say?" Raven didn't move. "He said to lay low. Not to rush into this. He didn't provide me with context," she added, her eyes narrowing just slightly. "But now I don't think he needed to." Adam let out a quiet chuckle. "Of course he didn't," he said. "So this was his doing." He stepped around the desk, resting his hip lightly against its edge as he folded his arms. "And what do you think?" he asked. "You came all this way just to repeat his words, or do you actually have an opinion about this now?" Raven's gaze didn't waver. "I think you're trying to insert yourself into something you don't fully understand," she replied. Blunt and direct. Adam smirked faintly. "Why not?" he shot back. "The world's changing. We either adapt or get left behind." He gestured vaguely toward the city beyond the glass. "This isn't just chaos, it's opportunity. We protect people, we contribute, and yes, it's good business as well." He pushed off the desk slightly, pacing a step. "The World Hunter Organization made it clear. Anyone can establish a guild, as long as they follow regulations, and they have the means and assets to do so. We're more than qualified." Raven's expression shifted, just slightly, her arms tightening across her chest. "I don't think Arthur would appreciate this, Adam," she said. That made him pause. Adam glanced at her, one brow lifting. "You think so?" he asked. Raven didn't answer, she simply shook her head once, slowly. The silence stretched for a second before Adam exhaled, running a hand through his hair. "Well," he said, shrugging lightly, "this isn't about Arthur." He gestured toward the desk, toward the world beyond. "And let's not pretend Bruce is sitting this out. He already set up his own guild under Wayne Enterprises." Raven's eyes narrowed slightly. "Bruce knows what he's doing," she replied. There was no hesitation in her voice. "Like I said, Arthur wouldn't want you anywhere near this." Her gaze sharpened, her tone lowering just a fraction. "If anything, he'd want his family as far away from this as possible." That made Adam think for a moment. Then he let out a quiet breath, the tension easing just slightly from his shoulders. "Yeah," he admitted, almost reluctantly. That does sound like him. He glanced away, toward the window again, his expression shifting into something more thoughtful. Speaking of him, he added after a moment, where the hell is he? Raven didn't respond right away. It's been over a month, Adam continued. Since that dinner. Haven't seen him. No calls, no updates, nothing. He looked back at her. You don't know either. Raven's gaze softened just a fraction, though her expression remained controlled. He's on a trip, she said. Adam stared at her for a second, then huffed quietly. Right, he said. So you don't know. I do, Raven replied calmly. I just don't know when he'll return. Adam studied her for a moment, then sighed. Fine, he said at last, raising a hand slightly in surrender. Out of respect for you, and for my brother, I'll ease off this for now. He pointed a finger at her, for now, he repeated. I'm not letting Bruce get even richer off this while I sit around doing nothing. For the first time since she'd arrived, Raven smiled, just a little. Fair enough, she said. She uncrossed her arms, taking a step back as shadows began to gather faintly around her. Take care, Adam. Before he could respond, the darkness rose up, folding around her body. And then she was gone. Adam stood there for a moment, staring at the spot where she had been. Then his gaze shifted back to the city. For now, he muttered again under his breath. Gotham, Arthur's estate. Kara was sprawled across the couch in the living room of Arthur's estate like she owned it. One leg draped over the armrest, the other tucked beneath her, a bowl of ice cream balanced casually in one hand while the spoon in the other moved with lazy motion. Her suit had been abandoned somewhere, her boots kicked off without care. On top of her head, Dexter was asleep, completely. Curled up like it was the most natural place in the world to be, his tail hanging lazily off the side, occasionally twitching as Kara shifted beneath him. Somehow, she didn't seem bothered by it in the slightest. The television flickered in front of them. And as you can see, the man on screen was saying, standing far too confidently in front of a gathered crowd, armor polished, weapon resting on his shoulder like a prop more than anything else, this was a high-risk gate. Not something just anyone could handle. We took down multiple targets, he continued, puffing his chest slightly. And the boss itself was a massive creature. It took everything we had, but in the end. He smirked. We handled it. Kara paused mid-bite. Her eyes narrowed just slightly as she stared at the screen. Then she scoffed. Dimwit. The word slipped out with disdain as she took another spoonful of ice cream, shaking her head faintly. They always sound like that once they're outside, she added, safe, clean, no monsters trying to rip their heads off. She gestured vaguely at the screen with her spoon. Most of the ones I've gone in with. Exactly like him. Loud, confident, right up until something actually hits back. Dexter shifted slightly on her head, unimpressed but unwilling to move. Not far from the couch, George stood with his hands neatly folded behind his back, his gaze rested on the television, though his expression remained composed. Confidence, he said calmly, his voice smooth, is often easiest to maintain once the danger has passed. Kara snorted quietly. That's one way to put it. George tilted his head slightly, eyes still on the screen. Though I would advise against expecting to find the likes of your cousin among these individuals, many are blinded by power, he added. Kara didn't look at him, but a faint smirk tugged at her lips. Oh, I don't, she said. Trust me. She leaned back further into the couch, shifting just enough that Dexter adjusted with a sleepy huff, resettling himself without opening his eyes. I expect nothing from them, she continued, her gaze drifting back to the screen as the hunter continued his self-congratulatory speech. She took another scoop of ice cream and shook her head. Makes it easier that way. The room fell into a comfortable silence for a moment, filled only by the low murmur of the television and the soft clink of her spoon against the bowl. Then Kara let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Ack. Damn it all. She tipped her head back slightly, staring up at the ceiling, careful not to disturb the cat that had claimed her as furniture. When is he coming back? She muttered. He'd say the same thing about these idiots too, she added, glancing back at the screen. One sentence in and he'd already be done listening. A faint smile flickered across her face before fading just as quickly. He'd call them wannabe idiots too. George's expression softened ever so slightly, though his posture remained as composed as ever. I imagine he would, he said. I do miss Master Arthur as well even if it's just been a bit more than a month, he added. Kara's gaze stayed fixed on the television, but she wasn't really watching it anymore. 38 days. The words slipped out so quietly. George's brow furrowed just a fraction. I beg your pardon, Miss Kara, he said, tilting his head slightly in her direction. I'm afraid I didn't quite catch that. Kara didn't answer, she just took another slow bite of her ice cream. George kept looking at her for a brief moment, but he didn't press any further. //. If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 440, A World Erased. The Chaos World. Arthur Blackwynd, the Shadow Monarch, looked like a man who had conquered this world, but what he just did was deliver the eternal rest it deserved for so long. Shadow armor wrapped around him, and it was not simply worn, it was bound to him, an extension of his presence. The faint edges of it bled into the air around him, dissolving and reforming in slow, controlled currents of darkness. His ashen white hair had grown longer over time, now falling freely, stirred by a wind that did not exist, and his eyes burned with a steady violet glow. Behind him, the remnants of an annihilated existence stretched endlessly. Before him, nothing remained. My liege, Bellion's voice carried forward, calm and unwavering. He stepped forward just enough to be acknowledged by his monarch. The task has been completed in full. There are no surviving remnants. No hidden forces remain in this world. There was no pride in his tone, no unnecessary emphasis. A brief pause followed before he added, with the same composure, this world will not see blood again. Arthur's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, and for a moment, it almost seemed as though he might speak to the world itself rather than the one who addressed him. Then, slowly, he exhaled. Good work. He shifted his stance slightly, the shadows along his armor rippling in response. This place was more persistent than expected, he said, his voice calm. A world this large doesn't die easily, even when it's already halfway there, it seems. His eyes narrowed slightly, the violet glow sharpening just a fraction. Especially when something is helping it. Some of them were hidden well, Arthur continued, his gaze settling over his marshals one by one. Buried beneath layers of concealment magic that didn't belong to them. A faint pause followed, and though his expression did not change, his voice turned colder. Yogimunt's work. With his magic, it was a bit troublesome, Arthur went on, but it didn't matter in the end. There was no arrogance in the statement. We found them anyway. Arthur's shoulders eased just slightly, the tension of a year-long hunt finally releasing in a subtle, nearly imperceptible shift. We are done, he said, we've stayed here long enough. He lifted his gaze, not toward the horizon this time, but beyond it. The dimensional crack is next. There was no hesitation in the statement, he knew what waited there. Knew what kind of reception they would receive. A faint smile touched his lips. They won't be pleased to see us. Now he turned fully to his marshals, the faint glow of his eyes meeting theirs. I assume none of you find that particularly discouraging. It was a statement that expected only one kind of answer. And it came. Of course not, my king. The response rose in unison, steady and absolute, without hesitation or doubt. Galatea stepped forward slightly, her posture relaxed in a way that would have seemed careless if not for the power she can display. She tilted her head, a faint, unimpressed smile forming as she glanced over the empty wasteland behind them. For all their supposed power, she said, her tone filled with amusement, they've done an excellent job of staying out of sight. Her eyes flickered back to Arthur. A year of dismantling their scattered forces here, and not one of them bothered to show up. Baruch shifted beside her, his form lowering just slightly, a quiet, irritated sound slipping from him. Cowards, he muttered in disdain. They're neither absent nor careless, Arthur said calmly. They're waiting for us with their actual armies. This, he continued, gesturing faintly to the endless ruins of the world they had spent a year erasing, was never meant to be defended directly. His gaze sharpened again, becoming thoughtful now. It was a fragment. A scattered extension of their strength, left behind for a purpose, most likely to test our combat prowess. And now that scattered piece of strength is gone. There was no triumph in his voice, only acknowledgement of what that meant. They know that. Arthur stepped closer, the shadows at his feet shifting with him, and when we step into that crack, he went on, his tone lowering just slightly, they won't ignore us anymore. His eyes met theirs again, steady, unyielding. They will attack us in full power, and they won't fight us alone like the monarch of Iron Body. The reality of what awaited the Shadow Legion becoming clearer without needing to be overstated. Arthur's gaze moved across each of his marshals, ensuring they understood. For example, if I'm occupied, he said, they'll take advantage of it and target my strongest soldiers. That's how they fight, so don't expect a noble fight with the likes of them. A brief silence followed before he spoke again. You shouldn't engage them alone, if you are encountered by a monarch you must move in pairs. Always. You need to remember that a monarch can kill you if you give them the opening, for good. And I don't intend to give them that kind of victory by losing my best soldiers. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, almost as one, his marshals inclined their heads in understanding. Arthur watched them for a second longer before turning away once more, his gaze lifting toward the sky, and the shadows around him became restless. Let's move, he said quietly. The dimensional crack. The monarchs gathered once again, 4 of them, they stood upon a suspended mass of blackened stone that hovered without anchor. So we simply watched him take them all. The voice came sharp, irritated. The speaker stood slightly removed from the others, their form shifting subtly, as though he struggled to maintain a consistent shape like a ghost. The chaos world is gone, he continued, his gaze moving across the others with open dissatisfaction. He claimed every last remnant of our armies there. And we did nothing, even my spells failed. Another monarch shifted slightly, we knew what he was doing, they added, but we still let him grow stronger, and for what? They all got silent, none of them could deny it. Then, quietly someone else spoke, and what exactly would you have preferred? The monarch who spoke stood at the center of the group, his presence markedly different from the others. There was a certain chill to him. That we intervene, he continued, that we step into a world already under his control and challenge him while he consolidates his strength. A slight tilt of his head followed, his gaze settling on the one who had spoken first. And risk the possibility that one of us does not return like the monarch of Iron Body. The distorted monarch's form sharpened subtly in response, irritation written all over his face. He was occupied, he argued. That was the moment to strike. You speak of risk, but we know what he has become, and yet we chose to stand aside while he added significant numbers to his army. That was an opportunity. And a trap, the cold monarch replied without hesitation. The words landed cleanly, cutting through the argument before it could fully take shape. You continue to view him as an isolated target, he said, as though his focus on that world made him vulnerable. A subtle pause followed. He is never vulnerable in the way you are describing. You witnessed what became of the monarch of Iron Body, he continued, his voice lowering just slightly, the chill around him deepening in response. They all got silent, because there was nothing to add to that. I believe no one here wants to be another victim, the cold monarch asked, their tone returning to its earlier calm. His eyes moved between the others again, ensuring the point was understood. We lost nothing of significance. And in return, he continued, we avoided an unnecessary confrontation with a foe who has already proven capable of eliminating one of our own with ease. The distorted monarch's form steadied slightly, that frustration fading, though not entirely gone. You're placing a great deal of faith in avoidance, they said. No, the cold monarch replied evenly. In timing. You see, the dragon monarch's directive was clear, he added, we do not engage him recklessly, the shadow monarch is not a foe to be tested by being impulsive. So we wait, they said again. We proceed as planned, the cold monarch confirmed. He will come here, they said. And when he does, it will not be to a battlefield he controls. Then, slowly, the distorted monarch inclined their head. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 441, 4 Monarchs. The Dimensional Crack. This place simply existed, a dimension between dimensions, vast and layered, endless landmasses stretched beneath a sky that wasn't truly a sky, but a shifting expanse of violet fractures, glowing faintly. The ground itself was vast plains and broken continents suspended in a space that had no true direction, no edge, and no limit. Compared to this, the chaos world had been small. It was the perfect sanctuary for the monarchs. And then, space tore. With a clean precision, as a vertical fracture of darkness split through the air, its edges lined with faint violet light that bled outward, it did not expand wildly, nor did it distort the space around it more than necessary. It opened just enough for one person to emerge. And from it, he stepped through. Arthur Blackwynd emerged into the dimensional crack, the portal sealed behind him without a sound, leaving no trace that it had ever existed. For a moment, he simply stood suspended in the air. Then gravity, or whatever passed for it in this place, recognized him, and he did not fall. He hovered. Shadow armor wrapped around him, darker than anything this dimension could produce, its surface alive with slow, shifting shadow currents. There was no helm this time. Nothing obscured his face. His ashen white hair had grown longer, falling freely, stirred by a wind that did not exist until he arrived. It moved around him in slow motion, each strand catching the faint violet glow of the sky, giving him an almost unreal outline against the vastness behind him. His eyes burned a deep violet, endless. Behind him, a shadow unfurled. It was not a cape in the traditional sense, but something that behaved like one, darkness stretching outward from his back, shifting and flowing as if it were alive, trailing behind him. Arthur's gaze drifted across the vast expanse beneath him, taking in the scale of it, the sheer openness, the way the dimension stretched endlessly as though designed to house something far greater than what currently occupied it. So, they still chose this place to gather. It doesn't feel like these monarchs are their successors, this sounds like them. His voice carried without effort, low and even. There was no surprise in his tone. His eyes shifted slightly, the violet glow sharpening as his senses extended outward, reaching with his intent. He didn't need too much time. The moment his awareness brushed against them, it was clear enough. Distinct and separate presences. A faint pause followed, and then He exhaled quietly. I can feel you there. It wasn't spoken loudly. His gaze narrowed slightly, focusing on the points where that power gathered, where the fabric of this place felt just a little more strained. 4. The number came easily, he was certain. His head tilted just slightly, as though listening for something more, something deeper beneath the surface. But there was nothing. No presence that dwarfed the others. He didn't find the one he wanted to find. Arthur's expression didn't change, but he was annoyed. You are still not here. The words were quieter now, almost to himself. For a moment, he simply hovered there, the shadow behind him continuing its slow, fluid motion, then, finally. He leaned forward slightly, and the air itself seemed to give way as he began to descend, his figure cutting cleanly through the space. I expected as much, he murmured, his voice calm and steady. His eyes lifted again, locking onto the distant points where the monarchs waited. Is he really avoiding me, or is he preparing something? A faint, almost amused breath left him, barely noticeable. That's fine. The shadows around him deepened in response. I didn't come here for him alone. His gaze sharpened, the violet glow intensifying just slightly. I came for all of them. Arthur's descent ended without impact. The shadows at his feet shifted, stretching outward. A faint, almost amused breath left him. If that's how you want to play it. He tilted his head slightly, as if considering the idea, though the answer had already formed. Fine. His eyes dimmed just a fraction. I'll start by sending one of mine. His gaze lowered to the shadows at his feet, watching them ripple in response. Let's see what they think they can offer to me, even if the answer doesn't matter. I'm curious what that ice elf bastard comes up with. The shadow beneath him deepened and a figure emerged. Quick. He rose from the shadow and his form stabilizing in an instant before he dropped to one knee beside Arthur, head lowered in absolute respect. My king, Quick said, his voice steady despite the power surrounding him. Your command. Arthur didn't look at him immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the distance for a moment longer before finally shifting downward, settling on the kneeling shadow. There are 4 monarchs in this dimension, he began, his tone calm. He took a step forward, the shadows beneath him moving with him, stretching slightly. Scyld, he continued, his voice carrying a faint edge as the name left him, the monarch of frost. King of the snowfolk. Yogimunt. Monarch of transfiguration. A creature that prefers to hide behind tricks and borrowed forms. His expression hardened slightly. Quirish, monarch of plagues, the queen of insects. Rot, poison, and decay. A brief pause followed. And Rockin, he finished, his tone flattening just slightly, the monarch of fangs and king of beasts. Now he looked down at Quick fully, his violet eyes locking onto him with quiet intensity. They're gathered together, he said. And they know I'm here. There was no doubt in that statement. They haven't made a move, which means they're waiting. Not out of fear, but out of caution. They want me to act first. A faint exhale followed, something almost thoughtful. Arthur's gaze sharpened. That's where you come in. Quick didn't move, didn't speak, but there was a subtle tightening in his posture, a readiness to impress his monarch that spoke louder than words. You'll go to them, Arthur continued, his tone steady. Not as a scout or as a spy. As a messenger. They may attack you, he added, his voice lowering just slightly. In fact, I expect them to. There was no concern in his tone. And if they do, Arthur went on, then they'll have made their choice for me. His eyes dimmed slightly. That will be their declaration of war. But Scyld. He murmured, almost to himself. He won't rush it, he'll want to talk. Offer something he thinks has value. A faint, almost dismissive breath left him. I'll humor that. Arthur's gaze settled fully on Quick once more. You'll listen to whatever he says, he instructed. Let him speak. Let them all speak if they want to. Then, after a brief pause, his voice hardened just slightly. And when they're done, you'll give them my message. The shadows around him deepened subtly, responding to the shift in his tone. Tell them the Shadow Monarch wants you to surrender, Arthur said, calm and absolute. To kneel, to pledge themselves to me. And if they do, he added, just as evenly, I'll show them mercy. The statement lingered, not as an offer, but as an ultimatum. Quick lowered his head further, his voice unwavering. It will be done, my king. Arthur gave a single nod. That was enough. In the next instant, Quick vanished with speed so overwhelming it left no trace behind. One moment he was there, kneeling in shadow, and the next he was gone, already crossing the vast distance between Arthur and the monarchs. The shadow behind Arthur shifted again, deeper this time, more refined. From it, another presence emerged, far steadier, far more composed. Belian stepped forward. He did not kneel immediately. Instead, he inclined his head, his posture respectful. My liege, he began, forgive me, but that message you've sent. He didn't finish. Arthur exhaled quietly, then he smiled as he looked ahead. I know what you're going to say, Belian. There was no irritation in his tone. That they won't accept it. That it provokes them. That it closes the door before it even opens. He turned slightly, just enough for his gaze to meet Belian's. I'm aware. A brief pause followed. I carry Ashbourne's memories, Arthur said, his voice lowering, not in fragments or impressions of it. His eyes darkened slightly. All of it. He looked back toward the horizon, toward where Quick had already gone. I know what they are, he continued. How they think. What drives them. They're arrogant and proud. Bound by their own nature more than anything else. His gaze sharpened. They won't kneel to me. There was no doubt in that statement. And they won't fight me head-on either, he added. Not like this. Not without something tipping the scale for them. Belian remained silent, listening. They'll look for him, Arthur went on, his tone steady. They'll want the Dragon Monarch involved. A brief pause. But he's not here. That absence lingered more heavily than any presence. And that, Arthur murmured, almost to himself, is the problem. There's something off about this, he continued. His eyes narrowed slightly, the violet glow dimming. Didi's words weren't meant to be ignored, he said quietly. If that man gets his hands on the concept of destruction, he'll become something far worse than he already is. Belian finally stepped forward, lowering himself into a respectful bow, his voice steady and unwavering. I understand what you are doing now, my liege. And no matter what comes, we will stand with you. His head lowered further. We are your sword. Arthur looked at him for a moment, the intensity in his gaze easing just slightly. I know. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories. Chapter 442, The King's Ultimatum. A streak of red and black lightning tore across the horizon of the dimensional crack. Quick's form flickering in and out of existence as he moved, the space behind him distorting in brief ripples, and in moments, he crossed what would have taken armies days to traverse, his destination already known to him, not by sight, but by the overwhelming pressure of 4 presences gathered in one place. He slowed, the land ahead was different and there they were. 4 figures, the Monarch of Frost stood slightly apart from the others, tall and slender, his pale blue form almost blending with the cold mist that was surrounding him. The air around him crystallized subtly, thin layers of frost forming and vanishing with each breath he took. His eyes settled on the approaching shadow. Rocken stood with his arms crossed over his massive chest, golden eyes narrowed with hostility as if he was waiting for the moment to attack the shadow soldier. Yogimon floated next to him and Quaratia, she smiled. Even before Quick came to a complete stop, her expression had already become sharp and poisonous, her gaze lingering on him with a kind of amused curiosity. Quick halted a short distance away, red lightning still flickering faintly around his body. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Quick felt a serious pressure. It was not a physical force, but it might as well have been. Their combined presence pressed down on him from all sides, a silent, instinctive attempt to crush what stood before them, a test. Rocken's lip curled almost immediately. A shadow, he muttered, his voice filled with disdain. He sends this instead of coming himself. Quaratia let out a soft laugh, tilting her head slightly as she observed Quick more closely, her eyes glinting with interest. How disappointing. I was hoping for something more entertaining. Yogimon's form shifted subtly, his voice emerging from the space around him. Careful. That shadow is a door. One he may step through at any moment. That was enough to get them to calm down, if only slightly. Silid, however, did not look displeased. If anything, he looked amused. Quick remained unmoved by their reactions. The pressure, the disdain, the quiet hostility, it meant nothing to him. His violet eyes flickered once, calmly sweeping across each of them before he spoke. The Monarch of Frost and King of the Snow Folk, Silid. The Monarch of Fangs and King of Beasts, Rocken. The Monarch of Transfiguration and King of Demonic Specters, Yogimont. The Monarch of Plagues and Queen of Insects, Quaratia. He paused, just briefly. My king is willing to hear what you have to say. That was enough to draw a reaction. Silid's smile deepened slightly, his gaze sharpening with interest as he took a step forward, the frost around him spreading faintly across the ground beneath his feet. Addressing us by names long abandoned. He said softly, almost thoughtfully. Very well. His eyes lifted, not toward Quick, but through him. As if he could see the one who was listening from the other side. The Shadow Monarch has grown, that much is undeniable, Silid continued, his tone calm, every word chosen with care. Even the fall of the Monarch of Iron Body stands as proof of that. Rakan shifted slightly at the mention, his expression darkening, though he said nothing. Scyld went on. And yet, despite that, we do not come as enemies. We would welcome him as an ally. Coratia's smile widened at that, her fingers lightly brushing against her arm as though imagining something already in motion. All he must do, Scyld continued, is pledge his strength and his army to our cause. The air grew colder. He has walked this path before. He knows why we exist. He knows why this war has never ended, in fact no one knows this better than he does. His voice sharpened slightly, once, he chose differently. But that can still be corrected. Yogimun's form pulsed faintly, in agreement. The rulers grow weaker, Scyld went on, his gaze never leaving the unseen presence beyond quick. The dragon monarch gathers his strength even now, empowered by something new. At that, even Rakan's expression shifted slightly, his face almost turning pale. And soon, Scyld finished, the rulers will be no more. The words lingered in the air. We have already chosen your world as the battleground, he added after a moment, his tone almost dismissive now. The rulers cling to their pathetic efforts, empowering humans in a futile attempt to resist us, but it will be a quick battle this time for us, a decisive victory, and naturally that world will be destroyed in the process, just like in the past. Coratia let out a quiet, amused hum. They are soft, she murmured, her voice filled with mockery. Fragile little things, clinging to each other as if it matters. Her eyes flickered toward Quick. We were almost disappointed, she added, her smile turning sharper, that you did not harvest your earth to expand your army like we did with ours. Though I suppose they are beneath even your standards. Rakan exhaled sharply through his nose, his gaze shifting briefly toward Scyld. And we're certain he's listening, he asked, his tone edged with suspicion. Or are we speaking into a trap? Yogimunt answered before Scyld could. He could be here already, the spectre said, his voice distorting faintly. That shadow is all the invitation he needs. Rakan got silent after that. Then Scyld continued, unfazed. It is true we tested you in the chaos world, he admitted, his expression not changing in the slightest. But we did not interfere with your battles, we saw your strength. His voice lowered slightly. And we recognize it. There was something almost respectful in the way he said it, but it never quite reached sincerity. This war must end, Scyld said. And to do that, we need both you, and the Dragon Monarch, and he is already an ally to us. Coratia's smile softened into something almost nostalgic. It would be lovely, she said quietly, to have you with us again, just like old times, we might only carry memories, but we are still all the same. Scyld inclined his head slightly, as though concluding a formal address. The others are not present, he added. But they will gather in time. That is all. Once more their attention returned fully to Quick. The silence that followed Scyld's final words did not feel like an opening for dialogue, but then Quick took a single step forward, the faint crackle of red lightning returning around him. If that is all, he said, his voice as calm as it had been from the start. I have a message from my monarch, for all of you. My king, he began, does not bargain with those who have already chosen to stand beneath him. His eyes burned brighter. He commands this instead. You will kneel. The words landed like a slap to their faces. You will cast aside your delusions of equality and recognize what stands above you. You will pledge yourselves, your strength, your armies, your very existence to the monarch of shadows. The lightning flared once, violently. And in doing so, Quick continued, you may yet be granted the mercy you do not deserve. For a fraction of a second, none of them moved. Not because they were considering it. Because they were processing this insolence. Then Rakan's lips peeled back into a snarl, a low, dangerous growl rumbling from deep within his chest as his muscles tensed, claws flexing. Coratia's smile didn't disappear, but it changed. What had once been an amused smile twisted into a more venomous smile, her eyes narrowing as an unsettling laugh slipped from her lips. Oh, she murmured, almost delighted despite the insult. How bold. Yogimunt's form distorted more violently than before, how predictable, his voice echoed. But Scyld did not speak. Not immediately, but the temperature dropped. It plummeted as frost spread outward from where he stood, thin at first, then thicker, sharper, the ground beneath his feet cracking as layers of ice formed in rapid succession. His smile was still there. But it was no longer pleasant. Quick remained still, unflinching beneath their reactions, the faint crackle of lightning continuing to dance along his form. When he spoke again, it was with the same calm certainty, as though nothing had changed. That, he said evenly, is his statement. This was not an offer. It was an ultimatum. He never intended to listen to the likes of you. That was enough. Rakan moved. There was no warning or build-up, just an explosion as the monarch of beasts lunged forward, the ground beneath him shattering under the force of his step. His massive form blurred through the distance in an instant, his claws came down on Quick with enough force to tear through mountains. Insolent Slave. // If you like this story, check out my other stories. Shadow Monarch, in One Piece / The Witcher, Heir of Fire. And you can get access to 7 more chapters on all of my stories.